Chapter 1 Return to the Su family. The Tianyin dynasty, one of the 36 states, Yinzhou, Yong'an County, Su Mansion. Young master has returned to the mansion. The voice echoed throughout the entire estate, and outside the Su Mansion stood a crowd, mostly comprised of maids and servants, along with some core members of the Su family. They all looked at a black-clad youth who, escorted by guards, walked into the mansion. It's really Su Xian. Does he even dare to come back? The Su family has fallen these past few years, and it's all his fault. This center of the Su family. The gazes of the maids, servants, and core members of the Su family were mostly filled with anger and resentment as they looked at the black-clad youth. The Su family was once a top-tier aristocracy in the Tianyin dynasty, not only having an ancestor in the Nirvana realm, but also possessing numerous guests and countless strong warriors. However, a few years ago, the Su family's ancestor suffered an unexpected accident, gravely injured and on the brink of death. Before dying, the ancestor had arranged everything and secured a marriage alliance with the royal family of the Tianyin dynasty. As long as Su Xian, the young master of the Su family and the contemporary top genius, could defeat the genius of a rival family, the Sidu family, in a duel, he would be able to marry the ninth princess and become the royal consort. The Su family would then gain the protection of the royal family, not only stabilizing their existing power and status, but even rising to a new level. But who would have thought that on the day of the decisive battle, Su Xian didn't even show up? He fled without a fight. If Su Xian had fought with all his might against the Sidu family's genius, but failed, the Su family would have accepted their fate and wouldn't have blamed him, but fleeing without a fight that caused the Su family to lose the chance for a marriage alliance with the royal family and ultimately led to their decline. All the blame naturally fell on him. Even the Tianyin emperor was enraged afterward, ordering Su Xian to be imprisoned in the forbidden magic prison for 3 years as punishment. Now, with the 3-year sentence completed, Su Xian was finally released from the forbidden magic prison and returned to the Su family. Su Xian, among the crowd, a core member of the Su family suddenly stepped forward, blocking Su Xian's path and shouted, "You traitor, coward! How dare you come back?" Su Ming? Seeing the person blocking his way, the black-clad youth felt a pang in his heart. Su Ming was his cousin, 2 years younger than him, who once regarded Su Xian as his target, always following closely behind him. But now, young Master Su Ming, the family head, has instructed that no one is to obstruct the young master's return. The guard escorting Su Xian interjected coldly. Su Ming gritted his teeth, shot a resentful glance at Su Xian, snorted coldly, and left. Under the guard's guidance, Su Xian arrived at a secluded courtyard in the Su mansion. "Young master, this is the new courtyard arranged for you by the family head." He also instructed that if you have nothing important, it's best not to leave this courtyard, the guard said. "Father doesn't want to see me?" Su Xian asked. The guard shook his head and then turned to leave. Su Xian stood in place, his hands clenched tightly, his fingertips digging into his flesh. "Even my father can't forgive me?" Su Xian felt bitter inside, but he understood fleeing without a fight was indeed a disgrace. Not to mention it led to the Su family's complete decline. Yet no one knew that his flight was not due to cowardice or fear of confronting the enemy, but rather, he had no other choice. There was no way. I never expected that, coincidentally, on the eve of the decisive battle, my bloodline would awaken. Su Xian's gaze flashed with determination as his hands unconsciously tightened. In the martial world, strength reigns supreme. But besides ordinary warriors, there are also those who wield special powers, known as awakeners. They control the power of bloodlines. Every awakener is exceptionally gifted, yet before their bloodline awakens, they are no different from ordinary people. The awakening often comes suddenly, and for Su Xian, it happened just the day before his decisive battle with the Situ family's genius. The unprecedented pain of bloodline awakening forced him to escape to a desolate wilderness, bury himself in the sand, and struggle for 3 days and nights before it ended. By the time the Su family found him, he had already missed the decisive battle. Afterward, he couldn't even defend himself. After all, the bloodline he awakened was extraordinary. Bloodline awakenings are categorized into different ranks. 3rd and 2nd grade bloodlines can be called dragons and phoenixes among men, appearing once in several million. 1st grade bloodline, the talent of a Qilin. Such bloodlines, not to mention a dynasty, would likely not exceed 20 in the entire eastern wilderness during the same era. Divine grade bloodline, once in a millennium. On average, a divine grade bloodline awakener appears once every few hundred to nearly 1,000 years. In the eastern wilderness, the birth of any divine grade bloodline causes a massive stir, with countless forces vying for it. But what Su Xian awakened was a bloodline that transcended even the divine grade. The supreme bloodline. Supreme bloodline. The supreme among men, never before seen. This bloodline only exists in legends. It has never appeared in the history of the Eastern Wilderness. What Su Exine awakened was this bloodline, which led him to dare not mention his bloodline to anyone, for he could not imagine what would happen to him and the Su family if anyone found out he had awakened the supreme bloodline. He could only remain silent. Bearing the misunderstanding of his entire family, he entered the forbidden magic prison. Though the Su family fell as a result, with his existence, there were infinite possibilities for the Su family. At dusk, Suxn stood in the courtyard, sword in hand, eyes closed, with a red-clad woman standing beside him. This red-clad woman, named Hong Shan, was originally Su Xian's maid, having grown up alongside him and being the most loyal to him. Upon learning of Su Xin's return to the Su family, she immediately returned to his side to serve him. It's been a long time since I've seen you practice swordsmanship, young master. Looking at Su Xian in front of her, Hong Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Su Xian was the first genius of a younger generation in the Su family, and his greatest strength was swordsmanship. Even 3 years ago, at just 15, his swordsmanship was said to have surpassed many sword masters of the Su family who had reached the Sea transformation realm. To watch Su Xian practice swordsmanship was an honor for Hong Shan. Whoosh! Suddenly, Su Xian moved. Sword light flickered, as if snowflakes were appearing in the air. His speed was incredibly fast. Snowfall sword technique. Hong Shan's eyes lit up. The snowfall sword technique was one of the higher-level sword techniques in the Su family's arsenal. This technique is renowned for its speed and unpredictability, especially the most powerful sword move within the snowfall sword technique, Snow Slash, which allows the wielder to continuously build momentum while striking, increasing speed. With each thrust, if mastered to perfection, the Snow Slash can unleash 9 consecutive strikes, which is terrifying. Here comes the Snow Slash. Hong Shan watched intently. Su Xin's figure was ethereal, his sword light like lightning, rapidly thrusting out, instantly sending out 7 strikes, followed by the 8th and 9th. The process was fluid, without any pause. The 9th sword of the Snow Slash. The young master has indeed reached the pinnacle of this technique. Hong Shan was just beginning to show joy when her expression suddenly changed. What? After the consecutive 9 strikes, Su Xian's hand showed no sign of stopping, naturally thrusting out the 10th sword. Then came the 11th, 12th, until finally, an even faster 13th sword burst forth. This sword seemed to pierce through the air, creating a piercing sonic boom, and only then did Su Xin's figure finally come to a halt. Hong Shan's head felt a little dizzy. The most powerful technique of the snowfall swordsmanship, the Snow Slash, normally reaches only the 9th sword, even when perfected. But he, the young master, has struck out the 13th sword? The 13th sword. Su Xian remained quite calm that he was originally an undeniable swordsmanship genius, and ever since awakening his supreme bloodline, both his talent and comprehension had greatly improved, even granting him some special abilities that in the magical prison for 3 years. Although he had not practiced swordsmanship, he had been constantly deducing in his mind. After 3 years, he was no longer limited to the sword techniques recorded in the manuals, but was able to derive stronger moves through his own deductions. Take the Snow Slash, for example. The manual only recorded 9 swords, but after 3 years of deduction, he had already elevated it to the 13th sword. Young master, would you like to change into another outfit? Hong Shan stepped forward to offer Su Xian a new robe. No need. Su Xian waved his hand. I haven't been back for 3 years, let's take a walk around. Young master, the family had instructed that if you have nothing important, you shouldn't leave this courtyard, Hong Shan said. That only counts if he says it to my face. Su Xian smiled and walked out of the courtyard. The Su residence was eerily quiet. As Su Xian walked through, he could clearly feel the atmosphere within the entire Su residence was unusually oppressive. The changes in the family over these 3 years are indeed significant. Su Xian's gaze turned cold. Ever since the death of the Su family's ancestor 3 years ago, the last opportunity for a marriage alliance with the royal family was missed, leading the Su family to completely decline. The Sidu family, which had grievances with the Su family, further took advantage of the situation, heavily suppressing the Su family. In just 3 years, the Su family had fallen from being a top-tier family in the Tianyan dynasty to a second-tier family barely able to maintain a foothold in a county. Even so, the Sidu family did not stop there. Instead, they covertly supported another family in Yongning County, the Pang family, which had been in direct opposition to the Su family, even attempting to erase the Su family completely. Moreover, within the Su family, there was not a united front. Having lost the deterrent of the ancestor, more than 90% of the various retainers who had relied on the Su family had already left. Those who remained formed an independent faction led by a strong man named Zhao Tianlei, who was at the void-breaking realm. They did not obey the Su family's commands and used various overt and covert means to seize the few remaining resources and power of speech from the Su family, subtly aiming to completely hollow out the Su family. That it could be said that the current Su family faced both external threats and internal troubles. Su Exan had now arrived at a training ground and saw that many people were gathered in the center, two of whom were engaged in fierce combat. Haha, Su Ming, no wonder you dare to come and challenge me. It turns out you've broken through in cultivation. But do you think it will make you my opponent? What a joke. A voice filled with pride echoed in the training ground. Su Ming? Su Xian's expression shifted as he looked at the two combatants. One of them was indeed Su Ming, who had previously stopped him at the gate and reprimanded him. As for the other, Zhao Qing, Su Xian's gaze turned icy. The Zhao surname was not one of the core descendants of the Su family, but a descendant of the Su family's retainers. Zhao Qing was the leader of the independent faction formed within the Su family, the son of Zhao Tianlei. Zhao Tianlei had two sons. The elder son was Zhao Ling, and the younger was Zhao Qing. Now, the faction led by Zhao Tianlei has already become a tumor in the Su family. If I want the Su family to rise again, the first thing I must resolve is this. Zhao Tianlei and his sons. Su Xian's eyes sparkled with a chilling intensity. The Su family had declined because of him, and he would lead the Su family to rise again, becoming the top family in the Tianyin dynasty, even across the entire eastern wilderness. These Zhao Tianlei and his sons were the first stepping stones on his path to resurgence. Chapter 2. Must kill him. Bang. With a low, dull, crashing sound, Su Ming was thrown directly out, falling to the ground and taking a while to get back up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ha! I told you. With your level of ability, you could never be my opponent. Zhao Qing laughed triumphantly. Among this generation of young disciples in the Su family, only that Su Qinghong has some skills. The rest are all trash. Even Su Qinghong, in front of my brother, is nothing at all. Bastard. Su Ming and several other Su family disciples were furious, but could not refute him. In martial arts, there are 5 realms: bone fusion, true martial, sea transformation, void breaking, and nirvana. Among them, bone fusion is the foundation of martial arts, usually completed in 2 to 3 years, after which one truly enters martial arts, known as the true martial realm. The true martial realm has 10 levels. This generation of young disciples in the Su family was indeed not considered outstanding. The only relatively prominent one, Su Qinghong, had barely stepped into the true martial realm's 10th level, while Zhao Qing's older brother, at only 19 years old, had already reached the pinnacle of the true martial realm, just one step away from sea transformation. Such age and cultivation levels were indeed unmatched among the current young generation of the Su family. Of course, this did not include one person, and that person had now arrived at the training ground. The Su family disciples, including Su Ming, were stunned upon seeing the newcomer. Xiao Ming, are you okay? Su Xian looked at Su Ming and asked. None of your business. Su Ming pursed his lips and turned his head away. Su Xian didn't mind, and instead turned his gaze to Zhao Qing, his eyes turning cold. Su Xian? Seeing Su Xian, Zhao Qing's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately scoffed. I thought who it was. Turns out it's the young master of the Su family who fled without fighting on the day of the battle with the Sidu family. He deliberately emphasized fled without fighting. The sarcasm in his tone clear to all that if it had been 3 years ago, he wouldn't have dared to speak to Su Xian like this. He wouldn't even have had the courage to look up at Su Xian. But times had changed. Su Xian, you are the center of the Su family, a waste who wouldn't even dare to fight. How can you still have the face to come back? If I were you, I would have found a wall with no one around and smashed my head against it until I died. Zhao Qing laughed, and those behind him also laughed mockingly. Su Xian coldly regarded Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing, son of Zhao Tianlei, the retainer of the Su family. Over the years, you and your father have benefited quite a bit from the Su family. Not to mention, when your father Zhao Tianlei first entered the Su family, he was only at the mid-level of sea transformation, relying on the resources of the Su family to gradually break through to the void-breaking realm. And you, since you began your cultivation, have received plenty of resources and pills from the Su family every month, haven't you? Zhao Qing's expression changed. You 3, relying on the resources of the Su family, have gained your current strength and status. In other words, you 3 are nothing but dogs raised on the Su family's food. When did dogs start barking wildly at their master? Su Xian said coldly. Su Xian, you dare to insult me? Do you think it's still 3 years ago? Zhao Qing was furious. 3 years ago, you were indeed the top among the young generation of the Su family, reaching the pinnacle of the true martial realm at 15 years old, but you were imprisoned in the magical prison for 3 whole years. As far as I know, Anyone imprisoned in the magical prison cannot sense a trace of the world's spiritual energy. Their cultivation not only does not improve, but also significantly declines. How much strength do you have left now? After saying that, Zhao Qing coldly smiled and then took a big step forward, his palm enveloped in impressive spiritual energy, fingers clenched into a fist, and he blasted it towards Su Xin. Su Xin's expression remained indifferent as he also punched out. Bang! The two fists collided heat-in, causing Zhao Qing to stagger back a step, while Su Xin retreated 3 steps in succession. I end this scene. Zhao Qing laughed wildly. Ha! Su Xin, I knew it. No matter who is imprisoned in the demon suppression prison for 3 years, their cultivation will definitely regress. 3 years ago, you were at the peak of the true martial 10th realm, but now your cultivation has barely stepped into the threshold of the 7th realm, and you're far inferior to me. With such cultivation, you dare to be arrogant in front of me? Seeking death. Zhao Qing sneered and charged out again, his tightly clenched right hand glowing faintly with a blood-like light, indicating that he was not only using his full strength but also employing martial techniques. Young master. Hongshan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The expressions of Su Ming and the others nearby were also tense. They were worried for Su Xian from the previous exchange. They could see that Su Xian's current cultivation was only at the beginning of the true martial 7th realm, while Zhao Qing had already reached the peak of the 7th realm. In terms of cultivation, Zhao Qing was clearly much stronger. Foolish. Seeing Zhao Qing's fist coming at him, Su Xian sneered. Just as that blood-lighted fist, carrying a formidable force, was less than half a foot away from him, Su Xian stepped lightly and simply sidestepped, allowing the fist to graze past him and crash into the at the same time. Su Xian raised his hand and delivered a slap. Ha! The crisp sound of the slap echoed. This slap directly hit Zhao Qing's face, sending him flying, with a bloodied tooth flying out during the process. Really foolish. Su Xian looked down at Zhao Qing, who was struggling on the ground trying to stand up, a trace of disdain flashing across his lips. You thought that just because your cultivation is slightly higher than mine, you could defeat me. What a joke. In this world, cultivation is indeed the foundation of strength, but it is not everything. Two people with the same cultivation level could have vastly different strengths, like Zhao Qing. While his cultivation was indeed slightly higher than Su Xian's, his talent was quite ordinary. In front of a super genius like Su Xian, who had awakened the supreme bloodline. Su Xian didn't even need to draw his sword, just a casual move was enough to defeat him. Zhao Qing, today, serves as a lesson for you. Remember, you're merely a dog raised by my Su family. Eating my Su family's food doesn't give you the right to bare your teeth at us. If there's a next time, it won't just be this slap. Su Xian said coldly. Su Xin, Zhao Qing was utterly enraged, pointing at Su Xian, unable to complete his words. Su Xian had already turned away. Hongshan, let's go back. Yes. Hongshan nodded obediently, a hint of undeniable joy on her face. The others, including Su Ming, were also quite excited, but they were holding it in. Just as Su Xian was about to leave the training ground, Zhao Qing finally stood up, his face flushed, and he growled, Su Xian, just wait. Soon, my elder brother will return. The humiliation of today, I will make my brother repay double. Your elder brother? Zhao Ling? Su Xian chuckled lightly. He had some impression of Zhao Ling, who was indeed considered a strong genius among the younger generation, but he was still far from Su Xian. It should be noted that Zhao Ling, now 19 years old, was only at the peak of the true martial 10th realm, while Su Xian had reached that at the age of 15, even before. His supreme bloodline had awakened. Even though his cultivation had fallen now, catching up to Zhao Ling again wouldn't be too difficult. Su Xian, don't pretend to be unconcerned. I'm telling you, next month, the Su family sword order competition will begin. My elder brother will participate. With his strength, the sword order will definitely fall into his hands. At that time, he will be the leader of the younger generation of the Su family, and from now on, the younger generation of the Su family must respect him. You too, Zhao Qing shouted again. The sword order competition? Su Xian's expression finally changed. The Su family sword order had always been limited to 2 pieces, one held by the family head, representing the supreme authority of the family. The other was held by the number 1 among the younger generation, granting the rights of a junior patriarch of the Su family. However, the sword order had always been contested internally among the Su family members, controlled by those with the surname Su, and outsiders didn't even have the qualification to compete. And now, unexpectedly, Zhao Tianlei's faction has forced the family to this extent, even allowing outsiders to interfere in the sword order competition. Su Xian's expression darkened. If the Su family sword order was controlled by an outsider, wouldn't the Su family become a complete joke? Zhao Qing. Su Xian turned around, his cold gaze resembling that of the Grim Reaper as he stared at Zhao Qing. Listen carefully, go back and tell Zhao Ling that the Su family sword order can only be controlled by those with the surname Su. If he dares to interfere in the competition, I will definitely kill him. After saying this, Su Xian left directly. Chapter 3. Cultivation Methods and Secret Techniques. Before long, Su Xian returned to his residence. Young master, there are less than 20 days left until the sword order competition. According to past rules, any young disciples participating in the competition must pass a family assessment half a month in advance. The minimum standard for this assessment is to reach the true martial 8th realm, and 3 days from now is the final deadline for the family assessment, Hong Shan said. Got it. You can leave now, Su Xian replied. Hong Shan obediently left. In the room, Su Xian sat cross-legged, and many memories surfaced in his mind. These were the inherited memories that appeared in his mind when his supreme bloodline awakened, including a cultivation method and a forbidden technique. The cultivation method was the inheritance technique of bloodline awakeners and did not have a name. Although Su Xian's bloodline had been awakened for 3 whole years, he had been stuck in the demon suppression prison without any opportunity to cultivate. However, he had long mastered the cultivation method, and only now did he truly begin to practice it. As he cultivated, Su Xian immediately felt the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth converge towards him at a terrifying speed, causing the entire space to tremble. In just a moment, Su Xian felt his cultivation level rise. Too fast. The speed at which I'm absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is incredibly fast, probably dozens of times faster than before my bloodline awakened. Su Xian was shocked himself. Not only that, but Su Xian could also clearly feel that this cultivation method significantly enhanced the quality of his own spiritual power, allowing him to unleash strength far greater than before in an instant that, if previously he was at a disadvantage when clashing heat-in with Zhao Qing at the beginning of the true martial 7th realm. Now, even if he was still only at the beginning of the true martial 7th realm, he would definitely be stronger than Zhao Qing in a direct confrontation. No wonder they say that bloodline awakeners are all gifted, just this cultivation method allows them to cultivate dozens of times faster than ordinary people. How can they be compared? Su Xian sighed lightly. As for the forbidden technique, this forbidden technique was called Divine Annihilation, a method that could forcibly burn the power of the bloodline within to significantly increase one's strength for a short period. Of course, as a forbidden technique, this move had considerable side effects and could only be used for life-saving purposes in critical situations. I once reached the peak of the true martial 10th realm, and only because I hadn't absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for a long time did my cultivation drop. Now that I'm starting to cultivate again, it should be much easier, especially since my current cultivation speed is probably dozens of times faster than ordinary people. 3 days should be enough for my cultivation to reach the true martial 8th realm. Su Xian gently clenched his hands and then began to devote himself to cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In a huge training ground, it was filled with people. Today is the last day of the Su family's sword order competition assessment. Many direct descendants of the Su family, as well as young disciples from external factions, have gathered here. Those who meet the minimum strength requirements for the assessment are hoping to try their luck. After all, the Su family sword order competition is held only once every few years. Although most of them know they cannot truly win the sword order and become leaders of the younger generation in the Su family, simply participating in this competition is already an achievement for them. Boom! A loud noise erupted. The imposing figure over 2 meters tall in the center of the training ground swung its staff and sent Zhao Qing, a participant from the guest faction, flying out. Zhao Qing was directly knocked to the edge of the training ground, looking quite embarrassed. Zhao Qing, your strength is still lacking. Most ordinary warriors at the 8th level of true martial realm can last over 20 breaths against this battle puppet, but you only lasted 18. You've embarrassed us. Seeing Zhao Qing's defeat, a few people nearby immediately started teasing him that I can't help it. I just broke through to the 8th level yesterday, and my realm is still unstable. Naturally, I can't compare to you all, especially you, Hong Fong. You're already at the peak of the 8th level, Zhao Qing said, getting up and looking somewhat displeased at those people. They didn't say much more. Zhao Qing stepped aside, standing with Hong Fong and the others, but he felt a bit unwilling. It's a pity. If I had broken through a few days earlier and stabilized my realm, and refined that palm technique to entry level as my brother said, I might have passed this assessment today. While Zhao Qing was lost in thought, Hong Fong suddenly leaned over. Zhao Qing, it's getting late. Is Su Xian really coming? Su Xian. At the mention of Su Xian, Zhao Qing's expression immediately turned grim. 3 days ago, he was defeated by Su Xian, who knocked out one of his teeth with a slap. This incident had already spread, and Hong Fong and the others had heard about it. They also heard that Su Xian not only defeated Zhao Qing, but also declared his intention to participate in the Sword Order competition, even claiming he would kill Zhao Qing's older brother. Zhao Ling is undeniably the strongest among the younger generation of the two major factions in the Su family. As for Su Xian, although he was the top genius 3 years ago, even more impressive than Zhao Ling, he had been imprisoned in the demon restraining prison for 3 whole years. Everyone knew this genius had been ruined, especially since it was known that Su Xian displayed only the strength of the 7th level of true martial realm during his fight with Zhao Qing. Naturally, no one took Su Xian's word seriously, and many viewed him as a joke. People like Hong Fong came today just to watch Su Xian's joke. That Su Xian is just a self-righteous fool, Zhao Qing scoffed. 3 days ago, when he fought me, he was barely at the threshold of the 7th level of true martial realm. The minimum requirement for the Su family sword spirit competition is the 8th level of true martial realm. He can't even meet the minimum threshold, yet he dares to claim he will duel my brother and kill him. It's truly laughable that I am really looking forward to him showing up today. If he dares to come, I will definitely humiliate him in front of everyone and avenge my shame. Zhao Qing thought viciously. He had now broken through to the 8th level of true martial realm, greatly enhancing his strength, and he believed he could definitely win against Su Xian. After all, in just 3 days, he didn't believe Su Xian could really improve that much. Just then, Zhao Qing looked to the side, where a figure was slowly walking towards the center of the training ground. Su Xian, he actually dares to come. Zhao Qing's expression immediately turned sinister. This moment. Everyone in the training ground also turned their attention to Su Xian, the top genius who had been imprisoned in the demon restraining prison for 3 years. Chapter 4, 38 Breaths. Uncle Hang Su Xian arrived at the center of the training ground and slightly bowed to a middle-aged man in gray standing there. This man, named Su Bohang, was at the perfect stage of the Sea transformation realm and was responsible for presiding over this sword order competition assessment. In terms of seniority, he was also Su Xian's uncle. Su Xian, are you here to participate in the assessment? Su Bohang looked at Su Xian with a complex expression. Yes, Su Xian nodded. You should know the rules. The minimum requirement for participating in the assessment is to possess the strength of the 8th level of true martial realm, Su Bohang said. I have reached the 8th level of true martial realm, Su Xian replied calmly. Then his body trembled, and a powerful spiritual force immediately swept out. This aura of spiritual power clearly indicated he had reached the 8th level of true martial realm. He actually reached it? How is that possible? Zhao Qing, who had been watching from the side, now widened his eyes in disbelief. It's impossible. 3 days ago, when he fought me, he was clearly just at the threshold of the 7th level of true martial realm. How could he have crossed into the 8th level in just 3 days? He found it hard to believe. After all, it usually takes ordinary people months or even half a year to move from the 7th to the 8th level of true martial realm, but Su Xian achieved it in just 3 days. What a joke. Zhao Qing, didn't you say he was only at the initial stage of the 7th level of true martial realm 3 days ago? Hong Fong frowned as well. How would I know? Zhao Qing's face darkened, but soon he sneered again. Even if he has broken through to the 8th level, what of it? Clearly, he has just broken through. It won't be that easy for him to pass the assessment. The minimum requirement for the Sword Order competition assessment is the 8th level of true martial realm, but passing the assessment is another matter altogether. For example, Zhao Qing himself was at the 8th level of true martial realm, yet he had just failed to pass that. If he couldn't pass, how could Su Xian, who just broke through, manage to do so? In the center of the training ground, Su Xian held his sword in one hand, looking at his opponent for this assessment, a humanoid battle puppet over 2 meters tall wielding a long staff. Although it was a puppet, its strength was not to be underestimated. Zhao Qing had just been knocked out by Su Xian. What you need to do is to use all your skills to withstand the attacks of this battle puppet for as long as possible. As long as you last for 25 breaths, you will pass the assessment, Su Bohang said. Understood, Su Xian nodded. Let's begin. With a wave of Su Bohang's hand, the humanoid battle puppet immediately raised its hand and swung the nearly tunter-long black staff directly at Su Xian. Simple and brutal, Su Xian casually drew his sword to clash with the staff, and it was an even match, with Su Xian even slightly having the upper hand. Su Xian was not surprised the battle puppet was originally weak at first, weaker than those who had just entered the 8th level of true martial realm. However, the strength of the puppet continued to increase and grow stronger. Although the puppet didn't know any complicated staff techniques or martial skills and just swung its staff simply, the power of that staff would become increasingly formidable. And its speed would also increase. Faced with this puppet that relied purely on its speed and strength to make clumsy attacks, Su Xian had little interest. After the initial clash, he simply relied on his agility to avoid the battle that the spectators around. Su Xian was incredibly nimble. The puppet's strength and speed were continuously increasing, yet it never managed to touch the hem of Su Xian's clothing. This kid, Zhao Qing's expression was extremely ugly. He had thought Su Xian would fall just like he did against the puppet. But now Su Xian had already lasted for over 20 breaths against the puppet, appearing to be incomplete. Controlled, it's his agility. Hong Feng's gaze narrowed slightly at this moment. What Su Xian is using should be the thousand-leaf illusion body from the 6 top-tier body techniques of the Su family. It seems he has already mastered it to a great extent. With such a body technique, he can at least last more than 30 breaths against that battle puppet. This assessment poses no difficulty for him. The rules of the assessment only state that one must last 25 breaths without defeat against the battle puppet. It does not specify how. Although Su Xian has always relied on his body technique to avoid combat, as long as he does not lose and last for 25 breaths, he naturally passes the assessment. Hong Feng, do me a favor. Zhao Qing lowered his voice. After this kid finishes the assessment, go teach him a lesson for me. Hong Feng glanced at Zhao Qing, noticing the latter's face full of resentment. Originally, Zhao Qing wanted to personally humiliate Su Xian upon his arrival to avenge his previous shame. However, he did not expect Su Xian's cultivation to rise to the 8th level of true martial realm in just 3 days. Seeing that Su Xian possesses such a formidable body technique, he knows he is still not a match for Su Xian, and a personal revenge is no longer possible. So he can only ask Hong Feng to take action. After all, Hong Feng is at the peak of the 8th level of true martial realm and is trained in several powerful martial arts, making him extremely strong. Even when facing weaker opponents at the 9th level of true martial realm, he can still put up a fight. I end this assessment for the sword token competition. Among all the true martial realm 8th level participant from the Su family, Hong Feng lasted the longest against the battle. Puppet a full 41 breaths. Having him take action to teach Su Xian a lesson should be easy. Okay. Hong Feng agreed after some consideration. After all, the two have a good relationship, belong to the same faction, and with Zhao Qing's father and his older brother Zhao Ling's connections, teaching a mere Su Xian a lesson is just a small task he has no reason to refuse. All right, then it will depend on you later. No need to be too ruthless, just knock out a few of his teeth and break an arm, Zhao Qing said coldly. No problem. Hong Feng smiled. In the past, he would not have dared to touch Su Xian, the young master. But now Su Xian may have the identity of a young master, but in reality, even the people of the Su family hate him immensely. As long as he does not take Su Xian's life and only knocks out a few teeth and breaks an arm, it is not a big deal. This moment, Su Xian finally lost in his confrontation with the battle puppet. However, his loss was a choice to withdraw from the combat area with the battle puppet. In the end, he lasted 38 breaths against the puppet. 38 breaths, quite close to my 41 breaths. But he purely relied on his body technique to avoid combat to last that long, that if it were direct confrontation, he probably wouldn't last 30 breaths. And I am not just a simple and brutal attacking battle puppet. His body technique won't have much effect on me. Hong Feng remained absolutely confident. After Su Xian passed the assessment, he stepped forward. Su Xian, your body technique is not bad. Do you have the courage to fight me? A fight with you? Su Xian frowned. He did not even recognize the person in front of him. What's wrong, Su Xian? Are you scared? Zhao Qing sneered from behind. If you're scared, you can hide like you did 3 years ago, haha. The surrounding disciples from various factions also laughed mockingly. 3 years ago, Su Xian's flight without a fight had indeed become a joke for many. Su Xian's expression turned cold. Seeing Zhao Qing at that moment, he understood that this Hong Feng was specially invited by Zhao Qing to seek revenge for what happened 3 days ago. Su Xian, dare you? Just give me a clear answer. Hong Feng seemed a bit impatient, and at the same time, he unleashed his spiritual power aura. Peak of the 8th level of true martial realm? Su Xian secretly shook his head. He did not think Hong Feng was strong, on the contrary. He found him a bit weak. Although they are both at the 8th level of true martial realm, Hong Feng's cultivation might be slightly higher, but Su Xian has awakened the supreme bloodline, an extraordinary existence with fully unlocked talents. His combat power is not something an ordinary person can compare to. Hong Feng's strength is not even qualified to be his opponent. However, if he could use him to test the bloodline power he can currently control, he would be barely sufficient. Good. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Su Xian accepted the challenge. Chapter 5. Hard clash, he accepted the challenge. This Su Xian actually dared to take on the challenge? How reckless. Did he think it was still 3 years ago? In the training ground, there was a commotion. Most people felt that Su Xian was overestimating himself, especially those from the faction of the guests, who openly mocked him. It should be known that Hong Fong had already reached the peak of the true martial 8th layer. Even if he encountered an ordinary 9th layer opponent, he could still manage to fight back. As for Su Xian, judging from his recent battle with the battle puppet, he had only just entered the true martial 8th layer, relying solely on his movement skills to barely last 38 breaths against that puppet. Meanwhile, Hong Fong had fought directly with the puppet and had managed to hold out for 41 breaths. The difference in their strengths was obvious. Seeing Su Xian accept the challenge, Su Boheng frowned. Although the entire Su family held grievances against Su Xian, they still united against the guests who were bullying their master. He felt that Su Xian was being impulsive, but he didn't know how to stop him, since competitions among the young members of the Su family were common. Very good. Hong Fong smirked coldly. After all, he was the young master of the Su family, once recognized as the #1 genius of the family. It was said that his talent was among the best in the entire Tianyin dynasty. If he could thoroughly crush Su Xian in front of so many people, it would be quite an achievement. Thinking this, Hong Fong drew out the battle knife at his waist. Su Xian, you can make the first move. Su Xian said nothing, gripping his long sword tightly, then leaped forward. Whoosh. Without any flashy moves, he swung his sword down fiercely, brutally, not using movement skills, but charging straight into clash with me. Hong Fong laughed. How reckless. Su Boheng shook his head. An initial true martial 8th layer practitioner challenging someone who had already reached the peak of the 8th layer in a head-on clash? Wasn't he that courting death? Hong Fong coldly smiled as he swung his battle knife horizontally, unleashing an overwhelming surge of spiritual power. Clang. The battle knife clashed with the long sword. And for a brief moment, no victor was determined. Then clang, clang, clang. There were several more collisions, and the results were evenly matched. How could this be? Hong Fong was shocked. I used nearly 80% of my strength, and logically, I should be able to easily crush any ordinary true martial 8th layer opponent. Yet in this direct confrontation, I couldn't gain any advantage. After the shock, anger surged within Hong Fong. He no longer held back, unleashing the furious spiritual power from his arms through the battle knife, his knife techniques instantly becoming more powerful. Even so, there was still no significant advantage. What is going on? Hong Fong's cultivation was clearly much higher than Su Xian's. In a head-on clash, he should have completely overwhelmed Su Xian. Yet why was there no advantage at all? Su Xian's power was so strong. The onlookers were all stunned. Even Su Boheng, a master of the Sea transformation stage, had a strange expression. They could see that Su Xian was using the Breaking Mountain sword technique, which was just a very ordinary sword technique, not high in level. At most slightly focused on power. In contrast, Hong Fong's knife technique was clearly at a higher level, and logically, the power unleashed should be stronger. Just as I felt. At this moment, Su Xian was quietly laughing inside. After cultivating the bloodline inheritance technique, the quality of my spiritual power had clearly improved. The strength I could unleash in an instant was even stronger, clearly surpassing this peak 8th layer expert despite only having just entered the true martial 8th layer. Then Su Xian's gaze sharpened slightly. Kid die? Hong Fong was now filled with rage, like a mad beast, no longer caring about anything. He suddenly flashed with arcs of lightning on his body, holding the knife in both hands, and slashed down fiercely as if a thunderbolt had descended. Thunder Elemental Force. 7 Thunderblade. This was Hong Fong's strongest move, the Cracking Mountain style. Su Xian was still using the most powerful move from the Breaking Mountain sword technique, which couldn't compare to Hong Fong's 7 Thunderblade in terms of technique. But as Su Xian swung his sword, a strand of bloodline power instantly fused with his own spiritual power under Su Xian's guidance. Boom. A loud sound erupted, and the airwaves rolled. Hong Fong thought he could crush Su Xian with his strongest move, but at the moment when his battle knife collided with Su Xian's sword, he felt an extremely terrifying power, as if a primal giant beast was transmitting it. Uffed. A mouthful of hot blood spurted from his mouth, and his battle knife was sent flying, while his body crashed onto the ground like a cannonball. 9th layer. This was definitely the power of someone at the 9th layer. A thought flashed through Hong Fong's mind, and then his consciousness fell into darkness. The training ground was silent. Everyone looked in disbelief at Su Xian and the heavily injured, unconscious Hong Fong on the ground. Clearly, Hong Fong had exerted all his strength and even used his strongest move, yet he was still defeated by Su Xian. Moreover, it was a head-on clash that left him heavily injured and unconscious from a single sword strike. How could this be? They couldn't comprehend how Su Xian, who had just entered the true martial 8th layer, could overpower someone who had already reached the peak of the 8th layer in a head-on clash. Furthermore, Su Xian's swordsmanship was clearly inferior to Hong Fang's. Even Su Bohang was filled with doubts. Only Su Xian himself knew the reason behind it all. And now, he was filled with surprise. Bloodline power. This is bloodline power. Su Xian clenched his fists, his eyes shining brightly. Just now, I had only slightly guided it, estimating that I used about 20 to 30% of my bloodline power, yet the power of this sword increased nearly tenfold, injuring Hong Fang severely with one strike. This was just a slight guidance. If I fully unleashed it, what would happen? Moreover, the time since my bloodline awakening is still short, and my own strength is too weak, so I could only use a small portion of the bloodline power. Only when my strength increases will I be able to use more bloodline power, which will also become more monstrous. Taking a deep breath, Su Xian noticed everyone around him was watching him. He didn't say much, restrained his expression, and directly left. From beginning to end, he didn't bother to look at Hong Fang again. After all, he didn't see Hong Fang as a real opponent. Fighting him was merely a way to test the power of his bloodline. On the other hand, Zhao Qing, who had summoned Hong Fang to deal with Su Xian, wore a gloomy expression. This Su Xian, he actually managed to defeat Hong Fang head-on. It seems I can only wait for my brother to return to teach him a lesson. Zhao Qing clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Su Xian's back. Just wait. Su Xian, although you have some strength, it counts for nothing in front of my brother. When the sword order competition comes, my brother will make all the Su family members know what true despair is. Chapter 6. Red Dragon Tower at night. The moonlight was bright. Young master, the news of your victory over Hong Fang has spread throughout the family. Many members of the Su family, including some elders, hold you in high regard. Some even say that although you were delayed for 3 years in the magic suppression prison, your talent has not diminished significantly, Hong Shan said excitedly. Su Xian couldn't help but smile. Defeating a Hong Fang was nothing to him. What he cared about was the family's attitude toward him. 3 years ago, an incident caused the entire family to harbor great resentment towards him. Although today's battle may not completely dissipate this resentment, at least it could enhance the family's impression of him. After all, in this world, strength is respected. His ability to defeat Hong Fang, who was at the peak of the 8th true martial realm, with his own cultivation at the initial stage of the 8th true martial realm, was already enough to earn admiration from many of the Su family's younger members. As for Hong Fang, he was someone whose name I didn't even know before this. He was insignificant. However, Zhao Ling and Su Xian's eyes narrowed. Zhao Ling, at the peak of the 10th true martial realm, was considered a genius with extremely strong combat power, reportedly comparable to those at the Sea transformation realm. There was a significant gap in cultivation between them, and unless he disregarded the consequences and used the divine annihilation secret technique, he had no confidence in winning against Zhao Ling. To surpass Zhao Ling in the sword order competition, or even kill him, his cultivation would need to reach at least the 9th true martial realm, or even the peak of the 9th realm, to have any chance. However, with only half a month until the sword order competition, even with his bloodline inheritance cultivation method that allowed him to train dozens of times faster than ordinary people, it would be difficult to reach that level. If he could obtain some elixirs to assist his training, there might still be a possibility, he thought. The next morning, Su Xian went to the Su family's treasure pavilion, managed by an elder of the family. Young master, I am very sorry. If it were ordinary gathering spirit pills, I could give you a few, but the family has very few top-grade gathering spirit pills, and with the upcoming sword order competition, the family head has already instructed me to distribute the few top-grade gathering spirit pills we have to the strongest members of the family who have the best chance of competing with Zhao Ling. The elder said, distributed already? Su Xian frowned, but was not surprised. Since the Su family had fallen, their resources could no longer be compared to those of 3 years ago. In the peak period of the Su family, they could obtain many top-grade gathering spirit pills every year, but now they could only get a dozen or so in a year. Moreover, because of the sword order competition, the highest levels of the Su family, including his father, were placing great importance on it, and they had already distributed the few top-grade gathering spirit pills to the strongest members of the family to help them improve their cultivation as much as possible. As for Su Xian, no one believed that a person who had just been released from the magic restriction prison could compete with Zhao Ling. Even though he had defeated Hong Fang yesterday, the latter was merely at the peak of the 8th true martial realm. The family members only thought Su Xian was quite impressive and had considerable talent, but no one believed he could pose a threat to Zhao Ling. Without top-grade gathering spirit pills, he could only go to that place, Su Xian pondered, and soon he left the residence alone. In the central area of Yongning County, 2 towering black towers stood, resembling 2 giant figures overlooking the entire city. These 2 black towers were the renowned Red Dragon Tower of the Tianyin dynasty. The Red Dragon Tower was established by the founding monarch of the Tianyin dynasty hundreds of years ago, and there is one in every state and county throughout the dynasty. The purpose of establishing the Red Dragon Tower was twofold. First, to monitor the world. The world refers to the territory of the Tianyin dynasty. In every corner of the Tianyin dynasty, any disturbance would be reported to the monarch immediately by the Red Dragon Tower. Second, to gather the talents of the world. The Red Dragon Tower houses the well-known True Martial Pavilion and Dragon Seeking Tower. The True Martial Pavilion mainly assesses the skills of true martial realm martial artists and has 15 levels. Those who can pass the 10th level are considered geniuses throughout the Tianyin dynasty. The Dragon Seeking Tower targets Sea Transformation realm martial artists, testing their overall strength. Although it only has 3 levels, any Sea Transformation realm martial artist who can pass the first level is considered a first-rate genius. Those who can pass the second level are top-tier geniuses, of which there are only about 30 or 40 in an entire dynasty at one time, averaging 1 per state. As for those who can pass the third level of the Dragon Seeking Tower, they can be called unparalleled prodigies. Appearing only once every few years or even decades in the Tianyin dynasty, rarer than those legendary bloodline awakeners. In front of the 2 towering towers. The Dragon Seeking Tower had high difficulty, and few attempted it, but the True Martial Pavilion saw many challengers. At this moment, in front of the True Martial Pavilion Tower, over 100 people were gathered. Aside from some onlookers, most were true martial realm martial artists who had some confidence in their own strength. Currently, a true martial 9th realm martial artist was challenging the pavilion. He had passed 7 levels, but was soon defeated and sent out from the 8th level. Passing the 7th level at the 9th realm is impressive. Many true martial 10th realm martial artists can't even pass the 7th level, people around commented. The tests in the True Martial Pavilion focus on skills rather than cultivation level. For ordinary true martial realm challengers, passing the 5th level is considered normal, while passing the 6th and 7th levels indicates relatively good skills. Passing the 8th and 9th levels means one is exceptionally skilled. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared at the foot of the True Martial Pavilion Tower, with a slender figure clad in tight-fitting attire and holding a long sword. She exuded an air of elegance and beauty that instantly captured the attention of everyone present. It was her, Su Yuning, the proud young lady of the Su family. She was back to challenge the True Martial Pavilion again. This was already her 6th time this year, right? In her previous attempts, she had passed the 8th level but struggled for a long time at the 9th level before ultimately failing. Was she here again to try to pass the 9th level? Many true martial realm martial artists recognized her and began to tease her. Ingjia. In a corner of the crowd, Su Xin, wearing a hat to conceal his face, slightly raised his head to look at the graceful figure ahead. Su Yuning was his cousin, 2 years older than him. They were very close when they were young. But in recent years, under the pressure of the faction of guests, Su Yuning had been training outside to enhance her strength. Judging by her cultivation now, she had clearly entered the 10th true martial realm. Among the direct descendants of the Su family, besides the recognized Su Qinghong, Su Yuning was the only one qualified to compete with Zhao Ling in the sword order competition. Looking at the towering true martial pavilion, Su Yuning thought to herself, I have been training outside for a month and have made progress in my sword skills. This time, I must pass the 9th level no matter what. If I can't even pass the 9th level of the True Martial Pavilion, how can I talk about defeating Zhao Ling in the sword order competition? Zhao Ling had not only reached the peak of the 10th True Martial Realm, but he also passed the 10th level of the True Martial Pavilion a year ago, gaining recognition from the Red Dragon Tower and receiving the yellow level token from it. In contrast, although she was also at the 10th True Martial Realm, she was still far from the peak, and if she couldn't even pass the 9th level in terms of skills, the gap between her and Zhao Ling would be too great. Su Yuning quickly entered the True Martial Pavilion. As with her previous 5 attempts, she easily passed the 1st to 7th levels. Upon reaching the 8th level, she spent some time but managed to pass it, then entered the 9th level. In the 9th level, she used all her skills and fought hard for a long time, but ultimately, she still failed. As Su Yuning walked out of the Jinwu Pavilion, her figure trembled slightly, her red lips pursed, and her face full of reluctance. I tried my best, but I still failed. I couldn't even get past the 9th level. How did that monster Zhao Ling get through the 10th level? A large number of Jinwu realm cultivators gathered outside the Jinwu Pavilion, all sighing when they saw Su Yuning fail at the 9th level. Just as Su Yuning was about to leave, a figure walked past her. Su Yuning instinctively glanced over, and her heart stirred. This person, although wearing a wide-brimmed hat that obscured their face, gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity, even intimacy, which puzzled Su Yuning. Who is this person? They seem to only have the cultivation of the 8th level of Jinwu. Are they here to challenge the Jinwu Pavilion too? Su Yuning had initially planned to leave, but paused instead. The familiar figure had already entered the Jinwu Pavilion. In the 1st level of the Jinwu Pavilion, Su Xian stood there, looking at the 10 battle puppets standing in the open space ahead, a smile creeping onto his lips. 5 years ago, when I first challenged the Jinwu Pavilion, I was only 13, and despite my best efforts, I failed at the 10th level. After 2 years, my swordsmanship improved significantly, and I thought I could easily get through the 10th level. However, in the past 3 years, my bloodline awakened, and my comprehension greatly increased, allowing me to derive deeper sword techniques from a single sword art. Now, my swordsmanship has improved so much since then, if I give it my all. How many levels can I pass? Su Xian felt a hint of anticipation. The Jinwu Pavilion's test does not consider cultivation level, but rather skill. And that skill, to put it simply, is Su Xian's swordsmanship. Chapter 7. Shock in the Red Dragon Tower, at the top of a towering black tower. An old man with white hair and a long beard casually sat in front of a tea table, leisurely sipping tea while looking at a recently obtained piece of information. The one from the martial arena was actually assassinated by enemies? The old man shook his head secretly. How careless. With his strength, he should have been able to break through the first level of the dragon-seeking tower after a few more years of seclusion, but alas, what a pity. The Red Dragon Tower gathers the world's talents, but does not interfere with their growth. This means that no matter what these talents encounter along the way, even if it is known that one of them is about to be secretly killed, the Red Dragon Tower will not intervene. The person from the martial arena mentioned by the old man is also considered a genius. He had passed the 10th level of the Jinwu Tower during his Jinwu realm. The Red Dragon Tower has been monitoring his growth, but unfortunately, this genius's strength had not fully developed before he was assassinated. Clatter, clatter. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a black-clad steward appeared before the old man. Supervisor, the one challenging the Jinwu Tower has already passed the 8th level. The black-clad steward said. The old man frowned. There was no need to inform him about merely passing the 8th level. This steward had followed him for many years and should know his temperament. Supervisor. The inspector stationed at the Jinwu Pavilion said that this person has a high probability of passing the 12th level of the Jinwu Pavilion. The black-clad steward continued. What did you say? The old man was taken aback. Passing the 10th level of the Jinwu Pavilion already qualifies one as a top genius, eligible for the yellow level token from the Red Dragon Tower. Passing the 12th level? That would indicate an exceptional talent and skills. One of the very best in the Tianyan dynasty. Such geniuses are rare even across an entire state, and in Yongning County, there are none who can pass the 12th level of the Jinwu Pavilion. Moreover, this information came from the inspector stationed at the Jinwu Pavilion. Although this inspector is somewhat inferior in status and strength, his insight is certainly not low. If he claims that the person challenging the Jinwu Pavilion has a strong likelihood of passing the 12th level, it is highly likely to be true. Go take a look. The old man immediately set off. At the foot of the Jinwu Pavilion, many Jinwu realm cultivators were still gathered. The person just now actually passed the 8th level too? Su Yuning was among the crowd, gazing at the 8 tower lamps that had lit up above. Each level of the Jinwu Pavilion has a tower lamp. When the lamp lights up, it indicates that the level has been passed. However, the time he took to pass the 8th level was clearly longer than mine, indicating that passing the 8th level was likely his limit. As for the 9th level, he probably has no hope, Su Yuning thought to herself. But at that moment, swoosh. A figure suddenly shot out from the top of another tower and floated in midair, looking down at the entire Jinwu Pavilion. Walking on air, a powerful void-breaking realm expert. It was Lord Yuan Qing, the supervisor of the Red Dragon Tower. What happened in the Jinwu Pavilion to draw Lord Yuan Qing's attention? A commotion erupted below the Jinwu Pavilion. What is going on? Su Yuning also frowned. In the Tianyan dynasty, the supervisor of the Red Dragon Tower in a county holds a status comparable to that of a county governor, making him a top figure in Yongning County. Such a high-ranking person rarely shows themselves, even if someone can pass the 10th level of the Jinwu Pavilion. It is unlikely for Lord Yuan Qing to personally come forward to meet them. But now, it was clear that Lord Yuan Qing was coming for the Jinwu Pavilion. Could it be because of the person currently challenging the Jinwu Pavilion? That's impossible. That person hasn't even passed the 9th level yet. Su Yuning had a strange expression. Meanwhile, in midair, the white-haired Yuan Qing stood with his hands behind his back, overlooking the tower below. Everything inside the tower came into his view. He saw a young man in black, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, engaged in combat with his opponent, 10 battle puppets wielding silver-long spears, inside the 9th level of the Jinwu Tower. The opponents in the Jinwu Pavilion's test are these battle puppets, and there are 10 of them at each level. However, as the levels increase, the puppet spear techniques become increasingly sophisticated, and their cooperation improves as well. As for their strength, the power of these battle puppets has always been on par with the challenger since the 1st level. By the 9th level, these battle puppets have already become quite formidable. Many Sea Transformation realm experts find it difficult to pass just relying on skill. Yet at this moment, faced with the siege of 10 battle puppets, Su Xian's figure moved like a ghost, appearing in various corners of the battlefield. His seemingly casual sword strikes were incredibly cunning and precise. He effortlessly neutralized the lethal spear techniques unleashed by the 10 battle puppets. Too easy. Yuan Qing's eyes widened, filled with shock. Now he understood why the inspector from the Jinwu Pavilion was so certain that Su Xian had a strong chance of passing the 12th level. It was because his movement technique and swordsmanship were combined so perfectly that there were almost no flaws. The 10 battle puppets, who could execute impressive spear techniques, were like infants wielding firewood sticks in his hands. They were simply not on the same level. This kid is practically toying with these battle puppets, Yuan Qing thought. Indeed, it was playing. In reality, Su Xian had been toying with these battle puppets since the 6th level. From start to finish, he hadn't used any specific sword techniques, casually striking with his sword while still effortlessly defeating these battle puppets. Soon, he passed the 9th level, followed by the 10th and 11th levels. Although the spear techniques of the battle puppets in these 2 levels increased significantly again, especially in the 11th level, where each battle puppet spear technique was likely close to those peak C transformation realm experts, and 10 battle puppets working together were even more terrifying. Su Xian still breezed through the 11th level with ease. How could he understand swordsmanship to such a degree? Yuan Qing continued to marvel. In the 12th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, the strength of the battle puppets increased once more. Su Xian finally did not find it as easy as before. He began to use his swordsmanship. As soon as he unleashed his sword techniques, they swept through the 10 battle puppets like a force of nature, passing the 12th level. On the 13th floor, each battle puppet's marksmanship had surpassed that of over 99% of the C transformation realm experts, reaching the peak of the C transformation realm. 10 battle puppets launched a simultaneous attack, their speed of gunfire astonishingly fast, even directly blocking Su Xian's movements and leaving him with no chance of escaping. At this point, Su Xian finally went all out. He swung the long sword in his hand, integrating himself with the sword, creating sweeping sword shadows that resembled towering mountains. Standing firm against the incoming long guns, the Hunyuan sword technique. Seeing this scene, Yuan Qing raised an eyebrow. The Hunyuan sword technique. Known as the best defense among the Su family sword techniques, could it be that he is a disciple of the Su family? Just as Yuan Qing had this thought, he immediately dismissed it. No. Yuan Qing stared intently at Su Xian, who was engaged in combat with the battle puppets. The sword technique Su Xian had just executed was indeed remarkably similar to the Su family's Hunyuan sword technique. It seemed like an incredibly heavy and majestic mountain, unmoving despite the storm-like attacks surrounding it. This was a sword technique focused on defense. But now, as Su Xian executed his sword technique, it was no longer a heavy mountain. It was a gigantic grinding wheel, ruthlessly grinding through the battle puppets. On the 13th floor, he passed through. On the 14th floor of the Jinwu Pavilion, Su Xian erupted completely. His swordsmanship no longer adhered to specific moves, but became unpredictable and mysterious. Sometimes striking like a thunderous bolt, other times delivering a deadly stab like an assassin, and at other times, executing a terrifyingly fast strike that made it impossible to catch a glimpse of the sword shadow. The 10 battle puppets unleashed their gun techniques, frantically surrounding and attacking, but still could not withstand Su Xian's terrifying swordsmanship. After a fierce battle, he passed through the 14th floor. Has he already taken that step? The shock in Yuan Qing's heart was beyond description. His gaze towards Su Xian was as if he were looking at a monster. The battle puppets on the 14th floor of the Jinwu Pavilion had skills comparable to ordinary void-breaking realm experts. 10 battle puppets working together, relying solely on skills. Many void-breaking realm experts could not pass through. Yet this kid, merely at the 8th level of the true martial realm, managed to pass the 14th floor. The 8th level of the true martial realm, surpassing ordinary void-breaking realm in skill? Which old monster has taught such a terrifying genius in skills? He was going to challenge the 15th floor, the final level of the Jinwu Pavilion. Yuan Qing looked on with anticipation. But unfortunately, on the 15th floor, Su Xian merely exchanged blows with the 10 battle puppets for a moment before directly exiting the battlefield. The 15th floor of the Jinwu Pavilion was far more difficult than the 14th. If I were to unleash my strongest sword without hesitation, there might be a chance to pass, but that sword is too obvious, and once unleashed, my identity would likely be exposed. Moreover, relying solely on skills to pass the 15th floor of the Jinwu Pavilion was exceedingly extraordinary. At that time, not only would Yongning County be shaken, but the entire Tianyin dynasty would likely be in turmoil. My current strength is still too weak. It's better not to be so ostentatious. Su Xian was self-aware. Soon, he exited the Jinwu Pavilion. Ultimately, he passed through the 14th floor of the Jinwu Pavilion, stopping at the 15th floor. Chapter 8. Guidance outside the Jinwu Pavilion. Hundreds of people had gathered, including Su Yuning, all fixated on the lights of the Black Tower. When they saw that even the supervisor of the Red Dragon Tower, Yuan Qing, was astonished, they realized that the person challenging the Jinwu Pavilion must have accomplished something extraordinary. Indeed, they saw the tower lights lit up one after another. The 9th floor, the 10th floor, the 11th floor, until finally, Even the 14th floor's light lit up. Everyone was stunned. The vast square fell silent, enveloped in a hushed astonishment. They were immersed in an unprecedented shock and disbelief. The 14th floor. Su Yuning opened her mouth. She initially thought Su Xian took a long time to pass the 8th floor and subconsciously believed he wouldn't even make it past the 9th floor. But little did she know that Su Xian had not taken the challenge seriously before the 12th floor, casually wielding his sword to toy with those battle puppets, which was why it took a bit longer. In the true martial realm, passing the 14th floor of the Jinwu Pavilion meant that his skills had already matched or even surpassed those of ordinary void-breaking realm experts. Such a peerless talent and skills was likely unmatched in the entire Tianyan dynasty. Others around her expressed their amazement. At this moment, the 14 lights on the Jinwu Pavilion extinguished simultaneously, and the tower door had opened. Look, he is coming out. Everyone's gaze instantly turned toward the tower door. Whoosh. The figure in the void landed directly in front of the tower door. As soon as Su Xian stepped out of the Jinwu Pavilion, he immediately sensed countless fiery gazes. These gazes were indeed scorching, filled with unabashed shock, awe, and jealousy. The fact that a true martial realm expert could pass the 14th floor of the Jinwu Pavilion was simply unbelievable. Young friend, hello. A white-haired Yuan Qing stood before Su Xian, his face radiating a warm smile. I am Yuan Qing, the supervisor of the Red Dragon Tower in Yongning County. Supervisor Yuan Qing. Su Xian nodded. May I ask your name, young friend? Yuan Qing inquired. Sword 1. Su Xian replied. This was a name he had decided on before challenging the Jinwu Pavilion. Sword 1. Yuan Qing's heart stirred. He immediately understood that this was merely a pseudonym and realized Su Xian did not intend to reveal his identity, so he did not ask further. Young friend, you have passed the 14th floor of the Jinwu Pavilion. Such performance qualifies you to receive a ground-level token from my Red Dragon Tower. Yuan Qing handed a golden token to Su Xian, on which the words Red Dragon were inscribed in a magnificent style. Ground level? Su Xian raised an eyebrow. The Red Dragon Tower has 4 different levels of tokens: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, representing different privileges within the Red Dragon Tower. Among them, the Yellow level token has the lowest authority but can still request the Red Dragon Tower to assist with minor matters. The highest level, the Heaven level token, grants significant authority. Under normal circumstances, the owner of a Heaven level token can directly request to enter the Tianyan dynasty's highest level genius training camp for cultivation and can receive substantial resources for support. However, the Heaven level token is exceedingly difficult to obtain, only available to those who pass the 15th floor of the Jinwu Pavilion or, while in the Sea Transformation realm, pass the 3rd floor of the Dragon Seeking Tower. Such geniuses are rare, even in the entire Tianyan dynasty, appearing only once every few years or even decades. Su Xian passing the 14th floor of the Jinwu Pavilion was indeed shocking, but it still fell short of the requirements for the Heaven level token. The ground level token is already sufficient. Su Xian took the token, feeling quite pleased. Young friend, according to the rules, with the ground level token, you have high privileges in my Red Dragon Tower. If you need assistance from the Red Dragon Tower or require some resources or treasures, feel free to ask. As long as it is within your privileges, my Red Dragon Tower will meet your requests. Yuan Qing smiled, but added, however, my Red Dragon Tower will not interfere with your growth process, meaning that if you encounter danger or have enemies during your growth, my Red Dragon Tower will not intervene. I understand. Su Xian nodded. The Red Dragon Tower indeed does not interfere with the growth of geniuses. To be precise, for the Red Dragon Tower, some appropriate dangers or potential enemies are rather a form of tempering for these geniuses, which is why they do not interfere. I do indeed need some top-grade spirit gathering pills. Su Xian stated. Top-grade spirit gathering pills. Yuan Qing laughed. Top-grade spirit gathering pills are rare due to their high grade and low refining probability, making them extremely precious. However, in reality, top-grade spirit gathering pills are only useful for true martial realm warriors. For those above the Sea Transformation realm, their usefulness is limited. In the eyes of the high-level experts of the Tianyan Empire, the top-grade gathering spirit pills are not considered precious resources at all. With Su Xian's current Earth-level authority, obtaining some top-grade gathering spirit pills is naturally not a problem. How many do you need, young friend? Yuan Qing asked. 20, Su Xian replied. He didn't want to ask for too many. 20 top-grade gathering spirit pills are enough for him to squander in the true martial realm. And once he breaks through to the Sea Transformation realm, these pills will be of no use. Yuan Qing immediately instructed the steward of the Red Dragon Tower. Please wait a moment. I have already sent someone to prepare, and the pills will be delivered soon, Yuan Qing said. Thank you, Su Xian smiled slightly. At that moment, a graceful figure approached. Sister Ning? Su Xian's expression was strange. The person who came was Su Yuning. I am Su Yuning from the Su family. I humbly request your guidance, sir, Su Yuning said, holding her sword with both hands and bowing deeply. her posture very low. The surrounding crowd immediately stirred. They couldn't help but admire Su Yuning's bravery. It is important to note that the mysterious swordsman named Jian Yi had just passed the 14th floor of the True Martial Pavilion, and his swordsmanship is unmatched in the entire true martial realm of the Tianyin Empire. Meanwhile, Su Yuning couldn't even pass the 9th floor. The gap between them is enormous, several levels apart. With such a large disparity, one would typically only look up in admiration, yet Su Yuning dared to step forward and ask for guidance. Still bowing, her stunning face showed a slight bite of her silver teeth. She knew that stepping forward now was somewhat abrupt, but she still mustered her courage. After all, she also practices swordsmanship, and the opponent's skill is something she has never encountered before, at least within the Su family. There is no one with such a high level of swordsmanship. She truly did not want to miss this opportunity for face-to-face guidance. Su Xian looked at Su Yuning with a strange expression, nodded after a while, and lowered his voice. All right, I agree to guide you. Su Yuning was instantly overjoyed. The people around, including Yuan Qing, were all surprised. They did not expect that this clearly transcendent figure, Mr. Jian Yi, would actually agree to give guidance. Huh. Su Yuning let out a breath, stepped back a distance, and drew her long sword. Sir, you are at the true martial 8th layer, so I will also suppress my strength at this level. Go ahead, she said. Feel free, Su Xian replied leisurely. Whoosh. Su Yuning drew her sword, and a brilliant sword shadow appeared, as if snowflakes were falling in the surrounding air. Snowfall sword technique? Su Xian smiled. What Su Yuning was demonstrating was indeed the Su family's snowfall sword technique, which Su Xian was quite familiar with. Waves of sword shadows, resembling drifting snowflakes, launched an assault. But Su Xian merely stood there, casually drawing his sword without employing any sword techniques. His simple swings accurately struck the flaws in the snowflakes, causing them to dissipate. So powerful, Su Yuning exclaimed, and then immediately unleashed the strongest move of the snowfall sword technique, the snow-cutting style. The snow-cutting style consists of 9 strikes, each faster than the last. Su Yuning had practiced this sword technique for several years and could already unleash 8 strikes in succession. Fully aware of the terror of this Jian Yi's swordsmanship, she went all out with 8 strikes simultaneously. However, Su Xian still stood in place, not moving an inch. And with that same simple sword swing, several collision sounds rang out as the incredibly fast 8 sword lights were all blocked by him. So easily. You blocked my 8 snow-cutting strikes? Su Yuning was incredulous. Use your strongest sword technique, Su Xian said. Sir, please be careful. Su Yuning's face turned slightly red. And then she leaped into the air, looking down from above. Her stunning figure resembled a phoenix descending to the world, and she swung her long sword, causing a burst of brilliant light. So beautiful. The onlookers were somewhat entranced. Phoenix descending sword? Su Xian narrowed his eyes, but unfortunately, it was just the first move. Clang. A clash echoed as Su Yuning's sword slipped from her hand, and a sharp sword edge was already pressed against her delicate neck. Is this how I lose? Su Yuning felt the coldness before her neck, her heart shaken. At this moment, Su Xian coldly said, rough, too rough. The sword technique itself is strong, but when it's executed from your hands, it falls apart. You focus too much on form and neglect the essence of the sword technique, making it look beautiful and enchanting, but it has no real use. Think carefully about this. After saying that, Su Xian sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Focus too much on form and neglect the essence of the sword technique? Su Yuning's mind buzzed, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. After a long while, she came back to her senses and respectfully bowed to Su Xian, saying, Thank you for your guidance, sir. Hearing this, Su Xian, who had his back to Su Yuning, couldn't help but touch his nose, a playful smile appearing on his face. He recalled that when they were young, Su Yuning often patted his head and said she would follow him in the future, but now, if Sister Ning knew that the sir she spoke of was that little guy she often patted on the head, he wondered what her expression would be. Su Xian thought to himself. Chapter 9. The competition begins. Younger friend, here are the top-grade gathering spirit pills you requested. Yuan Qing handed a delicate jade box to Su Xian. Su Xian opened it and took a look before putting the box away. Thank you. Su Xian expressed his gratitude and then took his leave. The numerous martial artists gathered in front of the True Martial Pavilion watched Su Xian leave with amazement and respect. Supervisor, should we send someone to follow him and find out his identity? The black-clad steward asked. No need, Yuan Qing shook his head. Since he is using a pseudonym, he doesn't want people to know his identity. Our mission at the Red Dragon Tower is to befriend top talents like him, making them grateful towards us so that they may serve the Empire in the future. If we dig too deep or secretly send people to follow him, it may backfire if he discovers it. Moreover, a person who can pass the 14th floor of the True Martial Pavilion at the True Martial 8th layer cannot remain unknown forever. One day, he will be famous in the Tianyin Empire. We just need to watch. Su Xian was cautious all the way back. spending a lot of time ensuring no one was following him before returning to the Su family. In his room, Su Xian looked at the 20 milky white pills emitting a strong fragrance lying in the jade box and felt quite pleased. The top-grade gathering spirit pills have effects dozens of times greater than ordinary gathering spirit pills. With 15 days left until the Sword Order competition, I can take one every day, coupled with the cultivation speed of my inherited techniques. It's absolutely no problem for me to break through to the true martial 9th layer in half a month, and even the true martial 10th layer is not impossible. Su Xian smiled. From that day on, he devoted most of his time to cultivation. With the assistance of the top-grade gathering spirit pills and the cultivation speed of his inherited techniques, his strength was increasing at a terrifying rate. Days passed. During these days of Su Xian's secluded cultivation, the Su family was not peaceful. Firstly, several of the younger generation, including the relatively outstanding Su Qinghong and Su Yuning, returned to the family. They had been out honing their skills to enhance their strength, aiming to compete against Zhao Ling in the Sword Order competition. And each had made their own progress during this time, especially Su Qinghong. There were rumors in the Su family that Su Qinghong's strength had also reached the peak of the true martial 10th layer, not weaker than Zhao Ling. This immediately raised a wave of hope among the Su family members, with many believing he could truly defeat Zhao Ling in the Sword Order competition. However, just a few days later, Zhao Ling also returned. On the very day he returned, he went directly to the Red Dragon Tower and passed the 11th floor of the True Martial Pavilion. When this news broke, the entire Su family was shaken. To know that those who can pass the 10th level of the True Martial Pavilion in the True Martial realm are already considered top-tier geniuses. Such geniuses are few and far between in the entire Yongning County, and passing the 11th level is even more remarkable. Although there was recent news that someone named Jian Yi, at the 8th level, astonishingly passed the 14th level of the True Martial Pavilion. Jian Yi is not from the Su family, so the commotion it caused within the Su family was not too great. Zhao Ling, however, is different. He is from the Su family, which caused an even bigger stir within the Su family. Everyone in the Su family was shocked. The members of the guest faction were naturally ecstatic, cheering and celebrating, while those from the core lineage of the Su family were very subdued, especially those who had previously supported Su Qinghong, believing he could defeat Zhao Ling. Upon hearing the news, they fell silent. There was no way around it. Even if their cultivation levels were comparable, Su Qinghong had only passed the 9th level of the True Martial Pavilion, which was still a bit short of the 10th level, while Zhao Ling had passed the 11th level. The gap in skill between the two was significant. This led to the younger generation of the Su family feeling very downcast, with many already feeling hopeless. However, no matter what, the day for the Su family's Sword Order competition had arrived. Creak. Su Xian opened the door and stepped out. Young master, Hong Shan has been waiting outside. The Sword Order competition is today. Su Xian looked up at a distant direction. From the young master's expression, it seems your cultivation has improved? Hong Shan asked. Improved? I suppose so. Although it hasn't fully met my expectations, it's still not bad. Su Xian replied with a slight smile. In half a month, his cultivation had been rapidly increasing. Initially, he had hoped to reach the true martial 10th layer during this time, but unfortunately, he remained at the peak of the true martial 9th layer, just half a step away from the 10th layer. If he had 2 or 3 more days, he was confident he could break through to the 10th layer. But the competition for the Sword Order was about to begin. Of course, even if it wasn't perfect, for Su Xian, having the peak of the 9th layer was already sufficient. Although he was just at the peak of the 9th layer, the cultivation method he practiced made his explosive strength much stronger, not much weaker than an average true martial 10th layer practitioner. Moreover, he also had bloodline power. Once activated and fully unleashed, he would definitely be stronger than the peak of the 10th layer. Su Xian clenched his fists, his eyes filled with absolute confidence. Zhao Ling, an outsider, dares to covet my Su family's Sword Order. He must die? I have delayed for 3 years. The Su family has lost the awe they should have for me, the young master. Today, I will use him to establish my authority. Su family, martial arts garden. This is a vast garden, with a training ground at its center. In the past, it was deserted, but today it was packed with people. The Su family holds a grand competition for its disciples every year in the martial arts garden, but this time, the competition is crucial for the ownership of the Sword Order. The core lineage of the Su family and many powerful members of the guest faction were present, along with a large number of maids and servants, making it over 1,000 people gathered here. On the grandstand above the training ground, 3 chairs were placed, with 2 already occupied by the elders of the Su family. Under the head of the Su family, there are 3 great elders. The Grand Elder, Su Boyong, is the only void-breaking realm expert among the core lineage, currently stationed outside and not within the family. The 2 elders present are the Second Elder, Su Taitong, and the 3rd Elder, Su Baihu, both peak experts of the Sea Transformation realm. The third elder, Su Baihu, is the younger brother of the head of the Su family, making him Su Xian's second uncle. In front of the two elders stood 4 Su family disciples. These 4 are the strongest among the Su family disciples, all having reached the true martial 10th layer, including Su Qinghong and Su Yuning. Letting an outsider participate in our Su family's sword order competition is a disgrace. If that outsider wins and takes the sword order, our Su family will become a laughingstock. The second elder, Su Taitong, a burly man with eyes like copper bells, roared angrily, "You 4 are the last hope of our Su family. Whether you can defeat Zhao Ling and restore our family's reputation depends solely on you. Remember, at all costs, bring Zhao Ling down. Even if it costs your lives, you must do it." "Yes." Su Qinghong and the others nodded solemnly, understanding the importance of today's battle. The Su family, as a clan that once was a powerful faction in the Tianyan dynasty, has a pride and dignity that cannot be trampled upon by anyone. If an outsider were to take control of the sword order, that pride and dignity would vanish, which would be more painful for many Su family members than death itself. On the other side of the training ground, a large number of powerful disciples from the guest faction gathered together, among whom stood a proud young man with a battle knife on his back, standing out like a crane among chickens. He is Zhao Ling. Having already reached the peak of the true martial 10th layer and having directly passed the 11th level of the true martial pavilion, he alone exerted immense pressure on the younger generation of the Su family. "Brother, look, everyone around is watching you, especially those young disciples of the Su family. Look at their eyes. It's as if they want to swallow you whole." Zhao Qing stood beside Zhao Ling and noticed the fiery gazes directed at them, sneering, "These fools, no matter how unwilling they are, after today's battle, you will be the master of the Su family's sword order. From now on, the younger generation of the Su family will respect you, and even the position of head of the Su family may very well belong to you in the future." Hearing this, Zhao Ling smiled. "Unfortunately, my father is currently engaged in a critical struggle with that grand elder Su Boyong in Tianshui City and cannot return in person. If he could see me overwhelming the younger generation of the Su family later, he would surely be very pleased." His father, Zhao Tianlei, as the leader of the guest faction, had gone to Tianshui City and had not yet returned. "By the way, brother, I previously mentioned that Su Xian," Zhao Qing suddenly said. "Little Qing," Zhao Ling frowned, somewhat displeased. "I told you to broaden your horizons. That Su Xian was a character 3 years ago, but now he is already off the stage. There's no need for you to pay attention to such a person." "Understood." Zhao Qing lowered his head. Zhao Ling glanced at Zhao Qing and then said, "However, since Su Xian did slap you, and he spoke such arrogant words, I naturally won't let it go. In the upcoming competition, if there is an opportunity, I will make my move." "Thank you, brother." Zhao Qing was overjoyed. He knew that his brother still spoiled him. At that moment, whoosh, whoosh, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky onto the grandstand of the training ground. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to these 2 figures. "It's the head of the family. The head of the family has arrived." The Su family members were all excited. "Father," standing in the corner of the crowd, Su Xian also looked up at the grandstand. Chapter 10, Raindrops Greetings, Head of the Family. Everyone in the training ground bowed to the person appearing on the grandstand, including the powerful members of the guest faction. A middle-aged man in a loose white robe, handsome and refined, stood there with a faint smile on his lips, exuding warmth and kindness. He is Su Xian's father, the current head of the Su family, Su Baichun. After the death of the Su family's ancestor, Su Baichun became the pillar of the Su family and their greatest support. In fact, Su Baichun was a once-renowned genius during his youth, but he gradually became low-key and subdued as time passed. However, anyone who knew him would never dare to underestimate him. Father once said that among the strong members of the Su family, even the grand elder Su Boyong, who has reached the void-breaking realm, is not taken seriously by him, but he is particularly wary of Su Baichun. Zhao Ling pondered. In the Su family, the faction led by Zhao Tianlei is growing stronger and has overshadowed the core lineage of the Su family in many aspects. However, up until today, Zhao Tianlei has not dared to completely confront the Su family, largely due to his fear of the head of the Su family. "Everyone, please stand up." Su Baichun slightly raised his hand, and everyone got up. "This gentleman beside me is Mr. Yuan Qing, the supervisor of the Red Dragon Tower in Yongning County. Please pay your respects." Su Baichun said. "We have met, Lord Yuan Qing." The crowd bowed again. "Haha, I'm just here to take a casual look," Yuan Qing said with a smile. "Brother Yuan, we had an agreement before," Su Baichun said. "Don't worry," Yuan Qing waved his hand. "Come, let us get a seat for Mr. Yuan Qing," Su Baichun instructed. Immediately, someone brought a chair and placed it next to Su Baichun's seat. The 2 powerful ones in the void-breaking realm were now seated. In the training ground, whispers began to spread. "I didn't expect that this time in the competition, The head of the family actually invited Lord Yuan Qing from the Red Dragon Tower. After all, this is not an ordinary family competition, but one concerning the competition for the Sword Order, so the family naturally attaches more importance to it. Su Xian was also among the crowd. Yuan Qing, the supervisor of the Red Dragon Tower? Su Xian frowned slightly, feeling a bit troubled. When he previously used the alias Jian Yi to break into the Red Dragon Tower and went through the 14 floors, this Yuan Qing supervisor had watched the entire process. During the upcoming competition for the Sword Order, as long as he makes a move, he will inevitably display some powerful sword techniques. And this Yuan Qing supervisor will likely recognize him at a glance. It seems impossible for him to hide his identity again. It's almost time. Second brother, let us begin. Su Baichen said. Su Baihu, who was sitting on the side, nodded slightly. Then his figure flickered and appeared in the center of the training ground. All the disciples who passed the family assessment, please come forward. A grand voice came from Su Baihu. Immediately, many young disciples from the two factions who had qualified for this competition stepped forward. At first glance, there were about 60 or 70 people, but most of them were only at the true martial 8th realm level. In this family competition, only one person can emerge victorious. And this person will take charge of our Su family sword order, becoming the leader of our younger generation and holding the rights of a clan leader outside. Su Baihu's voice was deep as his gaze swept over the young disciples before him. It could be seen that most of these young disciples had expressions of excitement and anticipation on their faces. Taking charge of the Su family sword order is considered the highest honor for the Su family disciples, but this honor can only be obtained by one person. This competition consists of 2 rounds. Get ready. The first round will begin shortly, Su Baihu said. Instantly, the disciples participating in the competition became tense. After all, this competition concerns the sword order, which is different from the usual family competitions, so they did not know the rules of the competition. Meanwhile, in the stands, Brother Yuan. It's up to you now, Su Baichen smiled. Yuan Qing shrugged and stood up. Suddenly, without any warning, Yuan Qing appeared directly above the young disciples participating in the competition. Little ones, your opponent in the first round is me, Yuan Qing said with a faint smile. His voice echoing out. What? Are you kidding? The faces of the young disciples participating in the competition changed. Yuan Qing is a genuine strongman in the void-breaking realm. For a dignified void-breaking realm strongman to be their opponent? Don't worry, it's not as difficult as you imagine, but it won't be easy either, Yuan Qing continued. I have a move that can create a large-scale and incredibly dense attack that will simultaneously cover all of you. What you need to do is to withstand this move. If you can withstand it, you've passed the first round. If you can't, then you will be eliminated. Yuan Qing spoke lightly, but everyone was tense. Even Zhao Ling and Su Qinghong looked extremely serious. After all, this is a strongman in the void-breaking realm. Although it's just one move and it covers everyone at the same time, it won't be easy to withstand. Without further explanation, Yuan Qing made his move. He looked down at the many young ones below and pointed. Buzz. A vast amount of spiritual power rapidly gathered in the void, quickly forming a layer of spiritual power several feet long, resembling a giant mirror, and from that mirror, countless beams of light shot down. These beams were numerous and extremely fast. To the young disciples below, it seemed as if a torrential rain had suddenly begun to fall from the sky, with the beams falling like countless raindrops, but each droplet posed a significant threat to them. As the raindrops fell, the young disciples erupted, unleashing powerful auras as they all did their utmost to meet these raindrops. However, these raindrops were not only fast, but also very dense, and the power contained within them was astonishing. Most of these young disciples could only barely block a few raindrops before being overwhelmed. Crash! A round of torrential rain swept through, and in less than a breath, it came to a stop. Above in the void, Yuan Qing had already retracted his hand, and among the nearly 70 young disciples who participated in this competition, only 10 remained standing. Su Xian was one of them. To withstand my move, you few are not bad, Yuan Qing said with a faint smile, then returned to the stands. At this time, Su Baihu stepped forward. Those who fell down are all to be helped off to rest. As for you few still standing, Su Baihu looked at the 10 who were still standing, some of whom were panting heavily. I'll give you half an incense stick of time to recover your strength. After half an incense stick, the second round will begin. The disciples participating in the competition immediately went off to recover. The training ground was already in an uproar. Is it over just like that? No one expected that the first round would go so quickly. Although it was fast, many were eliminated. In the stands, Brother Su, you should have seen it just now. Yuan Qing looked at Su Baichen. Su Baichen nodded slightly. When I performed that move just now, I had already given Zhao Ling special treatment, as you said. The raindrops he faced, while speed and density were no different from others, contained 3 times the power of the others. Yuan Qing's expression was somewhat serious. In this situation, a typical peak, true martial 10th realm expert would suffer some impact damage. affecting their performance in the next round. However, Zhao Ling was still able to easily withstand all the raindrops, and he didn't even use any powerful techniques. Clearly, his strength is far beyond what we imagined. Brother Su, your Su family is in trouble this time. Su Baichun remained silent. Zhao Ling's strength is too strong, and there is no one among the younger generation of the Su family who can withstand him. In order to prevent the Su family's sword order from falling into the hands of an outsider, the Su family would inevitably resort to some underhanded means. For example, the reason Su Baichun invited Yuan Qing this time was to have Yuan Qing secretly take action. Of course, this underhanded action cannot be too obvious. It is impossible to let Zhao Ling be eliminated or heavily injured in the first round directly, as that would be too obvious. Zhao Ling himself is also a genius who has passed the 11th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, and he has yellow level authority within the Red Dragon Tower. Yuan Qing could not really turn against Zhao Ling. He only helped Zhao Ling face some difficulties in the process out of his private friendship with Su Baichun, such as letting Zhao Ling suffer a hidden loss, slightly affecting his performance in the second round. However, it was evident that although Yuan Qing had played tricks, the effect was not ideal, as Zhao Ling's combat power was not affected at all. After all, Zhao Ling had passed the 11th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, and his strength was already recognized. It was not surprising that he could easily block the raindrops from the old man. But suddenly, Yuan Qing's gaze turned to a boy holding a sword with closed eyes on the training ground. That boy, he recognized. Su Xian, the young master of the Su family, was once a Generation S pride. Among the 10 people who persevered through the old man's raindrops, the other 9 all had cultivation levels above the 10th level of Jinwu. And only this little guy was at the peak of the 9th level of Jinwu. Moreover, compared to the other few at the 10th level, he clearly found it much easier to withstand the raindrops. It should be noted that several of those at the 10th level on the field were panting heavily after enduring the raindrops, indicating that the process was very difficult. But Su Xian, he showed no signs of fatigue. During the process of withstanding, Yuan Qing could see that Su Xian was quite casual. Apart from Zhao Ling, Su Xian should be the one among the others who endured the raindrops most easily, yet he was only at the peak of the 9th level of Jinwu. This was interesting. Yuan Qing's expression became somewhat bizarre. Chapter 11. 1 against 4. Half a stick of incense quickly passed, and the 10 who persisted through the raindrops stepped forward again. The second round was a one-on-one elimination battle. You 10 will come to draw lots for me to decide the order of battle. Su Baihu announced loudly the rules for the second round. But as soon as he finished speaking, a slightly arrogant voice rang out. No need to be so troublesome. Zhao Ling stepped forward. What does Zhao Ling want to do? Everyone on the training ground, including the 9 who entered the second round, turned to look at Zhao Ling, third elder. The purpose of this family competition is merely to select the strongest among the younger generation of the Su family to command the sword order. As for the rankings of others, they are of no significance. Since that is the case, there is no need for such complexity in the second round of combat. Zhao Ling said. What exactly do you want to say? Su Baihu asked coldly. Very simple. I am determined to obtain the Su family's sword order. And among this generation of young disciples in the Su family, no one is qualified to be my opponent. One-on-one is too uninteresting. It would be better to be straightforward. If anyone wants to compete for the sword order, they can attack me together, and I will take it all on myself. Zhao Ling's voice was cold and echoed across the training ground. Upon hearing his words, the training ground fell silent at first, but then a huge uproar erupted. Zhao Ling actually wanted to fight everyone by himself. Arrogant, too arrogant. Who does he think he is? Does he regard the Su family's talented disciples as mere weeds? The disciples from the core lineage of the Su family were enraged. Even the high-ranking strongmen of the Su family who were at the Huahai realm looked very grim. To ask everyone to attack together and he would take it all on? This was simply a blatant insult, completely disregarding the talented disciples of the Su family. Su Baihu frowned and glanced at Su Baichun. After seeing the latter nod, he directly announced, since it's your own request, we will do as you say. The second round of combat will be changed to a ring battle. You will be the ring master. And the other 9 disciples entering the second round who want to compete for the sword order can team up to challenge you. If you can win against their combined efforts, the Su family sword order will belong to you. Zhao Ling immediately raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of coldness. Haha, we have no extravagant hopes for that sword order, so we want to compete with young Master Zhao. As soon as the rules were announced, 4 people immediately chose to withdraw. These 4 came from the guest faction and naturally would not compete with Zhao Ling. Aside from Zhao Ling and those who withdrew, there were still 5 people eligible to compete, and at this moment, 4 figures stepped forward. Su Qinghong, Su Yuning, and 2 other disciples of the Su family who had reached the 10th level of Jinwu. They had previously been called to the front of the viewing platform by 2 elders and were expected to perform well. Zhao Ling, you are too arrogant. Accompanied by a roar, Su Qinghong, standing among the 4, stared fiercely at Zhao Ling as if his eyes could shoot out endless flames. And an incredibly violent and powerful spiritual energy aura erupted from him. This spiritual energy aura had already reached the peak of the 10th level of Jinwu. The three of them, including Su Yuning, also burst forth with strong spiritual energy. Su Qinghong. Zhao Ling glanced at Su Qinghong and then sneered. Your cultivation has indeed reached the peak of the 10th level, but unfortunately, you are the only one. If other disciples of the Su family had the same level of cultivation as you, then perhaps I would take you a bit more seriously. Arrogant. Su Qinghong shouted angrily, but his gaze turned to the side at Su Yuning and the other three. 3. The glory of the family rests on our shoulders. According to the instructions of the second elder, we must defeat him in this battle, even if it costs us our lives. One-on-one, perhaps none of us is his opponent. But 4 against 1, all at the 10th level of Jinwu and of similar age. If we can't win against him, then we might as well slit our throats. Su Yuning said in a low voice. This Zhao Ling is too arrogant. Today we will make him pay the price for his arrogance. The other 2 disciples of the Su family at the 10th level also nodded heavily. Go. The 4 figures moved, and the battle erupted instantly. Su Qinghong and Su Yuning each held a long sword, with Su Qinghong being the strongest. He charged forward first, unleashing an incredibly fierce sword strike fueled by his spiritual energy, aiming to engage Zhao Ling in a direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Su Yuning appeared at Zhao Ling's side, her long sword slashing out coldly, as if snowflakes were falling, directly executing the strongest strike from the snowfall sword technique. The remaining 2 Su family disciples also rushed towards Zhao Ling from different directions, but facing the simultaneous attack of 4 people. Zhao Ling only smiled coldly and then stepped forward, his right hand clenched, gathering immense power as he struck towards Su Qinghong's sword shadow. He didn't even draw his weapon? The spectators around gasped in surprise. To take on 4 by himself was one thing, but to not even draw his weapon during the fight? This was an utter disrespect. Yet even so, a deep thud echoed as Su Qinghong felt an incredibly powerful force smash down on his long sword, causing his hand to tremble and nearly lose grip of the sword, and his body was forced to retreat immediately. How is this possible? Su Qinghong was shocked. His strength, at the peak of the 10th level of Jinwu, was actually so much stronger than his, at least by a factor of 2. After brutally forcing him back with a punch, Zhao Ling turned and waved his hand. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of impact rang out as he effortlessly shattered and repelled the attacks from Su Yuning and the other 3 coming at him simultaneously. Don't hold back anymore. Unleash your strongest moves. Su Qinghong shouted fiercely. He charged up again, swinging his long sword with incredible might, as if an immensely heavy mountain stood in front of Zhao Ling. The Hunyuan sword technique, a sword technique primarily focused on defense. But at this moment, Su Qinghong was not defending. He aimed to withstand Zhao Ling's attack head-on and entangle him, thereby creating an opportunity for the other 3. Sure enough, while Su Qinghong was engaged in battle with Zhao Ling, the other 3 began to execute their ultimate moves. Su Yuning leaped high into the air, directly unleashing her strongest move, the Phoenix Descending Sword. It was as if a phoenix had descended to the world. Although it didn't look as magnificent as before, its power was even stronger. For half a month in front of the Jinwu Pavilion, after receiving guidance from Sword One, Su Yuning began to reflect and recognize her shortcomings in swordsmanship, working to make up for them. During this half-month, her sword skills improved significantly, and she had already passed the 9th level of the Jinwu Pavilion. The other 2 in the 10th realm also displayed their strongest moves. But the result was a joke. Zhao Ling's figure shook, and with overwhelming spiritual power sweeping down, he struck like lightning. Bang, 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 bang. For consecutive sounds of impact rang out, and the figures of Su Yuning and her 3 companions, who had attacked from the side, were immediately sent flying. Even Su Qinghong, who was fighting head-on, was similarly blasted back by a punch from Zhao Ling, leaving all 4 looking quite disheveled. How could he be this strong? The faces of Su Qinghong, Su Yuning, and the others were filled with disbelief. They had all exerted their full strength, with Su Qinghong creating opportunities in direct combat, while the other 3 executed their ultimate moves from the side, working together with incredible synergy. Yet they were still easily repelled by Zhao Ling. Furthermore, Zhao Ling had yet to even draw his sword. Is this really your strongest capability? Zhao Ling crossed his arms and looked disdainfully at Su Qinghong and the others, initially thinking that their combined efforts would at least put some pressure on him. But it seemed they were still easily crushed. In that case, there was no need to waste time with them. Saying this, Zhao Ling raised his hand and slowly drew the battle knife that had been resting against his back. Su Qinghong and the others felt a shiver run through them. He hadn't drawn his sword and could easily repel them, but now Zhao Ling had drawn it. Whoosh! Despite being at a certain distance, Zhao Ling still swung his knife, and a dazzling knife shadow, carrying a breathtaking and astonishing momentum, appeared right in front of Su Qinghong and the others. Their expressions flashed with horror. Quick! Everyone attack together to block this blow. Su Qinghong shouted, immediately executing the strongest defensive move from the Hunyuan sword technique. The other three, including Su Yuning, coordinated with Su Qinghong and exerted all their strength to resist this knife. However, that brilliant knife shadow seemed unstoppable, crushing their moves like a withered tree being uprooted. Uft, 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 uft. All four of them spurted out hot blood, their figures blasted away several meters before crashing to the ground. As they struggled to get up, their faces were pale. They knew very well that they had lost in this battle. They had lost terribly, without any room for struggle. The powerful members and disciples from the core branch of the Su family who were watching from the sidelines fell silent at this scene. Can't even withstand one blow? They are indeed a bunch of useless trash. Zhao Ling's voice, filled with disdain, echoed across the training ground as he sheathed his battle knife. The Su family members present felt waves of anger, humiliation, and unwillingness rising in their hearts upon hearing this. But more than that, there was despair. Su Qinghong and his three companions were already their last hope among the young disciples of the Su family. Yet the result was that even their combined efforts could not stand against Zhao Ling's single knife. This time, the Su family, the Su surname, had truly lost. Utterly and completely, Zhao Ling stood in the center of the training ground, his arrogant gaze sweeping over the crowd. From today on, the Su family sword order will be under my control, Zhao Ling. The younger generation of the Su family will regard me as their superior from now on. Who dares to defy? Zhao Ling's words pierced the hearts of many Su family members present like acupuncture needles, causing them to writhe internally. But just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out. In charge of the sword order? You are not worthy yet. Chapter 12. One knife. One sword in charge of the sword order? You are not worthy yet. The sudden voice silenced everyone in the training ground, and all eyes turned to the young swordsman near the central area of the training ground. Su Xian, young master? Most people present displayed expressions of astonishment. Su Xian had also passed through the raindrops in the first round and was one of the 10 who entered the second round. Everyone had noticed his presence before. However, Su Xian only had the cultivation of the 9th level of Jinwu, and although it was surprising that he entered the second round, the members of the Su family had no expectations for him. When Zhao Ling had said he would challenge the entire field alone, Su Qinghong and the others had only teamed up without any intention of including Su Xian. After all, someone at the 9th level of Jinwu normally wouldn't be of any help. But now, even Su Qinghong and his three companions had been easily defeated by Zhao Ling. And Su Xian still dared to step forward? Is he looking for death? At the edge of the training ground, Zhao Qing's eyes glowed red at this scene. He actually hoped Su Xian would recklessly make a move so that his elder brother could take revenge in due course. Su Xian, you are not his opponent, retreat quickly. Su Yuning, who had turned pale and was already retreating to the edge, shouted out. As Su Xian's cousin, and having been close in the past, Su Yuning still didn't want Su Xian to step forward for a futile display of strength, despite their estrangement over the past 3 years. Su Xian. Zhao Ling looked at Su Xian with disdain, shaking his head. If it were 3 years ago, he might still have had some qualification to be my opponent, but now. Su Xian did not pay attention to the gazes around him. He stepped forward step by step. And he didn't even look at Zhao Ling, but instead fixed his cold eyes on the 4 people gathered behind Zhao Ling. These 4 were the ones who had chosen to withdraw after entering the second round from the guest faction. What does Su Xian want to do? The expressions of the 4 were somewhat strange. Is he planning to take on 4 by himself? Su Xian pondered. The next moment, clang. The long sword was drawn. Su Xian's figure moved like a flash of light, instantly crossing dozens of yards to appear in front of the 4. The long sword swung, and a stunning and dazzling sword light suddenly appeared. Coming at us 4? Are you sick? The 4 Jinwu 10th realm practitioners were startled, their expressions one of shock. They had already withdrawn from the competition, yet Su Xian actually attacked them? This sword. Among the 4, one of the stronger Jinwu 10th realm practitioners suddenly changed his expression. Shouting, "Be careful," he shouted out, and the other 3 realized the extraordinary nature of this sword and immediately tried to defend themselves. Swish, 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 swish. The sound of sword edges entering bodies rang out almost simultaneously as Su Xian's figure had already appeared behind the 4. The 4 had terror in their eyes, some of them even gaping. They felt a sharp pain in their chests and could see blood splattering out. Whoosh! The 4 figures all flew backward simultaneously, their breaths immediately faltering. One sword, for Jinwu 10th realm practitioners, instantly severely injured. At this moment, Su Xian had already turned around, his cold eyes like those of a god of death, staring at Zhao Ling, and his cold words were spoken with an icy breath. Zhao Ling, draw your sword. Show your swordsmanship. Use all your strength. Bring out everything you have to fight me, because after this battle, you will die. Silence. The once noisy martial arts arena, which had gathered over 1,000 people, was now utterly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, looking incredulously at the young figure in the center of the training ground. One sword, instantly severely injuring 4 Jinwu 10th realm practitioners. What kind of strength is this? And remember, just now, Zhao Ling had fought 4 by himself, ultimately defeating Su Qinghong and his companions with a single knife. Zhao Ling used 1 knife, and now, Su Xian had used only 1 sword? Moreover, Su Xian's sword was clearly even cleaner and more decisive. Coupled with what Su Xian had just said, draw your sword, show your swordsmanship, use all your strength. Exerting all his strength and exhausting everything, this battle will end in your death. At this moment, everyone from the Su family felt a shock in their hearts. Immediately after, the despair that had just engulfed them due to Zhao Ling's power was reignited. Su Xian. Everyone in the arena turned their attention back to Su Xian. The Su Baichun in the stands, the second elder Su Taitong, and even Yuan Qing from the Qihong Tower all cast their gazes towards Su Xian. He had already become the absolute focus of this grand competition. That sword just now. Zhao Ling furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the strength of the 4 true martial realm 10th level members from the guest faction. Although there was no peak existence like Su Qinghong among them, the 4 working together were still formidable. To severely injure all 4 with a single sword was not an easy task, even for him. It seems I underestimated you. Zhao Ling finally looked at Su Xian with a serious expression, his demeanor slightly more solemn than before. Su Xian's sword just now had already proven his strength. Now it's getting interesting. Zhao Ling smiled as he slowly drew his battle knife from behind him. He drew his knife. Did he really draw his knife right away? Of course. Su Xian's strength displayed by that sword was definitely not much weaker than his, so he had to draw his knife. The surrounding crowd murmured, but soon fell silent. Everyone held their breath, watching intently. In the center of the training ground, Su Xian and Zhao Ling faced each other from several dozen meters apart. One wielding a sword and the other holding a knife, their gazes clashing fiercely. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept in, and in the next moment, whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures moved simultaneously. The 2 silhouettes seemed to suddenly vanish, then collided like 2 meteors crashing together. Bang! A loud sound reverberated, causing those nearby to shudder internally. In the center of the training ground, Su Xian and Zhao Ling both bent their waists, their long sword and battle knife clashing head-on. A terrifying force erupting from their bodies, shaking the surrounding air and creating sharp sound blasts. The ground beneath their feet began to crack, fissures spreading outwards. The terrifying force even causing the gravel underfoot to tremble and float. In an instant, both figures were thrust backward. However, as soon as they steadied their steps, boom! Another explosive clash erupted as their weapons collided once more. Boom! 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 A series of terrifying collision sounds echoed continuously. There were no fancy moves or techniques. Just a pure and reckless clash of brute force. Hard against hard. Each collision of that fearsome power caused the ground below to shatter, creating gusts of wind that swept in all directions. In the blink of an eye, there were already more than a dozen intense clashes. Such astonishing speed. Such terrifying power. This power was simply not something that a true martial realm could unleash. The battlefield was already in an uproar. Young master! Young master! Su Xian's maid, Hong Shan, couldn't help but shout out in excitement upon witnessing her master's terrifying strength. Su Xian! Su Xian! The younger generation of the Su family roared in unison. They had long forgotten about the events from 3 years ago, and had also forgotten the reasons for the Su family's decline. Now in their eyes, Su Xian was embodying the pride and glory inherent in the Su family, fiercely battling Zhao Ling on the field, revealing a power that completely captivated them. And in this world, the strong are respected. So strong, they didn't even need to personally feel it, just by listening to the sounds. They could fully sense that it was entirely on par with the peak of the true martial realm. Previously defeated by Zhao Ling, Su Qinghong, Su Yuning, and the others stood together, their shocked gazes fixed on the 2 figures clashing wildly on the field. Only now did they truly feel how terrifying Zhao Ling's strength was. When Zhao Ling had fought them earlier, he hadn't even used his full power. However, while they could understand Zhao Ling's strength and astonishing power, what about Su Xian? A true martial realm 9th level, yet in pure power clashes, he was not weaker than Zhao Ling? Su Qinghong felt a bit dazed. What he didn't know was that Su Xian was indeed a true martial realm 9th level, but he was at the peak of the 9th level. And after cultivating the inherited martial arts, his spiritual power had already reached a level not inferior to an ordinary true martial 10th level. But the most important factor was still the bloodline power. The power of the supreme bloodline, once unleashed, instantly elevated Su Xian's strength to a terrifying level, completely surpassing the peak of the 10th level. Boom! Another terrifying clash occurred, and both figures finally came to a halt. From several dozen meters apart, they faced each other, both still filled with terrifying spiritual power. A true martial ninth level can clash with me head-on dozens of times without falling behind. Su Xian, you indeed have some skills. Zhao Ling's voice was cold, echoing across the training ground. If at first Zhao Ling had regarded Su Xian, the genius who had been imprisoned in the Forbidden Demon Prison for 3 whole years, as a threat. Then after seeing Su Xian severely injure 4 members of the guest faction at the true martial 10th level, Zhao Ling felt astonished and began to take Su Xian seriously. Now, Zhao Ling had completely regarded Su Xian as a true opponent, not to mention anything else. Just the fact that he could engage in a head-on clash with Zhao Ling under his full power as a true martial 9th level was enough to qualify him as a worthy opponent. Su Xian. Next, I will begin to demonstrate my knife techniques. A true martial 9th level forcing me to use my knife techniques. With this alone, you can be proud. Zhao Ling's voice continued to resonate. Upon hearing this, the many strong members and younger generation of the Su family watching the battle, filled with excitement and anticipation due to Su Xian's strength, felt a tremor in their hearts. They then remembered that Zhao Ling had previously broken through to the 11th level of the true martial pavilion, and his skills had already reached a very high level. How powerful must his knife techniques be? Can Su Xian still contend with him? Knife techniques, huh? I'm very interested to see. Su Xian smiled coldly, pointing his long sword towards Zhao Ling. Whoosh. Zhao Ling, in an instant, drew his knife. Chapter 13 Su Xian. Su Xian. With a swift step, Zhao Ling was already in front of him, and upon closer inspection, a trace of thunder seemed to linger around his body. He was like a bolt of lightning, and the battle knife in his hand was swung out. Boom. The knife light descended, accompanied by flickering thunder. Thunderous 36 styles. The most powerful knife technique recognized in my Su family's knife technique manual. With his body radiating with thunder, Zhao Ling had undoubtedly mastered this knife technique to perfection. Some Transformation C realm experts watching the battle revealed astonished expressions. Mastering the thunderous 36 styles to perfection means that in terms of skill, he is among the top in the Transformation C realm. No wonder Zhao Ling could break through to the 11th level of the true martial pavilion. As Zhao Ling continued to swing his knife, waves of knife light enveloped Su Xian like an apocalyptic thunderstorm. Su Xian's gaze was like lightning. Although the speed of the incoming knife light was incredibly fast, in his mind, it was constantly slowing down. This was a unique ability he gained after awakening the Supreme Bloodline. He could identify some shortcomings or flaws in the martial arts techniques he had cultivated and enhance them, even deducing stronger moves. Similarly, when fighting against others, as long as the opponent's strength wasn't too far above his own, he could also find weaknesses in their techniques. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of continuous metal clashes rang out. Su Xian's sword movements were very casual, and his swordsmanship did not seem particularly strong. However, the terrifying blade light that descended like thunder was repeatedly countered by him. In the blink of an eye, all 36 strikes were blocked by Su Xian, and he had merely taken a few steps back. How is this possible? Zhao Ling's breath was somewhat chaotic, and his face was filled with disbelief. The surrounding spectators were also stunned, especially those powerful figures in the C transformation realm. They knew well the terror of the thunderous 36 strikes. Under normal circumstances, to block such sword techniques, one would have to unleash equally formidable moves to withstand them or rely on speed and agility to evade. But to see someone like Su Xian casually wielding his sword to block all 36 strikes was a first for them. This scene felt so familiar. Among the onlookers, Su Yuning, who had returned to the crowd, had a rather strange expression. She remembered when he had sought guidance from the Sword One master who had passed through the 14th level of the true martial pavilion. That master had also casually countered all her sword techniques with ease. Is this your sword technique? Su Xian smirked, looking at Zhao Ling. You bastard. Zhao Ling was clearly angry, and even his aura became somewhat violent. Boom. With another explosive charge, faint strands of thunder seemed to condense into substance around Zhao Ling. Day thunder. With a fierce shout, Zhao Ling gripped his sword with both hands and struck down ferociously. It was a terrifying blow, as if to split mountains and sever peaks. This was also Zhao Ling's strongest move. Su Xian continued to watch calmly until the mountain-splitting blow reached him. Then he struck out with a lightning-fast thrust, the sword tip precisely piercing the point where the blade light converged. Zhao Ling felt a special force acting upon his battle sword, causing the terrifying power he had gathered to dissipate instantly. As Su Xian twisted his wrist, the sword edge bizarrely grazed his arm. Swish! The sword edge passed over Zhao Ling's shoulder, leaving a clear sword mark. This mark was not deep and did not significantly affect Zhao Ling's combat ability, but it was an unprecedented humiliation for him mentally and physically. Just moments ago, Zhao Ling had confidently declared that Su Xian forcing him to use his sword techniques was already commendable. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Su Xian had easily countered his techniques, and even his strongest move was instantly shattered, leaving him injured. How could he accept this result? Su Xian, you have angered me. Zhao Ling growled, his eyes faintly burning with rage. In the next moment, his figure once again exploded forward. His overwhelmingly powerful sword techniques continuing to mercilessly attack Su Xian. But the result was clang. With a sound of clashing, Su Xian effortlessly neutralized his sword technique, and the sword edge followed through to graze his waist. Clang. After one confrontation, Su Xian left another small sword mark on Zhao Ling's wrist. Again and again. Each time Su Xian could precisely find the weak points in Zhao Ling's techniques and accurately strike, leaving sword marks on Zhao Ling's body. In just a short while, Zhao Ling had accumulated 13 sword marks. These marks were all small and not located in vital areas, still not causing significant damage to Zhao Ling's strength. The spectators surrounding the training ground were already dumbfounded. Just moments ago, when Zhao Ling declared he was about to unleash his sword techniques, many members of the Su family were sweating for Su Xian. After all, Zhao Ling had passed the 11th level of the true martial pavilion. But who would have thought that when Zhao Ling actually engaged Su Xian, it would turn into a one-sided battle? The gap was too vast. They were not even in the same league. That was Zhao Ling, who had passed the 11th level of the true martial pavilion. His sword techniques were terrifying. Yet in front of Su Xian, it was utterly one-sided. Mockery. Su Xian was completely mocking him. The powerful members and disciples of the Su family present were all invigorated and excited. After all, in these 3 years, as the Su family declined, the faction led by Zhao Tianlei had been bullying the Su family, even riding on the heads of the Su family. They were attempting to seize control of the Su family's sword order, clearly wanting to completely usurp the Su family's power for themselves. Unfortunately, the Su family had strong enemies lurking outside, and this generation of young disciples was indeed not very capable, as none could match Zhao Ling. They could only watch helplessly as Zhao Ling claimed first place in the competition and took control of the Su family's sword order. Just when they were about to despair, Su Xian emerged. Not only did he display terrifying strength by confronting Zhao Ling directly, but he was also now ruthlessly mocking Zhao Ling with his sword techniques. This allowed all the strong disciples of the Su family present to vent their frustrations. Well done, Su Xian, young master. The Su family disciples around the training ground erupted in excited cheers. Meanwhile, the 3 people sitting in the stands had different expressions. Especially Yuan Qing from the Red Dragon Tower. This kid, I thought he looked a bit familiar when I first saw him, and sure enough, he is Sword 1. Yuan Qing mused. Half a month ago, when Sword 1 challenged the true martial pavilion, he had worn a hat that obscured his face. But his figure could not be changed. So when Yuan Qing saw Su Xian for the first time, he felt a sense of familiarity but did not think much of it. However, as Su Xian displayed his strength, especially now, casually wielding his sword to easily trample Zhao Ling, Yuan Qing immediately confirmed Su Xian's identity. After all, Zhao Ling had passed the 11th level of the true martial pavilion, and his sword techniques were certainly not weak. Yet Su Xian could so casually trample him. His skills must have been sufficient to pass at least the 13th level of the true martial pavilion. Currently, the only record in Yongning County of someone who could pass the 13th level or higher in the true martial realm was Sword 1. And since Su Xian also used a sword, combined with Yuan Qing's sense of familiarity with Su Xian's figure, there was no doubt that Su Xian was Sword 1. Since he is Sword 1, it is not surprising that he can so easily trample Zhao Ling with his sword techniques. But what exactly does this kid want? With his swordsmanship, after so many exchanges, he could easily seize an opportunity to severely injure or defeat Zhao Ling. Yet he only left behind these insignificant sword marks. Could it be that he is truly just doing this to vent for the Su family? Yuan Qing pondered. On the battlefield, at this moment, Zhao Ling's eyes were bloodshot. With 13 clear sword marks on his body, still oozing blood, making him look extremely miserable. Su Xian, you bastard, Zhao Ling roared, and his already violent aura suddenly surged with astonishing speed, rapidly climbing to a new level in the blink of an eye. This is the Sea Transformation Realm. No. The surrounding Su family strong disciples, who had just been excited and thrilled, showed expressions of shock and anger upon witnessing this scene. Some couldn't help but let out angry shouts. Sea Transformation Realm. Su Qinghong and Su Yuning, the talented members of the Su family, also wore expressions of despair. Su Xian had clearly had victory in his grasp, yet at this critical moment, Zhao Ling had actually broken through. His cultivation had advanced directly from the 10th level of the true martial realm to the Sea Transformation Realm. This was a breakthrough of a major realm, representing a complete qualitative transformation in strength. Su Xian, do you know that I could have broken through to the Sea Transformation Realm long ago? I have just been deliberately suppressing my cultivation. Zhao Ling's cold voice echoed across the training ground at that moment. That was because not long ago I received an incredibly powerful martial art from my father. I wanted to switch to this martial art and use it as a foundation to break through to the C transformation realm, so that after the breakthrough, my strength would be even greater. However, because of you, just because of your appearance, I now have to break through ahead of time. Su Xian, you really are? Damn it, Zhao Ling roared. His words immediately made those around him understand that Zhao Ling could have already broken through to the C transformation realm. But he had suppressed his own cultivation. No wonder his strength was so strong. It turned out he was already half a step into the C transformation realm. Su Qinghong thought to himself, Brother, did you see that? This is my brother's true strength. At the gathering place of the other guests, Zhao Qing was filled with pride, shouting wildly. In the stands, Yuan Qing's brow furrowed tightly. That little guy clearly had the chance to defeat Zhao Ling directly before, but he deliberately held back, allowing Zhao Ling to break through his cultivation. Moreover, after seeing Zhao Ling's breakthrough, that little guy's expression didn't change much, as if it was all within his expectations. Could it be that he has confidence in dealing with Zhao Ling, who has already broken through to the C transformation realm? Chapter 14, Explode. 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 In the center of the battlefield, Zhao Ling, who had already broken through to the C transformation realm, exuded an overwhelming aura. He looked at Su Xian with cold and resentful eyes. Filled with hatred, Zhao Ling swung the battle knife in his hand. A terrifying blade light instantly condensed and formed, striking towards Su Xian with a destructive force. He knew that he was not Su Xian's match in skill, so at this moment he would no longer compete with Su Xian in techniques, but purely rely on brute force to crush him. Having broken through to the C transformation realm, the power contained in this strike was at least several times greater than before. This power made the surrounding members of the Su family shudder in fear. Young master, Hong Shan was even more nervous. The closest to the battlefield, Elder Su Baihu, wore a serious expression and was already prepared. Once he noticed that Su Xian was at a disadvantage, he would immediately step in to save him. He couldn't let Su Xian die at Zhao Ling's hands. However, in the face of Zhao Ling's terrifying strike, Su Xian showed no signs of panic on his face. Just as the blade light approached, Su Xian suddenly took a step forward, swinging his long sword to meet it head-on, choosing to clash again. Seeking death. Zhao Ling couldn't help but sneer at this. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted. It was another direct collision. But this time the force of the impact was several times more intense than before, and the shattered stones on the ground were reduced to powder under their overwhelming strength. This collision lasted only a moment before everyone saw Su Xian's figure being forced back 3 steps, each step heavily stomping on the ground, causing it to crack. What? Zhao Ling looked up, incredulous. Zhao Ling had already broken through to the C transformation realm, and the power of his technique had increased several times. But the result was that such a powerful strike, in a direct clash, only forced Su Xian back 3 steps. The onlookers were also a bit dazed. A direct clash, only being pushed back 3 steps, indicated that the difference in power between the two was not that great. But Zhao Ling had already broken through to the C transformation realm. Was there still some difference? Su Xian's expression was very calm. He was not particularly surprised by this outcome. Zhao Ling had indeed broken through to the C transformation realm and his strength had surged. But who would have thought that he had also been holding back his strength the entire time? Compared to ordinary people, his greatest advantage was his bloodline power. When he participated in the preliminary assessments of the great competition, he was only at the initial stage of the true martial 8th layer. Yet he was able to match the peak of the 8th layer, Hong Fong, in a direct confrontation. Once he activated his bloodline power, even just a slight activation instantly crushed Hong Fong. Today, facing Zhao Ling, Su Xian had activated his bloodline power from the very beginning, but had only activated it to 50%. With 50% of his bloodline power, he was already able to hold his own in the direct confrontation with Zhao Ling. Now, after Zhao Ling's breakthrough, during the recent clash, he had also instantly activated his bloodline power to 70%, causing his power to surge as well. Therefore, in this clash, he was only forced back 3 steps. If he truly went all out and fully activated his bloodline power, he could completely crush Zhao Ling, who had already broken through to the C transformation realm. In terms of strength, as a true martial 9th layer, being able to contend purely on strength with Zhao Ling, who had broken through to the C transformation realm, was already outrageous. If I were to fully crush him with my strength, it would be astonishing. Most people would probably think I awakened a bloodline. And a very powerful one at that. Su Xian muttered to himself. Su Xian did not want to fully activate his bloodline power. Of course, there was an even more important reason. 70% of his bloodline power was already sufficient. Zhao Ling, your sword techniques, your methods, have you almost used them all? Su Xian's gaze turned cold as he stared at Zhao Ling. Next, I will let you see my swordsmanship. Zhao Ling's expression darkened. The onlookers finally remembered that since the start of the battle between Su Xian and Zhao Ling, aside from the initial direct confrontation, Su Xian had not truly displayed his swordsmanship. Yes, he had not truly displayed it. Even when countering Zhao Ling's techniques, he had merely struck casually. But everyone could see that his swordsmanship was far more terrifying than Zhao Ling's techniques. The sword won swordsmanship. In the stands, even Yuan Qing, who had already reached the void-breaking realm, was now focused. Su Xian tightened his grip on the long sword in his right hand, then moved. The sky was filled with sword light, resembling countless snowflakes dancing in the air. In reality, these snowflakes were cold and terrifying sword lights. The snowfall sword technique. The crowd immediately recognized this technique. Not long ago, when Su Qinghong and the others teamed up to attack Zhao Ling, Su Yuning had used this very sword technique. However, the way Su Yuning executed this technique was entirely different from how Su Xian executed it. It was too fast. The frantically flickering snowflakes were too numerous and too dense. An ordinary true martial 10th layer practitioner caught in this snowstorm would probably be instantly pierced through like a honeycomb. However, Zhao Ling had already broken through to the Sea transformation realm, and not only had his own strength and speed surged, but most importantly, his awareness and perception abilities had also significantly improved. At this moment, as he was enveloped in layers of snowflakes, he swiftly swung his knife, dispersing the incoming snowflakes. Su Xian, you are humiliating me. Using the snow-cutting style, Zhao Ling shouted fiercely, as you wish. Su Xian immediately changed his sword technique. Whoosh! A cold sword shadow instantly appeared. The snow-cutting 9 styles, the strongest ultimate move in the snowfall sword technique, consecutively unleashing 9 swords, each one faster than the last. However, as Su Xian executed the snow-cutting style, even the first sword was much faster than the 9th sword that Su Yuning had executed before. Clang, 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 clang. Zhao Ling concentrated fully on wielding his battle knife. Even though the speed of the sword shadows was continually increasing, he was still able to block them all with all his might. In the blink of an eye, he had already blocked the 9th sword. Haha, Su Xian. Your swordsmanship is nothing special. Just as Zhao Ling laughed, his expression suddenly changed. What? After blocking the 9th sword, an even faster and more ferocious 10th sword suddenly appeared. The 10th sword. The spectators around widened their eyes, some even unable to help but gasp in shock. The snow-cutting style was only recorded to have 9 swords in the manual, but now Su Xian had actually unleashed the 10th sword. Zhao Ling was startled and a bit flustered, but he reacted quickly, still managing to block the 10th sword with great effort. However, just as he blocked the 10th sword, the 11th sword appeared. This time, Zhao Ling struggled immensely to defend against it. By the 12th sword, Zhao Ling felt his scalp explode with pressure, barely managing to block it at his limits. For the 13th sword, he could only hastily place his battle knife in front of him, and was then heavily knocked back, almost losing his grip on the knife. Following, that was the 14th sword. This was the strongest sword that Su Xian had developed at this stage. Zhao Ling completely failed to block this sword. Whoosh! The cold sword edge brushed past Zhao Ling's face, taking away a piece of flesh. Zhao Ling stood there dazed, feeling the chill on his face, and instinctively touched it, immediately feeling a sticky blood. Clearly, a deep sword scar had appeared on his face, deeper than the other 13 scars on his body, and it was certain that this scar would remain on his face permanently. Zhao Ling could no longer maintain his composure. Su Xian, I will kill you. I will kill you. A series of hysterical screams echoed throughout the martial arts arena. Zhao Ling's eyes turned crimson, veins bulging on his neck and forehead, and a wave of blood mist spread from his body. He had completely gone mad. Not good. This is the Mad Demon Blade. The strong experts of the Sea transformation realm watching from the sidelines changed their expressions dramatically upon seeing this scene. The Mad Demon Blade was a special sword technique practiced by Zhao Ling's father, Zhao Tianlei. This technique could cause a person to enter a frenzied state for a short time, greatly enhancing their strength. However, the side effects of this technique were significant. Zhao Tianlei, being a void-breaking realm expert, could barely retain some rationality when using it and wouldn't go completely insane. But Zhao Ling had just broken through to the Sea transformation realm with weak willpower. Once he used it, he would retain no rationality and would fight to the death with his opponent. Zhao Tianlei had previously taught Zhao Ling this technique as a trump card for life and death situations. But now, in his rage, Zhao Ling had directly unleashed it. The use of this technique meant it would be a fight to the death. Head of the family. As the referee, Su Baihu immediately turned his gaze to the stands, wanting to ask Su Baichen whether to intervene. Su Baichen frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. Brother. Seeing Zhao Ling completely lose control, Zhao Qing became anxious and urged, Lord Lan Yuan, please intervene and stop my brother. Lan Yuan was a peak Sea transformation realm expert from the guest faction, and after Zhao Tianlei went to Tianshui City, He was in charge of the guest faction. Don't rush. Long Yuan waved his hand and said in a deep voice, although the Mad Demon Blade has great side effects and your brother will definitely have to rest for half a month afterward, it won't have a significant impact on his life or future. In the current situation, your brother can only use the Mad Demon Blade to compete with Su Xian for a chance to obtain the Sword Order. If I intervene now, your brother will lose. Zhao Qing could only quiet down upon hearing this. Die, die, everyone must die. Zhao Ling, under the influence of the Mad Demon Blade, had completely lost his sanity and had turned into a madman, but his aura surged. Boom, 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 boom. As Zhao Ling moved forward, he resembled a living beast, charging towards Su Xian with an overwhelming pressure. However, seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Su Xian's lips. Finally pushed to this point, it was time to end it. On the battlefield, Su Xian tightly gripped his sword, and at that moment, he suddenly closed his eyes. In an instant, his eyes opened again. But this time a terrifying killing intent surged forth. Whoosh! Su Xian struck. It seemed like an ordinary sword strike. But at the moment the sword light appeared, boom. The entire world seemed to darken, with only this sword light shining as the sole brightness. It was the only light in the night. This sword, on the stand. Su Baiqian, who had been sitting like a mountain, suddenly burst forth with unprecedented brilliance in his eyes. That was, as the head of the Red Dragon Tower. With extensive knowledge, Yuan Qing stood up in shock upon seeing the shining sword light. The two void-breaking realm experts present had recognized that sword. Those who hadn't recognized it could still sense the immense terror contained in Su Xian's strike. Not good. Long Yuan from the guest faction, who had just thought Zhao Ling could compete with Su Xian using the Mad Demon Blade, now changed his expression drastically and rushed into the battlefield. Su Xian, stop. Su Baihu also panicked. He could sense the terrifying killing intent emanating from Su Xian and immediately tried to intervene. But it was too late. Whoosh! The cold sword edge sliced through Zhao Ling's neck, and his head flew off. Zhao Ling's eyes remained blood-red, filled with unprecedented madness, and even as his body continued forward, still gripping the battle knife, he charged a short distance. But then, as his head fell, his body collapsed to the ground. A guest daring to undermine the master, even attempting to infringe upon the master's authority. Such a person deserves to die? Su Xian's cold voice slowly echoed throughout the training ground. Zhao Tianlei's eldest son, the first genius of the younger generation in the guest faction, who had just broken through to the Sea Transformation realm and attempted to seize the Su family's sword order, is dead. Chapter 15. I come to kill. The vast martial arts arena had now fallen into a dead silence. Not a sound. Everyone stared blankly at the head rolling on the ground and the fallen body, their shock beyond words. That was Zhao Ling. Moreover, he had already broken through to the Sea Transformation realm, even forced to unleash the Mad Demon Blade, only to be killed by Su Xian with a single sword. Zhao Ling is dead? After a brief silence, a wave of excitement followed. Su Xian! Su Xian! Young master! The strong descendants of the Su family went wild in celebration, especially the younger generation. For the past 3 years, Zhao Ling had been a towering mountain pressing down on them, rendering them powerless. But now this mountain was gone, swept away by Su Xian's sword. And the words Su Xian had spoken last, a guest daring to undermine the master, even attempting to infringe upon the master's authority. Such a person deserves to die? Yes. Over these 3 years, the guest faction had grown large, frantically seizing resources and power within the Su family. The young descendants of the guest faction had ridden on the heads of the Su family due to Zhao Ling's presence. But since no one in their younger generation was a match for Zhao Ling, they could only swallow their anger, which was so frustrating. But now, Zhao Ling was finally dead. Well done. This Zhao Ling deserved to die. The young descendants of the Su family glared at Zhao Ling's corpse, gritting their teeth. At this moment, an angry shout rang out as Long Yuan appeared on the battlefield, radiating overwhelming killing intent as he charged directly at Su Xian. Stop! The third elder, Su Baihu, who was also on the battlefield, immediately stepped forward to block Long Yuan. Long Yuan, what do you want to do? Su Baihu's gaze was like lightning, staring intently at Long Yuan. Su Baihu, are you going to stop me? Long Yuan's killing intent was overwhelming, and an incredibly violent aura surged from him. When Zhao Ling unleashed the Mad Demon Blade, he did not stop him at the first moment, hoping Zhao Ling could defeat Su Xian with it. But he did not expect that Su Xian would kill Zhao Ling with just one sword strike. When he sensed the killing intent that erupted from Su Xian in an instant, he had already made his move, but it was still too late to save Zhao Ling. This was a competition among the Su family, a direct confrontation where casualties were a risk. Moreover, Zhao Ling had already unleashed the Mad Demon Blade, which meant he was determined to fight to the death. In this situation, Su Xian naturally could not hold back, and you should understand this, Su Baihu, he said in a low voice. Hearing this, Long Yuan was furious but could not refute it. The Mad Demon Blade was indeed a life-threatening technique. Once unleashed, it meant a fight to the death. Since Zhao Ling had resorted to such means to battle Su Xian, Su Xian certainly could not hold back. Su Baihu, you must understand, this is Zhao Ling, the son of Zhao Tianlei. Long Yuan gritted his teeth. Su Xian is still the young master of the Su family, the only son of my elder brother. Su Baihu said directly. Long Yuan was furious, gritting his teeth. At this moment, Su Baichun, who had been sitting in the stands, finally stood up. A powerful aura unique to a breaking void realm expert swept across the venue, silencing the crowd once more. This ends here. Su Baichun's gaze was indifferent as he scanned the crowd. In this competition, Su Xian is the winner. From today on, the Su family's young generation sword order will be under Su Xian's command. Su Xian's excessive force led to Zhao Ling's death. Although there were reasons behind it, he still must be punished, confined for 10 days as a form of reprimand. After speaking, Su Baichun ignored the crowd's reaction and, after cupping his hands to Yuan Qing, left without a word. Long Yuan and the strong members of the faction did not dare to truly confront Su Baichun despite their dissatisfaction with the result. Su Xian took the Su family sword order from Su Baihu's hands and was about to leave. Brother! Zhao Qing was holding Zhao Ling's corpse. Crying hysterically while shouting, Su Xian, you killed my brother. My father will not let you go. He will definitely kill you. My father will definitely kill you. I'm waiting. Su Xian coldly glanced at Zhao Qing and turned to leave. As he walked through the crowd, many Su family disciples looked at him with fiery eyes, filled with admiration. 3 years ago, the Su family fell into decline because of him. Yet in today's battle, he preserved the dignity and pride of the Su family. His identity as the young master of the Su family regained respect within the family. In the stands, Yuan Qing, the head of the Red Dragon Tower, also stared at Su Xian, his eyes showing a hint of undisguised shock. That last sword strike, it can't be wrong. It should be the shadow style from the North Song sword technique. Yuan Qing was still recalling Su Xian's stunning sword strike. It seems my previous guess was not wrong. He has indeed stepped out that step and comprehended a hint of the essence. Yuan Qing pondered. In martial arts, form is important, but essence is even more crucial. A person, no matter what weapon they wield or what secret technique they practice, initially only adheres to the forms of techniques. But the essence is the true soul of a weapon. For example, when someone uses a sword and performs sword techniques, having essence means there is thought within the sword techniques, no longer limited to rigid sword moves. Once this step is reached, it will be a qualitative leap, equivalent to completely entering a new level in swordsmanship. Previously, when Yuan Qing saw Su Xian break through the 14th floor of the Zhenwu Pavilion, he suspected that Su Xian had already stepped out that step and comprehended a hint of essence. Now seeing Su Xian perform the North Song sword technique, Yuan Qing clearly understood that the North Song sword technique is recognized as the #1 sword technique in the Tianyin dynasty. It has a significant origin. But the secret manual is not rare. Many well-established families or forces in the Tianyin dynasty possess copies of this sword technique, and the Su family naturally has it. However, even though there is a sword technique manual, the threshold for practicing it is extremely high. Comprehending a hint of essence is the minimum requirement for practicing this sword technique. If Su Xian can perform the shadow style of the North Song sword technique, it naturally means he has comprehended a hint of essence. In the Tianyin dynasty, even among those in the Transforming Sea realm, including those who have reached the pinnacle of the Transforming Sea realm, being able to comprehend a hint of essence is considered a super genius with extraordinary talent. If he were to challenge the Dragon-Seeking Tower, he could easily pass the first level, and with slightly higher comprehension or some other powerful techniques to complement it, he could even pass the second level. But Su Xian, a mere Zhenwu realm, has comprehended a hint of essence and can perform the shadow style. It's simply incredible. Yuan Qing marveled. Not only is his talent and strength terrifying, but also his mindset. As the head of the Red Dragon Tower, Yuan Qing realized immediately that Su Xian's intention from the very beginning was to kill Zhao Ling. Yet he did not strike immediately. Instead, he gradually revealed his strength and techniques, provoking Zhao Ling step by step into a desperate situation, forcing him to finally unleash the Mad Demon Blade. Once the Mad Demon Blade was unleashed, Su Xian naturally killed Zhao Ling without hesitation. He clearly intended to kill, yet did not leave his opponent a chance to speak. What a terrifying little fellow. Yuan Qing smiled lightly. But it was a pity that he was still only in the Zhenwu realm and had not broken through to the Transforming Sea realm. Otherwise, he could have participated in this year's Imperial City Hunt. Unfortunately, having missed this year, he would likely have to wait 5 more years to participate again. As soon as Su Xian returned to his courtyard, a guard arrived with an order from Su Baichun, saying he wanted to see him. In the dim study, it was daytime, yet only a few faint rays of light were visible. Father. Su Xian stood there respectfully, his eyes filled with a hint of excitement. He had been back from the demon sealing prison for half a month, and it was only today that his father was willing to see him. Su Baichun had his back to him, holding a brush and painting a picture, not acknowledging him. Su Xian quietly watched without interrupting. Since childhood, Su Xian knew that his father liked to paint, and he often watched his father paint. In his impression, every painting his father created was wild, free-spirited, and defiant. But today, this painting depicted a hawk soaring through the sky, while also looking down at the prey below. This painting, while having a bit of defiance, also conveyed a sense of loneliness and ruthlessness towards the prey. After a long time, Su Baichun finally put down his brush and turned to look at Su Xian. You've matured quite a bit after 3 years of hardship. Su Baichun stared at Su Xian's face, and after a moment, a hint of a smile appeared. This smile clearly carried affection, which made Su Xian's heart relax, and he also smiled. Sit down. Su Baichun waved his hand. Su Xian sat down. You didn't mention the events from 3 years ago, and as your father, I won't ask. But regarding today's matter, you should explain why you had to kill Zhao Ling. Su Baichun calmly gazed at Su Xian. Su Xian was not surprised. The fact that Zhao Ling practiced the Mad Demon Blade was well known within the Su family. And in today's battle, it was obvious that he had gradually forced Zhao Ling into a desperate situation, compelling him to unleash the Mad Demon Blade. And then he followed up with the killing strike. With a little thought, one could guess that he had planned to put Zhao Ling to death from the very beginning. Zhao Ling, a mere retainer, dared to covet the power of our Su family. He deserves to die. Su Xian said. And then, Su Baichun asked. 3 years ago, the family had a significant prejudice and resentment against me, and my position as the young master was no longer taken seriously. Killing Zhao Ling not only preserves the dignity of the Su family, but it is also my battle to establish authority, allowing me to regain respect and status within the family. Su Xian replied. Is there more? Su Baichun remained calm. I heard that Zhao Tianlei went to Tianshuing to compete with the great elder for the Su family's interests in Tianshuing, and it has already reached a critical stage. That interest is also crucial for the Su family at the moment. If we can anger Zhao Tianlei through Zhao Ling's death and make him return to the Su family for revenge, we can protect that interest. Su Xindao. Upon hearing this, Su Baichun finally smiled, thinking of a third point, which is not bad, but unfortunately, you underestimate Zhao Tianlei too much. From what I know of him, although Zhao Ling's death will infuriate him, it will also spur him to compete more fiercely for the Su family's assets. Therefore, if this news reaches his ears, he is likely to choose to endure and wait until he completely secures that interest before returning to the family to seek revenge on you. Zhao Tianlei can choose to endure even after his son's death? Su Xian frowned, and then said solemnly, Father, forgive me for speaking bluntly. But the guest faction led by Zhao Tianlei is no longer an asset to our Su family. Instead, it has become a tumor. If we allow it to continue eroding, once it penetrates to the bone, it may be too late for our Su family to save itself. I know what you said. Su Baichun nodded slightly and sighed. Our Su family has long since declined, and the guest faction led by Zhao Tianlei is incredibly powerful. It will not be easy to completely eliminate this tumor, and the first step must be to eliminate Zhao Tianlei. But Zhao Tianlei's cultivation has already broken through to the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm a year ago. The only one in the Su family capable of killing him is me. Unfortunately, it is inconvenient for me to take action now. Inconvenient to take action? Su Xian's heart stirred. He had been speculating why his father had not taken action to eliminate the guest faction led by Zhao Tianlei. Perhaps due to concerns about external forces or fears of weakening the Su family's overall strength for some reason. But it seems that is not the case. His father wants to kill Zhao Tianlei. He just cannot take action personally. Understanding this, Su Xian immediately stood up. Father, I will kill Zhao Tianlei. Chapter 16. Divine Destruction. You will kill him? Su Baichun lightly tapped the table with his fingers and nodded slightly. You were able to comprehend a trace of intent at the true martial realm and killed Zhao Ling by crossing ranks. You indeed have some talent. If given a few more years, you might be able to kill Zhao Tianlei. However, I wonder if our Su family has that much time left. Su Xian's expression also grew serious. The current crisis facing the Su family is not just the tumor led by Zhao Tianlei. The greater threat comes from external forces, such as the Pang family, which is in the same county as the Su family, and the Sidu family, which has been secretly supporting the Pang family and constantly suppressing the Su family through various means over the past 3 years. The Sidu family is a top-tier aristocratic family of the Tianyan dynasty, and its overall strength is even slightly stronger than the Su family before its decline. If it were not for the fear that the Su family's ancestor might have left behind a trump card, the Sidu family would have likely already acted to completely eliminate the Su family. Forget it, you don't need to think too much about it. Just focus on your cultivation. Su Baichun said kindly. In today's grand competition, you killed Zhao Ling right after he unleashed his Mad Demon Blade. So no matter how much Zhao Tianlei hates you, he would not dare to openly deal with you. What you need to be careful of are some covert tactics. I will keep an eye on this for you. At the very least, within the family, I won't let him find an opportunity to act. Thank you, Father, Su Xian said. All right, go back and cultivate in seclusion. Su Baichen waved his hand. After Su Xian respectfully saluted and turned to leave, a meaningful smile appeared on Su Baichen's face. This kid is hiding quite deep. He has already awakened his bloodline, but doesn't mention it at all? Su Baichen chuckled lightly. The reason Su Xian was able to kill Zhao Ling in today's battle, aside from his exceptional swordsmanship, was primarily due to his bloodline power. However, the bloodline power is triggered within the body, and this force is very subtle. At that time, with so many people on the training ground, including the person in charge of the Red Dragon Tower, Yuan Qing, no one could directly see through it. They only thought Su Xian had some special means that allowed him to display astonishing explosive power. After all, in the martial arts world, there are various opportunities. Some special techniques, rare treasures, or even some unique external artifacts can enable a martial artist's explosive power to far exceed others of the same rank. Only Su Baichen could see at a glance that Su Xian relied on bloodline power. The power that allows a peak 9th layer martial artist to instantly explode with strength surpassing that of a peak 10th layer martial artist. Even reaching the threshold of the C transformation realm must at least be a top-tier bloodline. It is just unknown whether his bloodline has crossed into the first-tier category. Su Baichen smiled faintly. But suddenly, Su Baichen frowned, and blood vessels appeared in his eyes. The veins on his forehead began to throb, and his expression was extremely painful. He hurriedly took out a jade bottle from his sleeve, from which rolled out a scarlet pill that emitted a foul odor. After swallowing the pill, Su Baichen's expression eased slightly. After leaving the study, Su Xian let out a heavy sigh of relief. After returning to the family, his father had not seen him, which made Su Xian worry that his father might also harbor resentment against him for the events of 3 years ago, and whether their father-son relationship had become estranged. But seeing his father today made Su Xian understand that his father is still the one who has always cared for him and has never changed. It's just that his father's affection is not written on his face. Indeed, what father in this world does not love his child? No matter how big the mistake a child makes, a father will only blame them at most. How could he harbor resentment? After returning to his own courtyard, Su Xian said to Hong Shan, "Father wants me to stay in my room for 10 days. During these 10 days, you just need to deliver food to the door on time." "Yes, young master," Hong Shan obediently nodded. In the room, Su Xian sat alone on the bed. Zhao Tianlei's cultivation has already broken through to the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm. My father thinks it will take me at least a few years to kill him, but he does not know that even I, at present, may not lack the strength to eliminate him. Su Xian's eyes carried an astonishing killing intent. Zhao Tianlei, he will kill. This is not just a casual remark. Even now, after awakening my bloodline, I have obtained a bloodline inheritance technique and a forbidden technique. That bloodline inheritance technique not only changed my meridians, improved the quality of my spiritual power, allowing me to unleash stronger strength, but it also enables my spiritual power to better combine with my bloodline power. As for the forbidden technique, throughout the ages, many bloodline awakeners have emerged in the eastern wilderness, and among them, many have been granted bloodline inheritance techniques during their awakening. But I have never heard of anyone being granted a forbidden technique. It should be unique to supreme bloodline awakeners, but I wonder how effective it is? Su Xian's heart was filled with anticipation. In the next moment, forbidden technique, divine destruction, buzz. As the forbidden technique was unleashed, the bloodline power within Su Xian, whether it was under his control or not, began to burn wildly at a terrifying speed. His face turned red, and he felt intense pain, as if his entire internal organs were being roasted in fierce flames, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. As the bloodline power burned, his cultivation also skyrocketed. Originally at the peak of the true martial 9th layer, in an instant, he reached the peak of the true martial 10th layer, and then directly broke through the barrier of the C transformation realm. However, after reaching the C transformation realm, this enhancement did not slow down. From the initial success of the C transformation to the great success of the C transformation, until his cultivation reached complete mastery of the C transformation, it finally came to a halt. At this moment, Su Xian still felt as if there were raging flames burning within him, but the pain had already dissipated, and his consciousness was extremely clear. He had achieved the perfect state of transformation C. Feeling his current cultivation, Su Xian couldn't help but feel ecstatic. From the 9th level of Jinwu, he had ascended to the perfect state of transformation C, directly increasing several levels. This was the divine annihilation forbidden technique. Moreover, Su Xian could sense that although he had relied on burning his bloodline power to enhance his cultivation, it still did not affect the bloodline power's enhancement of his own strength. He was now at the perfect state of transformation C, and with the bloodline inheritance techniques, his power was already comparable to peak transformation C experts. Once he activated his bloodline power, in terms of strength alone, he would be at the void-breaking realm. With this forbidden technique activated, his battle power was completely at the void-breaking realm level. Su Exine smiled. However, he also knew that this forbidden technique could not last for too long. He sat there, familiarizing himself with the power of the perfect state of transformation C, and quietly waited for the forbidden technique to naturally cease. Soon, the divine annihilation forbidden technique naturally stopped operating, and Su Exine had been calculating the time. From the moment he activated the forbidden technique until now, it had been about 50 breaths. The forbidden technique would automatically stop after that. Su Exine frowned slightly. This was still without engaging in battle, purely relying on the normal passage of time. If it were a life and death battle, and he had to use sword techniques and various means, the consumption would be even greater. This divine annihilation forbidden technique could probably last at most for 30 breaths. 30 breaths was a bit short, but Su Exine was already satisfied. After all, this was a direct increase of several levels of power. The only trouble was that after the forbidden technique ceased, Su Exine discovered that the spiritual power within him, including the bloodline power, had completely fallen into exhaustion, leaving him in an unprecedented state of weakness. Side effects? Su Exine sighed inwardly, having been mentally prepared for it. After an hour, Su Exine's condition had recovered somewhat. Now, after using the divine annihilation forbidden technique, relying on sword techniques, he should be able to fight Zhao Tianlei. But to kill him, Su Exine shook his head. After all, Zhao Tianlei had already reached the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm. Moreover, void-breaking realm experts had extraordinary means, even if he activated the divine annihilation forbidden technique. In a one-on-one scenario, he was not confident in killing Zhao Tianlei. Furthermore, he only had 30 breaths of time. After 30 breaths, he would fall into weakness, meaning that if he couldn't kill Zhao Tianlei in those 30 breaths, it would be his own death. However, Zhao Tianlei would still take some time to return to his family, and during this time, he could exhaust all efforts to enhance his strength and cultivation. In the next 10 days, Su Exine stayed in his room, diligently closing himself off for cultivation. Just on the third day of his seclusion, his cultivation broke through as he had anticipated, reaching the 10th level of Jinwu from the peak of the 9th level. With this increase in realm, his strength naturally grew even stronger. Soon, 10 days had passed. Creak. Su Exine walked out of his room, squinting at the glaring sunlight, and couldn't help but stretch. Young master. Hong Shan stood respectfully to the side, saying, during your 10 days of seclusion, Miss Yuning and young master Su Ming both came to see you. They left upon learning you were in seclusion. Additionally, Zhao Qing from the guest faction left the family on the first day of your retreat, reportedly taking Zhao Ling's corpse to Tianshui City to find his father, Zhao Tianlei. Zhao Qing took Zhao Ling's corpse to Tianshui City? Su Exine smiled coldly. Has Zhao Tianlei returned? No. Hong Shan shook his head. As expected, just as my father said, Su Exine sighed lightly. Zhao Tianlei can still hold on. Hong Shan, accompany me for a walk. Su Exine said. Yes. Hong Shan nodded. Within the Su family, Su Exine and Hong Shan wandered casually. Young master, cousin Su Exine. Su Exine, you finished your seclusion? As they walked, they encountered many maids, servants of the Su family, and some younger members as well as elders, all smiling and greeting Su Exine. Compared to more than half a month ago when he had just returned to the Su family, the attitude was completely different. This made Su Exine immensely gratified. He hadn't felt the warmth of family in a long time. Soon, he arrived at a training ground, where many Su family members were gathered, practicing their skills. He immediately spotted a strikingly beautiful figure among them. Hong Shan, let's hurry, Su Exine said, wanting to leave. Just as he was about to do so, a sharp voice suddenly rang out, Su Exine, stop. Su Exine stiffened, turning around awkwardly to face the speaker. Ning, Sister Ning. Su Exine's mouth twitched slightly. Of all the people in the Su family, the one he feared encountering the most was his cousin. Chapter 17. Can you return? On the training ground, Su Exine lowered his head and stood there obediently. Su Exine, my dear cousin, or rather, Mr. Jianyi, you are doing quite well, aren't you? Su Yuning circled around Su Exine, looking fierce. Su Exine smiled bitterly. He knew that with his display of strength in the family competition, especially when he showcased his sword techniques, his identity as Jian Yi could no longer be concealed. Su Yuning had previously inquired about Jian Yi in person, and Su Exine's swordsmanship exhibited in the competition was undoubtedly above the 13th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, confirming that Su Exine was Jian Yi. Sister Ning, I was just trying to hide my identity, Su Exine couldn't help but say. Shut up, who told you to speak? Su Yuning snapped, making Su Exine immediately close his mouth. Following that, Su Yuning gave Su Exine a thorough reprimanding. Su Exine simply listened quietly, not rebutting, while many younger members of the Su family nearby stifled their laughter. After quite some time, Su Yuning finished her scolding, then approached Su Xian and patted his forehead. Even though you acted pretentiously in front of me, which isn't very courteous, you did a good job killing Zhao Ling in the competition, avenging our Su family's younger members. Su Xian grinned. All right, don't get too proud. You killed Zhao Ling quite decisively, but the aftermath won't be small. His father, Zhao Tianlei, definitely won't let it go. Su Yuning added. I know, my father has already instructed me. I will be careful, Su Xian replied. That's good. With the family head around, Zhao Tianlei won't be able to stir up much trouble. Su Yuning nodded slightly, but then immediately came closer. Cousin, I took to heart what you said before in front of the Jinwu Pavilion. During this time, my swordsmanship has improved a lot. How about we spar again? When faced with a high-ranking figure like Jian Yi, Su Yuning naturally held immense respect and awe, needing a lot of courage to approach for guidance. But now, facing her cousin Su Xian, whom she had grown up with, Su Yuning was very casual. Sure, Su Xian nodded, casually picking up a twig from the side, and smiling. Sister Ning, feel free to make your move. You brat, you're quite arrogant. Su Yuning gritted her teeth upon seeing Su Xian merely pick up a twig. However, she also knew that her cousin truly had the strength to back it up. Soon, the two began to spar. Clang. In just one exchange, Su Yuning's sword was knocked out of her hand by the twig. Is this how you lose? Su Yuning looked stunned, but following Su Xian's gesture, she picked up her sword and attacked again. Clang, clang, clang. Time and again, in just one exchange, Su Yuning's sword was sent flying. This time, Su Xian clearly did not wait for Su Yuning to use all her techniques, as he had before in the Jinwu Pavilion, to defeat her. After all, waiting for Su Yuning to reveal all her techniques was to gauge her true strength so that he could offer guidance. But now that Su Xian knew Su Yuning's strength inside out, there was no need for such trouble. After several rounds of sparring, the two stopped. Sister Ning, your swordsmanship has indeed improved a bit compared to before. Your technique is not so flashy anymore, but more stable. However, your basic skills are still not solid enough. You can't even hold the sword steadily. Su Xian pointed out some flaws in Su Yuning's swordsmanship. Su Yuning nodded secretly, realizing that although Su Xian was using a branch and his explosive power was similar to hers, every time they sparred, her sword was knocked away by his branch. Meanwhile, the Su family disciples watching the sparring on the training ground were utterly shocked. A single branch could repeatedly knock away Sister Ning's sword? Incredible. Sister Ning's swordsmanship was already quite remarkable, but in front of brother Su Xian, it seemed like that of a toddler. Brother Su Xian is too strong. Su Yuning, who had passed the 9th level of the Jinwu Pavilion, was already among the top in the younger generation of the Su family. Yet, in front of Su Xian, she truly felt like a mere baby. The gap was too vast. Brother, a somewhat apprehensive Su family girl stepped forward and asked, I also use a sword. Could you please give me some pointers? Of course, Su Xian smiled and looked around. If you all want to spar with me, feel free to come forward. That's great. The Su family disciples were instantly excited. Cousin, a voice filled with guilt rang out. Xiaoming. Su Xian looked at the newcomer. Cousin, I'm sorry about what happened before. Su Ming said solemnly. Previously, when Su Xian had just returned to the Su family, Su Ming had stood in front of him, pointing and scolding. They hadn't exchanged any good words in their subsequent meetings. Haha, we are brothers, no need for that. Su Xian smiled and patted Su Ming on the shoulder. Besides, what happened 3 years ago was indeed my fault towards the family. All right, no need to say so much. Xiaoming, why don't you join in as well? Su Xian asked. Of course, Su Ming nodded repeatedly. Next, Su Xian began to spar with the young disciples of the Su family on the training ground. Although it was called sparring, it was essentially guidance. Yet, Su Xian was very happy with this guidance because he could clearly perceive the respect, admiration, and even worship that these Su family disciples had for him, their elder brother. More than 3 years ago, as the first genius of the Su family, many disciples would often come to ask him for sparring, and he was always happy to help. It felt warm, embodying the sense of home. After about an hour, when Su Xian grew tired from giving pointers, the Su family disciples finally let him leave. Second uncle, Su Xian approached his second uncle, Su Baihu, and bowed respectfully. Su Xian. Su Baihu smiled at his nephew. What is the matter? Second uncle, you usually keep an eye on the Su family. Any news that comes from Tianshui City should reach you first. I would like to ask you to keep an eye on Zhao Tianlei. Please notify me as soon as he leaves Tianshui City, Su Xian said. Sure, Su Baihu nodded in agreement, even though he didn't know what Su Xian was planning. Su Xian bowed again, and then turned to leave. In the following days, although Su Xian spent most of his time on his cultivation, he still took some time to spar with the Su family disciples on the training ground. Su Xian's status among the Su family disciples had nearly returned to what it was 3 years ago, and his strength indeed earned their respect. So, upon learning that Su Xian often gave pointers on the training ground, large numbers of disciples gathered there daily, waiting for his arrival. Even some of the strong practitioners who had reached the Transformation Sea realm came with interest. Whoosh! A shadow of a sword, seemingly hazy, yet moving at a speed completely invisible to the naked eye, struck directly against a long spear, then swept along the spear's body, hitting the wrist of the spear wielder. Swish! The gray-clad middle-aged man holding the spear felt a sharp pain in his wrist, causing the spear to drop from his hand, and he staggered back several steps. Beautiful. Incredible. Many Su family disciples watching the battle were wide-eyed in amazement. Uncle Hang. Thank you. Su Xian smiled at the gray-clad middle-aged man, Su Bo Hang. While still holding a branch in his hand. The young master's swordsmanship is truly admirable, Su Bo Hang chuckled lightly. Beside him stood a young swordsman, Su Qinghong, who had previously been regarded as the only one with a chance to compete with Zhao Ling. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fervor and deep shock. Su Bo Hang was a top-tier expert who had already reached the Transformation Sea realm, although they were only competing in skill and not cultivation. His spear technique was also quite remarkable. Yet, Su Xian had defeated him with just a branch in a single exchange? Su Qinghong's heart was already stirred up with a tremendous wave. He knew Su Xian's swordsmanship was astonishingly high, but he never expected it to be this high. What did it mean for a fully realized Transformation Sea expert to be defeated by him using a branch in just one exchange? Suppressing his inner shock, Su Qinghong seized the opportunity to step forward and spar with Su Xian. In the past few days, Su Xian had been sparring with the Su family disciples on the training ground every day, and after each sparring session, he would provide his insights, essentially guiding them. Su Xian's guidance was extremely rare. Within just a few days, many disciples had significantly improved their skills under Su Xian's instruction. Su Qinghong had already been guided by Su Xian 3 times, and after each session, he returned to study diligently, discovering that his swordsmanship had advanced. He didn't want to miss such an opportunity. After more than half an hour, the Su family disciples still gathered in large numbers on the training ground. At this moment, Su Xian, Su Baihu appeared around the training ground. Upon seeing Su Baihu arrive, Su Xian felt a stir in his heart, stopped sparring, and walked up to Su Baihu. I just received news from Tianshui City. The Grand Elder failed in the confrontation with Zhao Tianlei, and now Zhao Tianlei has completely taken control of our Su family's assets in Tianshui City. After arranging everything, he has set off. He even prepared a coffin for Zhao Ling's corpse, which is being transported by a horse cart. He and his companions are all dressed in mourning clothes. According to the journey, he should return to the family in 3 days. 3 days? Su Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Thank you, second uncle. You don't need to worry too much. After all, the Su family is still controlled by those of our surname, and with your elder brother here, Zhao Tianlei won't be able to touch you, Su Baihu reassured. Su Xian nodded slightly, but at the moment he turned to leave. A fierce killing intent erupted in his eyes. Wearing mourning clothes and preparing a coffin, Zhao Tianlei. Do you intend to return to the Su family and pay respects to Zhao Ling in front of all the Su family members? But can you come back alive? Chapter 18. He must die in the courtyard. Boom. The air suddenly roared as sword shadows, carrying endless fury, erupted like a long-dormant volcano. Each sword strike was furious, wielding astonishing power. After a long while, this violent and powerful sword shadow gradually calmed down. Huff! Su Xian stood in the center of the courtyard with his sword, exhaling lightly. As expected of the Northern Song sword art, known as the first sword technique of the Tianyin dynasty, I have comprehended the Lei Huan for several days, and I have only barely grasped the basics, he murmured. The Northern Song sword art consists of 3 volumes, Phantom Shadow, Thunder Fire, and Mountain Sea. The Phantom Shadow volume focuses on speed, the Thunder Fire volume focuses on power, and the Mountain Sea volume focuses on defense. The combination of the 3 is what constitutes the Tianyin dynasty's first sword art. Among these 3 volumes, the Phantom Shadow volume has the lowest threshold. After comprehending a hint of sword intent, Su Xian quickly mastered the first sword technique of the Phantom Shadow volume. In these days, Su Xian began to comprehend the Thunder Fire volume, and within just a few days, he had already made progress. Although Su Xian was not completely satisfied, it was simply unbelievable for an ordinary person. In fact, in terms of difficulty, the Mountain Sea volume had a lower threshold than the Thunder Fire volume, making it easier for Su Xian to grasp. However, the Mountain Sea volume was a defensive sword technique, and he needed to use forbidden techniques to kill Zhao Tianlei, which meant he had to act within 30 breaths of time. Naturally, he had to launch a frenzied attack and do everything he could to eliminate him. Even if he had only barely entered the Thunder Fire volume, its offensive power was absolutely terrifying. At night, Su Xian stayed in his room, and in his hands appeared 2 top-grade Gathering Spirit pills. Last time, he had obtained 20 top-grade Gathering Spirit pills at the Red Dragon Tower, and he had already consumed 18 of them, leaving only these last 2. Without any hesitation, Su Xian swallowed both pills in one go. simultaneously operating his bloodline inheritance technique to crazily absorb the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the night before Zhao Tianlei's return. As the bloodline inheritance technique operated, the surging spiritual power within Su Xian reached a state of saturation. He had reached the peak of the true martial 10th realm. Su Xian opened his eyes, a trace of uncontrollable joy shining in them. Over the past few days, he had been striving to improve his cultivation and strength, even consuming all the top-grade gathering spirit pills. Finally, on this last night, he had elevated his cultivation to this level, at the peak of the true martial 10th realm. Once he unleashed the divine destruction forbidden technique, his cultivation could instantly soar to the peak of the Sea transformation stage. Relying on the bloodline inheritance technique and the power of his bloodline, in terms of pure strength, he would not be weaker than Zhao Tianlei, and might even be stronger. In terms of skill, Zhao Tianlei had mediocre talent. His breakthrough to the void-breaking realm was largely due to luck, and his skill was only at the mid-level of the void-breaking realm, estimated to only be able to pass the 14th level of the true martial pavilion. Meanwhile, Su Xian had already comprehended a trace of the realm. If he fully unleashed his power, he could definitely break through to the 15th level. He had also practiced the North Song Sword Technique's Phantom Volume, and had already entered the Thunderfire Volume. With these two ultimate techniques in hand, he had a 90% chance of killing him. Su Xian stood up, clenched his fists, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance. The members of the Su family, whether it was his father Su Baichen, his second uncle Su Baihu, or his cousins Su Yuning and Su Qinghong, all worried that Zhao Tianlei would cause him trouble upon returning from Tianshui City. But who knew that he had never intended to let Zhao Tianlei return alive to the Su family? Tomorrow, Zhao Tianlei must die. Under the night sky, Su Xian left the Su residence alone. The next day, at noon, the sky was gloomy. There was a mandatory official road from Tianshui City back to the county city. And at this moment, a convoy was slowly moving along this road. This convoy consisted of only 2 horse-drawn carriages, one of which was carrying a pitch-black coffin. Surrounding the carriage were more than a dozen warriors on horseback, all dressed in mourning clothes. And they were none other than Zhao Tianlei and his companions returning to the Su family from Tianshui City. In the other carriage sat Zhao Tianlei and his still-living son Zhao Qing. Father, in 2 more hours we will be back at the Su family. Once we return, you must crush Su Xian to ashes and cut off his head to place in my brother's mourning hall, displayed for 49 days as an offering. Zhao Qing said fiercely. Shut up. Zhao Tianlei, also dressed in mourning clothes, had a thin face with striking eagle-like eyes, sharp and cold. Despite suffering the pain of losing a son, Zhao Tianlei remained much calmer than Zhao Qing. I've told you before, once we return to the Su family, you can cry and make a scene. The more people know, the better, but you must not show any disrespect to Su Xian, nor utter a word about killing him to avenge your brother. We must let everyone in Yongning County know that it was the young master of the Su family who killed my son, that the Su family was unjust first. Zhao Tianlei's gaze was as sharp as a snake's, fixed on Zhao Qing. As for Su Xian daring to kill my son, I will naturally make him pay with his life, but we must wait for the perfect opportunity to take action. Do you understand? Yes. Zhao Qing gritted his teeth and nodded. At that moment, a voice came from outside the carriage. My lord, someone requests to see you. Zhao Tianlei pulled back the curtain and glanced outside. Let him come up. Soon, a figure cloaked in black ascended the carriage. Once the curtain was lowered, he removed his hood, revealing an elderly face that looked to be over 60, with gray hair at the temples. Tianlei brother, it's been months since we last met. I hope all is well. The old man slightly cupped his hands towards Zhao Tianlei, then sighed. I've heard about the death of your son. Please accept my condolences. Condolences? Condolences, my ass. My son is dead, but the Su family will not have it easy either. I want everyone in the Su family, young and old, to pay for my son's life. Zhao Tianlei's voice was cold. Pang Shan, no need for pleasantries. You should have guessed the purpose of my invitation today. So I won't beat around the bush. Your Pang family has been in contact with me in secret, wanting me to join forces to destroy the Su family. However, I previously felt your terms lacked sincerity, so I didn't agree. But now I agree. As you said, after the Su family is destroyed, I will only take 30% of their resources, but I have one condition. What condition? Pang Shan, the elder of the Pang family, asked eagerly. After the Su family is destroyed, I want a copy of the most top-tier secret manuals passed down from the Su family. Zhao Tianlei stated. Secret manuals? Pang Shan immediately smiled, readily agreeing. No problem. The two reached an agreement. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing, who was also sitting in the carriage, had a face full of shock. From their conversation, he had already understood. Pang Shan was an elder of the Pang family. A long time ago, the Pang family had secretly contacted his father, wanting to join forces to attack the Su family. However, his father felt the Pang family's offer was not sufficient and did not agree immediately. Now, It was clear that due to the death of his brother Zhao Ling, his father had made a concession. Tianlei brother, with your alliance with my Peng family, destroying the Su family is just around the corner. However, the Su family was once a top aristocratic family of the Tianyan dynasty. As the saying goes, even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. Pang Shan began to speak, but Zhao Tianlei interrupted. I know what you are worried about. Zhao Tianlei waved his hand and said seriously, your Pang family is merely worried about the Su family's Nirvana realm ancestor, who may have left behind some formidable trump card. But I can tell you now, there is none. The Su family's ancestor did not leave anything behind. Oh, Tianlei brother, how can you be so sure? Pang Shan inquired. First, if that Nirvana realm ancestor had truly left behind any trump card, the Su family would not have fallen to such a state in just 3 years. Second, when the Su family first encountered a crisis, I know that many of the strong members of the Su family, including those guests who had not yet left, secretly inquired with Su Baichen, and the answers they received were all negative. Because of this, those guests and many void-breaking realm powerhouses knew that the Su family was destined to decline, which is why they chose to leave. Third, and most importantly, when the Su family was in trouble, a powerful being broke into the Su family, taking away more than half of their resources and killing many strong members of the Su family. Even the family head Su Baichen almost died at the hands of that powerful being. At that point, the Su family did not produce any trump cards. Zhao Tianlei explained. A powerful being broke into the Su family and took away half of their resources. Even Su Baichen almost died. Pang Shan's heart stirred. The first 2 points Zhao Tianlei mentioned were already known to the Pang family, but this third point was something he was hearing for the first time. That incident happened at night, and the strength of the one who made a move was too powerful, completely overwhelming, so it didn't cause much of a commotion. Most of those who knew about it at the time were killed by that strong person, and only a few survived, and I am one of them, Zhao Tianlei said. Is that so? Pang Shan's eyes lit up. Many strong individuals died, resources were mostly seized, and even the family head almost died without revealing any trump cards. So it seems there really are no trump cards left. Brother Tianlei, if that's the case, then we can discuss and set a time to act against the Su family. Pang Shan said. We still need to set a time? Zhao Tianlei frowned. Brother Tianlei should know that my Pang family has the support of the Sidu family in the shadows. Now that we are going to act against the Su family, we naturally need to consult the Sidu family. Perhaps they will also send strong individuals to act together, which would increase our chances, Pang Shan said. That works. Zhao Tianlei nodded slightly. On the carriage, Zhao Tianlei and Pang Shan were discussing the details of the attack on the Su family. At this moment, not far ahead on the official road, on an unnamed hill adjacent to the road, Su Xian was dressed in tight black clothing, holding a long sword, and still wearing a hat that concealed his face. Finally, they are coming. Under the hat, Su Xian's eyes were cold as he stared at the convoy that had appeared at the end of his line of sight. After all, it was his first time ambushing halfway, and Su Xian couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, only slightly relaxing his grip on the sword. Su Xian suddenly looked up. The already dim sky had completely darkened. Boom. A deafening thunderclap suddenly rang out, and arcs of electricity seemed to flash right in front of him, followed by a torrential downpour that came crashing down. Raindrops pounded the ground, instantly soaking the earth. It's raining. Su Xian extended his palm, feeling the rain constantly hitting the back of his hand. Since the heavens are favoring me, then I shall engage in a massacre in this downpour. Having said that, Su Xian leaped down from the hill. Chapter 19. A rainstorm assault on the official road. The convoy continued to move forward. What the heavens? It was just fine, and suddenly it started pouring rain, some loyal followers complained. Be careful to take care of the other carriage. Don't let the rain fall on the coffin. Yes. After Zhao Tianlei finished giving orders, he continued to chat with Pang Shan. Brother Pang, if the Sidu family really sends strong individuals over, can your Pang family introduce me? Zhao Tianlei asked. What? Do you want to go to the Sidu family? Pang Shan glanced at Zhao Tianlei, then nodded. Sure. If the opportunity arises, I can help introduce you. Although the Sidu family has high standards, Brother Tianlei, you are at least a mid-level void-breaking realm expert. So even if you enter the Sidu family, you can still obtain a certain status. Then thank you very much. Zhao Tianlei felt a surge of joy in his heart. At this moment, the carriage suddenly stopped in the rain. What's going on? Zhao Tianlei frowned. Sir, someone is blocking the way ahead. A voice came from outside the carriage. Zhao Tianlei slightly lifted the curtain. Even in the pouring rain, he could see a man in black holding a sword, standing in the middle of the official road with a hat on. Who dares to block our way? A loyal follower on horseback stepped forward. May I ask if the carriage contains Lord Zhao Tianlei? The voice of the man holding the sword came, slightly hoarse from under the hat. You recognize my lord? The loyal follower asked. I was entrusted by young Master Zhao Ling to deliver a message to Lord Zhao, the man with the sword said. Young Master Zhao Ling? The loyal follower was taken aback. Could it be that Linger left a message before he died? Zhao Tianlei's brows furrowed, but the sword-wielding man then smiled, saying, "Young Master Zhao Ling told me in a dream that he is lonely and desolate in the Yellow Springs and wants to invite Lord Zhao to join him and young Master Zhao Qing for a family reunion." Impudence. The loyal follower was instantly furious. Zhao Tianlei in the carriage also had a dark expression. What kind of madman is this? Kill him. Saying that, Zhao Tianlei pulled down the curtain. On the official road, the loyal followers were about to make a move, but Su Xian was clearly faster. Clang. The long sword was unsheathed, and spiritual power surged. True martial realm level 10? As soon as Su Xian made his move, these loyal followers immediately recognized that Su Xian's cultivation was merely in the true martial realm, and they couldn't help but sneer. There really are some who don't want to live. A mere true martial realm dares to come and ambush us? They were unaware of their own death. Most of the loyal followers remained on their horses, showing no intention of attacking, except for the one who had just asked a question, who jumped off his horse and approached. It should be noted that Zhao Tianlei, as the leader of the Su family's guest faction, was a mid-level void-breaking realm expert, and the loyal followers around him were also incredibly capable, with the weakest among them reaching the great completion of the Sea Transformation Realm. The loyal follower now making a move was at the great completion of the Sea Transformation Realm. With such cultivation, killing a true martial realm expert was no different from crushing an ant. However, just as this loyal follower was about to engage with the man in black holding the sword, forbidden technique, divine annihilation. Boom. Without any warning, the man in black, who originally had the aura of a peak true martial realm level 10, suddenly surged with an incredible speed, and in an instant, his cultivation soared from the peak of level 10 to the pinnacle of the Sea Transformation Realm, even nearing the ultimate level of the Sea Transformation Realm. Swish! A sword light flashed, instantly severing the loyal follower's body in half at the waist. What? This was, the loyal followers who had just mocked were now horrified. A true martial realm level 10, whose cultivation surged to the peak of the Sea Transformation Realm in an instant. What kind of technique is this? Not good. He hid his strength. Attack together. In an instant, more than 10 figures jumped down from their horses. A total of 13 figures, with the weakest among them being at the great completion of the Sea Transformation Realm, including 4 at the full completion of the Sea Transformation Realm and 1 reaching the peak level of the Sea Transformation Realm. All 13 drew their weapons and attacked from different directions. Under the hat, Su Xian's eyes were cold and sharp. Once the divine annihilation forbidden technique was unleashed, I have only 30 breaths of time, and not a moment can be wasted. Kill. With a low shout, the killing intent surged into the sky. The 13 loyal followers, who had been accustomed to working with Zhao Tianlei for years, were familiar with each other and coordinated very well, simultaneously sealing off all corners around Su Xian. If it were an ordinary peak Sea Transformation Realm expert, they would likely be annihilated in a single exchange under their joint attack. But what they faced was Su Xian. Buzz. A hazy sword shadow suddenly illuminated the area. The sword shadow was indistinct, carrying a peculiar and strange power. This power was the essence of a realm that Su Xian had comprehended. In an instant, this essence transformed Su Xian's sword, giving it a soul and resulting in a qualitative change. In just a moment, this hazy sword shadow ruthlessly swept across the necks of all 13 individuals. Swish, swish, swish. Swish. So fast. The 13 loyal followers were filled with terror, some even having their mouths agape. Clearly, they were the ones who had surrounded and attempted to kill the opponent. Yet until their deaths, they had not even had the chance to execute their own techniques. Then, all 13 figures fell simultaneously. After slaying the 13 loyal followers, Su Xian swung his sword towards the front carriage with ferocity. Swish. The mournful sword light, infused with determination, directly sliced the carriage and the horses in half. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures leaped out from the exploded carriage, landing on the side of the official road. Zhao Tianlei stood in front of Zhao Qing, looking at the loyal followers who had collapsed on the ground, silent and lifeless, with a trace of undeniable shock in his eyes. He was well aware of the combat power of these loyal followers, even against an ordinary void-breaking realm expert. It would be difficult to annihilate them all in a short time with over 10 people working together. But just now, in the blink of an eye, he hadn't even had time to intervene, and all of his loyal followers had been killed. The strength of the incoming person has broken through the void realm. And there is actually another one? At this moment, Su Xian was staring at the old man in the black robe who had also fallen onto the official road. This old man in the black robe was clearly another strong figure in the void realm, a presence that Su Xian had not anticipated before. Although he did not know who he was, since he was involved with Zhao Tianlei, he would be killed together. A fierce light flashed in Su Xian's eyes, and he immediately took out a command talisman from his waist. After infusing a trace of spiritual power into the talisman, he threw it into the void in front of him. The talisman turned into nothingness in the void, but a peculiar force spread out, quickly covering the entire surrounding space. This is a restriction? Not good. Both Zhao Tianlei and Pang Shan's expressions changed, as they immediately sensed the existence of that invisible power around them. It was a void restriction. Zhao Tianlei quickly understood the advantage of a void realm expert over a true martial realm or sea transformation realm expert. Apart from the difference in strength, is that they can fly in the air. If Su Xian wanted to kill Zhao Tianlei, he naturally had to restrict this ability. So before coming to intercept him, he had gone to the Red Dragon Tower in advance to obtain a void restriction talisman from Yuan Qing. This void restriction talisman could prevent void realm experts from flying in the air within a certain space for a short time. In terms of value, a void restriction talisman was worth more than the 20 top-grade gathering spirit pills that Su Xian had obtained earlier, but it was still within the scope of Su Xian's Earth-level authority. Brother Tianlei, be careful. Since this person has prepared a means to restrict the void, he must be well prepared. We must not capsize in the gutter. Pang Shan's expression also became serious. Yes, let's act together. Zhao Tianlei nodded seriously. Zhao Tianlei, you will definitely die today. Su Xian shouted fiercely, his aura surging as he charged out with a sword in one hand. Humph. Zhao Tianlei's gaze turned cold, as a thick, heavy blade appeared in his hand, weighing at least 100 pounds. He gripped it with both hands, his steps moving like thunder. The heavy blade was swung out violently towards Su Xian, leaving layers of afterimages in the void, the terrifying power crushing the air and causing sharp sound explosions. Moving like thunder and fire, Su Xian also slashed out with his sword, carrying a trace of intent. As the long sword swung out, the bloodline power within him awakened. Even during his previous fierce battle with Zhao Ling, his bloodline power had only reached 70% at most, but now, it was instantly pushed to its peak. In the Eastern Wilderness, the unparalleled supreme bloodline, the bloodline power was fully unleashed, invoking the most powerful thunder fire roll of the Northern Song sword technique. Boom. Su Xian's sword collided with the heavy blade, like a massive meteor striking down. A terrifying force erupted, causing the heavy blade, along with Zhao Tianlei's hand gripping it, to tremble. A flash of horror crossed Zhao Tianlei's eyes, and he let out a muffled groan, his entire body being forced back repeatedly, each step heavily trampling the ground, causing the rainwater and mud on the ground to splash up significantly. After retreating more than 10 steps, Zhao Tianlei barely managed to stabilize himself. Just as Su Xian was about to pursue him, a figure in a black robe appeared beside him like a ghost, a claw striking towards his throat at lightning speed. Pang Shan seized the opportunity to attack, his methods incredibly vicious and his speed astonishingly fast. Seeking death, Su Xian casually swung his sword, and in an instant, several sword shadows erupted in the void. Among the wildly falling raindrops, it was as if snowflakes appeared. Snowfall sword technique, snow-cutting style, guided by that trace of intent. These snowflakes moved at an unbelievable speed, not only repelling the attacking claw, but also enveloping Pang Shan entirely within the snowflake sword shadows. Pang Shan was filled with terror, feeling that the incoming sword shadows were too fast, incredibly so. He frantically tried to fend off these sword shadows, but each shadow was faster than the last. In the blink of an eye, 10 sword shadows had slashed past, and when the 11th sword shadow came, he could no longer withstand it. The cold sword shadow pierced straight through his throat. A void realm expert, Pang Shan of the Pang family, is dead. Chapter 20. Killing. How is this possible? Zhao Tianlei, who had just managed to stabilize himself, looked up and saw Su Xian demonstrating his terrifying sword technique, instantly killing Pang Shan. His entire head felt a bit dazed. The opponent was clearly only at the peak of the sea transformation realm, yet in one encounter, he was crushed back and even injured, while Pang Shan was killed on the spot. Although Pang Shan was only at the early stage of the Void Realm and could not compare to him, he was still a genuine Void Realm expert. He died in one encounter? Such terrifying swordsmanship, such frightening power. Zhao Tianlei's heart trembled, and then, without hesitation, he unleashed his strongest trump card, the Mad Demon Blade. Boom. A frenzied and violent aura surged forth, a mist of blood emanating from Zhao Tianlei, his eyes turning crimson and filled with madness. Unlike Zhao Ling, after Zhao Tianlei unleashed the Mad Demon Blade, his strength increased even more, and he could maintain a trace of rationality throughout, not completely succumbing to madness. Kill. Zhao Tianlei charged out with his blade. Su Xian, in turn, swung his sword, combining the might of thunder and fire, fully unleashing his bloodline power in conjunction with his own spiritual power, exploding along the sword in his hand. Boom. A massive sound erupted, and the air seemed to be on the verge of exploding. Zhao Tianlei staggered, retreating 3 more steps. I've unleashed the Mad Demon Blade. Yet I'm still at an absolute disadvantage in a head-on clash? Zhao Tianlei's face was filled with disbelief. But Su Xian's sword did not pause for a moment. A series of sword shadows erupted like a volcano suddenly spewing forth, like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, rapid, frenzied. Carrying a terrifying power that could crush with ease and never relent, they surged towards Zhao Tianlei relentlessly. Zhao Tianlei had already exerted all his strength. Yet under the onslaught of these terrifying sword shadows, he could only struggle to defend himself, becoming increasingly strained. So strong, his strength surpasses mine, and his swordsmanship is far beyond me. The realization struck Zhao Tianlei that the sword technique contained a trace of intent. The horror, shock, and fear within him reached an extreme. Intent. He, a mid-stage Void Realm expert, had not comprehended a trace of it after years of entering the Void Realm. Yet this person had comprehended it and could perfectly express it through swordsmanship. At this moment, he had no choice but to exert all his means to resist those terrifying sword shadows as much as possible. Fortunately, he had learned a powerful defensive blade technique and had already mastered it. Otherwise, Zhao Tianlei felt a twinge of relief. The Mad Demon Blade, although called a blade technique, was primarily a special method of guiding power, allowing oneself to enter a brief state of madness and thus vastly increase strength. And Zhao Tianlei could use this defensive blade technique while in the mad state. It was thanks to that defensive blade technique that he could endure against Su Xian's storm-like, terrifying sword shadow attacks until now. However, Su Xian continued to swing his long sword time and again. After all, this was a real life-and-death battle, completely different from when he practiced swordsmanship alone before. Now, every sword he swung was incredibly smooth and gratifying. Every swing was the strongest power, the most extreme explosion. The might of the sword technique grew increasingly astonishing. Su Xian was completely immersed in this exhilarating frenzy of attacks. Suddenly, another sword was slashed out, but this time it naturally invoked the might of thunder and fire. The thunder-fire roll, once mastered to a certain level, could summon the power of heaven and earth. If previously Su Xian had barely executed the thunder-fire roll relying on a trace of sword intent, now having reached the level of might, it was an entirely different story. Boom. The sword light carried an endless might, once again striking fiercely against Zhao Tianlei's battle knife. But this time, no. Zhao Tianlei let out a frantic roar, and the terrifying force immediately sent the large knife in his hand flying away. The sword light still bore down heavily upon his body. With a loud bang, Zhao Tianlei's entire chest burst open, his internal organs shattered in an instant. Am I going to die? A hint of confusion remained on Zhao Tianlei's face. Just moments ago, he was discussing with Pang Shan how to take revenge on the Su family for his son. He still wanted the Pang family to recommend him so that he could join the Sidu family. But in the blink of an eye, he was about to die. Zhao Tianlei, do you know who I am? Su Xian restored his original voice and lifted his bamboo hat slightly, revealing an extraordinarily young and stern face. Although it had been more than 3 years, Zhao Tianlei recognized him immediately upon seeing him again. Su Xian. Impossible. Zhao Tianlei's heart roared in madness. But his body had already collapsed weakly. Even in his dying moments, he couldn't believe that the one who killed him was Su Xian, who had just killed his son in the Su family's grand competition and was only at the true martial realm. He, Zhao Tianlei, a dignified mid-stage void-breaking expert, never expected to die at the hands of someone at the true martial realm. Father. Zhao Qing stood by the battlefield, watching his father being killed by the black-clad swordsman wearing a bamboo hat, especially when the black-clad swordsman lifted his hat, revealing his face. Su Xian. In that instant, Zhao Qing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was completely stunned, dumbfounded. Whoosh! A cold sword light swept past his neck, and by the time his head was sent flying, he had no reaction at all. He remained dazed until death. With Zhao Qing's death, the entire convoy, including Zhao Tianlei and his son, as well as the temporarily present black-robed elder Pang Shan, totaling 17 people, was completely annihilated by Su Xian. Not a single living soul was left. After doing all this, Su Xian quickly took the valuable items from Zhao Tianlei and Pang Shan, then immediately left, disappearing on the official road. The torrential rain was still pouring down, and this official road had completely turned into a sea of blood. Half an hour later, Su Xian quietly returned to the Su family. In his room, Su Xian stripped off his clothes and soaked in a large bathtub. The consequences of using the divine extinction forbidden technique were greater than he had imagined. Su Xian felt extremely tired and weak, and only soaking in the tub provided him with a bit of comfort. I previously underestimated Zhao Tianlei. A void-breaking expert is far stronger than I thought. Su Xian sighed inwardly, summarizing his experience from this ambush. He initially thought that after using the divine extinction forbidden technique, he would easily kill Zhao Tianlei. But he didn't expect that Zhao Tianlei actually understood a very powerful defensive sword technique, which barely allowed him to withstand his Thunderfire scroll for a short time. Fortunately, during the battle, he gained some insights into the Thunder Fire Scroll, reaching the level of momentum. Otherwise, he might not have been able to kill him within 30 breaths. With Zhao Tianlei dead, the guest faction would be leaderless, and the Su family would no longer have to worry about any major upheaval. The internal troubles were resolved. Next, it was time to deal with external threats. The Pang family and the Sidu family behind them. Su Xian's gaze was sharp. However, he also knew that while Zhao Tianlei was easy to deal with, the Pang family and the even stronger Sidu family would not be so easily resolved. He still needed time. The family should have already received the news of Zhao Tianlei's death. They must be shocked, right? Su Xian chuckled lightly. Unfortunately, no matter what, no one would guess it was him. After all, I am just a true martial realm cultivator. Shortly after Su Xian returned to the Su family, someone discovered the bodies of Zhao Tianlei and his group on the official road outside the city. The news quickly spread to the county city and reached the Su family. The entire Su family was in shock. Zhao Tianlei is dead. Su Baichun, who was painting, paused upon hearing the news. Who did this? The Pang family? It shouldn't be, since Elder Pang Shan also died at the scene, and it was clear that both were killed by the same person with extremely strong swordsmanship. Su Baihu said solemnly that it could be concluded that the one who acted was a very terrifying sword expert, likely above the void-breaking realm. A void-breaking expert skilled in swordsmanship? Su Baichun frowned, quickly running through names in his mind, but all were dismissed one by one, regardless of who acted. It was a major disaster removed from my Su family, and we will always remember this favor. Su Baichun smiled lightly. At the towering Red Dragon Tower, within Yongning County, there were only a handful of void-breaking experts capable of killing Zhao Tianlei, and those skilled in swordsmanship were almost non-existent. Who could have done this? Yuan Qing frowned slightly. Suddenly, his expression changed. This morning, that little guy from the Su family came here and requested a void sealing talisman, which is specifically used to deal with void-breaking experts. Could it be? Impossible. That little guy is only at the true martial realm. No matter what, he shouldn't be able to kill a void-breaking expert. Rather, it must be the powerful expert behind him teaching him. Yuan Qing had always suspected that Su Xian, with such extraordinary swordsmanship at the true martial realm, must have had a top expert personally instructing him. Today's Zhao Tianlei's death only confirmed his suspicions. In his view, there must be a very powerful sword expert behind Su Xian, who knew that Zhao Tianlei wanted to take revenge for his son and would pose a threat to Su Xian. Therefore, he instructed Su Xian to obtain a void sealing talisman from the Red Dragon Tower and personally acted to kill Zhao Tianlei. Yes, it must be like this. Yuan Qing smiled. The death of Zhao Tianlei caused a stir within the Su family, while Yuan Qing at the Red Dragon Tower was suspicious of the person behind Su Xian. Meanwhile, in another major family in Yongning County, the Pang family, upon receiving this news, was utterly enraged. Damn it! They had originally hoped to join forces with Zhao Tianlei to destroy the Su family, but instead, they ended up losing everything. Even Elder Pang Shan was killed. Pang Xiaoqing, the head of the Pang family, smashed the tea table in a fit of rage. The Su family, what a Su family. I didn't expect that they still had hidden power at this point. Pang Xiaoqing's eyes burned with fury. The death of an elder was actually not a big deal. What he truly cared about was the hidden strength of the Su family. Since they could hide a sword expert, could they not hide a second one? Immediately send a message to the Sidu family, stating that the plan against the Su family is temporarily shelved and must be reconsidered, Pang Xiaoqing ordered. The entire Yongning County was shaken by Zhao Tianlei's death. But despite the shock, just as Su Xian expected, no one suspected him. Even Yuan Qing only speculated about the person behind him. But he would never think it was him who acted personally. Chapter 21. Black Yin Gang. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, the guest faction had completely disbanded. Zhao Tianlei's subordinates and confidants were all eliminated one by one, and the Su family had completely shed its malignant tumor. Su Xian continued his normal cultivation, relying on the bloodline inheritance techniques. During this time, the spiritual power within him had accumulated to the peak of the true martial realm. Just a step away from breaking into the Sea transformation realm, and he could break through at any moment. He still frequently appeared in the martial arts arena, sparring with the Su family's disciples and some experts, subtly showcasing his strength, which made the Su family's disciples increasingly trust him. The reputation of this young master in the Su family was also rising higher. One day, still in the martial arts arena, Su Xian, Su Baihu arrived, accompanied by a man in purple robes. Second uncle, Su Xian greeted slightly. This is my family's guest, Yi Luo, Su Baihu introduced. Young master, the purple-clad man, Yi Luo, called out. Although the Su family had fallen, they still had many guests, and not all of them were the white-eyed wolves supporting Zhao Tianlei. Yi Luo, for instance, had always been quite loyal to the Su family. Su Xian, a little over a month ago, you were at the peak of the true martial ninth realm and were able to kill Zhao Ling, who had broken through to the C transformation realm and had a very high skill level. Now that you have reached the peak of the 10th realm, how does your combat power compare to that of a fully realized C transformation expert? Su Baihu asked. Su Xian was taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Baihu to ask him this question, but he nodded, indicating that it should be possible. Yi Luo, why don't you give it a try? Su Baihu commanded. Understood. Yi Luo nodded and stepped in front of Su Xian. Young master, please guide me. Just go all out. Su Xian replied with a light smile, exuding immense confidence. Soon, the two began to spar. In just a moment, or rather, Su Xian drew 3 swords in total. The first sword forced Yi Luo to retreat in a panic. The second sword sent Yi Luo's weapon flying. The third sword was already placed on Yi Luo's shoulder. It was completely one-sided. The gap was too great. Now, Su Xian's normal burst of spiritual power was at the level of a minor C transformation. And with a slight activation of his bloodline power, the strength he unleashed could rival that of a fully realized C transformation. Using his swordsmanship to defeat an ordinary fully realized C transformation expert was indeed too easy. The young master's strength is impressive, Yi Luo said, genuinely convinced. He had only heard that the young master of the Su family had extraordinary talent and could fight beyond his level, but today he had fully experienced it. Su Xian, your swordsmanship has improved again in just over a month, Su Baihu said with a smile, his eyes shining with a strange light. In terms of swordsmanship alone, no one in the entire Su family can match your strength. The strongest in the Su family was the head of the family, Su Baichun, but his forte was not swordsmanship. Second uncle, you didn't come to me today just to test my strength, did you? Su Xian looked at Su Baihu. Of course. Su Baihu smiled, then took out an envelope. There's a letter inside. Take a look. Su Xian opened the envelope and quickly scanned the contents of the letter. Gang conflict? Su Xian's expression became a bit strange. The writer of the letter, Wan Chong, was the leader of the Black Yin Gang. Over the years, the Black Yin Gang had shown respect to the Su family, sending offerings on time every year. This time, as the Black Yin Gang faced difficulties, Wan Chong specifically sent a generous gift, hoping that the Su family would send strong experts to assist. I've already agreed, Su Baihu said. Su Xian understood immediately. Although Yongning County was just a county, it still had many cities and a population of millions. With so many people, various gangs and forces emerged, each with their own territory, and to maintain stability, they needed a backing. The Su family, as one of the 2 strongest families in Yongning County, was indeed a significant backing. Therefore, many gangs sent offerings to the Su family each year. By accepting these offerings, the Su family acknowledged the existence of these gangs, allowing them to continue to survive. The Black Yin Gang, evidently, had sent quite a lot of offerings to the Su family each year, and this time they had sent a particularly generous gift. Wan Chong initially wanted the Su family to send 2 fully realized C transformation experts for assistance. But I ultimately decided to send you along with Yi Luo, Su Baihu said. Now that Zhao Tianlei is dead, the threat from the guest factions no longer exists. And with your strength, it's time for you to see the world. See the world? Su Xian's heart stirred. He naturally understood what Su Baihu meant by seeing the world. Su Xian, are you willing to go? Su Baihu asked. Of course, Su Xian nodded. I'm just afraid that Wan Chong might not be too pleased to see me. Wan Chong wanted 2 fully realized C transformation experts, but looking at his cultivation, he was merely at the true martial 10th realm. Although the young master's cultivation is low, his strength is far above that of an ordinary fully realized C transformation expert. Wan Chong is already lucky to have invited the young master. Does he dare to be dissatisfied? Yi Luo said coldly. In that case, after lunch, you 2 will ride fast horses and set off. You should be able to reach Danyang City, where the Black Yin Gang is located, before nightfall, Su Baihu instructed. Soon after, Su Xian and Yi Luo set off. Danyang City, located in the western part of Yongning County, was not far from the county city, the headquarters of the Black Yin Gang. As night approached, Wan Chong, the leader of the Black Yin Gang, sat in a reclining chair but kept shifting positions, feeling uncomfortable no matter how he lay. His face was also filled with worry. He originally came from a bandit background and, through his personal skills, had climbed step by step from a small minion to become the leader of the Black Yin Gang in Danyang City, with thousands of gang members under his command, making him a local power. Despite needing to spend a large amount of money each year to pay respects to some big figures or forces in Yongning County, the remaining profits still allowed him to live quite comfortably. However, not long ago, another major gang in Danyang City, the Lu Shui Gang, suddenly rose to prominence. The leader of the Lu Shui Gang was originally a bandit leader who established the gang with his followers in the city, developing rapidly, and in less than 2 months had gained the ability to compete with the Black Yin Gang. Moreover, the higher-ups in the Lu Shui Gang had more strong experts than the Black Yin Gang. After several clashes, the Black Yin Gang found itself at a complete disadvantage. with only 2 of the original 4 Hall Masters remaining. In a few days, the conflict between the Black Yin Gang and the Lu Shui Gang would reach its final stage, culminating in a decisive battle. For this battle, relying solely on the Black Yin Gang's own strength, he had no confidence at all, which was why he was willing to pay handsomely to invite strong experts from the Su family. Leader, a gang member suddenly rushed in, saying, "The experts from the Su family have arrived. They've finally arrived." Wan Chong immediately stood up, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. "Quick, call the strategist, and let's go welcome them." Soon, a large group of people rushed to the entrance of the headquarters. Besides Wan Chong and 2 Hall Masters, there was also an elderly man with a goatee, who was the strategist of the Black Yin Gang. From a distance, they saw 2 figures standing at the entrance. "Wan Chong, I greet you, my lord." Wan Chong approached Yi Luo first and respectfully bowed. "I am Yi Luo, a guest of the Su family. Wan Gong leader. This is your territory, and you are also a fully realized Sea transformation expert. There's no need to be so humble. Please rise," Yi Luo said. Wan Chong then raised his head, quickly scanning Yi Luo with his eyes, and his heart filled with joy. Although Yi Luo had not made a move, Wan Chong could still sense that subtle yet powerful aura emanating from Yi Luo, which was definitely not weaker than his own. Wan Chong then looked at the other person beside Yi Luo. Wan Chong's brows furrowed, not for any other reason, but simply because this person looked far too young. He seemed to be under 20, at most. At such a young age, how strong could he be? "Lord Yi Luo, who is this?" Wan Chong asked cautiously. "This is Su Xin, the young master of the Su family and the current wielder of the Su family's sword order," Yi Luo replied. "Young master?" Wan Chong was taken aback. The title of young master alone indicated an extraordinarily high status within the Su family. "I've heard that only the strongest among the younger generation of the Su family are qualified to wield the sword order. Since the young master can control the Su family's sword order, his cultivation must be." Wan Chong's words were not yet finished. "Wan Gong leader, I know what you want to ask, but unfortunately, I must disappoint you. My cultivation has not yet reached the Sea transformation realm," Su Xin said directly. "Not yet at Sea transformation?" Wan Chong's expression changed, and a sense of dissatisfaction arose in his heart. "What? My Su family's young master personally came here, and you still won't welcome him?" Yi Luo immediately questioned. In his view, with the identity and strength of his family's young master, it was already a great honor for Su Xin to agree to come here and help the Black Flame Gang. How could Wan Chong still look down on Su Xin's cultivation? He dared not. Wan Chong quickly smiled and said, "I have already prepared a banquet to welcome the young master and Lord Yi Luo. No need for the banquet. Just send some food to our room," Su Xin replied. Yes. Wan Chong nodded repeatedly. "Su Laosan, quickly take the 2 lords to their room." The one called Su Laosan immediately respectfully led Su Xin and Yi Luo to their quarters. As soon as Su Xin and the others left, Wan Chong's expression instantly darkened. Soon after, in a completely sealed chamber, Wan Chong erupted in anger. "Bastard! Damn Su family! I treated the Su family with such reverence before, even preparing heavy gifts this time to invite them to send 2 powerful Transformation Sea experts. But who would have thought they only sent 1 Transformation Sea expert and some worthless young master? What does this worthless young master take me for? Does he think the life and death of my Black Flame Gang is a joke?" Wan Chong was furious. He didn't believe that the Su family's young master, who hadn't even entered the Transformation Sea realm, could have any real strength. He thought the Su family sent this young master just for training purposes. But using the life and death of his Black Flame Gang as training, he was certainly dissatisfied. However, he didn't dare to say it openly and could only vent his anger in private. "Boss, please calm down," the goat-bearded strategist comforted from the side. "Although the Su family didn't send 2 Transformation Sea experts as we wished, at least they did send 1 over. And the identity of that young master from the Su family is still there. If it comes to a critical moment, he might still play a role. Of course, the most important point is that while the Lu Shui Gang is rising quickly, they lack a foundation. Unlike us, who have long established a connection with the Su family and can invite their experts in advance, the Lu Shui Gang has no place to invite experts. So when the decisive battle comes, having this Transformation Sea expert from the Su family assisting us will still give our Black Flame Gang a greater chance of winning." Wan Chong let out a breath. "I hope what you said is true." At the same time that Wan Chong was venting his frustrations, several miles away at the Lu Shui Gang's base, the handsome silver-robed leader of the Lu Shui Gang, upon hearing that the Su family's experts had arrived, showed no sign of surprise or nervousness. According to the inside information, 2 people from the Su family had come, one of whom was a Transformation Sea expert, while the other was said to be some young master from the Su family, who apparently was still below the Transformation Sea realm. They only sent 1 Transformation Sea expert? The handsome silver-robed man shook his head. It seems the Su family is not genuinely trying to help Wan Chong. I even prepared such a big show before. But now it seems it won't be needed. Since this battle already has no suspense, let us start early. Tell the brothers to get ready. 3 days later we will have a decisive battle with the Black Flame Gang. Chapter 22. Street Fight 3 days later. On a wide street in the southern part of Danyang City, the surrounding shops had all closed. At the 2 street corners, a large number of figures gathered densely. Whoosh! With the sound of a signal arrow. Kill! Wipe them out. A massive wave of figures surged into the street, colliding in the center. The decisive battle between Danyang City's 2 major gangs, the Black Flame Gang and the Lu Shui Gang, had begun. On the second floor of a tavern on one side of the street, Su Xian stood with his hands behind his back, watching the large-scale slaughter happening below. Uncle wants me to see the world. Is this the scene he meant for me to witness? Su Xian murmured. He had killed before. He had even secretly ambushed Zhao Tianlei's convoy, so he had some experience. However, he had never seen the crazy slaughter of over 1,000 people from 2 major gangs. Moreover, many of these gang members were common folk, using various means. There were hidden arrows, lime, and poisonous fog. Everything was present. Su Xian was truly opening his eyes. In general, strong warriors often compete based on their true strength, looking down on such dark and despicable means. But these underhanded tactics, although despicable, could potentially kill even Transformation C experts if they were caught off guard. Su Xian sighed inwardly. Master, isn't your Black Flame Gang supposed to have thousands of members? Why are there less than 1,000 engaging in the decisive battle? Su Xian glanced at the strategist of the Black Flame Gang behind him, replying to the young master. Although our Black Flame Gang has many members, most are useless. The core strength consists of the 890 people currently fighting, the strategist explained. Is that so? Su Xian understood. In terms of sheer numbers, the Black Flame Gang had more members than the Lu Shui Gang. But the upper echelons of the Lu Shui Gang were indeed stronger. As the battle continued, both gangs had already lost many members. The entire street was flowing with blood. And the high-level experts from both gangs had also begun to engage. Wan Chong, the leader of the Black Flame Gang, was a Transformation C expert himself. And among his 2 Hall Masters, both were Transformation C minor experts. In contrast, the leader of the Lu Shui Gang was also a Transformation C expert. But he had 4 Transformation C minor experts under his command, 2 more than the Black Flame Gang. Thus, the high-level battle had put the Black Flame Gang at a disadvantage from the start. Yi Luo, you go, Su Xian commanded. Yes. Yi Luo nodded and immediately leaped down from the 2nd floor, rushing into the battlefield. The addition of a Transformation C expert instantly changed the situation. As for Su Xian, unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to make a move at all. Wait, that person. Su Xian's expression suddenly changed. Standing on the building, he could see the entire street, and in an inconspicuous corner, there was a person half lying against the wall. This person wore tattered clothing, had messy hair, and looked extremely filthy, appearing to be a living beggar. Yet, this beggar held a long knife in his hand, which was clearly not an ordinary item. While the members of both gangs were engaged in a frantic battle, this beggar was sleeping soundly with his eyes closed. Others were fighting for their lives. And even with corpses falling at his feet, he didn't even open his eyes to take a look. This person is quite interesting. Su Xian could see that the person was somewhat peculiar, but didn't pay much attention. At this moment, a loud, hearty laugh suddenly echoed throughout the street. Haha. Wan Chong, today your Black Flame Gang will be annihilated. As 3 powerful auras erupted simultaneously from a corner of the street, 3 figures charged forward, mercilessly slaughtering many members of the Black Flame Gang in their path. In an instant, the 3 had already appeared at the center of the battlefield. Transformation C expert. 3 Transformation C experts. The faces of the Black Flame Gang members changed. They're from the Pang family. How could you invite experts from the Pang family? Wan Chong stared incredulously at the 3 Transformation C experts appearing before him. What? You can invite the Su family, but my Lu Shui Gang can't invite the Pang family. The leader of the Lu Shui Gang sneered repeatedly. He knew that the Black Flame Gang had been operating in Danyang City for so long and had established a connection with the Su family early on. Yet he still dared to challenge the Black Flame Gang's position, which naturally gave him some confidence. He originally came from a well-known bandit force in Yongning County called the Black Mountain Village, where he was one of the leaders. Black Mountain Village had always relied on the Pang family for survival, and the tributes they offered to the Pang family far exceeded what the Black Flame Gang offered to the Su family. However, not long ago, internal conflicts had erupted within Black Mountain Village, leading to its dissolution. That was why he brought a group of brothers to Danyang City and established the Lu Shui Gang. Although the Black Mountain stronghold is gone, as one of the chieftains, his relationship with the Pang family still exists. In this decisive battle, he exhausted all his previous savings to have the Pang family agree to send strong reinforcements. The Pang family unexpectedly sent 3 powerful experts at the C transformation stage. It's over, my Black Yin Gang is finished. Wanchong looked utterly desperate. The three experts from the Pang family stood at the center of the battlefield, and among them, two looked exactly alike in both stature and appearance. Clearly, they were a pair of twin brothers. People from the Su family? At this moment, the twin brothers both focused their gaze on Yi Luo. With their Sea transformation cultivation, he had no impression of them. So they were likely not important figures from the Su family, just a guest. What a pity. The elder brother of the twins sighed lightly and then instructed, "You help leader Lu to deal with the people from the Black Yin gang. As for this Sea transformation expert from the Su family, we brothers will handle him." The Sea transformation expert who had come with the Pang family was just a guest of the Pang family. So he naturally followed the twins' orders and immediately attacked Wanchong and the others. Don't waste time, attack together and kill him. The twin brothers, sharing a mutual understanding, didn't need to communicate verbally. In an instant, they shot out. Clang. In their first clash, Yi Luo's weapon shook violently, and he was sent sprawling, barely managing to regain his footing. He felt that either of them was slightly stronger than him. Together, they left him with no chance to resist. Yi Luo knew he was outmatched. The twin brothers attacked again. But at that moment, whoosh, a sword shadow suddenly appeared out of thin air. Although it was at a certain distance, the moment the twin brothers saw the sword shadow, their expressions changed drastically. Retreat. They withdrew without hesitation. The sword shadow swept through the air and struck a wall of a nearby shop, instantly leaving a horrifying sword mark half a foot wide. Such powerful might. Seeing the crack on the wall, the twin brothers were secretly alarmed. They immediately looked forward to see who had unleashed this sword shadow. The result was astonishing. Is that a true martial realm? The sword just now was struck out by someone in the true martial realm? The two brothers were momentarily stunned. Judging by its power, that sword was definitely not weaker than any Sea transformation expert. Yet the young man now before them, with his aura, was undoubtedly still in the true martial realm. "Young master," Yi Luo respectfully greeted the newcomer. "Are you all right?" Su Xian glanced at Yi Luo. He had been staying up on the tavern for a while, not intending to intervene, but upon seeing the three Sea transformation experts from the Pang family, he knew he had to take action. "You go help Wanchong," Su Xian instructed. Yes. Yi Luo understood the extent of Su Xian's strength and did not hesitate, turning to head towards the battlefield, leaving Su Xian alone to face the twin brothers from the Pang family. "Young master?" Upon hearing Yi Luo address Su Xian, the elder brother of the twins immediately said, "I heard that not long ago, the young master of the Su family made a stunning appearance in the Su family competition, directly slaying a Sea transformation expert with his true martial realm cultivation and claiming first place. You must be that young master, right?" "That's me," Su Xian acknowledged directly. "That's great." The twin brothers smiled simultaneously. They had just thought it a pity to only kill a Sea transformation guest of the Su family. But now they found a young master here. If they could kill this young master, the Su family would surely be heartbroken for a long time. "Want to kill me? You'll have to see if you too have that strength." Su Xian remained calm. The twin brothers exchanged glances, and the next moment, they both moved simultaneously. They charged towards Su Xian like phantoms, brandishing slender swords that moved quickly, instantly sending two sword shadows towards Su Xian's throat and heart. Immovable as a mountain, Su Xian simply took a step forward, swinging his long sword, and an invisible aura surged up. In an instant, it felt as if he transformed into a towering mountain. Clang, 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 clang. The twin brothers attacked frantically from both sides, while Su Xian casually countered with his sword, whether with quick thrusts, sweeping motions, or precise strikes. Each infused with an incredibly strange and soft power, effortlessly dismantling the brothers' attacks like rolling waves. What is happening? What kind of power is this? The twin brothers were internally horrified while frantically attacking. They realized that their sword techniques, when colliding with Su Xian's long sword, felt as if striking against a mass of cotton. The power contained in Su Xian's sword was not strong. It was evidently much weaker than theirs, but upon collision, the force would be inexplicably diminished by more than half, easily disintegrated by Su Xian. Mountain and sea roll. This was the defensive sword technique from the Northern Song sword technique. After successfully killing Zhao Tianlei, Su Xian's mastery of the Thunder Fire roll had reached a certain level. And for the past month, he had focused all his time and energy on the mountain and sea roll. The mountain and sea roll, with its form like a mountain and sword technique like the sea, continuously infused with a profound intent, allowed him to greatly reduce the power of his opponent's attacks. He didn't even need to exert great strength himself. At this moment, he hadn't even activated his bloodline power, merely relying on pure spiritual energy, which was comparable to an ordinary Sea transformation expert, yet he hadn't moved a single step while battling the twin brothers. At a corner of the street, a beggar who had been half lying against the wall, soundly asleep, suddenly opened his eyes, which were clear yet filled with astonishment as they watched Su Xian executing the mountain and sea roll. Such an impressive defensive sword technique, like mountains and seas, unending. I wonder if my sword technique can break through his sword defense. The beggar instinctively tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the twin brothers had exerted all their strength, using every trick they had, yet still couldn't make Su Xian budge. I won't play with you anymore. Su Xian decided not to waste any more time. A cold, killing intent erupted in his eyes. Phantom form. The surrounding aura instantly changed. The moment Su Xian drew his sword, the power of his bloodline surged forth. Boom. The entire world seemed to darken. With only the sword light, he swung shining brightly as the lone light in the darkness. Chapter 23. The Beggar Boy Not Good. At the moment Su Xian unleashed his phantom form, a figure rushed into the battlefield from a distance. The hazy sword light was astonishingly fast. The twin brothers showed expressions of terror as they realized they couldn't block this sword in time. Swish. The sword light first swept past the elder brother of the twins, decapitating him instantly. As the sword light continued towards the younger brother, a powerful force surged forth, colliding with the sword light and slightly altering its direction. With a tearing sound, the younger brother lost his entire arm. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of that force, he might have lost his head as well. Another strong expert? Su Xian frowned, looking at the figure that had appeared beside the younger brother, a bald middle-aged man in a long robe. From the power of the force just now, it was clear that his cultivation had reached the perfect C transformation stage. This time, the Lu Shui gang had paid a hefty price to invite the Pang family to act, and knowing the Su family would also send people, they had prepared to completely eliminate the Su family's representatives. So this time, the Pang family sent not only 3 who achieved the great transformation of the sea, but also one who reached the perfect transformation of the sea, which is this bald middle-aged man sitting in the shadows. Damn, I should have made my move earlier. Pang Taiyun looked at the already dead and injured twin brothers, his face dark as iron. He was very aware of the strength of these twin brothers. Even a perfect transformation of the sea expert would find it difficult to deal with them in a short time when they teamed up. And the Su Xian in front of him was clearly just a true martial realm practitioner. Although his strength was not weak and his swordsmanship was quite exquisite, it was purely defensive swordsmanship, so he felt at ease and never thought Su Xian could do anything to them. But who would have thought that Su Xian, when he finally made his move, would instantly force the twin brothers into a desperate situation? He had immediately acted to save them, but could only manage to save one. And that person ultimately lost an arm. The young master of the Su family. Pang Taiyun's eyes burst with endless killing intent as he stared at Su Xian, who was still young yet managed to kill a great transformation of the sea expert head-on. Although my Pang family lost one great transformation of the sea, if we could exchange your life for such a genius, it would be worth it. Kill me? Just you? Su Xian scoffed. Humph. Pang Taiyun no longer spoke further and directly took out his weapons, 2 red gold hammers. Each of these hammers weighed hundreds of pounds. Yet Pang Taiyun held one in each hand effortlessly. The next moment, boom. With a single step, the ground instantly shattered. And Pang Taiyun's figure appeared before Su Xian like lightning, his 2 hammers resembling 2 wheels of fire and wind. 18 hammer strikes of the mountain. Pang Taiyun's face reddened as he unleashed his full power to the limit. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 red gold hammers slammed down fiercely, and with each strike, the force crushed the air, producing intense sonic booms. As the hammers came crashing down, Su Xian showed no fear. The momentum was like thunder and fire. Boom. Su Xian's swordsmanship erupted as well. Like a volcanic eruption, it unleashed a force that shook the heavens and the earth. Like thunder descending upon the world, it extinguished everything for miles, stirring the universe's might. The mountain and sea roll, upon truly reaching this level of momentum. Every sword strike contained an incredibly terrifying thunder and fire force. The bloodline power within him, which he had just slightly activated to kill the twin brothers, now surged to 70% instantly. Su Xian had long had a plan for his bloodline power. In ordinary battles, he would activate 50% of his bloodline power. If he encountered a powerful opponent, he would activate 70%. As for activating 100%, that would only be in crucial battles. Otherwise, Su Xian would never unleash his full bloodline power. Boom, 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 boom. The thunder and fire sword light clashed violently with the 2 hammers. Each collision produced a loud roar, causing the surrounding space to ripple with the impact of their powers. And the residual force from the battle caused some nearby gang members to bleed from their 7 orifices in an instant. Boom, boom. After 18 consecutive clashes, Pang Taiyun's hammers came to a stop, and the next moment, he was sent reeling backward by Su Xian's long sword. A true martial realm practitioner facing my 18 hammer strikes of the mountain head-on, and I actually lost? Pang Taiyun's face was filled with disbelief. He had just said he would use Su Xian's life to exchange for the lost great transformation of the sea expert from the Pang family, but now it was evident. At this moment, Su Xian wore a strange smile on his face. Although I am only at the peak of the true martial 10th layer, relying on my bloodline inheritance technique and activating 70% of my bloodline power, my strength is equivalent to that of a great transformation of the sea, approaching perfection. With my swordsmanship, an ordinary perfect transformation of the sea cannot compete with me. In terms of sheer power, he is indeed a bit weaker than Pang Taiyun. But in terms of swordsmanship and technique, he far surpassed Pang Taiyun. Even in a head-on clash, relying on the terrifying might of the thunder and fire roll, he felt completely unafraid. You just wanted to kill me? Su Xian's eyes grew cold. Now I want to see who kills whom. Su Xian was about to step forward. With his strength, the combination of thunder and fire roll and the shadow slash could completely take down Pang Taiyun. But at that moment, you guys are making too much noise. Whoosh! An incredibly dazzling blade light suddenly burst forth from a corner of the street. The blade light swept across, instantly covering an area of dozens of meters. Within that area, there had originally been many gang members engaged in fierce fighting, but now, under the sweep of the blade light, numerous figures were sliced in half. In an instant, in that area, aside from the owner of the blade light, no one else stood there. My God, the once noisy and chaotic battlefield came to a complete standstill at that moment. The gang members of both factions, without receiving any orders, all stopped their actions. Fear and shock etched on their faces as they looked toward the corner where the blade light had appeared. Even Su Xian and Pang Taiyun couldn't help but look over. There, the beggar boy who had been half leaning against the wall had somehow stood up, and he had raised his head to reveal an incredibly young face. Just looking at his face, he seemed to be not much older than Su Xian. This scruffy beggar boy rested a long knife on his shoulder and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. But his smile sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding gang members. A master, a true master, a master 10 or even 100 times stronger than this bald middle-aged man from the Pang family. Su Xian's gaze was electric. He had noticed the beggar boy's presence long ago and thought he was quite peculiar, and the dazzling blade light that had just erupted made his heart tremble with fear. Under everyone's gaze, the beggar boy ignored the ordinary gang members nearby and stepped forward, walking up to Su Xian and Pang Taiyun. Hey, bald guy. The beggar boy first glanced at Pang Taiyun and said, You are at the perfect transformation of the sea level, just like me. Come on. Show me your strongest move and attack me. The beggar boy also revealed his cultivation level, indeed only at the perfect transformation of the sea level, comparable to Pang Taiyun. But in terms of spiritual energy, he was significantly stronger than Pang Taiyun. It was likely that the beggar boy practiced a particularly special technique that allowed him to unleash a power far superior to others at the same level. Sir, you are neither a member of the Su family nor a member of the Black Yin gang. We are not enemies. There's no need to. Pang Taiyun did not want to make a move. To be precise, he was already frightened by the beggar boy's previous strike and had no courage to attack. But before he could finish his sentence, the beggar boy frowned and shouted, I told you to attack, so just attack. Why are you rambling? Pang Taiyun's face darkened. Realizing there was no way to back down, he steeled himself and directly attacked. Boom. Pang Taiyun still swung his two red gold hammers, unleashing a tremendous force as he crazily struck at the beggar boy. But the beggar boy frowned upon seeing this. Clumsy, tangible yet insubstantial, just brute force. The beggar boy looked disdainful and then drew his knife. Whoosh. It was still an incredibly brilliant slash, the blade light dazzling. Like a light boat sailing through the void. Puffed. The red gold hammer in Pang Taiyun's hand was sliced in half by the blade light, and his entire body was cleaved in two from top to bottom, not even having time to let out a scream before he was dead. Useless. You can't even take a casual strike from me. Truly the epitome of uselessness. The beggar boy continued to complain in dissatisfaction. The members of the two major gangs surrounding them, as well as the high-level experts who had reached the sea transformation realm, were all stunned by this scene. With a single strike, a seemingly casual one, a complete sea transformation expert of the same realm was killed. At that moment, the beggar boy's gaze turned leisurely towards Su Xian. Su Xian's expression became grave, his heart filled with vigilance. The beggar boy in front of him possessed terrifying strength. And most importantly, his style of action was utterly reckless. He was not a member of either gang. He had merely been inadvertently caught up in this street fight. And yet, with just one move, he had killed dozens of gang members, including Pang Taiyun from the Pang family, who had no connection or feud with this beggar boy at all. Yet, this beggar boy still killed him with a single strike. Reckless. Without any regard. He was simply a madman. Su Xian had no doubt that the beggar boy could attack him next. Don't be nervous. As if sensing Su Xian's vigilance, the beggar boy grinned. That bald guy was too weak, too disappointing, so I killed him. But you're different. Although your cultivation is a bit lower, your swordsmanship is exceptional. If I'm not mistaken, what you just displayed should be the North Song sword technique, right? Yes. Su Xian nodded. Although he was cautious, he was not afraid. This beggar boy was strong, but if he really intended to kill him, Su Xian would not hesitate to use the forbidden art of divine annihilation. Once the forbidden technique was unleashed, his combat power would instantly surge to the void-breaking realm. And then the beggar boy would have to consider whether he could survive in Su Xian's hands. Indeed, the first sword technique recognized by the Tianyan dynasty. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the beggar boy's eyes. In the past 2 years, as I traveled the world, crossing the 86 counties of the 9 provinces and battling countless strong opponents, including many sword masters, you are the first one capable of using the North Song sword technique. Come, display your swordsmanship and let us fight. Let me see if your North Song sword technique is more powerful or my blade technique. Chapter 24, Breakthrough. Rest assured, I will control my power to match yours, and we shall compete in skills. The beggar boy's eyes held a hint of anticipation. He really is a madman. Su Xian sighed inwardly, traveling the world and challenging countless strong opponents, constantly breaking through and enhancing his strength during battles with these experts. Such a person had an absolute pursuit of power. They were very crazy and very terrifying. In that case, you may begin. Su Xian's expression was indifferent. If it were a true contest of strength, unless he used the forbidden art of divine annihilation, he would definitely not be the beggar boy's match. But if they maintained comparable power levels and purely competed in skills, Su Xian was not afraid of him at all. Haha, then you should be careful. The beggar boy laughed heartily, and with a simple step, he crossed dozens of meters in an instant, swinging the long knife he held directly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of piercing knife lights immediately lit up, fast, to the extreme. Many people around, including the few Sea Transformation Realm experts present, could not even capture the trajectory of the knife lights. Su Xian transformed into a mountain, his long sword carrying a continuous intent, akin to waves in the sea, sweeping out in succession. Similarly, he used speed to counter speed. No matter how tricky or bizarre the angles of the incoming knife lights were, Su Xian's sword could accurately and perfectly block them. Clang, clang, clang. The nearby crowd could only hear the continuous metallic clashes ringing out. And in the blink of an eye, the sound of clashing had already occurred hundreds of times. Refreshing, refreshing. The beggar boy's eyes were filled with heat. Among the countless strong opponents I've encountered in the past 2 years, you're the first one whose cultivation is lower than mine, yet can completely keep up with my knife speed and easily defend against my knife techniques. Now, I'm going to get serious, so be careful. After saying this, the beggar boy suddenly lunged forward. With the long knife in hand, swish, swish, swish. 3 lightning-fast strikes sliced through the air, like 3 streaks of light cutting across the void. The same incredibly fast knife lights were met with Su Xian's mountain and sea sword technique, but the moment the sword clashed with the first knife light, Su Xian sensed the power contained within the knife light was at least twice as strong as those the beggar boy had unleashed before. The power he unleashed had not increased at all. It was purely relying on his knife technique and skills that made the might double. Su Xian was secretly astonished. But even though the knife lights might have grown stronger, he still easily blocked that knife light. Then came the second and third strikes, each one stronger than the last. Clang, clang, clang. After 3 exchanges, Su Xian had not retreated even a single step. He actually blocked it? The beggar boy frowned. The 3 strikes he had just unleashed had the first strike at 1 times the power, the second at 2 times, and the third at 3 times. After these 3 strikes, an ordinary person would be unable to withstand them. Yet Su Xian not only blocked them, but also seemed to do so with ease. No wonder it's the first sword technique recognized by the Tianyan dynasty. Moreover, his comprehension of the intent seems to be even higher than mine, the beggar boy murmured. Then spoke up, the North Song sword technique should not just be a defensive sword technique, right? Let me see your offensive capabilities. As you wish. Su Xian's gaze sharpened. Boom. His sword style instantly changed, becoming violent and fiery. In an instant, the sword light resembled thunder and fire. And the terrifying sword shadows directly enveloped the beggar boy. 9 layers of waves. The beggar boy also immediately unleashed his knife technique. The two clashed fiercely, and moments later, the beggar boy retreated, re-establishing distance. Let's stop here. The beggar boy said with a smile. In terms of offensive techniques, we should be about even. And your defensive sword technique is extremely remarkable. Unless I use my strongest ultimate move, I cannot break through your swordsmanship. Strongest ultimate move? Su Xian's pupils contracted. Did this beggar boy still have a trump card? My ultimate move is quite special. Once unleashed, I cannot control my own power. And it may lead to an extreme explosion of power. You, as a true martial realm, no matter how outstanding your defensive sword technique is, under such a massive power gap, you would likely be sliced in half by my knife. It's better to forget it, the beggar boy said. Upon hearing this, Su Xian could only helplessly shrug. He indeed wanted to witness this beggar boy's strongest ultimate move, but since the latter could not control his power after unleashing it, it was better to let it go. What is your name? The beggar boy asked. Su Xian. Su Xian replied. My name is Duan Yunfeng. And you must remember this name. Ordinary people do not have the privilege to know my name. The beggar boy smiled, and he spoke the truth. In the past 2 years, as he traveled the world and battled countless sea transformation realm experts, most of whom were at the complete or peak level of sea transformation, there were fewer than 5 people among them who qualified for him to voluntarily share his name. By telling Su Xian his name now, it was clearly a form of recognition, even though Su Xian's cultivation was still only in the true martial realm. Unfortunately, your cultivation is indeed too low. You can't even reach the minimum threshold for hunting. Otherwise, I would really want to unleash my strongest abilities and have a fair battle with you at this year's Imperial City Hunt. The beggar boy Duan Yunfeng said. Imperial City Hunt? Su Xian's heart stirred. The Tianyan dynasty held the Imperial City Hunt only once every 5 years, which he had also heard of. It was a grand event that gathered the top talents and strong figures from all 36 states and countless counties in the Tianyan dynasty. It was also an immensely coveted and yearned-for stage for all young cultivators. As long as one could pass the rigorous preliminaries and truly reach the hunting stage, they would already be considered a top talent of the Tianyan dynasty. Furthermore, if one performed exceptionally during the hunt, they would surely gain fame throughout the world. The most important thing is that if one can make it to the end of the hunt, they will be accepted into the sacred place of the Tianyan dynasty. The Tianyan Palace. The Tianyan Palace was personally established by the founding emperor of the Tianyan dynasty and has been passed down to this day. It gathers more than 70% of the cultivation resources of the entire Tianyan dynasty and countless top-tier powerhouses. Only the most exceptional talents of the Tianyan dynasty can be accepted into the Tianyan Palace. It can be said that it is the dream place for all young people. However, the Royal City Hunt is not something that just anyone can participate in. The minimum requirement is to have a cultivation level above the Transformation Sea realm. As of now, Su Xian is still only at the true martial realm, and there are less than 3 months left until the initial selection for the Royal City Hunt. Yunfeng clearly does not believe that Su Xian can break through to the Transformation Sea realm in such a short time. Even if he were to miraculously break through, he does not think Su Xian could pass the preliminary selection. If there is a chance, I will go to the Royal City Hunt and compete with you fairly. Su Xian said seriously. Haha. Good. I will be waiting for you, Yunfeng laughed. Although he does not believe that Su Xian can catch up to the Royal City Hunt, he knows that a super genius like Su Xian will eventually make a name for himself in Tianyan. They will definitely meet again in the future. Perhaps even in the Tianyan Palace. Waving his hand, Yunfeng turned to leave. The members of the 2 major gangs on the street made way for him, immediately clearing a wide path, and no one dared to block his way. The Royal City Hunt is a stage that all young people of the Tianyan dynasty, regardless of gender, yearn for, a place to truly showcase their strongest abilities. I will definitely go. Su Xian clenched his fists, his gaze sharp. The decisive battle between the Haiyan gang and the Lushui gang, although delayed somewhat by the appearance of the beggar youth Yunfeng, ultimately decided the victor. In this battle, the Lushui gang suffered a major defeat. A large number of Lushui gang members were killed, most of the high-ranking members were also killed, and the leader of the Lushui gang was heavily injured and fled. As for the 4 powerful figures from the Pang family, the strongest, Pang Taiyun, was killed by Yunfeng with a single strike, and out of the remaining 3, 2 were killed by Su Xian, leaving only one of the twin brothers, who was lucky to escape with his life after losing an arm to Su Xian. Of course, he managed to escape because he was clever. As soon as he saw Pang Taiyun being killed by Yunfeng, he immediately fled, while Su Xian was engaged in battle with Yunfeng and had no time to deal with him. In front of the Haiyan gang's headquarters, young master, Lord Yellow, I have already prepared a celebration banquet for you. Can't we sit down and have a drink before you leave? No need to be in such a hurry. Wan Chong said with a forced smile, his face and eyes filled with flattery, looking nothing like a gang leader, but more like a servant. He had indeed lowered his stance to the lowest position because Su Xian's displayed strength today had completely shocked him. Just 3 days ago, when Su Xian had just arrived, he had been very dissatisfied with the Su family, even secretly cursing them and Su Xian. But who would have thought that today, it was this young master, who he had previously looked down upon and who was only at the true martial realm, who saved his life. If Su Xian hadn't intervened, the Haiyan gang would have been unable to withstand the 4 members of the Pang family, and the result would definitely have been a major retreat for the Haiyan gang. With him, the gang leader, certain to die. Now he was actually relieved that the Su family had not sent 2 Transformation Sea experts as he requested, but instead sent this young master. Otherwise, ordinary Transformation Sea experts would have been no match for the 4 from the Pang family. Wang Gong leader. We still have things to attend to. Su Xian had already mounted his horse. In that case, I will not keep you any longer. Wanchong smiled, signaling to the strategist beside him. The strategist immediately stepped forward and handed over a thick stack of banknotes. Young master, just a small token of appreciation. Not a formal gift, Wanchong said. Oh, Su Xian raised an eyebrow, secretly thinking that Wanchong, who could rise from an ordinary bandit to a gang leader, really knew how to handle people. Su Xian did not refuse and directly accepted the banknotes, then set off with Yellow, leaving Donyang City. On the way back to the Su family, it was already late at night. The two fast horses moved slowly along the road, and Su Xian's gaze remained fixed ahead. Somewhat lost in thought. Young master, since we left Donyang City, I've noticed you seem to be in deep thought. What are you thinking about? Yellow asked. Yellow, did you see that person today? Su Xian replied. He was naturally referring to Yunfeng. Of course, that person's strength is too formidable. Although his cultivation is only at the peak of the Transformation C realm, I am certain that the vast majority of peak Transformation C experts would not be his match. Yellow said with a serious expression. Fortunately, it was you, young master. If it were me, even in a contest of skills, I surely would not be able to withstand a single strike. Su Xian smiled and continued, I am not talking about his strength, but rather his experiences. According to what he said, over the past 2 years, he has traveled through the 86 districts of the 9 provinces, challenging countless powerful individuals. This may seem crazy, but without a doubt, he has the heart of a true powerhouse. He yearns to grow stronger, which is why he constantly seeks to challenge strong opponents. And I was just thinking, if one day the crisis of the Su family is completely resolved, and I have no more worries, would I also venture out into the world like him? Su Xian could not help but raise his head and gaze at the starry sky above. The world is vast, and the Tianyin dynasty is just one of the many dynasties in the eastern wilderness. There are countless strong individuals. Today's battle with Yunfeng gave Su Xian an incredibly special feeling deep within him. A sense of anticipation for this unknown world and a longing for the countless powerhouses within this vast expanse. He also yearned to grow stronger, to stand at the pinnacle of the world and clash with countless peak powerhouses. Unfortunately, all of this is still too far away for me. What I need to focus on now is to first resolve the crisis of my family, Su Xian said with a faint smile. But just then, Su Xian's eyes widened, revealing an unmistakable look of surprise. He then dismounted, found a clear spot by the road, and directly sat down cross-legged. Yellow, keep an eye out for me and don't let anyone disturb me, Su Xian instructed. Yes, Yellow nodded and dismounted, quietly guarding nearby. Su Xian closed his eyes, and within him, a surge of spiritual power began to gather. Time passed. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight appeared on the distant horizon and shone on Su Xian's face, his eyes finally opened. Transformation C Realm, here I come. Chapter 25, Shock Transformation C Realm. More than 3 years ago, Su Xian was already extremely close to this level. Unfortunately, later events caused him to be imprisoned in a magic ceiling prison for 3 years, and his cultivation fell. It was only now that he truly stepped into this level. In the Tianyin dynasty, true martial realm practitioners are as numerous as cows, and only by entering the Transformation Sea can one truly be considered an expert. I have reached the minimum requirement for the Royal City Hunt preliminary selection. Su Xian's eyes glimmered with excitement. He had long yearned for the Royal City Hunt. Congratulations, young master. Yellow, who had been quietly guarding by his side, also congratulated Su Xian while secretly marveling. Their young master could already contend with peak Transformation C experts while still at the true martial realm, and even had the upper hand. Now that he had truly broken through to the Transformation C realm, how strong would his power be? Yellow, let us go back. Su Xian stood up with a smile. And soon the two mounted their horses again, heading back to the Su family. At the same time that Su Xian broke through to the Transformation C realm, in the county city, at the Pang family residence. Brother Meng, do you know why the family had summoned us today? I don't know, but I don't think it's for anything trivial. Two middle-aged figures walked side by side toward the Pang family's conference hall. Both of them were guests of the Pang family and had already reached the void-breaking realm in their cultivation. As a strong practitioner of the void-breaking realm, the Pang family rarely needs them to take action personally. However, since both were summoned today, it must be due to a significant event. The two entered the conference hall and noticed that many people were already seated inside. In addition to the current head of the Pang family and several elders, there was also a one-armed disciple of the Pang family present. Mr. Meng, Mr. Chong, please take a seat, said Pang Xiaoqing, the head of the Pang family, slightly raising his hand. The two guests nodded slightly in greeting and then sat down beside him. With everyone present, Pang Xiaoqing looked around at the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone here is the core strength of the Pang family and a true pillar. The reason for gathering you all today is for one matter. Qingyu, you may speak. Pang Xiaoqing turned to the one-armed disciple. The one-armed disciple's face was still pale. Upon hearing Pang Xiaoqing's command, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Esteemed adults, respected elders, not long ago, the leader of the Lushui gang in Danyang City found our Pang family. The one-armed disciple Pang Qingyu began recounting the events that had occurred in Danyang City. However, he had only gotten halfway through when. What did you say? The young master of the Su family, merely at the martial realm level, fought against you two brothers, defeating both of you, and even killed your elder brother? Several elders of the Pang family jumped up in shock. Even the two void-breaking realm guests looked at Pang Qingyu with disbelief. A martial realm practitioner, facing a perfected C transformation level expert, and even gaining the upper hand? Where did this monster come from? If it weren't for the fact that Pang Qingyu had indeed lost an arm, they would suspect he was lying to shift the blame. If this were true, head, this Su Xian cannot be left alive. Head, we must act quickly and kill this child. The elders of the Pang family spoke urgently. They were indeed anxious. Please sit down. Pang Xiaoqing raised a hand to signal the elders to calm down. Qingyu, continue. Pang Qingyu proceeded to recount the sudden appearance of the beggar boy, who killed Pang Taiyun with a single strike. As for what happened afterward, he fled when he sensed danger and thus did not witness the battle between Su Xian and the beggar boy. Whoever killed our Pang family members must be killed. One elder gritted his teeth and said, Pang Taiyun, a perfected C transformation level expert, was a core strength of the Pang family, and his death naturally incited their fury. The person who killed Taiyun, I will send someone to investigate. If found, we will surely kill him to avenge Taiyun. But the immediate priority is Su Xian, the young master of the Su family. Pang Xiaoqing's deep-set eyes shifted slightly as his low voice continued. I received news earlier that this young master of the Su family displayed impressive strength and talent in their family competition this year. And the mysterious figure named Jian Yi who recently passed the 14th level of the martial pavilion is likely this young master Su Xian. However, since Su Xian had been delayed in the Demon Band prison for 3 years and his previously displayed strength wasn't too outrageous, I didn't pay much attention. But now it seems that Su Xian's talent and potential are far more terrifying than I imagined. If a martial realm practitioner can contend with a perfected C transformation expert, then when he breaks through to C transformation himself, or with more time reaches the peak of C transformation, won't he be able to easily slay void-breaking realm practitioners? When he one day reaches the void-breaking realm, we will likely be unable to stop him even if we combine our strengths. Moreover, with such incredible talent, the Red Dragon Tower would undoubtedly take notice. Given the past practices of the Red Dragon Tower, they could very well inform the Tianyan Palace, leading to Su Xian being specially recruited. Tianyan Palace? Pang Xiaoqing's words sent a shockwave through the hearts of the elders present. The Tianyan Palace is the highest-level genius training ground of the Tianyan dynasty, a sacred place for all young disciples to aspire to. Accessing the Tianyan Palace is not limited to the royal city hunts, as long as one is outstanding enough with tremendous potential. The Tianyan Palace will find you and recruit you in advance. Given the talent and potential Su Xian has displayed, they had no doubt he qualified for special recruitment by the Tianyan Palace. Once Su Xian is specially recruited into the Tianyan Palace, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would likely become a top-tier existence in the void-breaking realm in the future. If Su Xian were willing to serve the dynasty, he could completely wield immense power within the Tianyan dynasty, at least at the level of a provincial governor, making it far too easy for him to deal with the Pang family. We can temporarily set aside our conflict with the Su family. The plan to annihilate the Su family can wait. But this young master Su Xian must be killed now, immediately, right away. Pang Xiaoqing shouted, his eyes reddening. I have summoned you all here today to discuss how we can ensure that we kill Su Xian in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if we fail even once and let Su Xian and the Su family become alert, it will be difficult to find another opportunity. How can we kill Su Xian in one go? The crowd exchanged glances and began to discuss. First, since Su Xian could contend against a perfected C transformation expert, ensuring his death would require at least a peak C transformation expert to act personally. As for the void-breaking realm, although the Pang and Su families have been in fierce conflict over the years, both sides had their constraints, and most conflicts did not involve void-breaking realm practitioners. After all, if a void-breaking realm expert were to assassinate the younger generation of the opposing family, that expert would certainly be condemned and ridiculed for disregarding their status. Moreover, doing so would drive the Su family mad, and they would not hesitate to send their own void-breaking realm experts to assassinate the Pang family's younger generation. This back and forth would result in excessive losses for both sides, so there has long been an understanding between them. Unless truly pushed to desperation or prepared for a final showdown, they would not resort to such mutually destructive actions. Although Su Xian posed a significant threat to the Pang family, he had not yet forced them to that level of urgency. Head, since we are pursuing a one-hit kill, relying solely on our Pang family will be difficult unless a void-breaking realm expert acts personally. It might be better to hire professional assassins, such as asking the Three-Kill Tower to take action, one elder of the Pang family suggested. The Three-Kill Tower? Pang Xiaoqing's heart stirred. That is the Tianyin dynasty's recognized #1 assassin organization, with operations throughout the entire dynasty. It is said that the assassins within the Three-Kill Tower have countless kills under their belts, and for any assassination task they are willing to take. There is almost no task they cannot complete. Even super experts of the Nirvana realm have seemingly been assassinated by the Three-Kill Tower. No, Pang Xiaoqing shook his head. The Three-Kill Tower is actually also secretly controlled by the dynasty, its nature similar to that of the Red Dragon Tower, just with different operations. The Tianyin dynasty places great importance on geniuses. If we were to issue an assassination task for Su Xian to the Three-Kill Tower, they would undoubtedly investigate Su Xian thoroughly in advance. Once they learn of Su Xian's talent and potential, the Three-Kill Tower would likely refuse the task. Even if they took it on, the conditions they would demand would certainly be astronomical. The elders of the Pang family all nodded in agreement. The Three-Kill Tower is indeed secretly controlled by the Tianyin dynasty, and this matter was no longer a secret within the dynasty. The master said, "If we want to send an assassin to kill Su Xian, I just thought of someone." One of the two retainers, Mr. Meng, stood up at this moment. That person is right here in Yongning County, on Baishan Island. The elder members of the Pang family were taken aback. They already knew who Mr. Meng was referring to. Indeed, in terms of assassination skills, that person from Baishan Island can be considered the best in Yongning County, and even ranks high throughout Yunzhou. He was once an assassin from the Three Kills building, and is said to have killed dozens of peak Hualong realm experts. He has even attempted to assassinate a broken Void realm expert, causing serious injuries, even if he didn't manage to kill them. If he takes action, there is at least a 90 chance he can kill Su Xian in one go. Pang Xiaoqing nodded, but said, however, that person from Baishan Island has a very peculiar temperament, and it won't be easy to persuade him. Leave this matter to me. Mr. Meng smiled. I have some acquaintances with that person from Baishan Island, and to be honest, he owes me a favor. I will go ask him, and as long as the reward is satisfactory, he should not refuse. In that case, I will trouble you, Mr. Meng. Pang Xiaoqing's eyes brightened, and regarding the reward, let him name his price. As long as he can kill Su Xian in one go, allowing my Pang family to eliminate this hidden danger, my Pang family will agree to any cost. No problem. Mr. Meng smiled and quickly set off. 2 days later, late at night, under the cover of darkness, a figure leaped over the wall like a ghost, entering the Su family's mansion. He swept through the rooms without making a sound. Although the Su mansion was brightly lit and had many guards patrolling at night, there were even a few formidable Hualong realm experts secretly monitoring. Yet none of them detected the presence of this figure. He followed the route map of the Su family that had been prepared for him, heading towards the courtyard where Su Xian was located. Although it was late at night and the maid in red had already gone to rest, Su Xian was still practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard, shirtless. Buzz. The long sword swung like waves in the ocean, seemingly capable of encompassing everything around it. It was evident that in just a few days, Su Xian's swordsmanship had improved significantly. Indeed, after breaking through to the Hualong realm, whether it was swordsmanship or comprehension of the realm, the improvement had become noticeably easier. Su Xian chuckled to himself. The breakthrough to the Hualong realm had unearthed much of the hidden bloodline power within him. Most importantly, this breakthrough had greatly enhanced his perception and awareness, making his understanding of swordsmanship and the realm much clearer, allowing him to comprehend it with much greater ease. Taking a deep breath, Su Xian stopped his movements, and his body naturally relaxed. Wiping the sweat off his body, he prepared to return to his room to rest. However, at the moment he relaxed and turned around, an unprecedented sense of dread suddenly filled his entire being. Every pore on his body stood on end. Chapter 26. Bloodshed in the late night. This sense of dread came without any warning, purely an instinctive alert from his body and bloodline to the life and death crisis. A ghostly figure had appeared behind him without him realizing it. In the dark night, a black light, carrying boundless killing intent, stabbed directly towards Su Xian's heart. Assassin. A flash of terror crossed Su Xian's eyes. Too fast. Incredibly fast. There was no sign at all. The person appeared behind him without making a sound. Not even a breath. Su Xian had just finished practicing swordsmanship and had just relaxed his entire body. The timing of the attack was perfect. The assassin's strength was equally terrifying. In this situation, even Su Xian could not completely evade that black light. The only fortunate thing was that after breaking through to the Hualong realm, and thanks to his bloodline, his perception of danger was far beyond that of ordinary people, which allowed for that instinctive warning. At the critical moment of life and death, Su Xian twisted his body with all his might and managed to move just a little distance before the black light was about to touch his skin. The cold black light pierced through Su Xian's body, causing one side of his chest to explode, flesh and blood scattering everywhere, and Su Exion's throat felt sweet. Swish. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his body, he quickly retreated. Not dead. Under the moonlight, a veiled, enchanting face was raised, and a hint of astonishment flashed in her cold eyes. With her strength, such a perfectly timed assassination should have killed even a peak Hualong realm expert, unless it was someone who could pass through the dragon-seeking tower, the most top-tier existence. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the young master of the Su family, with merely a small achievement in the Hualong realm, to survive. Yet, he had not died on the spot. Still, he must die? An astonishing killing intent suddenly erupted from this enchanting figure, and in an instant, she burst forth with terrifying speed, chasing after Su Exion before he could steady himself. Swish, swish, swish. The cold black light shone again, erupting with terrifying speed as it struck towards Su Exion's vital throat. Facing the attack, Su Exion finally saw the black light clearly. It was a cold, pitch-black dagger. Mountain and sea roll. Su Exion shouted sharply as he swung his long sword, instantly summoning heavy intent, as if it were waves from the ocean. Clang, clang, clang. Several clashing sounds rang out, and the black light was blocked by Su Exion. He actually blocked it? Hurry and retreat. The enchanting figure turned around without hesitation. As an assassin, especially a powerful and terrifying one, she knew very well that once she exposed her lethal strike, but failed to kill the opponent, she had lost the best opportunity to eliminate him. The only reason she had continued to pursue was that she saw Su Exion was only at a small achievement in the Hualong realm and already heavily injured. Thinking she could easily succeed, who would have thought that Su Exion would easily block her with his swordsmanship? She naturally had no lingering attachments. One failed strike, and she immediately retreated. However, can you escape? A fierce shout suddenly came from Su Exion's mouth. Buzz. A hazy sword light abruptly illuminated. It was dreamlike. It felt like a phantom, yet incredibly real. It lightly swept through the void. Baitsong's swordsmanship, phantom roll, second form, shadow manipulation. Not good. The enchanting figure, who was about to escape, changed color drastically and waved her dagger to try to block the sword. However, the hazy sword shadow was beyond her ability to capture. Hiss. The swordlight swept by, and a small wound appeared on the enchanting figure's neck, followed by her unwillingly falling down. Baitsong's swordsmanship has 3 roles. Thunderfire roll focuses on frontal combat. Mountain and sea roll focuses on defense. The phantom roll focuses on speed, and is also a lethal sword technique. The phantom roll has 5 sword techniques. The first is called dark light, where a sword is drawn, and it seems as if only one light remains in the world. The second is called shadow manipulation, where the sword shadow is hazy and phantasmal, impossible to capture. Su Exion had just mastered this sword technique after breaking through to the Hualong realm. Once it was unleashed, it sealed her throat with a single sword. Thud. After slaying the assassin, Su Exion could no longer stand and directly sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Blood continuously bubbling from his mouth, and on his chest was a horrifying wound, with a large amount of flesh already shredded. Fortunately, he had managed to move his body just in time, causing the dagger to slightly deviate, preventing it from hitting his heart. Otherwise, he would have certainly died from that strike. That was close. I almost died. Su Exion felt a wave of fear wash over him. At that moment, swish. A figure rushed in from the side, landing in the courtyard. It was Su Exion's father, Su Baichen. Su Baichen is the strongest warrior of the Su family. Although he did not discover the assassin's infiltration in advance, he sensed something was wrong the moment the assassin engaged with Su Exion and rushed over as quickly as possible. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground and Su Exion's tragic state, Su Baichen immediately understood what had happened. Quick, take this pill. Su Baichen squatted down and hurriedly took out a white pill from his sleeve for Su Exion to swallow. After taking the pill, a peculiar force began to work within Su Exion's body, and his pale face improved slightly. Su Baichen then began to examine Su Exion's wounds. Fortunately, he was only stabbed by a sharp blade, and it avoided vital points. Most importantly, the blade was not poisoned. Su Baichen let out a sigh of relief. Poison? Su Exion was startled. Yes, the dagger had pierced his body directly, and if it had been coated with deadly poison, his fate would have been dire. Your injuries aren't serious. Just take the pill and rest for a few days, and you'll be fine. Su Baichen stood up, but looked over at the corpse, removing the veil to reveal the assassin's face. It turned out to be a woman. Su Exion narrowed his eyes. Not only was she a woman, but she was also incredibly enchanting, with quite a bit of beauty. It's her, the #1 assassin in Yongning County, Phantom. Su Baichen recognized her immediately. It was said that Phantom had a strange personality. After leaving the 3-kill building, she had been living on Baishan Island, rarely interacting with the outside world, and had hardly made a move in years. Yet this time, she actually attempted to assassinate you. Su Baichen was quite shaken internally. The first reason was that Phantom actually took action to assassinate Su Xian. But what truly shook him was that Su Xian not only survived Phantom's assassination, but also killed her on the spot. Phantom was a genuine peak Huahai cultivator, and she had killed dozens of peak Huahai cultivators before. It was said that she had even assassinated a Break Void Realm expert. Yet Su Xian, who had just entered the Huahai realm, was able to kill Phantom. What kind of strength did he possess? This kid? Could the awakened bloodline really be of the first grade? Or perhaps even higher, a divine grade bloodline? Su Baichen looked at Su Xian, who was recuperating from his injuries, his eyes narrowing slightly. He dared only to think of the divine grade bloodline. As for the higher tier supreme bloodline, it had never existed in the entire eastern wilderness and was purely a legend. He could never imagine reaching that level. At this moment, the great elder Su Boyong, who had returned from Tianshui City, along with some strong Huahai cultivators from the Su family, also rushed over. What is this? Su Boyong looked at Phantom's corpse and immediately realized from the wound that she had been killed by someone with a sword. He quickly understood that it was Su Xian who had killed Phantom. Great Elder, have someone dispose of this corpse immediately. Don't let anyone see her wounds, Su Baichen instructed. Understood, Su Boyong nodded. Soon, someone took care of the corpse. Shiner, tomorrow morning, you will move to Biyuan to live, Su Baichen said. Biyuan? Su Xian's heart stirred. Biyuan was right next to the courtyard where Su Baichen lived, clearly indicating that his father was also worried that there might be other assassins coming to kill him. Half an hour later, in the Su family's hall, all the high-ranking members of the Su family were gathered together, having learned about Su Xian's assassination. Head of the family, we absolutely cannot treat this as if nothing happened. We must retaliate. The hot-tempered second elder Su Taitong was the first to speak. Yes, we must take revenge. Viciously retaliate against them. Even without any evidence, they knew who had sent Phantom to assassinate Su Xian. The elders and high-ranking members of the Su family unanimously agreed that they must retaliate fiercely against the Pang family. After all, this was within the Su family estate, where the young master of the Su family, the current wielder of the Sword Order, was assassinated. If the Su family endured this, they would first be laughed at by everyone in the world, and in the future, anyone would dare to send people to the Su family to kill. Secondly, it would also dishearten the people within the Su family. The Su family acted quickly. By early the next morning, their retaliation against the Pang family had already begun. This retaliation encompassed various aspects, including impacts on industries, struggles for benefits, and most importantly, battles between strong cultivators. The Su family and the Pang family were the two strongest families in Yongning County. In terms of high-level combat power, the Pang family was slightly stronger. But in terms of background, they could not compare to the Su family. The clash between these two strongest families stirred up a storm throughout Yongning County. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Within the Su family estate, Second Elder. Greetings, Second Elder. Second Elder Su Taitong walked by with his hands behind his back. The young members of the Su family around him all bowed and saluted, their eyes filled with enthusiasm. Have you heard? Just yesterday, during a fight with the Pang family in the south of the city, our Su family was originally at a disadvantage. However, once the Second Elder arrived, he not only turned the situation around, but also, with a thunderous method, killed that elder from the Pang family who had reached the peak Huahai level. That elder was a peak Huahai cultivator, second only to the Break Void realm. The second elder was also only at the peak Huahai level, but one-on-one, he could directly kill that elder from the Pang family. Over the past few days, nearly 10 Huahai cultivators from the Pang family had died at the hands of the second elder. There have been 10, and 2 days ago, the second elder personally took action and killed 2 peak Huahai cultivators from the Pang family at once. Some young members of the Su family, including some maids and servants, whispered among themselves. The battle between the Su family and the Pang family was cautious on both sides, and without a Break Void realm expert stepping in. The peak Huahai cultivators were the strongest combat power on both sides. The Su family only had a few peak Huahai cultivators, with second elder Su Taitong being the strongest. Therefore, in the ongoing battles with the Pang family, the Su family had taken the lead, with Su Taitong personally taking action to kill the Pang family's strong cultivators. Over the past few days, many strong cultivators from the Pang family had died at his hands. In terms of battle results, the losses for the Pang family in these 7 days were undoubtedly much greater than those of the Su family, including 1 peak Huahai cultivator. Second elder. Another person appeared before Su Taitong. Su Xian. Su Taitong finally stopped, sizing up the newcomer. Are your injuries all right now? I've mostly recovered. Su Xian smiled slightly. He had been directly pierced through the body by that female assassin's dagger, and such a severe injury would typically require an ordinary person to lie in bed for at least half a month. However, perhaps due to his bloodline, his recovery ability was far stronger than that of an ordinary person, and he was able to get out of bed and walk just 3 days later. After 7 days, His condition had fully returned to peak form. Second elder, I've heard that the family has been battling with the Pang family's strong cultivators these past few days. If possible, I would like to participate in the battle, Su Exine said. You? Foolish. Su Taitong frowned and immediately reprimanded him. Su Exine, you should know that this conflict with the Pang family arose because of you. The Pang family was willing to spend a huge price to hire an assassin to secretly kill you because they knew your talent and potential. Unfortunately, they failed. At this moment, what you need to do is to do everything you can to improve your cultivation and strength. As for the external battles, the Pang family would love for you to run out and fight them so they can find an opportunity to kill you. If you want to fight for the family, if you want to fight against the Pang family's strong cultivators, you can. Wait until your strength has increased. Wait until your cultivation breaks through to the late Huahai stage. And when you can confront the Pang family's peak Huahai cultivators without fear and even have some ability to protect yourself against break Void Realm experts, then come find me. Su Tiedong's reprimand made Su Exine unable to help but smile wryly. He knew that Su Taitong's words made sense, but he couldn't just tell Su Taitong that he already had that strength. Even if he did say it, Su Taitong probably wouldn't believe him. After all, the death of the female assassin, Mei Ying, was witnessed only by Su Baichun and the elder Su Bo Yong, who knew he was the one who killed her, while others thought it was Su Baichun who acted. At this moment, Su Taitong stepped forward, patted Su Exine on the shoulder, and said solemnly, Su Exine, you must remember, you are the hope of our Su family. Only when all these old guys in our Su family are gone will it be your generation's turn to fight for the family. After saying this, Su Taitong left directly. Su Exine remained standing there. The second elder was right. I carry the hope of the Su family's rise. My vision should be longer term. If I go to fight the strong from the Pang family now, even if I show my strength and kill many of their strong, it won't have much impact on the Pang family. Su Exine pondered. The core strength of the Pang family lies in the Break Void realm. As long as I can't kill those in the Break Void realm, merely killing some in the Sea Transformation realm won't shake the foundation of the Pang family. In that case, I should go there. Su Exine clenched his fist tightly. The Red Dragon Tower. Two towering black towers stood tall, one of which was the Jinwu Pavilion, where a massive crowd of Jinwu realm martial artists gathered. Occasionally someone would enter the tower to challenge. As for the other towering black tower, the Dragon Seeking Tower, it rarely attracted attention. A young figure dressed in black, wearing a hat, and holding a sharp sword arrived at the Dragon Seeking Tower. I want to challenge the Dragon Seeking Tower. Chapter 27. The first floor of the Dragon Seeking Tower, unlike the Jinwu Pavilion, which focuses on skills. The Dragon Seeking Tower tests overall combat power. The Dragon Seeking Tower has 3 floors, and only those who are truly top figures at the peak of the Sea Transformation realm can pass the first floor. Because of this, few people come to challenge the Dragon Seeking Tower. After all, there aren't many who have reached the peak of the Sea Transformation realm in Yongning County, and even fewer are qualified to challenge the Dragon Seeking Tower. Most peak Sea Transformation realm challengers end up being defeated. Today, however, Su Exine, who has just reached the initial stage of the Sea Transformation realm, entered the Dragon Seeking Tower. The first floor of the Dragon Seeking Tower is a vast open space. At the front of the open space, a man in gray slowly walked over. You, at the initial stage of the Sea Transformation realm, come to challenge the Dragon Seeking Tower. Is it confidence or ignorance? The gray-clothed man stared at Su Exine, seeing through his cultivation at a glance. Whether it's ignorance or not, senior, you'll know when you try. Su Exine had already drawn his sword. Although he had never challenged the Dragon Seeking Tower before, he had heard that there was only one guardian on each floor of the tower. Defeating this guardian meant passing. The gray-clothed man said no more and took out a pitch-black spear. Suddenly, he leaped forward. Step, step, step. In 3 quick steps, the gray-clothed man appeared before Su Exine, and the pitch-black spear in his hand seemed to strike like a venomous snake, creating bursts of spear flowers that stabbed at Su Exine from strange and tricky angles. In an instant, Su Exine was surrounded by a flurry of spear shadows. Faced with the incoming spear of the gray-clothed man, Su Exine immediately activated over 50% of his bloodline power. The sword in his hand transformed into mountains and seas, stirring up heavy sentiments, making him feel as if he were in a vast ocean. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of continuous collisions rang out, and in an instant, the two had clashed dozens of times. So strong. In real combat, Su Exine couldn't help but exclaim. Regardless of strength, speed, or spear technique, he had reached the pinnacle of the Sea Transformation realm, practically embodying the ultimate combat power of the Sea Transformation realm. No wonder so many peak Sea Transformation realm experts couldn't pass the first floor of the Dragon Seeking Tower. Su Exine muttered to himself. In all aspects, reaching the pinnacle of the Sea Transformation realm means that to defeat this gray-clothed man, he must exceed the limits of the Sea Transformation realm in some aspect. For example, In terms of strength, those extremely rare bloodline awakeners, upon reaching the peak of the C transformation realm, can unleash power far beyond that of the peak of the C transformation realm due to their bloodline power, allowing them to pass easily. There are also those who have had special experiences or cultivated some powerful techniques, like the beggar boy Duan Yunfeng whom Su Xian met in Danyang City. At that time, he was only at the perfection stage of the C transformation realm. Yet he could easily kill the equally matched Pang Taiyuan with a single strike due to his unique technique. As for speed and skill, if someone excels significantly in any one aspect beyond the peak of the C transformation realm, they can naturally pass. For Su Xian, his greatest advantage is his skill. Buzz. Su Xian struck with his sword repeatedly, each strike perfectly timed. He seemed like a towering mountain, remaining unshaken no matter how frantically he was attacked. The gray-clothed man's spear technique had reached its peak, yet it couldn't budge Su Xian in the slightest. No wonder he dared to challenge the dragon-seeking tower. He indeed had some strength. The gray-clothed man couldn't help but admire him, but to truly pass this floor, mere defense would not suffice. Humph. Su Xian let out a cold snort, and the style of his sword immediately changed. With the might of thunder and fire, the originally defensive mountain and sea sword technique instantly transformed into the thunderfire whirlwind. The sword he wielded became incredibly violent and fearsome. Strikes of sword light burst forth. Wild and ferocious, those sword shadows even carried sentiments. The sentiments had perfectly merged with the sword, forming a unique sword intent. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the eyes of the gray-clothed man. The comprehension of sentiments is merely a rudimentary grasp, then applied in battle. This is just the initial threshold. However, the perfect fusion of sentiment with the weapon, forming a unique sword intent or knife intent, is considered a higher level of comprehension. Su Xian's understanding of sentiments was evidently very high, and in addition, he was using the North Song's sword technique, recognized as the best sword technique in the Tianyin dynasty. The terrifying sword shadows that resembled thunder and fire continued to descend, one sword after another, not giving any chance to catch a breath, and for a moment, the gray-clothed man was forced to retreat repeatedly. Suddenly, Su Xian's sword momentum changed again. Phantom roll, first form, dark light. Whoosh. The sword light shone, as if it were the only remaining light in the world. Its speed was incredibly astonishing. The gray-clothed man recognized this sword light and knew what it was. But he had no time to defend. Swoosh. The sword light passed by the gray-clothed man, leaving an incredibly clear sword mark, yet no blood flowed out. And the sword mark healed rapidly. The gray-clothed man stopped his movements and retreated to a distance, while the stone door leading to the second floor of the tower had already opened. I passed. Su Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart. It was just as he had expected. It was rumored that a typical peak C transformation realm expert could pass the first floor if they could comprehend even a hint of sentiment. Although he had only unleashed 50% of his bloodline power, and his strength could only match that of the perfected C transformation realm, his comprehension of sentiment was so high that he could perfectly fuse it with his sword to form a sword intent. His skill was exceptionally high, and he was employing the North Song sword technique. Considering all of this, his combat power was likely slightly stronger than that of a peak C transformation expert who had only comprehended a hint of sentiment. Naturally, he could pass through this first floor with relative ease. Huff. After exhaling lightly, Su Xian quickly ascended the stairs and entered the second floor of the dragon-seeking tower. The guardian of the second floor was still the gray-clothed man. With your initial stage of the C transformation realm, you can pass the first floor of the dragon-seeking tower. Your future is limitless. The gray-clothed man looked at Su Xian with admiration. Please guide me, senior. Su Xian, however, was quite humble. Whoosh. The gray-clothed man struck again, still wielding that pitch-black spear. But this time, whether it was the burst of power, speed, or spear technique, it was clear that he had already surpassed the scope of the C transformation realm, reaching the threshold of the Break Void realm. Even at the moment the spear was thrust, it faintly carried a hint of sentiment. The power is at least nearly 10 times stronger than that in the first layer. Su Xian didn't even dare to unleash the Thunderfire Scroll to fight the gray-clothed man, and could only exert his utmost to use the Mountain and Sea Scroll to resist the terrifying long spear that came at him in succession. The defensive capability of the Mountain and Sea Scroll is extremely formidable, and it can rely on the sword intent to gradually dissipate the force. Even if the opponent's explosive power exceeds Su Xian's by a large margin, he can still hold on, relying on the defensive sword technique of the Mountain and Sea Scroll. Su Xian managed to last for quite a while against the gray-clothed man, but ultimately he was still defeated by him. So strong. The same opponent. But this gray-clothed man in the second layer is at least nearly 10 times stronger than in the first layer. I was able to pass through the first layer relatively easily, but in this second layer, even if I push my bloodline power to the limit, It might only allow me to hold on a little longer in his hands, to truly defeat him. Unless there is a significant breakthrough in my swordsmanship or comprehension of intent, or if I can advance my cultivation to the great perfection of the Transformation Sea realm. Once I reach the great perfection of the Transformation Sea, even if he only exerts 50% of his bloodline power, in terms of strength and speed, he would be comparable to the peak of the Transformation Sea. At that time, relying on my own swordsmanship, it would naturally not be difficult to pass through this second layer. After exiting the dragon-seeking tower, someone was already waiting there. It was Yuan Qing, the head of the Red Dragon Tower. Under Yuan Qing's guidance, Su Xian arrived at a tea room and took off his hat. As expected, Yuan Qing smiled and said, "I just received a message from that great person inside the dragon-seeking tower, saying that a sword-wielding small success in the Transformation Sea has passed through the first layer of the dragon-seeking tower, and I guessed it was you." Great person? Su Xian's expression shifted. Yuan Qing, the head of the Red Dragon Tower in this Yongning County, is himself a strong man in the Breaking Void realm. With his status and strength, who is qualified to be called great person by him? What's wrong? You still don't know the identity of that great person? Yuan Qing looked over. Indeed. I don't know. Su Xian shook his head. Haha. Yuan Qing laughed and then explained, Su Xian, you should know that my Red Dragon Tower monitors the world, covering 36 states and various counties. The existence of the dragon-seeking tower and the Jinwu Pavilion is precisely to gather the talents of the world. And the tests in these two towers have long been recognized. No one would question whether there is any discrepancy. Why is that? It's because both the Jinwu Pavilion and the dragon-seeking tower are incredibly strict. The Jinwu Pavilion uses war puppets as opponents, while the dragon-seeking tower has the top experts from our Red Dragon Tower headquarters personally acting as guardians. Top experts from the headquarters? Su Xian was taken aback. Yes, the one you just fought in the dragon-seeking tower was a top expert from our Red Dragon Tower headquarters. Of course, it couldn't be the real body, but a strand of consciousness left in the war puppet, controlling the puppet to fight you, Yuan Qing continued. Moreover, not only in this dragon-seeking tower in Yongning County, but throughout Yunzhou and several surrounding states, the guardians in the dragon-seeking towers in countless counties are all controlled by this great person alone. As for the strength of this great person, Yuan Qing smiled slightly and then spoke. Above the Breaking Void realm. Su Xian was taken aback. Above the Breaking Void realm, isn't that the Nirvana realm? The Nirvana realm is the super strong presence at the very top of the pyramid in the entire Tianyin dynasty. In the Tianyin dynasty, if any force or family produces a Nirvana realm expert, that family or force will rise and become a powerful entity in the Tianyin dynasty. For example, the former Su family was able to become a top family in the Tianyin dynasty because there was a Nirvana realm ancestor. But after that Nirvana realm ancestor fell, the Su family completely declined. The one who fought with me in the dragon-seeking tower was actually a Nirvana realm expert? Su Xian secretly clicked his tongue. No wonder no one dared to question it. Who would dare to say that the test guarded by a dignified Nirvana realm expert had discrepancies? When that great person sent a message to me, he spoke highly of you, and he also said that he would personally go to Tianyin Palace to help introduce you. Tianyin Palace has extremely high recruitment standards. But since you were able to pass through the first layer of the dragon-seeking tower in the small success of the Transformation Sea realm, you completely meet the requirements. With that great person personally recommending you, I believe there won't be any accidents. It won't be long before you should become a member of Tianyin Palace. Yuan Qing smiled, his attitude very friendly. He knew very well the value of being a disciple of Tianyin Palace. Once you enter Tianyin Palace, barring any unexpected mishaps, you will undoubtedly become a prominent figure in the Tianyin dynasty in the future. Even if you can't become a Nirvana realm expert, you will at least be a top expert in the Breaking Void realm. And upon hearing this, Su Xian's heart was filled with joy. He was only at the small success of the Transformation Sea. Why did he come to challenge the dragon-seeking tower? It was not for fame or fortune, but for a special recruitment slot in Tianyin Palace. If I can obtain the special recruitment and become a disciple of Tianyin Palace, then the assassination attempts against me, like before, will almost never happen again. My Su family will also be able to rest easy. Su Xian clenched his hands tightly. Disciples of Tianyin Palace are all treasures valued by the Tianyin dynasty. Sending assassins to kill disciples of Tianyin Palace? Once discovered, no matter who it is, regardless of the powerful forces behind them, even if there is a Nirvana realm ancestor backing them, they would still be exterminated. Just like the Sidhu family, which is still a top family in the Tianyin dynasty today and has a Nirvana realm ancestor behind it. But even if the Sidhu family is bold, they absolutely would not dare to assassinate a disciple of Tianyin Palace. Similarly, the family of the Tianyin Palace disciples will also receive protection from the dynasty. The Sidhu family, whether openly or secretly, would definitely not dare to deal with the Su family. If the Sidhu family is like that, then the Mirpang family is naturally nothing to worry about. Yuan Qing, do you know what that great person's name is? Su Xian asked. Name? Yuan Qing smiled wryly and shook his head. I am just a mere county supervisor in the Red Dragon Tower. How could I have the right to know that great person's name? When he sent me a message before, it was merely out of duty. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the right to talk to that great person. As for you, there is no need to rush. Once you go to Tianyin Palace in the future and your strength increases, you will naturally have the opportunity to meet that great person. Su Xian nodded. The great person he fought with in the dragon-seeking tower had no connection to him. He simply saw a bit of talent in him and went to Tianyin Palace to help him get recommended. This is a favor, and Su Xian must remember it. Su Xian, you can now go back and wait for news. Once the strong person sent by Tianyin Palace arrives, I will notify you immediately, Yuan Qing said. Okay. Su Xian nodded, then said, by the way, Yuan Qing, I now need some medicinal pills to assist in my cultivation and improve my realm. This is simple. Yuan Qing smiled. Soon, Su Xian left the Red Dragon Tower with a full 100 first-grade transformation C pills. On his way back to the Su family, Su Xian felt joyful. My Su family is now in a precarious situation. The Pang family has been plotting against my Su family, even sending assassins to kill me before. The battles with my Su family have been exceptionally fierce these days, and hatred has long been established. A decisive battle will come sooner or later. Then there's the Sidu family, which has always been hidden behind the Pang family. They haven't really struck because they are still wary of some of my Su family's hidden cards, but who knows how long this caution will last. The Sidu family may launch a brutal attack at any time. However, as long as I can smoothly enter Tianyin Palace this time and become a disciple of Tianyin Palace, then all these crises will cease to exist. Su Xian was lost in thought. But at this moment, drive, get out of the way. Don't block the road. War horses were galloping down the street, and people hurriedly dodged. Galloping horses on the street? Su Xian frowned. This is within the county city, and on a bustling street. Unless there is an urgent matter, who would dare to gallop like this? As the war horses approached, Su Xian also saw a figure on the horse, covered in blood. Extremely disheveled, but also in a great hurry. Yi Luo? Su Xian was taken aback. Young master. Yi Luo also spotted Su Xian and immediately stopped the war horse. What happened? Su Xian asked. Elder 2 is in the East City, in the Dark Water Alley, surrounded and attacked by 3 peak C transformation experts from the Pang family. He is about to collapse. Yi Luo said anxiously. What did you say? Su Xian's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 28, Dragon Destruction Whoosh. Su Xian rushed through, heading towards the Dark Water Alley in East City at the fastest speed. Inside, he was burning with anxiety. Elder 2. That hot-tempered elder who values family honor above all else. The one who said that they would wait until all the old guys were dead before letting the younger generation of the Su family fight. This time, Elder 2 had been leading the Su family's retaliation against the Pang family. If something happened to him, it would be a huge blow to the entire Su family. I must make it in time. In the Dark Water Alley of East City, a fierce battle had been going on for a long time. Some houses in the alley had already collapsed from the bombardment, and some walls had been shattered. At this moment, on the eaves of a house, Elder 2, Su Tai Tong, gripped a greenstone staff and was struggling to fend off the attacks of 3 peak C transformation experts. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, his robe was torn, and he had 2 injuries on his body. One was a knife wound on his left waist, which, although not too deep, was still bleeding continuously. The other was a bloody hole in his right calf, pierced by a gun. In terms of strength alone, Su Tai Tong was absolutely among the strongest at the peak of C transformation. In a one-on-one fight, he could kill an ordinary peak C transformation expert head-on. And even if 2 peak C transformation experts teamed up, he could still hold his ground. But now he was being attacked by 3 peak C transformation experts. And he had been ambushed from the start. The bloody hole in his calf was a result of that ambush. This injury not only greatly weakened his combat power, but also eliminated his chance of escaping. He could only try his best to block the 3 attackers, buying time, hoping to delay until reinforcements from the Su family arrived. Haha, Su Tai Tong, don't struggle. Do you still think you can survive under our 3-pronged attack? The 3 attackers, 2 men and 1 woman, included a purple-clothed man who was an elder of the Pang family. While the brown-haired elder wielding a spear and the middle-aged woman wielding dual swords were both guests of the Pang family. Under their full assault, they had already sensed that Su Tai Tong was on the verge of collapse, yet they still found him difficult to deal with. As expected of Elder 2 of the Su family, his strength should have reached the peak of C transformation, and he was not far from breaking through the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Even with the initial ambush causing him injury, they had still been unable to take him down in a short time. His staff techniques were quite impressive. Although they found him troublesome, the 3 were not worried. After all, the Pang family had made ample preparations for today's ambush on Su Tai Tong. From the moment they lured him into this dark water alley, the Pang family had calculated everything. Even if someone rushed out to report, by the time they reached the nearest stronghold of the Su family and sent reinforcements back here, it would take a long time, more than enough for them to kill Su Taitong. Humph. You killed over 10 of my Pang family C transformation experts, and even killed a peak C transformation expert like Su Taitong. You deserve to die? The elder of the Pang family snorted coldly. In fact, during this time, the Pang family initially intended to endure the Su family's retaliation. After all, the two families had long-standing grudges and had always been in conflict and strife. This time, it was they who initiated the incident by sending someone to assassinate the young master of the Su family, which ended in failure. It was normal for the Su family to be furious and seek revenge. They had also prepared some emergency measures to cope. But who would have thought that the Su family's retaliation would be so fierce? Elder Tu Su Taitong personally took action, killing several of the Pang family's C transformation experts, especially when he even killed a peak C transformation expert from the Pang family just a few days ago. This made the Pang family unable to sit still. They immediately decided to kill the reckless Elder Tu of the Su family who was leading the charge. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Taking advantage of the gap in the battle, the brown-haired elder lightly flicked his spear, and Su Taitong, unable to defend in time, was once again pierced in the shoulder, creating another bloody hole. This injury instantly affected Su Taitong's arm strength, making it even harder for him to withstand the three-pronged attack. Clang, clang. The middle-aged woman's dual swords slashed down repeatedly, causing Su Taitong's stone staff to be knocked away. His weapon was sent flying. It's over. A glimmer of despair flashed in Su Taitong's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by an unprecedented madness. If I die, I'll take someone with me. Su Taitong's gaze turned fierce as he looked at the spear that was thrusting towards his throat. He didn't even have the instinct to dodge. Instead, he charged forward, gathering power in his fingertips, intending to unleash a burst of force to pierce the attacker's skull at the moment they pierced his throat. But just as the spear was about to penetrate his throat, a sword suddenly struck. The sword moved like a spirit snake, slicing through the air. It not only deftly blocked the spear, but also deflected the attacks from the other two attackers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three attackers immediately retreated to the side. Reinforcements? The Su family's reinforcements arrived so quickly? The expressions of the three were not good. According to the Pang family's expectations, the Su family's reinforcements could not arrive in a short time. But now reinforcements? Su Taitong was also overjoyed and quickly looked at the figure that appeared in front of him. But upon seeing Su Xian, Su Taitong's expression changed immediately. Why are you here? Who asked you to come? I happened to be nearby, and when Yi Luo called for help, I ran into him, so I came. Su Xian said. At this moment, Su Xian also let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he made it in time. If he had been even a moment slower, Elder Tu might not have survived. Nonsense. Su Taitong's expression turned extremely anxious. Su Xian, have you forgotten what I told you before? Who told you to come here to seek death? Hurry, I'll find a way to hold them off. You quickly escape. Su Taitong was truly frantic. Even if he died, or even if 2 or 3 of him died, the Su family could still bear it. But someone like Su Xian, who carried the hopes of the Su family, the family truly could not afford to lose him. Elder Tu, don't worry, with these few in front of me, they can't kill me. Su Xian said confidently, a chilling coldness flashing in his eyes as he looked at the 3 in front of him. An overwhelming killing intent slowly began to gather. Just these 3, just a little bit. Really just a little bit. Have you 3 thought about how to die? A sharp shout suddenly rang out. The moment Su Xian arrived, the 3 peak C transformation experts from the Pang family were extremely surprised. But they quickly noticed the aura of spiritual power emanating from the newcomer. C transformation minor success? Just a C transformation minor success? But he just managed to block all our attacks and saved Su Taitong from dire straits. The 3 were stunned, but then they were overjoyed. It's Su Xian. He is Su Xian, the young master of the Su family? The 3 were overjoyed. This was simply like a pie falling from the sky. It was like having a simple meal and suddenly finding a huge, fat dumpling that was pure gold. Compared to Su Xian, what was Su Taitong? Just a somewhat stronger peak C transformation expert, but his potential had already been exhausted, and he might never break through to the void-breaking realm in his lifetime. Su Xian's true martial realm can contend with the complete transformation of the sea, a true genius that makes the Pang family uneasy. They previously went to great lengths to invite the Shadow from Baishan Island just to preemptively eliminate this genius. And the recent battle between the Su family and the Pang family was also instigated by Su Xian. They were worried that since the Shadow couldn't kill Su Xian, how they would suppress this genius in the future. But now, this unparalleled genius from the Su family has delivered himself right to their doorstep to save Su Taitong. Kill. No matter the cost, they must kill him. The killing intent surged from the 3. At that moment, Have you three thought about how to die? Su Xian's fierce shout suddenly rang out. This kid still wants to kill us? Seeking death. The three exchanged glances, and the next moment, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three moved simultaneously. Just like when they surrounded and tried to kill Su Taitong, they unleashed their strongest powers, wanting to kill Su Xian as quickly as possible. Su Xian. Su Taitong's face was tense. He had already picked up his weapon and wanted to act immediately. But Su Xian was much faster than him. In an instant, he confronted the three, and his sword was already swung out. Su Xian immediately activated 50% of his bloodline power, unleashing a force comparable to the complete transformation of the sea. However, what was truly terrifying was his swordsmanship. It was ruthless, like a blazing flame, and also like a thunder that roared with a furious rage. The combination formed an endless might. The Thunderfire roll, carrying heavy sword intent, pressed down. Boom, boom, boom. Each sword strike was violent to the extreme. Each sword seemed to embody the wrath of heaven and earth. The three, who had initially planned to take advantage of the situation to surround and kill Su Xian, were immediately stunned at the moment they truly engaged with him. Upon contact, they realized the terrifying, unstoppable power contained within Su Xian's sword, as well as the boundless might. The overwhelming pressure made them unable to think about killing Su Xian. They could only hurriedly defend themselves, and they needed to join forces just to barely hold on. But as the sword strikes came down one after another, they actually found themselves being pushed back step by step. We've already exerted ourselves to the fullest, yet we're being completely suppressed by a minor transformation of the sea. The three-peak transformation of the sea from the Pang family felt utterly dumbfounded. They knew Su Xian was exceptionally gifted, which is why the Pang family wanted to kill him at all costs. They also knew that Su Xian could contend with the complete transformation of the sea while still in the true martial realm. But now, the three of them were peak transformation of the sea, and they were working together, with a realm higher than Su Xian by 2 or 3 levels. How could they be suppressed by him? Su Taitong, who initially planned to help Su Xian, was also a bit dazed at this moment. Su Xian But Su Xian didn't care about all that. He seemed like a blazing flame. The Pang family, the sworn enemy of my Su family. Over the years, how many transformation of the sea powerhouses, including some younger disciples with a bit of talent, have been secretly killed by the Pang family. Even I, just after showing some talent, the Pang family couldn't wait to invite peak transformation of the sea assassins to kill me. Now, the Pang family has come again to surround and kill the second elder. The Pang family deserves to die, deserves to be exterminated. Kill, kill. As the violent swordsmanship struck down again and again, the killing intent and anger in his heart had reached its peak. With boundless rage and killing intent sweeping over him, he immersed his entire being into the sword techniques he unleashed, and a flash of enlightenment naturally appeared in his mind. Suddenly, as the three faced his swordsmanship and began to retreat step by step, Su Xian suddenly looked up. Thunderfire's secret technique. Starfire burning heaven. Sword Dao Dragon Destruction. Chapter 29. The surprise of the Su family as the main attacking technique of the North Song swordsmanship. The Thunderfire roll is not just about overwhelming force. Just like the Snowfall swordsmanship that Su Xian practiced before, which contains the Snow Slash, the Thunderfire roll contains 4 secret techniques. However, even the first-level secret technique requires mastering the Thunderfire roll to a minor completion level to comprehend. Although Su Xian's talent is extraordinary, he has only been studying the Thunderfire roll for a little over a month. He has grasped the technique, but he is still slightly short of the minor completion realm. Unexpectedly, during the battle with the three-peak transformation of the sea experts from the Pang family, his boundless rage and killing intent instead led to significant advancement in his swordsmanship. The first-level secret technique of the Thunderfire roll was directly comprehended and unleashed. Boom! The sword intent erupted. A terrifying sword shadow seemed capable of cutting through heaven and earth. The three who were already struggling under Su Xian's swordsmanship turned pale as they saw this terrifying sword shadow in an instant. No, it's over. The three lamented in their hearts. The power of this terrifying sword shadow exceeded their capacity to withstand. No matter how hard they tried to defend, the sword shadow mercilessly crushed through, completely engulfing their figures. Under the impact of the force, their bones shattered inch by inch. With one sword, three-peak transformation of the sea experts were killed on the spot. The second elder Su Taitong stood on the eaves, watching as Su Xian single-handedly suppressed the three with his swordsmanship. Then he saw Su Xian unleash the secret technique and slay the three. Su Taitong was completely stunned. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared on the eaves. It was the Grand Elder Su Bo Yong, who had rushed over after receiving the distress signal. Upon arriving at the scene, Su Bo Yong saw a few wounds on Su Taitong, but no fatal injuries, and Su Xian stood beside Su Taitong. As for the three-peak transformation of the sea from the Pang family, who were supposed to be surrounding and killing Su Tai Tong, they were already dead. What happened? How did the three-peak transformation of the sea from the Pang family die? Second Elder, did you kill them? With only Su Tai Tong being a peak transformation of the sea present, Su Bo Yong instinctively thought that the three-peak transformation of the sea had been killed by Su Tai Tong. It wasn't me. Su Tai Tong shook his head. It was Su Xian. What? Su Bo Yong was taken aback. Elders, let us go back and talk. Su Xian said. Su Bo Yong nodded. And after treating Su Tai Tong's injuries briefly, the three immediately returned to the Su family. However, although this battle erupted in a dark alley, it caused quite a stir and had long attracted some martial artists to watch from nearby. They all saw with their own eyes as Su Xian killed the three from the Pang family. Therefore, after Su Xian and the others left, this dark alley erupted in excitement. Did you see that? The three who attacked from the Pang family were all peak transformation of the sea experts. Yet they were completely swept away by a young disciple of the Su family with just one sword? That disciple from the Su family is clearly only at the minor transformation of the sea. A minor transformation of the sea suppressed and even killed three peak transformations of the sea? It's simply unbelievable. I know that disciple from the Su family. He is Su Xian, the young master of the Su family. A chorus of astonishment. A wave of shock. It can be imagined that it won't be long before the news of this battle and Su Xian's name will spread throughout the entire Yongning County. In the main hall of the Su family, Su Baichun, the head of the Su family, the three elders, and some high-level strong figures of the Su family who were of higher rank, stronger strength, and most importantly, absolutely loyal to the Su family, gathered here. Su Tai Tong's injuries had been controlled, and he had taken some healing pills, so his complexion had improved significantly. This time, I can be considered to have escaped with my life. If Su Xian hadn't arrived in time, I would have probably died at the hands of those three peak transformations of the sea from the Pang family. I didn't expect the Pang family to endure for so many days, and when they finally acted, they directly targeted you, Second Elder. It seems that the Pang family also knows that under the premise of not breaking through the Void Realm, Elder Second, you are the #1 general of our Su family. If we kill you, it would be a significant blow to our Su family. Su Tai Tong was chatting and laughing with several strong members of the Su family nearby. All right, Su Bo Yong suddenly spoke up. Putting aside the matter of Elder Second for now, we need to discuss another issue. The entire hall immediately fell silent. A series of gazes involuntarily turned to the young figure sitting in the corner. That young figure was Su Xian. Just now, the high-ranking members of the Su family had learned from Elder Second that it was Su Xian who had intervened in time to rescue him from the three peak experts of the Pang family. And most importantly, Su Xian had single-handedly killed those three peak experts. A small success in the sea transformation realm. Facing and killing three peak experts in the sea transformation realm, everyone present felt it was unbelievable. If it weren't for Su Tai Tong's repeated confirmation, and the information coming from Darkwater Alley saying the same thing, they would hardly believe it. It was too incredible. Su Bo Yong sighed lightly and said, although I already knew that Su Xian, your talent is extraordinary and your swordsmanship is extremely remarkable, even having comprehended the realm of intent, but after all, they are peak experts in the sea transformation realm, 3 whole levels above you. Crossing 3 levels, the gap in power is fundamentally irreconcilable. Yet you were still able to kill those 3 peak experts. This cannot be achieved purely by skill. Unless Su Bo Yong narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Su Xian seriously. Su Xian, tell me honestly, have you awakened your bloodline? Many high-ranking experts of the Su family also turned their gazes towards Su Xian. Yes, Su Xian nodded and admitted directly. He also knew that as long as he gradually exposed his strength, he could no longer hide his identity as a bloodline awakener. In the true martial realm, it is possible to make up for the gap in realm with some powerful techniques or means, but when it comes to the sea transformation realm, the gap between each level is enormous. The power gap between 3 levels cannot be compensated by ordinary techniques. Only those who have experienced extraordinary opportunities or legendary bloodline awakeners possess the ability to kill opponents across 3 levels in the sea transformation realm. Indeed, upon hearing Su Xian's answer, Su Bo Yong's eyes lit up. The high-ranking members of the Su family beside him also showed expressions of surprise. A bloodline awakener is a special existence that may only emerge among tens of millions of talents. Each bloodline awakener is exceptionally gifted, possessing infinite possibilities. In the 3 years of decline for the Su family, they had dreamt of the younger generation showing some spirit and producing a few true geniuses. And now one had actually appeared, and he was a bloodline awakener. Su Xian, what level is your awakened bloodline? Su Bo Yong asked again. 2nd grade. Su Xian replied. This was something he had thought out long ago. A 2nd grade bloodline is neither high nor low, just enough to explain his ability to challenge across levels, while not causing too much of a stir. After all, In the Tianyin dynasty, although bloodline awakeners are extremely rare, a few still appear every few decades. And second-grade bloodlines are also quite common. Second-grade bloodline. Su Boyong and many high-ranking experts of the Su family were extremely delighted. In their view, a second-grade bloodline is already quite high. Only Su Baichun, who had been sitting in the main seat, looked at Su Xin with a slightly strange expression. Second grade? Is it really just a second-grade bloodline? Su Baichun muttered to himself, but did not expose it. There is one more thing I want to tell everyone. Su Xin glanced around at the crowd. Today, I went to the Red Dragon Tower, and I have already passed the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower. What? Everyone present was stunned, followed by a chorus of exclamations. The first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower? That legendary tower. Only the very top peak experts in the sea transformation realm might be able to pass. My God. Everyone was shocked. Elder Second Su Taitong also widened his eyes and stared intently at Su Xin. He is also a peak expert in the sea transformation realm and is considered quite strong among them. Many years ago, he had attempted to challenge the Dragon-Seeking Tower, but he was easily defeated by the Guardian after just a brief moment. He knew very well how difficult it is to pass the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower. But this young man, only 18 or 19 years old, from the Su family, has actually passed it? No wonder he was able to kill those 3 from the Pang family. Su Taitong sighed lightly. A strong person who can pass the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower, let alone 3 peak experts, could probably face 4 or 5 peak experts at the same time and still defeat them head-on. Additionally, after I passed the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower, the supervisor Yuan Xing from the Red Dragon Tower told me that the Guardian of the Dragon-Seeking Tower greatly admires my talent and is willing to personally go to the Tianyin Palace to recommend me, with a high possibility of me obtaining a special admission quota to the Tianyin Palace. Su Xin dropped another bombshell. Tianyin Palace? Special admission quota? The high-ranking experts of the Su family present all gaped in astonishment. Even the always composed Su Baichun couldn't help but look at Su Xin. Xin, are you serious? Su Baichun asked. Yes. Su Xin nodded firmly. Haha, Su Baichun laughed, a hint of joy on his face. I have also heard of the Guardian of the Dragon-Seeking Tower. He is a powerful figure at the highest level of the Red Dragon Tower. Having already reached the Nirvana realm, one of the most elite existences in the entire Tianyin dynasty. If he personally helps you with a recommendation, there is no way Tianyin Palace would disregard his face, which means that this special admission quota is very likely to be yours. Su Xin smiled, while the Su family experts present were already overjoyed. Haha, well done. That's fantastic. Su Xin, I love you to death. There is no help for it. Ever since the death of the Su family's Nirvana realm ancestor, the Su family has been shrouded in gloom. Internally, there is the guest faction led by Zhao Tianlei, forming a tumor, wanting to take over. Externally, the Pang family is eyeing the Su family, wanting to swallow it whole. There is also a huge crisis brought by the top noble family, the Situ family. Under these internal and external troubles, the high-ranking experts of the Su family felt immense pressure. It was like a mountain, heavily pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Fortunately, the leader of the guest faction, Zhao Tianlei, was killed by someone, causing the guest faction to disband, alleviating some internal worries, allowing them to breathe a little. But the Su family's crisis still loomed before them, preventing them from relaxing even a little. And now, they learned that Su Xin might very likely enter Tianyin Palace. As long as Su Xin can become a disciple of Tianyin Palace, let alone the mere Pang family, even the Situ family would not dare to make any moves against the Su family on the surface. At that time, even if the Su family's crisis cannot be completely resolved, it can at least be greatly alleviated. The heavy burden on them can be directly lifted by more than half. How could they not be excited? How could they not be delighted? All right. Su Baichun waved his hand, and the expressions of the many Su family experts also calmed down. It is indeed a great joy for our Su family that Xin has the opportunity to become a disciple of Tianyin Palace. But before the envoy from Tianyin Palace truly arrives, anything can happen, and our Su family must not let down our guard. Su Baichun said. Everyone nodded in agreement. From today onward, let the revenge against the Pang family cease. Su Baichun instructed. Cease the revenge? Su Taitong frowned. Master, it's easy for us to stop. But the Pang family has just lost 3 peak experts, and they will definitely hear the news and know it was Su Xin who killed them. They will surely go even crazier, and then the Pang family's madness is not something we need to care about. Su Bai said indifferently, to avoid unnecessary losses, starting today, the strong and disciples of the Su family will remain in the mansion. Do not go out unless there is a special reason. Yes, everyone accepted the order. If the Su family does not go out, no matter how furious or crazed the Pang family gets, it will be useless. Unless the Pang family disregards everything and charges into the Su family mansion for a decisive battle. As long as the envoy from Tianyin Palace arrives and Su Xian becomes a disciple of Tianyin Palace, the Su family basically won't need to care about the Pang family anymore. I hope everything really goes smoothly, Su Bai thought to himself. Originally a great joyous event. But for some reason, when he saw the strong members of the Su family delighted about this matter, the head of the Su family suddenly felt a hint of unease. Chapter 30. Action initiated. The order was quickly issued. The strong members and disciples of the Su family stationed in several strongholds in the county city were called back. Even some properties were directly abandoned. Although most of the Su family members did not understand the reason for this order, they still obediently stayed in the Su family mansion. The highest level strong members of the Su family were all waiting for news from Tianyin Palace. Soon, 5 days passed. Pang family mansion. What on earth is the Su family up to? Many elders of the Pang family, including several of the strongest guests, gathered together, all looking puzzled. They had fought fiercely before, killing many strong members of the Su family within a few days. But suddenly, they have ceased all hostilities? Several strongholds, including some properties they had been trying to seize, were all abandoned by the Su family. The Su family members have stayed in their mansion these days without going out. Is the Su family afraid? Are they avoiding battle? One elder of the Pang family said. Afraid? Pang family head Pang Xiaoqing sneered. The Su family was once a top-tier family with a Nirvana realm ancestor overseeing them. Although they have declined now, the Su family members are inherently proud. In the previous conflicts with my Pang family, even knowing they couldn't team match our higher level strength, they never backed down. How could they possibly be afraid? Moreover, during this period of fighting, the Su family gained significant advantages. My Pang family lost over 10 strong members in the Sea Transformation realm, especially 4 at the peak of the Sea Transformation realm, while the Su family only lost a few ordinary Sea Transformation members, none at the peak. Without the emergence of the Void-Breaking realm, in terms of the battle strength of the Sea Transformation realm, the Su family is not much weaker than us now. Why should we be afraid? As Pang Xiaoqing spoke, his expression became very unsightly. In fact, losing some strong members in the Sea Transformation realm is not a big deal. Even losing 4 at the peak of the Sea Transformation realm is acceptable for the Pang family. However, what he cannot accept, and what terrifies him, is the one who killed 3 of those peak Sea Transformation members, Su Xian, the young master of the Su family. At that time in Darkwater Alley, many eyes witnessed Su Xian single-handedly crushing and killing those 3 peak Sea Transformation members. That Su Xian had just recently broken through to the minor achievement of the Sea Transformation realm. The battle power he unleashed was terrifying enough to make the entire Pang family panic. It also made them more anxious to kill Su Xian. He had even planned to send someone from the Void-Breaking realm personally, but who would have thought that, let alone Su Xian? The entire Su family has stayed in their mansion and hasn't come out at all. In this situation, to kill Su Xian, they would have to charge into the Su family mansion for a real battle. The mysterious swordsman who killed Zhao Tianlei and Pang Shan still hasn't been identified, and it's unknown how many such Void-Breaking realm experts are hidden within the Su family. In this situation, recklessly going for a decisive battle is too risky. Pang Xiaoqing pondered. After a while, he raised his head again. Send out orders to swiftly swallow all the properties of the Su family in the county city, including all within the entire Yongning County. I refuse to believe that the Su family can live without eating or drinking. Once we swallow all their properties, won't they be anxious? Additionally, find all means to contact our informants within the Su family to figure out what exactly is happening inside the Su family. As for that Su Xian, a talent like him indeed has extraordinary potential, but which top-tier strong person in this world hasn't grown through endless trials? Let him stay in the Su family for a while without training, and over time, he will become a mediocre talent. Pang Xiaoqing had just finished speaking when a cold snort suddenly echoed. Humph, a mediocre talent? By the time that Su Xian becomes a mediocre talent, your Pang family might already be dead. Who? Pang Xiaoqing's gaze turned cold. The Pang family's strong members also stood up, looking wary. A towering figure appeared out of thin air in the hall. It was a hulking old man in a black robe, his gaze cold as he surveyed the surroundings, exuding an extremely chilling aura. Lord Insong, Pang Xiaoqing immediately bowed. The few elders of the Pang family who recognized the newcomer also hurriedly bowed. And Song, a top-tier strong member from the Sidu family. For the past 3 years, the Pang family had been continuously suppressing the Su family at the behest of the Sidu family. And the liaison between the Sidu family and the Pang family was this Lord Insong. Pang family head, my master is very disappointed in you. And Song said coldly. Pang Xiaoqing's expression changed, and he quickly replied, Lord Insong, my Pang family has been doing our utmost to act according to your instructions for these past few years. The Su family has already been driven to the brink under my Pang family's suppression. I believe it won't be long before my Pang family can completely uproot the Su family. Uproot them completely? And Song sneered. Pang family head. You really don't realize you're at death's door. At death's door? Pang Xiaoqing's face changed drastically. The surrounding strong members of the Pang family were also shocked. The phrase at death's door carried significant weight. Lord Insong, why do you say that? Pang Xiaoqing asked anxiously. Do you know why the Su family, who had been fighting you so fiercely, suddenly chose to retreat these past few days? And Song coldly stared at Pang Xiaoqing. It's because Su Xian has already passed the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower and is about to become a disciple of Tianyan Palace. What? Pang Xiaoqing's eyes widened. A disciple of Tianyan Palace? Tianyan Palace is too special. Even my Sidu family is reluctant to easily provoke a disciple of Tianyan Palace. If Su Xian truly becomes a disciple of Tianyan Palace, dealing with your mere Pang family will be too easy for him. The Su family knows this, which is why they have no need to continue fighting you, choosing to endure temporarily. Once there is a result from Tianyan Palace, and Su Xian becomes a disciple, your Pang family will be nothing but fish on the chopping block for the Su family, and Song said. Pang Xiaoqing's heart trembled, understanding that once Su Xian became a disciple of Tianyan Palace, barring any accidents, he would inevitably become a top power within the Tianyan Empire. During his growth, he would undoubtedly attract many major forces to ally with him. At that time, Su Xian wouldn't even need to make an effort. Just a few casual words would cause many major forces within the Tianyan Empire to be willing to wipe out his Pang family. After all, the Pang family was merely a family within a county city, and in front of the true major forces and grand families of the Tianyan Empire. It was no different from an ant. Wiping out a Pang family to ally with a top talent like Su Xian was something many major forces would be willing to do. Lord Insong, my Pang family has always been loyal to the Sidu family. The reason we have been working tirelessly against the Su family these past few years is also at the behest of the Sidu family. Now that my Pang family is in crisis, I beg you, Lord, to save my Pang family on account of our loyalty, Pang Xiaoqing urgently pleaded. The high-level strong members of the Pang family around him were also anxious at this moment. They hadn't expected that just one Su Xian had unknowingly pushed their Pang family to the edge of a cliff. Had it not been for Lord Insong personally coming to inform them today, they wouldn't even have known about this matter. Just as Insong had said, the Pang family truly was at death's door without realizing it. Rest assured, everything your Pang family has done over the years has been seen by the master. If the master didn't care about your lives, he wouldn't have sent me here tonight, said Insong. This statement brought joy to the hearts of the Pang family experts. At least at this critical moment, the Sidu family had not abandoned them. The existence of Su Xian was already known to Tianyan Palace, and the higher-ups of Tianyan Palace were discussing whether to grant Su Xian a special recruitment quota. This was an unchangeable fact. Once Su Xian became a disciple of Tianyan Palace, even my Sidu family would not dare to act without leaving any traces. But before the special recruitment quota from Tianyan Palace actually arrives, we still have a chance. And Song's voice was deep. Master Insong, are you saying we should act within these few days? Pang Xiaoqing frowned slightly, but Su Xian would stay in the Su family for the next few days. To act against him would require a direct confrontation with the Su family. A confrontation is a confrontation. Is your Pang family afraid? And Song stared at Pang Xiaoqing. It's not that we're afraid, but not long ago, one of our elders in the void-breaking realm died at the hands of a mysterious swordsman. I suspect there are other strong experts hidden within the Su family, Pang Xiaoqing said, but did not finish. Humph. Does my Sidu family not know if the Su family is hiding strong experts? And Song coldly snorted. I can clearly tell you that aside from the majority leaving after the death of the Su family's ancestor, the remaining void-breaking realm experts have all died in a massacre. Now, the Su family only has 2 remaining void-breaking realm experts. Huh. Pang Xiaoqing was taken aback. A massacre? All the remaining void-breaking realm experts in the Su family died? When did this happen? And Song did not elaborate further. You don't need to worry about the hidden experts of the Su family, and as for whether the Su family's ancestor left any trump cards, considering the number of strong experts who died in that massacre, the Su family was forced to such an extent that they might not have taken out any trump cards. There's a high probability they don't have any left. So, the only one we truly need to worry about is the head of the Su family, Su Baichen. Su Baichen. Pang Xiaoqing was shocked. Master Insong, Su Baichen only has late-stage void-breaking realm cultivation, which is comparable to mine. I have fought him before, and he is only slightly stronger than me. With your strength, it should be easy to deal with him. Easy. And Song looked at Pang Xiaoqing strangely and smiled. Pang family master, Su Baichen is not as simple as you think. Back when the Su family's ancestor was still alive, Su Baichen was one of the top geniuses of the younger generation in the dynasty, comparable to my family's master. He even had the qualifications to become a disciple of Tianyan Palace. However, Su Baichen, being free-spirited, chose not to enter Tianyan Palace after reaching a certain level of cultivation and left the Tianyan dynasty to wander the world. He was gone for over 10 years. When he returned, he brought back a 2 or 3-year-old child with him, and shortly after, he became the head of the Su family. Since his return, he has rarely made a move, so no one knows how strong he truly is. But as someone who can match my family's master, and is also at the peak of void-breaking realm, my master can kill me with one hand. Su Baichen might be slightly weaker than my master, but he certainly won't be far off. This time, to deal with him, my master has expended a great deal of cost and effort to invite someone to send a team of Yinglong guards for assistance. Yinglong guards? Peng Xiaoqing was greatly shocked. It was said that only the Tianyin royal family had the right to appoint this strongest guard team? Yes, so this time, we absolutely cannot fail. If we cannot destroy the Su family this time, once Su Xian becomes a disciple of Tianyin Palace, it will be difficult to act against the Su family. And Song said. Peng Xiaoqing was both surprised and delighted. He was shocked that the head of the Su family, Su Baichen, was so formidable that it would prompt the Sidu family to request the Yinglong guards' assistance. He was pleased that since the Yinglong guards were intervening, unless Su Baichen had Nirvana realm strength, he would undoubtedly die, and the Su family would be annihilated. As for Su Xian, with the Su family destroyed, this genius would also have to die. Peng family master, in 2 days, the Yinglong guards will arrive. They cannot stay for long. So we must act against the Su family that night. You should prepare early, and Song said. Understood. Peng Xiaoqing nodded. Soon, Peng Xiaoqing began to discuss preparations with the elders of the Peng family. Of course, although it was preparation, it was done secretly, as they were concerned about leaks that would allow the Su family to be on guard. Therefore, only those absolutely loyal to the Peng family would know about this matter. 2 days later, the Yinglong guards arrived as scheduled. At night, the moonlight was hazy. In the streets or dark alleys not far from the Su family mansion, numerous shadows were hiding and lurking. On the roof of a pavilion, more than 10 figures stood in a row. Remember, if we can completely annihilate the Su family on this trip, that would be best. Even if we can't, we must kill Su Baichen and Su Xian. And Song's voice was solemn. Brother Longjio, your Yinglong guard team will work with me and the Peng family master to encircle and kill Su Baichen. As for the remaining few void-breaking realm experts of the Peng family, they will rush into the Su family mansion with the others and find an opportunity to kill Su Xian first. Understood. The leader of the Yinglong guard team, Longjio, nodded slightly. Mr. Chong, aside from me, you are the only one in the Peng family with late-stage void-breaking realm cultivation. And you are also quite skilled in assassination techniques. When we get inside the Su family, you should hide first and see if there are any other strong experts appearing. If there are none, you can directly kill Su Xian. If there are, as long as they expose themselves first, you can find an opportunity to kill Su Xian. Peng Xiaoqing quietly instructed the attendant beside him. Okay, Mr. Chong nodded. Let us move. Soon, the attack began. The more than 10 figures on the rooftop leaped into the air and swiftly rushed toward the Su family mansion. Who are you? The Su family was still on high alert, and the moment the more than 10 figures approached, the Su family's guards immediately noticed. Huh, little brats of the Su family, tonight is the day your Su family is exterminated. A long howl echoed through the night sky. The Su family trembled instantly. Chapter 31. The Su family in danger at night. The air was slightly chilly. Su Xian was alone in his residence, practicing swordsmanship. After completing a sword technique, Su Xian felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Having mastered the first level of the secret technique, Thunderfire Roll, I have significantly improved my comprehension of intent. Now, if I were to challenge the second level of the Dragon Seeking Tower again, although I would likely still be defeated, at least I could fight the Guardian for a while. Su Xian smiled faintly. But suddenly, haha, little brats of the Su family. Tonight is the day your Su family is exterminated. With that long howl exploding throughout the Su family mansion, Su Xian's expression instantly changed. Not good. Su Xian immediately leaped onto the roof and saw under the night sky more than 10 figures rushing toward him at astonishing speed. Each of those figures exuded an extremely terrifying aura. As they charged through, the Su family's guards were completely unable to stop them and did not dare to intervene. They were all void-breaking realm experts. Su Xian's heart sank. The Su family only had 2 void-breaking realm experts, but now more than 10 were coming all at once. Moreover, judging from their auras, most of these void-breaking realm experts were much stronger than Zhao Tianlai, whom he had killed before. Boom, boom. 2 figures also soared into the sky from within the Su family. It was the head of the Su family, Su Baichen, and the great elder, Su Boyong. However, facing the more than 10 broken void realm experts charging directly at him, Su Boyong didn't even dare to block. Among those more than 10, a few split off, with one engaging in a fierce battle with Su Boyong, while 2 others began to search wildly within the Su family. The remaining complete Yinglong guard team consisted of 9 late Broken Void Realm members, 1 peak Broken Void Realm captain, along with Dark Song, also at peak Broken Void Realm, and Peng Xiaoqing, who was at late Broken Void Realm. A total of 12 people surged towards Su Baichen. Su Baichen, today you must die? The Su family will be exterminated. The furious shout from Dark Song echoed in the sky. Father. Su Xian was filled with rage, but before he could take action, whoosh, a signal arrow shot straight into the sky. The many Pang family experts who had long been hiding and lurking outside the Su family estate, upon receiving the signal, immediately rushed in from all directions and corners. At the edge of the Su family estate, everywhere were figures of Pang family members climbing over walls or leaping over rooftops. Not only that, but inside the Su family estate, there were also some hidden spies that the Pang family had already planted. And at the moment the signal arrow lit up, these spies also sprang into action, madly slaughtering the Su family members around them. In an instant, various flames of anger, killings, and screams mixed together. The entire Su family was thrown into chaos. This was a family extermination battle. Su Xian's gaze was cold and frighteningly dark. He had originally thought that he would soon become a disciple of the Tianyan Palace, and with the protection of the Tianyan Palace, the Su family would be able to live in peace from now on. Yet unexpectedly, before the special recruitment quota from the Tianyan Palace had truly been announced, the Pang family, which had been lurking in the shadows, along with the Sita family behind them, had directly launched an attack. Li Hu. A roar suddenly erupted from a courtyard not far away, and Su Xian, standing on the eaves, immediately focused his gaze. He saw that in the courtyard, several Su family experts were hurrying towards the front yard, but suddenly one guest who had reached the perfection stage of the Sea Transformation Realm launched a surprise attack. Caught completely off guard, those Su family experts were heavily injured, with 2 of them dying on the spot. The one who had roared was Su Bohong, who was ambushed and severely injured by this guest. Uncle Hang. Su Xian's eyes immediately turned red. You bastard. Boom. Su Xian leaped and had already appeared in that courtyard. The guest named Li Hu, just as he was about to deliver a finishing blow to the severely injured Su Bohong, saw Su Xian charging in from the side. Su family young master? Li Hu's expression changed. Although he was just a guest, he knew that just a few days ago, Su Xian had single-handedly killed 3 peak Sea Transformation Realm experts in East City. If he could kill peak Sea Transformation, how could he, who was only at the perfection stage of Sea Transformation, withstand him? You shall die? Su Xian had already drawn his sword. The sword light was so fast that it was something that a mere Sea Transformation perfection expert like Li Hu could not block. In one encounter, he was slain by Su Xian. Su Xian's Su Bohong barely lifted his head to look at Su Xian, but then his head drooped down and his breath ceased. Uncle Hang. Su Xian was heartbroken and was about to step forward. Found you. 2 figures landed on the eaves of the courtyard at the same time, and 2 cold gazes had already locked onto Su Xian. 2 Broken Void Realm experts, still 2? Su Xian was secretly shocked. Earlier, he had seen that among the more than 10 Broken Void Realm experts that came charging in, a few had split off, with one standing with the Grand Elder, and 2 others searching within the Su family, seemingly looking for something. Now it appeared that these 2 were the ones they were looking for. To deal with a mere Sea Transformation minor completion expert, they actually sent 2 Broken Void Realm experts. They really think highly of me. Su Xian's gaze turned cold. In fact, compared to him, the Sita family placed even more importance on his father, Su Baichen. After all, that Yinglong Guard team, including Dark Song and Pang Xiaoqing, was all heading to kill Su Baichen. Kill. The 2 Broken Void Realm experts sent to kill Su Xian were both from the Pang family. They knew very well how great the threat Su Xian posed to the Pang family was, and without needing any words, both unleashed their strongest abilities, aiming to kill Su Xian as quickly as possible. One wielded a spear, while the other used a blood-red battle knife as thin as a cicada's wing. Whoosh! The spear shot forth like a venomous dragon, instantly piercing through the void. Swish! The blood-red battle knife was exceedingly strange, bursting forth with astonishing speed, slashing towards Su Xian's throat. With both Broken Void Realm experts attacking simultaneously, ordinarily, even a genius who had passed the first level of the Dragon Seeking Tower would be easily killed. They were quite confident. But the result was clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing rang out, and both of their figures were forced back. He didn't die? The attacks we unleashed with all our strength. He actually managed to block. The 2 Broken Void Realm experts were quite surprised. Then, the 2 launched another attack. This time, they coordinated even better, attacking Su Xian from 2 directions, repeatedly unleashing their killing moves. But Su Xian was like an unyielding stone in the middle of the sea, his sword conjuring massive waves, wielding a uniquely powerful force that repeatedly deflected their attacks. Even Su Xian's bloodline power had only been activated to 50%. Although these 2 are Broken Void Realm experts, they are merely in the early stages, and their skills and techniques are quite ordinary. In terms of strength, they are significantly weaker than the Guardian of the 2nd level of the Dragon Seeking Tower. Su Xian snorted coldly. The guardian of the second level of the dragon-seeking tower had an explosive speed and power that barely reached the threshold of the broken void realm. But the gun techniques contained a hint of intent, and it was this hint of intent that made the gun techniques particularly terrifying. In terms of overall strength, the guardian of the second level of the dragon-seeking tower was stronger than either of these two. Back then, Su Xian had managed to hold on for a long time under that guardian using the Mountain and Sea Scroll. And now that he had mastered the Thunderfire Scroll to minor completion, his perception of intent had greatly improved, allowing him to use the Mountain and Sea Scroll with even stronger defense. Even against two opponents, he could handle these two more easily now. These two pose no threat to me at all, but Su Xian's expression was serious as he battled these two broken void realm experts. He had already leaped onto the eaves and could see the current situation of the Su family, where chaos reigned. Although the initial influx of numerous Pang family experts and the sudden eruption of those hidden spies caught the Su family off guard, the Su family quickly reacted. And under the coordination of the Su family elders and upper management, they began to mount an effective resistance. In terms of Sea Transformation Realm combat power, the Su family was actually not much weaker than the Pang family. Therefore, in tonight's battle, the true deciding factor for victory would ultimately be the Broken Void Realm experts. At this moment, within the Su family, there were 3 battlefields of Broken Void Realm experts. The first was the battle between Grand Elder Su Boyong and a Broken Void Realm elder from the Pang family. Their strengths were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine a victor in a short time. The second was Su Xian's side, where he was being besieged by 2 Broken Void Realm experts. As for the third, it was the most dangerous, with no less than 12 Broken Void Realm experts surrounding and attacking Su Baichen alone. With so many Broken Void Realm experts targeting his father, Su Xian couldn't help but worry about how long his father could hold out. Su Xian was burning with anxiety, wanting to rush over to help his father, but he had to first deal with the 2 Broken Void Realm experts in front of him. Normally, it would be impossible to deal with these 2 Broken Void Realm experts, and the only way was to use the Divine Annihilation Forbidden Technique. However, once the Divine Annihilation Forbidden Technique was used, it could only last for a few dozen breaths. I cannot afford to delay in the slightest. I must find the right opportunity to strike and kill in one blow. Su Xian's gaze turned cold, clearly relying on the Mountain and Sea Scroll sword technique. He could easily block the attacks of these 2 Broken Void Realm experts, but now he was gradually finding it a bit difficult to maintain. This kid is about to collapse. The transformation of the Sea Transformation Realm into a small completion has already lasted so long in our hands. It's quite impressive. The eyes of the 2 individuals at the Broken Void Realm gleamed, and their attacks became even more forceful. Meanwhile, in the void near this courtyard, there was another figure lurking there, who was Mr. Chong, a late-stage Broken Void cultivator, tasked by Pang Xiaoqing to wait and see if the Su family had any hidden strong fighters. However, the battle had been raging for so long, and even Su Xian was on the verge of being killed, yet no new strong fighters appeared. It seemed the Su family truly had no strong fighters left. Mr. Chong felt a wave of relief, and his figure quietly drifted towards the battlefield ahead. Under the siege of the 2 Broken Void Realm cultivators, Su Xian was becoming increasingly strained, and it seemed he was about to be completely overwhelmed and killed. At that moment, another figure suddenly appeared beside Su Xian, wielding a soft sword aimed directly at his neck. Another scoundrel. Su Xian was furious, but a killing intent surged in his eyes. Since they had come, they might as well die together. Forbidden Technique, Divine Annihilation. Chapter 32, Outburst Boom. Without any warning, Su Xian's aura surged at a terrifying speed. Back when he was merely at the peak of the true martial 10th realm, casting the Divine Annihilation Forbidden Technique allowed him to instantly rise to the peak of the Sea Transformation Realm. Now that he had broken through to a small completion of the Sea Transformation Realm, casting the Divine Annihilation Forbidden Technique caused his terrifying aura to rise sharply, breaking through that barrier and directly reaching the threshold of the Broken Void Realm. What? The 2 individuals currently attacking Su Xian and Mr. Chong, who had suddenly launched a sneak attack, were all stunned upon witnessing this scene. In just an instant, he had crossed from a small completion of the Sea Transformation Realm to the threshold of the Broken Void Realm. Die. Su Xian's gaze was like lightning as he swung his sword, and the power of his bloodline erupted within him at that moment. The full power of his bloodline was unleashed to its utmost. Buzz. A hazy sword light suddenly brightened. Ethereal and dreamlike, it floated through the void. The Northern Song sword technique's phantoms coiled, second form, shadow manipulation. So fast. After his cultivation reached the threshold of the Broken Void Realm. Relying on the explosive power of his bloodline inheritance and bloodline strength, Su Xian's power and speed had reached the level of a late-stage Broken Void cultivator. Nearly approaching the peak of the Broken Void Realm, he executed the sword technique. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 heads were directly sent flying, including Mr. Chong, who had suddenly launched a sneak attack and had already reached the late stage of the Broken Void realm. The look of terror and disbelief remained on his face as he died. He could never have imagined that he, a dignified late-stage Broken Void cultivator, would be instantly killed by a young master of the Su family who had clearly been at a small completion of the Sea Transformation realm just moments ago. Whoosh. After killing these 3 late-stage Broken Void cultivators, Su Xian did not pause for a moment and immediately leaped into the air, racing at top speed toward the largest battlefield not far away. Boom, boom, bang. Terrifying roars and clashes resonated through the battlefield. A massive, violent aura surged, creating waves of shockwaves that swept in all directions. The surrounding structures were reduced to dust as if they were made of paper. The might was too great, too astonishing. Even from a distance, Su Xian could feel the terrifying power within the battlefield. Without casting the divine annihilation forbidden technique, he wouldn't even qualify to step into that battlefield. He would likely be seriously injured just from the residual shockwaves upon approaching. But after casting the forbidden technique, his combat power soared, and even facing peak Broken Void realm cultivators, he had the capital to fight back. Kill. Su Xian, alone with his sword, charged directly into the battlefield where the lowest cultivation level was already at the late stage of the Broken Void realm. On that battlefield, a full 12 Broken Void realm cultivators were frantically besieging Su Baichen alone. Su Baichen held a spear in one hand, exuding an incredibly terrifying aura, surrounded by a unique artistic conception. Clearly, Su Baichen had also comprehended the artistic conception, and his understanding was significantly higher than Su Xian's. His spear technique was overwhelmingly powerful. Although he was merely at the late stage of the Broken Void realm, the strength he unleashed was only at the normal late-stage Broken Void level. However, relying on his spear technique and artistic conception, he was only slightly at a disadvantage against the 12 cultivators, which included 2 peak Broken Void realm cultivators. The 12 Broken Void cultivators surrounding him were exerting their utmost strength, especially the 10-member Yinglong Guard team, which was the strongest guard force that could only be dispatched by the royal family of the Tianyin dynasty. This Yinglong Guard team coordinated flawlessly and skillfully utilized battle formations. Even when facing 2 or 3 peak Broken Void realm cultivators working together, they would normally be able to encircle and kill them. Yet now, encircling Su Baichen alone felt far more challenging than encircling 2 or 3 peak Broken Void realm cultivators. Truly a peerless genius who could be compared with the master in his youth. It was fortunate that he was merely at the late stage of the Broken Void realm. If he reached the peak, then with just these 12 of us, we might not be able to kill him. And Song marveled inwardly. Although he was at the peak of the Broken Void realm, the siege on Su Baichen primarily relied on the Yinglong Guard. He was only responsible for providing support on the side and occasionally launching sneak attacks. This Su Baichen, how strong could he be? Meanwhile, Peng Xiaoqing, who was also assisting the Yinglong Guard, was already experiencing a storm of emotions. He had always believed that Su Baichen's strength was roughly comparable to his, and even if he were stronger, it wouldn't be by much. But after today's battle, he realized that it was not even close. Despite being at the same late stage of the Broken Void realm, Su Baichen alone could definitely sweep through 10 of him at the same time. However, if his strength was so formidable, why had he been so patient before, even letting Zhao Tianlei grow so large without personally dealing with him? Peng Xiaoqing was confused, but suddenly his expression changed. No. Su Baichen's condition seemed a bit off. Not only him, but the leader of the Yinglong Guard team, Long Jiao, and Insong also noticed. During the battle with them, Su Baichen had clearly not suffered any substantial injuries, yet the expression on his face carried a hint of pain, and the veins on his forehead were subtly throbbing, as if he were enduring immense suffering. This Su Baichen, was he already heavily injured? And Song exclaimed in shock. Heavily injured? Peng Xiaoqing was equally astonished. If he were heavily injured, yet could still fight us for so long, how strong would he be in his peak state? At that moment, a figure exuding the aura of the Broken Void realm flashed into the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. Swish! The cold sword light illuminated the area, and a massive sword shadow with impressive power struck directly at several members of the Yinglong Guard who were relying on battle formations to encircle Su Baichen. Not good. The Su family has a Broken Void realm expert. The 12 Broken Void realm cultivators surrounding Su Baichen all changed their expressions, and the few Yinglong Guard members enveloped by the sword shadow quickly changed positions to evade the attack. That person, Peng Xiaoqing, fixed his gaze on the young figure that had rushed into the battlefield as the greatest threat to the Peng family, and the one who had previously kept him, the head of the Peng family, awake at night. Peng Xiaoqing immediately recognized this figure. Su Xian. Peng Xiaoqing's eyes widened in shock. What? And Song was equally astonished. Su Xian was supposed to be only at a small completion of the Sea Transformation realm, right? But now, wasn't he in the broken void realm as he charged into the battlefield? Could it be that he had used some special secret technique to cause his cultivation to soar? And Song narrowed his eyes. He hasn't died yet. Pang Xiaoqing's anger and shock reached an extreme. Several of his broken void realm experts had gone to kill him, and he had even sent Mr. Chong to sneak attack him. But now, he had appeared, and the broken void realm experts of the Pang family hadn't shown up. Had they all been killed by him? Pang Xiaoqing couldn't believe it. He then swayed and charged directly towards Su Xian. Boom. Pang Xiaoqing, wearing a pair of dark red gauntlets that flickered with faint flames, rushed in front of Su Xian. His fist struck out with ferocity. And under the explosion of spiritual power, it was like a giant meteor smashing directly towards Su Xian's head. Su Xian also drew his sword. The sword light was like raging fire, swift and violent. The fist and sword collided head-on. Bang! Just one collision. The terrifying power contained in Su Xian's sword erupted, directly crushing Pang Xiaoqing's fist. Poof! Pang Xiaoqing opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body crashing down like a cannonball, creating a huge pit in the ground. Pang Xiaoqing struggled but couldn't stand up, his eyes filled with fear as he stared at Su Xian. Useless. Pang Xiaoqing. All of you from the Pang family, including you, are a bunch of useless fools. Dark Song, witnessing this, was furious. Seeing Su Xian continue to charge into the battlefield, Dark Song immediately intervened to block him. After all, Dark Song was a genuine peak void-breaking powerhouse, and he had also comprehended the realm. His skill level was not low. Su Xian performed forbidden techniques and pushed his bloodline power to the limit, reaching near the peak threshold of void-breaking in terms of strength and speed. But compared to Dark Song, he was still somewhat lacking. However, Su Xian's skill and comprehension of the realm were clearly higher than Dark Song's. Su Xian unleashed the Thunderfire roll, his frenzied swordsmanship striking out wildly, carrying immense pressure. Dark Song swung his battle knife to counter, but after just a few exchanges, he felt a sense of trepidation. This kid, his strength is clearly a bit weaker than mine, but relying on sword intent and then using sword techniques. The power he unleashed is even stronger than mine, and his swordsmanship is terrifying. Facing Su Xian's relentless and violent sword strikes, Dark Song's heart raced. He instantly understood that one-on-one, he really wasn't a match for Su Xian. Brother Longjio, Dark Song shouted immediately. Longjio, who was leading the Yinglong Guard squad and fiercely attacking Su Baichen, furrowed his brow upon hearing Dark Song's call. He had naturally noticed the scene over there and knew that Dark Song was about to be overwhelmed. Although it seemed ridiculous for a peak void-breaking powerhouse to be so miserably suppressed by a clearly only at the threshold of void-breaking little guy, he didn't have time to think further. 95, 96, 97. You three, go kill that kid. Longjio commanded. The Yinglong Guards were very special. The members of the Yinglong Guard squad, except for the team leader, had no names, only numbers. Upon receiving Longjio's order, 3 Yinglong Guards immediately withdrew and charged towards Su Xian. With 3 fewer members, the remaining 7 quickly changed their formation. Although they only had 7 people's strength and couldn't guarantee to kill Su Baichen, they could still trap him. Waiting for the 3 Yinglong Guards and Dark Song to join forces to slay Su Xian before continuing their assault on Su Baichen. The 3 Yinglong Guards charging at Su Xian, although only late-stage void-breaking, could still form a 3-person battle array, posing a greater threat than a peak void-breaking powerhouse. Coupled with Dark Song's cooperation, Su Xian was under immense pressure. With each confrontation, Su Xian's expression grew more serious. My time left is short. Su Xian had been calculating the time. The duration of the Divine Annihilation Forbidden Technique couldn't last long, only a few dozen breaths at most. This was its biggest drawback. From the moment he erupted to annihilate the 3 members of the Pang family in the void-breaking realm to rushing into the battlefield and fighting until now, the duration of the Divine Annihilation Forbidden Technique had already passed more than half. I can only gamble. A madness unprecedented surged in Su Xian's eyes. Facing Dark Song and the 3 Yinglong Guards attacking simultaneously, he no longer had any intention of defense. Instead, he launched a frenzied offensive. With a sword in hand, he advanced without retreating. The sword techniques he executed became increasingly violent and crazed. Crazy? Completely reckless? Dark Song was both angry and shocked. He realized that Su Xian was now in a state of complete disregard for his life, ready to fight to the death. But suddenly, a fierce glow burst forth from Su Xian's eyes. Thunderfire Roll's secret technique. Starfire Burning Heaven, a sword to slay dragons. Boom. The sword intent erupted, slicing through heaven and earth. Not good. Dark Song and the 3 Yinglong Guards instantly turned pale. They could sense the terrifying power contained in this sword. They hurriedly tried to defend, but the result was poof. 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 Under the crushing force of that overwhelming power, all 4 spat out blood and were sent flying back. But Su Xian charged forward once more. Phantom roll, second style, shadow manipulation. Buzz. The hazy sword shadow lit up, swiftly overtaking the two closest Yinglong guards. The two Yinglong guards were still in the midst of retreating, unable to steady themselves in time to defend, and could only watch helplessly as the sword light swept by. Poof, poof. In the night, two corpses fell from the sky. At this point, Su Xian's figure trembled violently, and unprecedented fatigue and weakness flooded his entire body, and even his hand that held the sword became instantly powerless. His body began to fall from the air. Father, I did my best. A bitter smile appeared on Su Xian's lips. Chapter 33, Purple Eyes. Purple Eyes. Su Xian indeed did his best. From the moment he unleashed the divine annihilation forbidden technique until now, in just a few dozen breaths, he had first swept away the three members of the Pang family in the void-breaking realm, then immediately charged into this battlefield, severely injuring Pang Xiaoqing, and subsequently forced the peak void-breaking Dark Song and the three Yinglong guards to deal with him. He had also heavily injured Dark Song and killed two of the three Yinglong guards. It could be said that in this short span of dozens of breaths, he had achieved the utmost of what he could do. Thud. Su Xian and the two dead Yinglong guards fell to the ground. Su Xian had no strength left. The consequences of using the forbidden technique rendered him unable to even stand up. Two Yinglong guards are dead. Long Jiao, the captain of the Yinglong guard squad, darkened his expression upon seeing the bodies of the two Yinglong guards on the ground. The Yinglong guards were the strongest guard squad controlled by the Tianyin royal family, and each Yinglong guard's birth was extremely difficult. Losing two Yinglong guards at once was a huge loss for the royal family. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and kill that kid, Long Jiao shouted. Dark Song also noticed Long Jiao's anger. This time, their master had spent a great deal of effort and persuasion to request the dispatch of an Yinglong guard squad, and now with two Yinglong guards dead, it would be difficult to explain to that master. It's this kid. Dark Song's eyes surged with killing intent as he looked down at the motionless Su Xian, preparing to strike and slay him. But suddenly, boom. A terrifying aura erupted violently from the center of the battlefield. This aura was cold, chilling, and suffocating. The space within a 100-foot radius seemed to freeze completely. What? The Yinglong guards, who had been relying on their formation to encircle and kill Su Baichen, looked up in shock. They saw that Su Baichen, who had been barely holding on under their siege, had his hair and robes billowing. His eyes icy as he stood there, staring at them like the gaze of death, and everything around him fell into a dead silence. In this moment, they felt their hearts tremble. Every pore on their bodies stood on end. You forced me to break the first layer of the seal. You all shall die. Su Baichen's voice was icy. Whoosh. With a step forward, light flashed by. The Yinglong guards, including the strongest among them, Long Jiao, didn't even have time to see Su Baichen's figure clearly. An endless aura of death surged towards them, as if a colossal primordial beast had opened its massive jaws, ready to swallow them whole. Boom. A loud bang echoed, and four figures shot out in a panic, including Long Jiao, who, along with the other three members of the Yinglong guard, coughed up blood. As for the other three, they had already turned into cold corpses, falling mercilessly. How is this possible? Long Jiao was horrified. Even though they had sent 3 people to deal with Su Xian, they still had 7 Yinglong guards led by him to form a battle formation. They should have been able to trap even some of the more powerful ones at the peak of the void-breaking realm. But now, with one strike, 3 of them were instantly killed and 4 were gravely injured. Invincible in the void-breaking realm? Or was it the combat power of the Nirvana realm? Long Jiao stared incredulously at Su Baichen, and the next moment, he ordered a retreat without hesitation. There was no choice facing Su Baichen at this moment. If they didn't leave, they would likely all perish here. Can you escape? Su Baichen's voice remained cold and sharp, carrying an astonishing killing intent. As if he were a hellish Azura, he stood in that void, not moving an inch, yet his spear slowly thrust forward. This thrust clearly pierced the air, but at the moment the spear was thrust out, whoosh, 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 a figure suddenly appeared in front of Long Jiao and Song, the 4 surviving Yinglong guards, and even Pang Xiaoqing, who had been severely injured by Su Xian and was still sitting on the ground. It was Su Baichen, and his spear was simultaneously thrusting forward. Clearly not moving at all, yet a Su Baichen appeared simultaneously in front of these few people. Uft, 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 uft. The spear pierced through one body after another. Long Jiao and Song, Pang Xiaoqing, and the 4 Yinglong guards all showed fear and disbelief in their eyes as they fell powerless. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Xian was shaken. In an instant, all the void-breaking realm experts present were killed. What kind of strength is this? After slaying all the void-breaking realm experts, Su Baichen seemed ready to check on Su Xian's condition, but as soon as he took a step forward, he immediately froze. Uft. A mouthful of black blood was spewed from Su Baichen's mouth, and his face twisted completely. A dense mass of strange black secret patterns spread from his heart like a spider web, instantly covering his entire body. Even his face was covered with these strange secret patterns, making him appear hideous and terrifying. At this moment, his body was hunched, his gaze turned crimson, and he was constantly screaming, but the screams were heart-wrenching yet made no sound. Most terrifying of all, Su Baichen's hands were desperately clawing at the flesh on his body. Even his face. What kind of horrific pain was he enduring to think that clawing at his own flesh would make him feel a bit better? Father. Although Su Xian was lying there, he still saw his father's current mad, hideous, yet helpless appearance. His eyes were about to split with rage. Yet he had no way to help. Suddenly, Su Xian's head spun, and the intense weakness finally caused his consciousness to plunge into unconsciousness. When Su Xian woke up, it was already the next day. Father. Su Xian opened his eyes and saw himself in a room, with the maid Hong Shan taking care of him. Young master, you're awake, Hong Shan said with surprise, helping Su Xian to sit up. But as soon as he sat up, Su Xian realized that his body felt empty, lacking any spiritual power, and he could hardly sense any strength throughout his body. He felt utterly weak. The side effects of the forbidden technique are much greater than I imagined, Su Xian thought to himself. The God Destruction forbidden technique, he had used it once before. That was to kill Zhao Tianlei. However, that time, the process of killing Zhao Tianlei went relatively smoothly and did not take long. After killing Zhao Tianlei, he immediately stopped the secret technique, so he could still retain some stamina and move normally. But this time, he had truly pushed the forbidden technique to the limit, to the point where his body could no longer withstand it and completely exhausted itself. The side effects of the two were naturally different. Su Xian estimated that his body would take several days to recover. Hong Shan, how is the family doing now? Su Xian asked. Young master, don't worry. Although the Pang family's thieves came quite suddenly last night, fortunately, our Su family reacted quickly and gradually repelled the Pang family's assault under the leadership of several elders, stopping them from counterattacking. Before dawn, the Pang family's thieves had already been driven back, Hong Shan replied. What about my father? Su Xian asked again. The family head seems to have been injured. After repelling the Pang family's thieves, he returned to his residence and hasn't come out since, Hong Shan said. Hong Shan, help me up, Su Xian said. Hong Shan immediately supported Su Xian to his feet and walked towards the door. Just as they stepped out of the room, young master, several guards outside the door immediately bowed and saluted. These guards were very strong, with Yi Luo among them. Clearly, after the battle last night, the Su family was concerned about whether the Pang family had any other schemes, so they sent some strong individuals to protect Su Xian's safety while he was unconscious. Hong Shan, take me to my father, Su Xian ordered. Hong Shan helped Su Xian to the courtyard where Su Baichen lived. In front of the study, there were also some guards standing guard. I want to see my father, Su Xian said directly. Young master, the family head has ordered that no one is to disturb him. The leading guard blocked Su Xian. Let him in. A voice suddenly came from the study. The guards no longer obstructed him, and Su Xian entered the study with the door pushed open. Once the door closed, the study was still incredibly dim. A figure sat somewhat desolately at the desk, with candlelight flickering beside him, obscuring his exact features. Father, Su Xian spoke softly. Su Baichen slightly raised his head, and only then did Su Xian see his father's current appearance. He saw that Su Baichen's originally handsome and elegant face had turned yellow and dry. His entire face sunken in, looking extremely emaciated. His hair was also disheveled, and in some places, it had even turned gray. The whole person seemed to have aged several decades in an instant. Father, what happened to you? Su Xian was taken aback and prepared to step forward. Stop. Su Baichen shouted in a low voice. Don't come any closer, just stand there. Su Xian halted his steps, but his heart was anxious as fire. He remembered that before he lost consciousness last night, he saw his father enduring unprecedented pain, and now seeing his father again, he had turned into this appearance. What on earth happened in between? Xianer, I ask you, why did your cultivation level rise from minor success in the transformation sea to the threshold of the void-breaking realm last night? Did you use some special secret technique? Su Baichen's gaze, which had become somewhat murky, turned to Su Xian. Yes, Su Xian nodded. You have been cultivating within the family, rarely in contact with the outside world. Logically, you shouldn't have had the opportunity to obtain such a secret technique unless it was due to your bloodline, Su Baichen said. Yes, Su Xian nodded again. It seems your bloodline is indeed extraordinary. Su Baichen looked deeply at Su Xian. In this world, bloodlines of the third and second rank are considered ordinary, while first-rank bloodlines have the hope of awakening innate abilities when reaching a certain level of cultivation, which is considered powerful. And you awakened your bloodline and obtained a technique that can significantly boost your cultivation in a short time. This bloodline is likely a divine bloodline that surpasses the first rank. Su Xian remained silent and did not answer. The study fell silent for a moment. Su Baichen spoke again. Listen to me. From now on, unless you are truly in a desperate situation and must risk everything to fight, you must never use that secret technique in front of anyone. Yes, Su Xian understood. He also knew that his father, seeing him use the secret technique, could guess from his previous experiences that this technique was related to his bloodline, and thus infer that his bloodline was at least of divine quality. Others could similarly deduce this. Therefore, from the very beginning, Su Xian treated this divine annihilation forbidden technique as his ultimate trump card. Moreover, this trump card had significant side effects. Su Xian did not plan to use this trump card recklessly unless he was truly at a point of certain death. Father, Su Xian had just wanted to ask last night. Su Baichun had already waved his hand to interrupt him, saying, I know what you want to ask, don't ask. Even if you do, I won't tell you. Your current strength is still too weak. Relying on that secret technique, you only have the combat power of the void-breaking realm. Without that secret technique, you wouldn't even be the strongest in the sea transformation realm. Right now, you have no right to know these things. However, your talent is extraordinary, and you possess an astonishing bloodline. Your potential is far greater than mine, and soon you will be able to enter the Tianyan Palace to cultivate. Your progress will be rapid, and when your strength is sufficient, I will naturally tell you everything. Father, I wonder what level of strength you mean by sufficient. Su Xian couldn't help but ask. When one day you can trample the entire Situ family underfoot by your own power, then you will have the right to know all of this, Su Baichen said. By my own power, trample the entire Situ family? Su Xian was taken aback. The Situ family had an ancestor in the Nirvana realm. I understand. Su Xian's gaze became resolute again. Go, Su Baichun waved his hand. Su Xian immediately walked out of the study. Divine quality bloodline? Can a divine quality bloodline be endowed with such a heaven-defying secret technique? Su Baichun pondered silently, but suddenly his thin face twisted in pain again. He hurriedly pulled out several pills from his sleeve and swallowed them all at once. The pain on his face eased slightly. Purple eyes. Purple eyes. Su Baichun roared, his eyes filled with unprecedented madness and resentment. Chapter 34. Blood debt must be repaid in blood. Stepping out of the study, Su Xian felt a heavy heart. He did not know what had happened to his father, but just from the changes in his appearance, it was clear that his father's condition was not good. Thinking back to last night, his father's sudden outburst of power that single-handedly killed so many void-breaking realm experts, and did so instantly, was terrifying. Such power had even surpassed the realm of void-breaking. But if his father could unleash such formidable combat power at any moment, how could he have tolerated the Pang family until now? And then there was Zhao Tianlei. His father could have easily killed him, yet he never took action. All of this made Su Xian understand that there was a great secret about his father. Was it only when I can trample the entire Situ family underfoot by my own strength that he would be willing to tell me? Su Xian's gaze sharpened. The Situ family was a top aristocratic family of the Tianyan dynasty, with Nirvana realm ancestors in residence. For an ordinary person, to trample the entire Situ family underfoot by their own strength was nothing but a pipe dream. But for Su Xian, who had awakened the supreme bloodline, there were infinite possibilities. As long as he was given time, the Situ family was nothing. Father, I will soon meet your expectations. Su Xian clenched his hands, silently determined in his heart. Inside the Su family mansion, the atmosphere was heavy. Although the attack last night was ultimately repelled by the Su family, the losses were immense. Too many had died. Young master, young master. Su Xian arrived at the largest martial arts arena of the Su family, where a large number of family members had gathered. And on the ground, numerous cold corpses were covered with white cloths. At a glance, there were over 100 corpses. Su Xian, you're here. Su Baihu, standing nearby, looked over. Second uncle. Su Xian stepped forward to greet him, but suddenly his expression changed. He could see that Su Baihu's face was not only pale but also, at such a close distance, he could sense no trace of spiritual power fluctuations from him. Under normal circumstances, unless one was a top expert capable of completely concealing their spiritual energy, they would have some spiritual fluctuations at such a close range. But his second uncle Su Baihu was clearly far from that level. Second uncle, what happened? Su Xian wanted to ask. But Su Baihu had already waved his hand and said, in last night's battle, my Dantian was destroyed. Dantian destroyed? Su Xian was shocked. A destroyed Dantian meant the loss of cultivation, and from now on, he would be a useless person. Although lacking cultivation, he could still move freely. But the second elder had both legs broken, making even walking a problem. Su Baihu sighed. The second elder's legs are both broken? Su Xian's heart trembled. The second elder, who was rough and regarded family honor as everything, was now legless? Actually, both of us are relatively fine. At least we are still alive. But those family members lying in front of us will never wake up again, Su Baihu said with some sorrow. Su Xian also clenched his hands tightly. At that moment, His gaze moved and he saw a figure kneeling before a corpse, weeping. Sister Ning. Su Xian stepped forward, patted Su Yuning's shoulder, then crouched down to uncover the white cloth over the corpse in front of him. Su Qinghong. Su Xian's hand trembled inexplicably as he slowly shook his head. Su Qinghong was the most outstanding genius among the younger generation of the Su family, aside from Su Xian, in the competition for the Sword Order. Before Su Xian had truly displayed his strength, Su Qinghong was the hope of the entire Su family. After Su Xian killed Zhao Ling and regained the Su family's reputation, Su Qinghong often came to the martial arts arena to spar with Su Xian. Their relationship was quite good, but now Su Qinghong was dead. According to the family members nearby, last night Su Qinghong sacrificed his life to save several young family members, blocking 2 C transformation minor experts from the Pang family. It was known that Su Qinghong had not yet broken through to the C transformation realm. How could he block 2 minor experts alone? By the time the Su family reinforcements arrived, Su Qinghong had already been killed. But his final strike had heavily injured one of the 2 minor experts from the Pang family, and ultimately, both were killed by the arriving Su family experts. Su Xian wandered around the corpses of the family members, uncovering white cloths to see many familiar faces. There were elder experts from the Su family, loyal guests, and even some younger family members who often came to seek guidance from him in the martial arts arena. Su Xian felt an immense sorrow in his heart. But more than sorrow, there was anger. Pang family. No, it should be the Situ family. Su Xian clenched his hands tightly. He knew very well that the Pang family was merely a pawn, and the true mastermind behind everything was still the Situ family. They had previously forced the Su family into such a miserable state. Last night, numerous strong experts had directly attacked, intending to exterminate the Su family. So many had died in the Su family. This was a blood debt. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Younger master. A servant hurried over. The Grand Elder requests you to go to the front hall immediately. Lord Yuan Qing from the Red Dragon Tower has arrived. Lord Yuan has arrived? Su Xian's heart stirred. It must be about that matter. Su Baihu immediately looked over. Su Xian dared not delay and quickly arrived at the front hall. Su Xian. Seeing Su Xian enter, Yuan Qing stood up to greet him. I heard about last night's events. Fortunately, you are unharmed. Lord Yuan, you have come today. I presume there is news from Tianyan Palace? Su Xian asked directly. Yes. Yuan Qing nodded, but his expression was somewhat off. I'm sorry, it's bad news. Bad news. Su Xian's brows immediately furrowed. The Lord stationed at the dragon-seeking tower indeed made a trip to personally recommend you to the Tianyan Palace. Initially, it went quite smoothly. As you passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower with your minor achievement in the C transformation realm. This kind of talent completely met the special recruitment requirements of the Tianyan Palace. However, just when the final decision was about to be made, unexpected resistance arose. Seemingly due to external interference, Yuan Qing said. External interference? Is it the Situ family? Su Xian's gaze turned cold. In his view, among the entire Tianyan Empire, he only had enmity with the Situ family. It's not the Situ family, Yuan Qing shook his head. Su Xian, you may not know, but the Tianyan Palace holds an extraordinarily transcendent status in the Tianyan Empire. Although the Situ family is a top-tier noble, they do not have the qualifications to interfere in Tianyan Palace matters. Those who have the authority to intervene must be from the royal family, and their power is not insignificant. The royal family? Su Xian was taken aback. Last night, among the dozens of assassins from the void-breaking realm, there was a particularly powerful team of 10 who coordinated exceptionally well. If I am not mistaken, this team should be the legendary Yinglong Guard. Only royal family members have the authority to deploy the Yinglong Guard, Yuan Qing continued. When did our Su family provoke someone from the royal family? Su Xian narrowed his eyes. Yuan Qing went on. With external interference, plus the fact that you angered His Majesty over 3 years ago, this matter has also had an impact on the high-level decisions in the Tianyan Palace. Therefore, your special recruitment quota has been temporarily shelved. The high-level officials of the Tianyan Palace mean to wait and see for a while. If your subsequent performance can remain this impressive, they will consider special recruitment for you. Is that so? Su Xian understood that he indeed angered the Tianyan Emperor 3 years ago, to the point where the Emperor ordered him to be imprisoned in the Demon Restriction Prison. It was normal for the Tianyan Palace to deliberate on this matter. After all, the Tianyan Palace was meant to cultivate top talents for the Tianyan Empire, and any talents they groomed must be loyal to the Empire. Even if not absolutely loyal, they at least could not harbor hostility or resentment towards the Tianyan Empire or the Tianyan Emperor. Su Xian. The Lord stationed at the dragon-seeking tower sent a message saying he would visit the Tianyan Palace again after some time to help you fight for another chance. Yuan Qing said. No need. Su Xian waved his hand. Yuan Qing, please thank that lord on my behalf. Just tell him that I, Su Xian, will remember this favor and will repay it in the future. But the Tianyan Palace. Yuan Qing furrowed his brow. The Tianyan Palace is indeed great and has helped my cultivation immensely, but if I can't enter, I won't force it, nor will I keep begging. Su Exine smiled. Besides, there are other ways to enter the Tianyan Palace besides special recruitment. Isn't the Royal City Hunt about to take place soon? The Royal City Hunt? Yuan Qing was taken aback and quickly said, Su Exine, you can indeed enter the Tianyan Palace through the Royal City Hunt. But do you know how many geniuses gather from various states and counties every time the Royal City Hunt is held? In the end, only the strongest 10 who make it to the end are qualified to be absorbed into the Tianyan Palace. Although you passed the first level of the Dragon Seeking Tower, you are still too young, and your cultivation is only at the minor achievement in the Sea Transformation realm. If you participate in the Royal City Hunt, it will be difficult to reach the end. Yuan Qing repeated the word difficult 3 times. Su Exine was not surprised. Indeed, at the moment, he couldn't even pass the second level of the Dragon Seeking Tower. With such strength, he wouldn't even rank in the top 10 in Yunzhou, let alone the entire Tianyan Empire. But he wasn't anxious, as there were still 2 full months until the preliminary round of the Royal City Hunt. 2 months might be short for others, but for him, it was enough to significantly enhance his strength. Not to mention, just in terms of cultivation, 2 months' time. Given his bloodline inheritance cultivation speed and the assistance of a first-grade Sea Transformation pill, he could completely break through from minor achievement to major achievement in the Sea Transformation realm. This improvement in cultivation would lead to a qualitative change in his strength. Su Exine, are you really planning to participate in this year's Royal City Hunt? Yuan Qing looked at Su Exine again. Yes, Su Exine nodded firmly, then suddenly asked, by the way, Sityu should also participate in this Royal City Hunt, right? Sityu? Yuan Qing raised his eyebrows. Knowing Su Exine's past, he was well aware of the enmity between Su Exine and Sityu. That's right, Sityu is the top genius of the Situ family. Although he has exceptional talent, he cannot directly obtain the special recruitment quota for the Tianyan Palace. So the only way for him to enter the Tianyan Palace is by participating in the Royal City Hunt, Yuan Qing said. Very good. Su Exine's lips curled up, his eyes glinting with sharpness. Sityu, this time I will not flee from the decisive battle that has been delayed for over 3 years. 3 years ago, the ancestor of the Su family sought a marriage alliance with the Tianyan Emperor to marry the 9th princess. At that time, as the top genius of the Su family, the one he was to contend with was Sityu from the Situ family. Chapter 35. One person, one sword in a battle, over 100 clansmen perished. The entire Su family was engulfed in sorrow. 7 days quickly passed. The Pang family was exterminated. It was said that the Grand Elder personally took action, killing all the remaining high-ranking members of the Pang family, leaving only a few young clansmen who managed to escape by chance. Well done. That damned Pang family has finally been dealt with. Upon hearing this news, the Su family members felt a sense of relief. In the battle 7 days ago, the Su family suffered heavy casualties, but the Pang family suffered even greater losses, especially the void-breaking realm experts at the highest level of the Pang family, who were completely wiped out that night. Without the void-breaking realm experts to hold the fort, the Pang family had no qualifications to compete with the Su family. Just yesterday, Grand Elder Su Boyong personally took action to annihilate all the remaining high-ranking experts of the Pang family, completely leading to the downfall of the Pang family. This is the state of affairs. If our Su family had not been able to withstand the Pang family's assault that night, it would have been our family that was exterminated. Su Exine walked within the Su family, hearing many members celebrating this event, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Pang family had been destroyed, and the Situ family would probably not dare to act against the Su family in the short term. It was time for him to prepare for the upcoming Royal City Hunt. That night, the Situ family had mobilized a considerable amount of power, even sending a team of Yinglong guards over. In the end, everyone was completely left in the Su residence. With this incident, the Situ family would definitely regard the Su family with renewed caution and would not dare to act recklessly again. Furthermore, the loss of a complete Yinglong guard team would likely impose a burden on the Situ family, making them frantic for a while. Su Exine was able to temporarily set his mind at ease and prepare for the upcoming Royal City Hunt. On this day, Su Exine set out alone to train outside the Su family. This was his first true solo training experience since birth. In less than 2 months, he wanted to explore the Yongning County all by himself. Beihanqing, among the many cities in Yongning County, was a relatively famous one. The reason for its fame was because there was an old city lord in Beihanqing. This old city lord was over 100 years old and had held the position of city lord for a full 60 years. He was highly respected, and most importantly, this old city lord was incredibly powerful. In the entire Yongning County, few could match him below the void-breaking realm. At the city lord's mansion, in an open area, a burly old man with a tiger-like back was practicing a knife technique with both hands holding a knife, fully concentrated. His knife technique was exceptionally profound and expansive, with an imposing aura. After a long time, he finally finished practicing the knife technique. On the edge of an open space, a graceful woman sat on a stone bench. The granddaughter of the old city lord. Seeing her grandfather approaching, she smiled and said, "Grandpa, you're over 100 years old, yet still so vigorous." The old city lord laughed heartily. "What's the big deal about being over 100? With my spirit and energy, living another 30 or 40 years is not a problem at all." He wasn't boasting. In this world, people cultivate martial arts to strengthen their bodies. The higher their cultivation, the longer they live. It's quite normal for someone at the sea transformation realm to live over 100 years, as long as there are no unforeseen accidents. The old city lord had long reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm, and with his robust health, he could indeed live to be 130 or 40. As for those at the void-breaking realm, living to 160 or 70 is quite normal. Many powerful figures above the nirvana realm can live to be over 200 years old. Unfortunately, the old man feared he would never make another breakthrough in his life. The old city lord sighed lightly. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the sea transformation realm, and the next step was the void-breaking realm. But that step was as daunting as a chasm. He had been stuck at this step for most of his life, unable to cross over. "Old master, there is someone outside seeking an audience," an old servant approached. "Who is it?" the old city lord asked. "He says his name is Jianyi, and he is a very young fellow," the old servant replied. "Jianyi?" The old city lord was puzzled but still smiled. "Let him in." The old servant nodded and left. "Very young? There's an 80 to 90% chance he's here to seek a master." The graceful woman frowned and said, "Grandpa, in the 60 years you've been city lord, you must know how many young juniors have come to seek you as a master. Among those you accepted as disciples, there are at least dozens. Yet only 2 or 3 have truly made a name for themselves. The majority remain obscure, and a few have even committed misdeeds, tarnishing your reputation. If you take on any more disciples in the future, you must be more discerning." "I understand. Do I need you, little girl, to manage my affairs?" The old city lord chuckled, but he didn't take it to heart. He was generous. As long as a disciple wasn't too ill-natured, had some talent, or was simply respectful, he was willing to accept them. Moreover, once he took on a disciple, he would wholeheartedly teach them without holding back. However, the world was far too complex. Some disciples started off with good character, but changed during their training in the outside world. Over the decades, he had accepted quite a few disciples, and indeed, there were a few who had acted recklessly outside. But this did not affect his desire to continue taking on disciples. Soon, under the guidance of the old servant, a young man in a black robe holding a sword entered. "So young? He can't be over 20. The graceful woman's expression became strange as she saw the young man. "Junior Jianyi, I greet the old city lord." Su Xian slightly bowed. He had heard many stories about the old city lord on his way here and held great respect for such a powerful, virtuous figure willing to teach the younger generation. "Young man, what brings you to see me?" the old city lord asked. "I have heard that the old city lord's swordsmanship is superb, and I would like to learn a thing or two," Su Xian replied. "If you're here to be my disciple, just say so. Why put on airs about wanting to learn?" the graceful woman said, displeased. Su Xian couldn't help but be taken aback. "Be my disciple? Are you talking about me?" But the old city lord laughed heartily. "All right, I just finished practicing my sword. Young man, go ahead and make your move. You better be careful, senior." Su Xian drew his sword. "Come on." The old city lord held his sword in one hand, smiling, while the other hand was behind his back. He had long seen that the young Su Xian was merely at the initial stage of the sea transformation realm, just like his granddaughter, and thought Su Xian was here to seek a master. So at first, he didn't take Su Xian's strength seriously, treating him as he would any other junior disciple. However, as soon as Su Xian drew his sword, the sword light was hazy yet incredibly fast. Most importantly, when the sword light flashed out, it carried with it a mysterious intent. Is this sword intent? The old city lord was astounded. To comprehend intent, one must reach a certain level before it can perfectly combine with weapons to form sword intent. This young man, merely at the initial stage of the sea transformation realm, startled him with his first move. The old city lord immediately swung his sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of intense clashes echoed as the old city lord, who initially was casual, became exceptionally serious, gradually unleashing his full strength. However, after a round of exchanges, he found himself being forced back step by step. "I can't believe it. I'm being completely suppressed." The old city lord looked incredulous. "Good lad, come again." The two fought fiercely again, with the old city lord unleashing his full strength, while Su Xian also activated 50% of his bloodline power and began to use the Thunder Fire Sword technique. Half a tea time later, both stopped. "Senior, I concede," Su Xian said humbly with a smile. "I lost." The old city lord was still in shock, but soon came to his senses, laughing. "Good lad. My cultivation has long reached the pinnacle of the sea transformation realm. Decades ago, I already passed the first floor of the dragon-seeking tower. I would say in the entire Yongning County, only 2 or 3 people can surpass me. Yet today I have actually been defeated by you. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old, a new wave pushing the previous one, the old city lord praised. Meanwhile, his granddaughter, the graceful woman, was already stunned. At first, she genuinely thought this incredibly young Jian Yi was here to seek a master. But now, young friend Jian Yi, after just one battle with you, the old man has gained much insight into swordsmanship. If you have no urgent matters, could you stay at the city lord's residence for a night and spar with me a few more times? The old city lord proposed. Of course, Su Xian smiled. This old city lord was extremely powerful. He had just managed to barely defeat him while activating 50% of his bloodline power and pushing his swordsmanship to the limit. This battle had given the old city lord some insights, but Su Xian had also gained quite a bit. He was naturally eager to spar with the old city lord a few more times to exchange insights. That day, Su Xian and the old city lord fought several more times. By evening, they even had a candlelit discussion. It wasn't until the next morning that Su Xian took his leave. So young, yet already possesses such extraordinary strength, roaming the world with just a sword and challenging various strong opponents. Truly enviable, the old city lord admired as he watched Su Xian's departing figure. Grandpa, although Jian Yi is formidable, you are not much inferior to him, said the graceful woman beside him. That's different. The old city lord shook his head and sighed. Compared to him, I am like a setting sun, while he is the rising sun, full of vitality. Youth is truly wonderful. In a village at the foot of a mountain, Su Xian had just arrived. Haha, kill them all. No, spare us. We are willing to offer wealth. Mother. A group of bandits rode through the village, crazily killing and looting. In this world, martial arts flourished but were incredibly chaotic, with bandits proliferating. In cities, there were imperial troops, but those living in villages outside the towns, relying on the mountains for sustenance, were constantly disturbed by bandits. Even the imperial court had no solution for this. Seeing this scene, Su Xian's eyes turned red, and he immediately took action. These were just ordinary bandits, with the leader being merely at the initial stage of the sea transformation realm, and had no chance of resisting before Su Xian. In just a moment, dozens of bandits who had looted the village were completely killed by Su Xian. Because of this, the village avoided a massacre. Inside a magnificent manor, Master Tang. I am Jian Yi. I have heard that the steward of Master Tang's residence killed several peak sea transformation realm experts single-handedly in the past, and I have come to seek advice. Another martial arts enthusiast. Old Tang waved his hand. Qilao, since this young brother is sincerely seeking guidance, you can freely point him out a thing or two. Yes. The old steward quickly took action. Mr. Song, I am Jian Yi, and I would like to ask for your guidance. A mere small success in the transformation sea realm dares to spar with me? Mr. Song directly waved his sleeve and left, too lazy to pay attention. Then let's forget it. Su Xian was not angry and turned to leave. Su Xian, with a sword in hand, traveled through various cities and mountains in Yongning County. Whenever he passed a place and heard of someone with great strength or impressive skills, he would seek them out for a challenge. Just like when he encountered the beggar boy Duan Yunfeng in Danyang City, he ventured the world, challenging various strong opponents. However, unlike Duan Yunfeng's reckless and wild approach, Su Xian's battles with those strong opponents were simply for sparring. He would not truly kill. If the opponent refused, Su Xian would not persist, nor would he force a fight with overwhelming dominance. If he encountered injustice during his travels, he would not hesitate to intervene. Time passed as he journeyed. Soon, it was the day of the initial selection for the Imperial City Hunt. The Imperial City Hunt, although taking place within the Imperial City, began its preliminary assessments in various states and counties. There were also thresholds for the preliminary assessments. First, one must be in the Transformation Sea realm. Second, one must be under 40 years of age. Generally, someone in the Transformation Sea realm could normally live to be 120 or 30 years old. So 40 years old is considered quite young. In the governor's office of Yongning County, on a martial arts arena, dozens of qualified Transformation Sea realm experts gathered. Some familiar faces were chatting and exchanging pleasantries. Brother Kong Jing, long time no see. This next to you must be your brother Kong Xian, right? I heard your brother is also a dragon among men, having reached the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea realm, and is quite strong. If both brothers can pass the preliminary assessment, it would be a great story to attend the Imperial City Hunt together. Not at all. There are so many strong Transformation Sea realm experts in Yongning County, but only about 10 will pass the preliminary assessment. Even I don't have absolute confidence in passing. As for my brother, he is still far from it. He came today just to join in the fun. A pair of brothers were surrounded by many people. The two were of similar height, but the older brother was noticeably more robust, while the younger brother was a bit thinner. This pair of brothers had quite a reputation in Yongning County, especially the older brother Kong Jing, who was said to have the strength to pass the first level of the Dragon Seeking Tower. It should be noted that among all the Transformation Sea Realm practitioners in Yongning County, there were fewer than 10 who had passed the first level of the Dragon Seeking Tower, most of whom were over 40 years old. Like the old city lord of Beihan City, those under 40 who had passed the first level of the Dragon Seeking Tower were exceedingly rare. If Kong Jing truly had the strength to pass the first level, he would certainly be among the 10 who passed the preliminary assessment. Brother, you're too modest. Your cultivation has already reached the ultimate level of the Transformation Sea Realm, and you've recently comprehended a hint of the realm. If you were to challenge the Dragon Seeking Tower, you would definitely be able to pass the first level. You will surely be among the 10 who passed the preliminary assessment, and perhaps you will even be the strongest, the younger brother Kong Xian said softly. Be a bit more low-key. Kong Jing smiled, then said seriously, Xian, you must not be careless in the preliminary assessment later. With your strength, if you give it your all, and your luck isn't particularly bad, you should also be able to secure a hunting spot. Understood. Kong Xian nodded earnestly. He was also eager to pass the preliminary assessment to attend the Imperial City Hunt with his older brother. After all, his brother was already 37 years old. If he participated in this year's hunt, the next one would be 5 years later, and by then, his brother would be over 40 and no longer eligible to participate. At this moment, a figure entered the governor's office. Long Dao? It's him. The dozens of Transformation Sea Realm experts gathered in the martial arts arena all turned their gazes toward the newcomer. Long Dao? Kong Jing's eyes also narrowed. Among the Transformation Sea Realm experts under 40 in Yongning County, the few who made him wary were few, and Long Dao was undoubtedly the strongest. 7 years ago, he had already passed the first level of the Dragon Seeking Tower. In terms of strength, he should be the strongest among the Transformation Sea Realm practitioners under 40 in Yongning County, Kong Jing thought to himself. As soon as Long Dao walked into the martial arts arena, someone immediately came forward to guide him into the inner courtyard. He didn't stand with us? Kong Xian was puzzled. That's normal, Kong Jing replied. In the past, only 56 people from Yongning County have participated in the preliminary assessment for the Imperial City Hunt. And among them, only a few have truly passed the first level of the Dragon Seeking Tower. With Long Dao's strength, he will definitely pass the preliminary assessment and secure a hunting spot. His arrival is merely a formality. He likely won't even need to participate in the preliminary assessment and will receive a spot directly. Is it really like that? Kong Xian was astonished, but quickly understood. The credibility of the Dragon Seeking Tower was unquestionable. Since Long Dao had passed the first level, his strength was naturally convincing, and it was only right for him to receive a spot directly. As everyone waited, soon 2 more people arrived and were invited inside. Long Dao Qiuzhe and the head of the Ling family, Ling Yu, all 3 have passed the first level of the Dragon Seeking Tower, and their strength is beyond doubt. Aside from them, no one else should have the qualifications to be invited in, Kong Jing thought to himself. Suddenly, a young figure appeared in the martial arts arena. His arrival immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. So young? This is too young. He looks like he is not even 20. This young fellow is also here to participate in the Imperial City Hunt? Many people had strange expressions. Those who dared to participate in the Imperial City Hunt usually had a certain level of confidence in their strength, and their cultivation was almost at the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea Realm. It takes a long time to accumulate and improve one's cultivation when moving from the very beginning to the pinnacle of the Transformation Sea. And most people reach this level in their 30s, while almost everyone present was over 30. Those under 30 participating in the Imperial City Hunt were relatively rare. As for those under 20, there were pitifully few. In this Imperial City Hunt of the entire Tianyan dynasty, there were probably not many who were under 20. As this young figure approached, everyone present could see his cultivation level, which was merely at the great completion of the Transformation Sea Realm. A great completion of the Transformation Sea Realm is also here to participate in the Imperial City Hunt? Isn't that too self-important? Kong Xian scoffed. Perhaps he's just a bit impulsive, or maybe he doesn't really understand the Imperial City Hunt and thinks it's a good opportunity to showcase his talent, so he rushed over. Such people often appear, so there's no need to pay attention. The preliminary assessment will naturally filter him out later. Kong Jing also smiled faintly. The Transformation Sea Realm experts gathered in the martial arts arena wore amused expressions. However, as soon as this young figure reached the center of the martial arts arena, a servant from the governor's office stepped forward. Young Master Su Xian, please follow me. The governor is already waiting in the main hall. Okay. Su Xian nodded and followed the servant into the inner courtyard. The crowd in the martial arts arena was astonished at this scene. What is going on? How does this great completion of the Transformation Sea Realm have the qualifications to be invited in? Young Master Su Xian? Which Su Xian is this? I know this Su Xian. He is the young master of the Su family. Recently, the Su family had a major battle with the Pang family. And I heard that Su Xian had killed a pinnacle expert of the Pang family. As the crowd puzzled over this, Su Xian's identity was revealed. However, knowing Su Xian's identity, the crowd felt a wave of dissatisfaction. Clearly, this Su Xian was here to participate in the Imperial City hunt, just like them. The three who were invited into the inner courtyard earlier, namely Long Dao, had all passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Their hunting quotas were already predetermined, and without a doubt, it was only natural for them to be invited into the inner courtyard in advance. But Su Xian, a young man who seemed to be under 20 years old and had achieved great success in the Sea transformation stage, was just relying on his identity as a young master of the Su family. Why should that be? What is the county governor doing? We are left here waiting while that Su Xian, the young master of the Su family, is allowed in early. What a big name. The Su family really has a lot of power, Kong Xian said with a dissatisfied expression. He even claims to have killed a peak Sea transformation from the Pang family. Humph, how can a Sea transformation success kill a peak Sea transformation? That's just a joke. Su Xian has also passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. However, he used a pseudonym at that time, and it was not long after he had just passed. Moreover, after passing the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, he did not make it public. Even within the Su family, only a few of the highest-ranking members knew about it, and most of the Su family members were unaware. Naturally, no one outside knew either. As for the claim that he killed a peak Sea transformation, they had not seen it with their own eyes. So who would believe it? Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear you, Kong Jing scolded. After all, the Su family is the #1 family in Yongning County. With a deep foundation, it is normal for the county governor to treat Su Xian differently. Although he was scolding, Kong Jing was also frowning, obviously not entirely satisfied. Of course, they felt some discontent due to the difference in status, but no one really dared to say anything. At this moment, a steward from the county governor's office approached. Most people have arrived, so let's start the preliminary selection. The rules for the preliminary selection assessment are quite simple. With the announcement of the rules by this strong person from the county governor's office, the preliminary selection for the hunting in the Imperial City in Yongning County officially began. However, this preliminary assessment was only conducted for the dozens of people gathered in the martial arts arena, including the Kong Jing and Kong Xian brothers. As for Su Xian and the other three who had already been invited into the inner courtyard, there was no need for them to participate. Their hunting quotas had already been set. In the inner courtyard of the county governor's office, East Hall, Su Xian arrived in the East Hall under the guidance of a servant, where several people were already waiting. Young Master Su Xian, this is the county governor. The servant pointed to a middle-aged man sitting at the front. Su Xian, I have met the county governor. Su Xian quickly bowed. He had not seen this county governor before, but knew that his surname was Wang. No need to be so polite. County Governor Wang waved his hand. Su Xian, I am an old acquaintance of your father. I didn't expect that after the decline of the Su family, a talent like you would emerge. Su Xian merely smiled faintly. These three beside you, like you, have also passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, so they can directly obtain hunting quotas without going through the preliminary assessment. You should get to know them, County Governor Wang said. Su Xian, I have met the three of you. Su Xian slightly cupped his hands towards the three people sitting next to him. Among these three, the honest-looking Qiu Zhe and the head of the Ling family, Ling Yu, both looked at Su Xian with strange expressions. They had already gathered from County Governor Wang's words that Su Xian had also passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. But this Su Xian looked to be under 20 years old, and his cultivation level was only at the Sea transformation success stage. A Sea transformation success had passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower? It's you. At that moment, Long Dao stood up with a look of astonishment as he recognized Su Xian. Mr. Long Dao, long time no see, Su Xian smiled. Brother Long, do you know this young brother Su Xian? Ling Yu asked from the side. Of course, Long Dao nodded. Half a month ago, I encountered brother Su Xian and even fought with him. That battle was very beneficial to me. Very beneficial? Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu were both taken aback. Although they had all passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, Long Dao had passed it 7 years ago, and in terms of strength, he was definitely the strongest among the three. The fact that he had benefited greatly from a battle with Su Xian implied that he had lost, right? I was just slightly better, Su Xian smiled. He was clearly being humble. Over the past 2 months, he had been wandering around Yongning County, challenging various strong opponents. However, not everyone was qualified for him to challenge. And those he actively sought out to battle were mostly very formidable opponents who had also passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Like the old city lord of Beihan City and the old steward of the Tang family estate. Long Dao had passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower 7 years ago, and Su Xian had indeed fought him half a month ago. At that time, Su Xian's cultivation had already broken through to the Sea transformation success stage, and with a slight activation of his bloodline power, his strength was enough to rival a peak Sea transformation. In that battle, Su Xian naturally won easily. Brother Su Xian, After our battle, I reflected for a long time, and my strength has improved over the past half-month. Since we meet again today, I would like to seek your guidance once more, if that's all right, Long Dao asked. Of course, that would be great. Su Xian nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu were both stunned. Seek guidance. Not just for a match. Ling Yu clearly understood the difference between these two terms. To seek guidance implies putting oneself on a lower level, while to ask for a match means both parties are on the same level, and it is said out of humility. Su Xian was stronger than Long Dao. In fact, he was much stronger. Realizing this, Ling Yu could no longer sit still. Young brother Su Xian, since even brother Long wants to seek your guidance in person, may I also ask you for some advice? Ling Yu said. The honest-looking Qiu Zhe also stood up. No problem. In that case, let's have a good spar later. Su Xian replied with a smile. Over the past 2 months, he had greatly improved his strength through battles with various strong opponents. Both Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu were experts who had passed the first level of the Dragon Seeking Tower, so Su Xian was certainly willing to spar with them. Chapter 37, 1 against 3, Shocking. At the martial arts arena of the county governor's office, the preliminary assessment was nearing its end. The dozens of peak C transformation participants had already showcased their strongest abilities. Kong Jing and Kong Xian stood together. Xian, you did well, Kong Jing said. Kong Xian smiled. Among those participating in the preliminary assessment, there are only 6 people, including you, who performed better than me. Adding the 3 who had already passed the first level of the Red Dragon Tower and obtained their quotas early, there are only 9 people in total. I just happened to be the 10th, although he was at the bottom. As long as he could pass the preliminary assessment and participate in the Imperial City hunting with his brother, he would be satisfied. At this moment, the steward from the county governor's office had started announcing the results. Kong Jing, Tang Feng, Guan Yu. The steward called out 6 names in succession. These 6 names were the most outstanding performers in the preliminary assessment just concluded. Next, it's my turn, Kong Xian secretly anticipated. But after announcing the 6 names, the steward paused and then said, Congratulations to the 6 of you for obtaining quotas to participate in the Imperial City hunting. As for the other participants present, please come back in 5 years. What? Kong Xian's expression changed instantly. The others in the arena were fine, as they expected that their performances wouldn't place them in the top 10. But for Kong Xian, he had expected to be just at the 10th place and thus obtain a quota. What happened? Why were there only 6 people, including Long Dao and the other 3? That only made 9 people. Who did the last quota go to? Could it be Su Xian? Kong Xian immediately thought of Su Xian. Earlier, Su Xian had been invited into the inner courtyard in front of everyone, just like Long Dao. And during the preliminary assessment, Su Xian did not come out to participate. It must be him. A flash of anger crossed Kong Xian's eyes. Sir, this is unfair. Kong Xian directly stood up and said in a low voice. What did you say? The one presiding over this preliminary assessment is the chief steward of the county governor's office, who is also the closest and most trusted person by the county governor. In terms of strength, he is a genuine Break Void Realm expert. Hearing Kong Xian's words, the chief steward's expression suddenly darkened. Sir, if I'm not mistaken, the previously invited Su Xian also received a preliminary selection quota, right? Kong Xian asked. Yes. The chief steward nodded. Upon hearing the chief steward's confirmation, Kong Xian's anger flared up immediately. It's ridiculous. That Su Xian is merely at the great completion of the C transformation realm. What qualifications does he have to obtain a hunting quota? His words were immediately agreed upon by most people present. They had already felt some dissatisfaction seeing Su Xian being invited into the inner courtyard ahead of time. Who would have thought that Su Xian not only received completely different treatment from them, but also obtained a hunting quota, just like Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu? How could they accept that? Are you questioning the fairness of my county governor's office? The chief steward's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Kong Xian. Under the chief steward's stare, Kong Xian felt a bit intimidated. Humph. A cold snort suddenly sounded, and a figure landed beside the chief steward. Lord Yuanqing. The chief steward immediately saluted the newcomer. I have met Lord Yuanqing. Everyone in the training ground also bowed. However, Yuanqing coldly glanced at Kong Xian and said, Every time the Royal City hunting is held, the preliminary assessment determining hunting quotas among various states and counties has always been under the supervision of my Red Dragon Tower. If you find it unfair, you can leave directly. Do not participate in future hunts. Kong Xian's body trembled slightly, unable to articulate his words. Shut up. Kong Jing, standing beside him, scolded. With the supervision of the Red Dragon Tower, no one dares to act recklessly. Since Su Xian can obtain a hunting quota early, there must be a reason for it. Stop talking. Kong Xian dared not say another word. At this moment, Su Xian and others, who had learned that the preliminary assessment had ended, also walked out of the inner courtyard. Young friend Su Xian. As soon as he saw Su Xian, Yuanqing immediately greeted him with a smile. Supervisor Yuanqing, Su Xian also smiled in return. As for Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu, who stood beside Su Xian, they immediately saluted Yuan Qing, but he only nodded slightly. Although Long Dao and the others were considered good talents for breaking through the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower before the age of 40, in Yuan Qing's eyes, their combined importance was probably not even equal to a single finger of Su Xian. Brother Su Xian, let's spar right here in the training ground, Long Dao said. All right. Su Xian nodded. Soon, the four of them appeared on the training ground. The peak C transformation experts who had originally gathered in the training ground consciously made way. What's going on? Is it Long Dao and the others? Are they going to spar? It seems Su Xian is also among them. No, looking at their positions. It seems Long Dao and the others are going to fight against Su Xian. The peak C transformation experts who came to participate in the preliminary assessment immediately became interested. They were curious about the strength of Su Xian, who had only reached the great completion of the C transformation realm but managed to obtain a hunting quota early. They initially thought Su Xian would fight against one of Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, or Ling Yu, but as Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu all drew their weapons, everyone present was stunned. It's not 1-on-1, it's 3-on-1. Su Xian is going to fight against Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu at the same time. What kind of joke is this? The brothers Kong Jing and Kong Xian also widened their eyes. Kong Xian even wondered if Su Xian had lost his mind. A mere great completion of the C transformation realm, fighting three top experts who had broken through the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower at the same time? In reality, the reason for this 3-on-1 situation was not due to Su Xian's arrogance, but rather it was Long Dao's initiative. Half a month ago, the gap in strength between Su Xian and Long Dao during their fight was too significant. Although Long Dao had improved somewhat during this half-month, he knew he was still far from being Su Xian's opponent. Therefore, when he learned that Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu also wanted to spar with Su Xian, he immediately proposed that the three of them team up. Su Xian did not refuse, which led to the current scene. Brother Su Xian, you must be careful. After all, it's 3 against 1. Long Dao's confidence was clearly bolstered a bit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the three of them attacked simultaneously. 3 powerful auras of spiritual energy erupted explosively. Judging by the aura alone, each was far stronger than a normal peak C transformation expert. And what was even more formidable were the moves they unleashed. Among the 3, Long Dao held a battle knife in each hand, his figure leaping out like a flying arrow. The battle knives sliced through the air, carrying a hint of intent, light and silent. Just as one knife struck out, the other knife in his hand immediately followed up with another slash. Qiu Zhe, with his robust build, resembled a small mountain. He swung a massive axe weighing several hundred pounds, and the axe swung out like it was cleaving mountains and seas, also carrying an intent as it moved. As for Ling Yu, he moved like a ghost, wielding a soft sword as thin as a cicada's wing, flowing with the wind, darting towards Su Xian's waist like lightning under the influence of intent. So strong. Each of these 3 is stronger than me. At this moment, Kong Jing looked horrified. Although he performed the best in the recently concluded preliminary assessment, and indeed possessed the strength to break through the first level of the Seeking Dragon Tower, he immediately understood that any one of the 3 who just attacked was stronger than him, especially with Long Dao's 2 battle knives slashing continuously. He felt that if he were to fight against him, he would probably only last a moment before being defeated. However, facing the combined assault of Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu, Su Xian appeared calm and unruffled. He simply held his sword with one hand, casually waving it to create clusters of sword flowers, effortlessly shattering the trio's onslaught. No matter how frantically they attacked or how many hidden moves they unleashed, Su Xian easily deflected them all. So strong? Even Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu, who had exerted all their strength, felt an immense shock in their hearts. Earlier, when they heard Long Dao say that even if the 3 of them teamed up, they might not be Su Xian's match, they had some doubts. But now, suddenly, Su Xian took a step forward, and with a swing of his sword, the virtual shadow rolled, executing the first move, Dark Light. In the world, it seemed as if only Su Xian's sword remained, a glimmer of light. Guided by the sword intent, this glimmer moved at an unbelievable speed. Long Dao and the others had no time to defend. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons in the hands of the 3 fell to the ground under the shock of power. You 3, thank you for your guidance. Su Xian smiled slightly. Defeated. We 3 teamed up and were defeated just like that? Long Dao and the others were somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, Yuan Qing, who had been watching the battle from the side, couldn't help but have his eyes light up at this scene. The second level. Su Xian has clearly demonstrated that he possesses the strength to break through the second level of the Seeking Dragon Tower. Even among those who have broken through the second level, he is undoubtedly among the strongest. Not only had his cultivation broken through, but his swordsmanship and sword intent comprehension had also improved significantly. In just 2 months, his progress was so astonishing, Yuan Qing felt shocked. He even thought that the Tianyan Palace must be blind to have set aside Su Xian's special quota. After the battle ended, Long Dao and the others slowly regained their senses. Yuan Qing said loudly, "The 10 individuals who received hunting quotas, please come forward. I will explain some details about this hunting expedition to you." The selected individuals stepped forward. "Xian, wait for me here for a moment," Kang Jing instructed before moving ahead. At this moment, Kang Xian's eyes were vacant, and his mind was blank. He was completely stunned. To defeat 3 opponents alone and win so easily. Su Xian was unexpectedly strong. I previously doubted him, thinking he was unqualified for the hunting quota. I really am. Kang Xian didn't know what to say anymore. He could only be thankful that Su Xian hadn't heard his earlier words. Otherwise, based solely on the strength Su Xian had just displayed, even if he were tied together with 10 others, it would probably still not be enough for Su Xian to kill with one hand. After Yuan Qing finished his instructions, everyone dispersed. Su Xian returned to the Su family. As the leading family of Yongning County, the Su family was well informed and had already learned that Su Xian had obtained a quota to participate in the hunting in the imperial city. For a moment, the entire Su family was invigorated. The young master is incredible. He is only 19 this year. To participate in the imperial city hunting at 19 and have a chance to enter the legendary Tianyan Palace. It is said that the young master shone brightly in today's preliminary assessment, defeating several strong opponents who had passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower. Discussions about Su Xian were everywhere in the Su family. The young members of the Su family were especially excited and held Su Xian in great admiration. After returning to the family, Su Xian immediately went to see his father. In the study, compared to 2 months ago, Su Baichen had not changed much. He still looked old, withered, and extremely haggard. "You want to enter Tianyan Palace through the imperial city hunting?" Su Baichen stared at Su Xian. "Yes," Su Xian nodded. "Are you confident?" Su Baichen asked. "Yes," Su Xian nodded again. In the past 2 months, he not only broke through in cultivation, but more importantly, his swordsmanship and comprehension of intent had greatly improved. Now, even the second level of the dragon-seeking tower could be easily passed. And if he truly exerted his full strength, entering the top 10 in this imperial city hunting would not be a wishful thinking. If you can truly enter Tianyan Palace, you will spend a long time cultivating there. No need to worry about the family. With the identity of a Tianyan Palace disciple, no one would dare to act against the family easily. "As long as I am alive, no one can harm the family," Su Baichen said, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Go and brave the challenge. How far you can go and what steps you can take all depend on yourself. Remember what I told you before. When you can crush the entire Sidu family by yourself, you will be qualified to know the real secrets of the Su family. Also, when your cultivation reaches the void-breaking realm, remember to come back to the family." After Su Baichen finished speaking, he waved his hand and turned back to paint. "I take my leave." Su Xian performed a salute and then turned to leave. Chapter 38. Gathering of Talents. On the morning of the next day, the 10 talented individuals who received the hunting quotas had gathered at the governor's mansion. "Is that a purple wind beast?" Everyone looked at the more than 10 demon beasts standing in front of them. The purple wind beast is considered a relatively low-tier demon beast, but it flies very fast, is docile, and easy to tame. So many people in the Tianyan dynasty use it as a mount for travel. "Let us set off," Yuan Qing, the supervisor of the Red Dragon Tower, personally led the team. Within just 2 hours, they arrived at the governor's mansion in Yunzhou. At this moment, a large number of talents selected from various counties were gathered in the Yunzhou governor's mansion. Yuan Qing. As soon as Su Xian and the others landed, someone immediately came to greet them. "Taiying, you rascal." Seeing the visitor, Yuan Qing smiled, clearly recognizing him as a friend. "Taiying, the one behind you is the talented individual selected from Sisui County, right? I heard that this time. There's a genius who passed the second level of the Red Dragon Tower. Who is it?" Yuan Qing asked while pulling Taiying. "Huh, yes, over there." Taiying pointed to a cold-faced man in a black robe behind him. The black-robed man had an icy expression, standing there like a cold blade, extremely sharp. Looks like a master," Yuan Qing nodded. "What about your Yongning County? It seems like there aren't any particularly strong figures. Why is there someone at the great completion of the sea transformation mixed in?" Taiying also paid attention to the 10 talents selected from Yongning County. And when he saw Su Xian, he showed a strange expression. Don't underestimate this little guy. Although he's only at the great completion of the sea transformation, in terms of strength, he is the strongest among this year's talents from Yongning County, definitely not inferior to your strongest one from Sisui County, Yuan Qing said. "Oh." Taiying suddenly became interested. "A great completion of the sea transformation is your strongest? Come, tell me more details." Yuan Qing and Taiying Both supervisors of the Red Dragon Tower from one county and friends were chatting casually. Meanwhile, Su Xian and the other 10 talents were somewhat astonished, looking ahead. In front of them, a dense crowd of talents from various counties had gathered together. There must be about 2,000 people here, Long Dao exclaimed. In Yunzhou, there are a total of 206 counties. If 10 talents are selected from each county, that makes 2,060 talents. Su Xian said with a serious expression. In the Tianyin dynasty, there are a total of 36 states. Assuming an average of 200 counties per state and 2,000 talents, that would be 72,000 talents. This does not include some major families, powerful factions, and independent sects within the Tianyin dynasty, which do not need to go through preliminary assessments but directly receive hunting quotas when the hunting begins. If we consider all of that, there should be nearly 100,000 talents participating in this imperial city hunting. Su Xian, having been a young master from a prominent family, naturally knew more about the imperial city hunting. As for those major families, powerful factions, and independent sects, they indeed had fixed hunting quotas, which was a fact. In the past, when the ancestor of the Su family was alive and as a prominent family in the Tianyin dynasty, they possessed abundant resources and cultivated many disciples. Whenever the imperial city hunting was held, the Su family could obtain quite a few hunting quotas, but after the decline of the Su family, those quotas naturally disappeared. Nearly 100,000 talents. Long Dao and the others felt a bit dazed. They were indeed the top talents in Yongning County, a small area, but within Yunzhou, they could only be considered relatively outstanding. And among nearly 100,000 talents gathered from all 36 counties of the imperial dynasty, they were even more ordinary. With so many talents gathered in one place, Su Xian clenched his fists, feeling a surge of ambition. Among those nearly 100,000 talents, the most ordinary ones were like Kong Jing, who barely passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower or were close to that level. Those slightly stronger were at the level of Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu. The truly powerful ones were those top experts who had passed the second level of the dragon-seeking tower. And there would likely be over 1,000 of such top talents participating in this imperial city hunting. This is the real gathering of geniuses. Compared to the entire Tianyin dynasty, a mere Yongning County was indeed too small. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of figures simultaneously rushed out from the governor's mansion. Led by a robust old man, the governor of Yunzhou. Yunzhou is one of the 36 states of the Tianyin dynasty. The governor of Yunzhou is also a significant official. In being able to oversee a state, his strength is also extremely powerful, having reached the peak of the void-breaking realm. All the talents from the counties have arrived. Then, let us set off. With a command from the Yunzhou governor, the 206 counties in Yunzhou, with 2,060 talents, simultaneously mounted the purple wind beasts and set off towards the imperial city in a grand procession. The purple wind beast is extremely fast. What originally required more than half a month of travel was completed in just 2 days. A crowd arrived at a vast plain several dozen miles from the imperial city, where they could see the magnificent imperial city in the distance. But instead of entering the city, they came to a large camp on the plain. This camp, close to the royal hunting grounds, was prepared for the many talented individuals participating in the imperial city's hunt. Under the personal guidance of the governor of Yunzhou, the many talents from Yunzhou orderly entered the camp, where they registered their identities one by one and each received an identity token, along with assigned accommodations. Once everything was arranged, the talents were free to move about. As night fell, the camp was bustling with activity. With less than 2 days remaining until the hunt began, nearly 100,000 talents selected from various regions of the Tianyin dynasty had gathered in the camp, making it impossible for it not to be lively. Within the camp, there were over 100 arenas set up for combat and sparring, and almost all of them were occupied. Haha, that is satisfying. Keep going. Humph, with your skills. You're no match for me. Take this blow. Su Xian strolled casually through the camp, passing by the arenas where some talents were engaged in combat. These talents, usually scattered across different provinces, found it very difficult to find suitable opponents. But at the Imperial City Hunt, there were too many opponents available. They naturally did not hesitate to engage. Those who were slightly more combative moved from one arena to another, continuously battling other talents. Even Su Xian felt the urge to join in and fight. However, after some thought, he held back. After all, he was only at the great completion stage of the sea transformation realm. If he were to consecutively defeat some talents who had passed the first or even second level of the dragon-seeking tower on the arena, it would attract too much attention. Given that he currently had enemies lurking around, it was better not to be too ostentatious. He could reveal his talent and strength after the first round of hunting when all the top experts and major forces of the Tianyin dynasty gathered in the imperial city. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly reached Su Xian's ears. Haha, big fool, your attacking methods are too clumsy. Come, let us clash blades again. He turned to see a disheveled youth wielding a long knife, smiling wickedly, engaged in combat on one of the arenas. It was him. Su Xian felt a rush of joy and immediately walked over to the arena. On the arena, the one referred to as the Big Fool was a burly man nearly 2 meters tall. He swung a heavy battle knife with great force and momentum, exuding a powerful aura. In terms of strength, this burly man could definitely pass the second level of the dragon-seeking tower. Yet, before the disheveled youth, he appeared extremely clumsy. Although his knife skills were formidable, he couldn't even touch the hem of the disheveled youth's clothes. Instead, the youth casually wielded his knife, leaving the burly man in a dire situation. In just a moment, the burly man conceded defeat. He had been completely dominated, with no room for struggle. Many talents gathered around the arena, and upon seeing the burly man concede, they couldn't help but sigh. Another one lost. This is already the 11th, right? Yes, the 11th. Among these 11, only 4 have passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, while the other 7 have passed the second level. Yet they were all easily defeated by this disheveled youth. Who exactly is he, and how can his strength be so strong? I know this youth. His name is Duan Yunfeng, a very quirky genius. He has reportedly roamed within the dynasty for many years, challenging various strong opponents. In terms of strength, he definitely has the qualifications to challenge for a spot in the top 10 among the nearly 100,000 talents participating in this hunt. Qualified for the top 10? No wonder he's so formidable. The crowd buzzed with discussion and amazement. After defeating the burly man, the disheveled youth stood on the arena for a while longer. But no one came up to challenge him again. Boring. The youth pouted and then stepped down from the arena. Duan Yunfeng. Just as the disheveled youth stepped down, he heard someone call his name. He looked in the direction of the voice. Su Xian. His eyes immediately lit up. He had battled countless talented individuals while roaming in the Tianyan dynasty, but only a few of them were memorable, and Su Xian was undoubtedly the most impressive. Back in Danyang City, he had already been at the great completion stage of the Sea Transformation Realm, while Su Xian was merely at the true martial realm. The gap in their cultivation levels was significant, yet in a pure contest of skill, he found himself unable to gain the upper hand against Su Xian. Even when using his strongest techniques, he was uncertain he could definitely defeat Su Xian. Such a talent was certainly worthy of his remembrance. In the camp, there were not only arenas for combat, but also taverns for relaxation. At that moment, Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng were sitting face to face in a tavern. Su Xian, you mentioned before in Danyang City that you would come to the Imperial City for the hunt to battle me. I didn't expect you to actually come, Duan Yunfeng said with some surprise, having not anticipated that within just a few months, Su Xian's cultivation would rise from the true martial realm to the great completion stage of the Sea Transformation Realm. I said I would definitely come. Su Xian replied with a smile. Duan Yunfeng, it seems your cultivation has also improved during these months. You will surely be among the top 10 in this hunt. Haha, I can't say for sure about anything else, but I am confident about the top 10, Duan Yunfeng said with a confident smile. Su Xian nodded inwardly. Having noticed that Duan Yunfeng's cultivation had risen from the great completion stage of the Sea Transformation Realm to the peak of the Sea Transformation Realm. When Duan Yunfeng was at the great completion stage, the power he could unleash through his techniques was already comparable to the peak of the Sea Transformation Realm. And with his knife skills and understanding of the essence, he had now broken through to the peak of the Sea Transformation Realm, making his strength astonishingly strong. Typically, even if 2 or 3 talents who had passed the second level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower teamed up, they might not be his match. What about you? What level do you aim to reach in this hunt? Duan Yunfeng asked. If you are confident you can reach the top 10, then I certainly want to be far behind, Su Xian smiled. You also want a challenge for the top 10? Are you confident? Duan Yunfeng scrutinized Su Xian closely. Of course, Su Xian nodded. Haha, that's great. Back in Danyang City, your cultivation was too low, and I couldn't truly fight you with all my might. As for the competition in the first phase of the hunt, let's set that aside. When it comes to the final stage of combat, if we meet, I will definitely fight you with everything I've got, Duan Yunfeng declared. It's a deal. Su Xian was also very much looking forward to battling Duan Yunfeng. At that moment, a few figures passed by, one of whom pointed towards Duan Yunfeng. Sister, look, it's Duan Yunfeng. The leading girl looked over at Duan Yunfeng, pondered for a moment, then cupped her hands in greeting before leaving. Duan Yunfeng, do you know those people? Su Xian asked. I don't know them, but I'm familiar with them. Duan Yunfeng replied with a faint smile. The first genius of the Xian sect, Luo Xianzi, is also qualified to compete for a spot in the top 20 in this hunt. Xian sect, Luo Xianzi? Su Xian's heart stirred. He had heard of the Xian sect. It was a deeply rooted sect within the Tianyan dynasty. Su Xian, you talents from Yinzhou just arrived at the camp today, right? Duan Yunfeng looked over. Yes. Su Xian nodded. No wonder you don't even know Luo Xianzi, Duan Yunfeng laughed. In this camp, Besides the talents participating in the hunt, there are also some merchants selling information about these talents. They sell information about the top talents participating in this hunt. You can wait a bit in this tavern. You should see those merchants soon. Information, huh? Su Xian understood. Not long after, Su Xian saw a merchant and purchased a piece of information from him. A thick notebook was placed in front of Su Xian, and he began to flip through it. The first page that caught his eye had a name, Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng. Su Xian looked at the detailed introduction about Xiao Meng below. The current first genius of the Tianyin royal family, 34 years old, has reached the peak of the Transformation Sea realm and has trained in the Tianyin royal family's unique Imperial Yuan technique. With a spiritual power burst stronger than that of an average early-stage void-breaking realm expert. His comprehension of the realm has also reached the first level, and the Dragon Spear technique he is trained in has reached the great accomplishment stage, with a domineering and fierce spear technique. Among the nearly 100,000 geniuses participating in this hunt, he can definitely rank among the top 3 super geniuses. Xiao Meng, so strong. Su Xian couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, very strong. Next to him, Duan Yunfeng also nodded. Although both are at the peak of the Transformation Sea realm, the Imperial Yuan technique he practices is a unique inherited technique of the Tianyin royal family, with explosive power that is extremely impressive, even stronger than the technique I practice. In terms of power burst, he is significantly stronger than me, and in terms of comprehension of the realm and spear techniques, he is not inferior to me at all. Against him, I can only use all my strength and unleash my strongest move. Perhaps I can still fight him. Although Duan Yunfeng is very confident in his own strength, he still harbors great caution towards Xiao Meng. I heard that Xiao Meng has already obtained a special admission quota for the Tianyin Palace, but as a royal family member. He doesn't want outsiders to think he relied on his identity to enter the Tianyin Palace, which is why he came to participate in this hunt, Duan Yunfeng continued. Among the nearly 100,000 geniuses participating in the hunt, the strongest and most formidable among those who have already revealed their strength is indeed Xiao Meng. So he is also recognized to definitely be able to enter the top 3 in this hunt. As for others, even I am only considered qualified to challenge the top 10. Su Xian continued to look through the information on various geniuses, and sure enough, it wasn't long before he came across Duan Yunfeng. The beggar boy Duan Yunfeng, with a strange temper and a mysterious background, has been wandering and challenging various strong experts in the Tianyin dynasty states for many years. His knife technique is extremely strong, and his comprehension of the realm is remarkably high. So far, no one has forced him to reveal his strongest strength, and he is recognized as qualified to challenge the top 10 in the hunt. Seeing this information, Su Xian's expression was quite peculiar. He noted 2 points. First, Duan Yunfeng's background is mysterious. Second, to this day, Duan Yunfeng has not yet revealed his strongest strength. Being recognized as qualified to challenge the top 10 without having revealed his strongest strength, coupled with his own confidence, made Su Xian secretly sigh and continue looking down. Tu San. Su Xian noticed another name. Tu San is also recognized as qualified to challenge the top 10, a top genius on par with Duan Yunfeng. But the reason Su Xian paid attention to him was not because of his strength, but his background. According to the information, Tu San hails from the Qi Wangfu, having emerged from a group of orphans adopted by the Qi Wang. Qi Wang. Su Xian squinted his eyes. As far as he knows, this Qi Wang is the younger brother of the current emperor, who once contended for the throne with the current emperor. Even though he later failed, he still holds significant power in the Tianyin dynasty, with many major forces and families within the dynasty having intricate connections with him. Among them, the Sidu family has a very close relationship with this Qi Wang. Previously, there was a small team of Yinglong guards that attacked my Su family, and the Yinglong guards can only be dispatched by members of the royal family, and only those with significant power have the qualification to dispatch them. This Qi Wang just happens to be one of those who can dispatch the Yinglong guards. Su Xian pondered secretly. Of course, he only had suspicions and could not confirm anything. Is this the information on that Luo Xianzi from earlier? Su Xian saw the information of a person on the document, which was the Luo Xianzi from Ziyun sect who had just passed by. Although this Luo Xianzi is not as strong as Duan Yunfeng and Tu San, her strength is also not weak, and she is qualified to challenge the top 20. Moreover, this Luo Xianzi is actually a bloodline awakener, having awakened a third-grade bloodline. Su Xian quickly scanned through the information on various geniuses. Finally, Su Xian saw the name he wanted to see, Situ family, Situ Yu. This Situ Yu is not particularly eye-catching. Su Xian looked at the introduction about Situ Yu in the information. In the Tianyin dynasty, Situ Yu is indeed a top genius, qualified to enter the top 20. But clearly, his strength and achievements are far inferior to Duan Yunfeng and Tu San. With my current strength, defeating him is not difficult. Su Xian clenched his hands. Of course, this is only on the surface, which has already been exposed. But who knows if Situyu has hidden strength? Moreover, this hunt has gathered nearly 100,000 geniuses, although most of the geniuses have already shown their strength. And many truly formidable geniuses have already been recorded in this information and known to the world. There are inevitably some low-profile geniuses who have not been discovered yet, but possess strong strength. For example, Su Xian himself, his strength has increased too quickly, and he has hardly made any moves. Now, those who know his strength are only a few who have fought with him, like Long Dao. But when he fought with Long Dao and the others, he did not use his full strength at all. Therefore, his name is naturally not on this information. Among those already public and recorded in this genius information, there are dozens of geniuses who are qualified to challenge the top 20, some of whom are even bloodline awakeners. Not to mention those who have yet to reveal their strength. Su Xian tightly clenched his hands, feeling a bit of pressure in his heart. However, the quota for the Tianyan Palace disciple is something I must obtain. Then we will see how far I can go. Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng were drinking in the tavern, chatting about some geniuses mentioned in the information. Over there at the arena, someone is challenging Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo from the Xiao family, the one qualified to challenge the top 20? Hurry, let's go take a look. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the tavern, and many geniuses stood up and rushed towards the arena. Xiao Mo. Su Xian quickly recalled the information about this Xiao Mo in his mind. Su Xian, shall we go take a look? Duan Yunfeng asked. Sure. Su Xian nodded, and the two immediately set off. Soon, they arrived beside the arena and saw two figures constantly flickering and clashing on the stage. It's a genius from my Yunzhou. Su Xian raised his eyebrows. Yunzhou? As one of the 36 states, the geniuses participating in the hunt this time are indeed not particularly outstanding. Although there are some geniuses who have passed the second level of the Seeking Dragon Tower, only two have truly qualified to challenge the top 100 and have been recorded in that genius information. The one currently fighting Xiao Mo is one of them. He is going to lose. Duan Yunfeng spoke. Sure enough, as Xiao Mo made his move, dozens of cold rays seemed to appear simultaneously on the arena. And the Yunzhou genius caught in the center of these cold rays was directly defeated. I concede. After defeating his opponent, Xiao Mo smiled brightly and turned to leave. But just as he turned, his gaze happened to land on Duan Yunfeng below the arena. Duan Yunfeng. Xiao Mo's expression instantly twisted, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes, but he did not do anything else, just snorted coldly and left. Duan Yunfeng. That Xiao Mo just now seemed to have a grudge against you? Su Xian asked with great interest. Hey, it's just that I robbed his bride on his wedding day and taught him a lesson, nothing serious. This Xiao Mo is too narrow-minded. Duan Yunfeng said nonchalantly. Robbed his bride on the wedding day? Su Xian couldn't help but be taken aback. His bride was forcibly taken by him. I just couldn't stand his style, which is why I taught him a lesson. Duan Yunfeng said. You are ruthless. Su Xian gave Duan Yunfeng a thumbs up. No wonder Xiao Mo's gaze towards him was so full of resentment just now. Su Xian didn't chat much with Duan Yunfeng and quickly returned to his residence to rest. In the next 2 days, the camp remained incredibly lively. Duan Yunfeng, unable to contain his impatience, frequently stepped onto the arena to spar with others, while Su Xian continued to keep a low profile. Soon, the 2 days passed, and the day of the hunt finally arrived. In the early morning, the sun rose. On the vast and boundless plain, nearly 100,000 talented individuals stood densely packed. Su Xian stood with Long Dao and 10 other geniuses from Yongning County. Long Dao, what's going on? Why do you all look so grim? Su Xian asked. He noticed that not only Long Dao, but also Qiu Zhe and Ling Yu beside him all had worried expressions. Su Xian, in these few days at the camp, we have all gone to the arena to spar, but the result? Hearing Long Dao's words, Su Xian understood. Long Dao and the others, at their strongest, had only passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, which was too ordinary among the many geniuses participating in this hunt. They had challenged others in the arena and were subsequently beaten down. Those in the arena were mostly individuals who had passed the first level of the dragon-seeking tower, with many being strong geniuses who had passed the second level. After a few days of sparring, they had lost more than they won, and sometimes even faced quite miserable defeats. There are just too many geniuses. For us, it's merely a formality. This first phase of the hunt is something we can't pass. Long Dao smiled bitterly. Among the 10 geniuses selected from Yongning County, it seems only you can still challenge in the first phase of the hunt. Don't be discouraged. There are so many geniuses participating in this phase of the hunt. If you're lucky, maybe you can also pass. Su Xian consoled. But Long Dao and the others could only smile bitterly in response. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, pieces of the void collapsed. In just a moment, dozens of spatial passages leading to the royal hunting grounds appeared in the sight of the many geniuses. Under the shock of the crowd, an elderly man with a weathered face, who was hosting the hunt, waved his hand. Enter. Immediately, Nearly 100,000 geniuses surged like wasps into each spatial passage. In just a moment, nearly 100,000 geniuses had all entered the hunting ground. The Royal City Hunt officially began. Chapter 40. The initial battle. The Royal Hunting Grounds is a vast and independent space. This independent space has mountains and rivers, not much different from the outside world. Nearly 100,000 geniuses participating in the hunt now appeared simultaneously in the hunting ground. As soon as Su Xian appeared, he quickly scanned his surroundings. Although he could see some people nearby, Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and the others who had stood with him before were nowhere to be found. Have they all scattered? Su Xian murmured. Little ones. A grand voice echoed in the air above the hunting ground, resonating in every corner of the hunting ground. All the talented individuals in the hunting ground listened intently. The rules of the first phase of the hunt are very simple. Each of you received a token representing your identity when you registered at the camp. What you need to do is find a way to kill those you encounter and seize the tokens from their hands. After 5 days, the 1,000 individuals with the most tokens will pass. Additionally, the identity tokens contain a special restriction that can protect your life in life and death situations. So you can act freely. Even if you kill someone, they won't truly die. They will just be eliminated. Little ones, go crazy. The grand voice gradually faded. The many geniuses in the hunting ground immediately understood the rules of the hunt. This was a chaotic battle, a killing feast gathering nearly 100,000 geniuses. Only 1,000 out of nearly 100,000 geniuses could remain. Su Xian narrowed his eyes and realized that at the moment he entered the hunting ground, he could sense the specific locations of the nearby geniuses through the token in his hand. This meant that as long as someone was near him, no matter how skilled their concealment techniques were, he could detect them immediately. This led to the fact that even if someone had already obtained enough tokens after 5 days of fighting, they could not hide at all. They want to force us into a frenzy of battle. Su Xian frowned secretly. In that instant of understanding the rules, whoosh, 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 through the token, Su Xian immediately sensed several geniuses nearby, and they quickly surged toward him. Among them, for move the fastest. Are they all coming for me? Do they think I'm an easy target just because I'm at the peak of the sea transformation stage? Su Xian's eyes turned cold as he drew his sword in an instant. The first 4 people to reach Su Xian were 3 men and 1 woman. With a charming young man in purple standing directly in front of him, he wielded a battle spear, his spirit energy surging, and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. A mere peak of the sea transformation dares to participate in the Royal City Hunt? If I don't kill you, who will I kill? With nearly 100,000 people, only 1,000 could remain. This meant that killing 1 person meant 1 less competitor. Even if they killed someone, with the presence of the token, the person wouldn't truly die, so these geniuses naturally would not have the slightest bit of compassion. Die? The charming young man in purple took the lead, swinging his battle spear like a hurricane, howling towards Su Xian. Su Xian held his sword with one hand, extending it forward. It seemed casual, yet it drove the sword intent to immediately deflect the battle spear aside, and then the long sword swept toward the young man's throat. What? The charming young man in purple was momentarily shocked. However, the restriction in his token had already activated, and a burst of white light enveloped his figure, sending him out of the hunting ground, while the token fell into the void. Su Xian reached out to collect the token. Just as he finished this, the attacks from the other 3 had already arrived. Get lost. Su Xian shouted angrily, and his sword transformed into lightning. The first move of the phantom shadow, dark light. It was as if the only remaining light in endless darkness. The profound intent contained in the sword technique completely exceeded the imagination of those 3 geniuses. Clang, clang, clang. With the sound of 3 metallic clashes, the attacks from the 3 geniuses were not only immediately shattered, but the weakest among them, the girl, was also killed by Su Xian in an instant. How is this possible? So strong? The 2 remaining geniuses, who had narrowly survived, were horrified, and without hesitation, they turned to flee. Su Xian did not pursue, but moved forward to collect the token left by the girl. These 4 should barely have the strength to pass the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower, Su Xian murmured. Being able to pass the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower is indeed a talent. Under normal circumstances, a single person could kill several at the peak of the sea transformation stage. In a single county, they would definitely be among the top-tier experts. However, 2 months ago, when Su Xian was still at the small completion stage of sea transformation, he could easily pass the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower. After 2 months of training, not only had his cultivation broken through to the peak of sea transformation, but his sword techniques and comprehension of sword intent had also significantly improved. Now, he was confident he could break into the top 10 in the overall ranking of this hunt. Dealing with such geniuses who had just barely passed the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower was indeed too easy. He didn't even need to use his bloodline power much. His sword techniques were hardly utilized. Just as Su Xian lamented the weakness of these 4 geniuses, There were still some geniuses nearby who had rushed over. They had initially been farther away and did not arrive immediately. However, as they rushed over, they saw ahead that 4 geniuses at the peak of the C transformation stage had joined forces to kill the one at the peak of C transformation, only to witness in an instant that 2 of the 4 had been killed, and the other 2 were fleeing in panic. The rushing geniuses immediately stopped in their tracks. This transformation into the C transforming great completion, is it really that strong? Surrounded by 4 people, 2 were instantly killed. Such strength is definitely at the level of the second layer of the Red Dragon Tower or higher. Hurry up and leave. Without hesitation, these talented individuals who had witnessed Su Xian's strength turned and fled, afraid that Su Xian would come after them. Inside the royal hunting ground, due to the rules of the first phase of the hunt, battles were erupting everywhere. Nearly 100,000 talented individuals participating in the hunt were fighting fiercely to obtain the tokens from each other. As the battles continued, a large number of talents were eliminated and sent out of the hunting ground. Outside the hunting ground, on the vast plains, one talented individual after another was being sent out from the spatial passage. Kong Jing, you've been eliminated too, so soon? Several eliminated talents from Yongning County gathered together. I can't help it. Although my strength is slightly stronger than yours, it barely reaches the first layer of the dragon-seeking tower. Among the many talents in this hunt, I'm still at the bottom. Just as I understood the rules in the hunting ground, a talented individual came at me and killed me in just 2 moves. That person is definitely a top talent who has passed the second layer of the dragon-seeking tower. I had no ability to defend myself in front of him. Kong Jing's face was bitter. He had been thinking about showcasing his skills in this hunt, but just as he understood the rules, he was killed and eliminated. In a corner of the plains, Brother Chu, how come you were eliminated so early too? With your strength, you could have stayed in the hunting ground longer, killed a few talents, and obtained some tokens, right? A recently eliminated talent looked at the somewhat dazed young man in purple. After a while, the young man in purple came back to his senses and replied, Ling brother, I'm afraid I'll make you laugh. I encountered a C-transforming great completion in the hunting ground. I thought I could take on a soft persimmon and get a token for free. But who would have thought that this C-transforming great completion killed me with just 1 glance? A C-transforming great completion killed you with just 1 glance? The words of the young man in purple astonished the surrounding talents from the same county. I didn't expect it to be like this either. The young man in purple said with a bitter smile. As time passed, more and more talents were eliminated. In just half a day, more than half of the nearly 100,000 talents that had entered the hunting ground had already been eliminated. Soon, a day of slaughter had passed. At night, the talents in the hunting ground all tacitly chose to cease fighting and rest. After all, they also needed time to recover their spiritual power and eat. It wasn't until the next morning that the slaughter began again. Inside the hunting ground, swish, the sword light moved, as if a spiritual snake slid along the opponent's weapon, cutting toward the opponent's neck. The talented individual still had horror in his eyes, but the white light had already enveloped his figure. The 14th. Su Xian calmly watched as this talented individual was sent out of the hunting ground. In terms of strength, this talented individual was already close to the level of the second layer of the dragon-seeking tower, but unfortunately, there was still no room for struggle in front of him. This was already the 14th talented individual he had killed in the hunt. Of course, although he had personally killed only 14 talents, he had already obtained more than 30 tokens. After all, some of these talents had also killed and eliminated other talents. Obtaining those tokens, after being killed by Su Xian, all their tokens were left behind. After a day of slaughter, the talents I encountered became fewer and fewer. After I killed the 13th talented individual, it took over an hour before I encountered this 14th talented individual, Su Xian murmured. He also knew that at the beginning, nearly 100,000 talents appeared in the hunting ground simultaneously. So many talents were dispersed, making encounters extremely dense. Therefore, the initial battles were the most intense and frenzied. However, as time passed and more talents were eliminated, the number of talents left in the hunting ground decreased, and naturally, the probability of encounters also diminished. However, those who could survive through a whole day of slaughter and still remain in the hunting ground were all experts. They must have many tokens in hand. Killing one of them was equivalent to killing several talents before. Su Xian thought to himself. For instance, the 14th talented individual he had just killed had left behind 8 tokens. At noon, under the scorching sun, Su Xian walked slowly through a forest, holding his sword. Suddenly, Su Xian's expression changed. Through the tokens, he sensed that 3 talents had appeared nearby, and those 3 talents clearly sensed him through the tokens and quickly rushed toward his direction. Are they acting together? Su Xian was not surprised. After all, only 1,000 people would remain in the last phase of the hunt. Due to the rules, there was almost no luck involved in this hunt. To succeed in the first phase, one had to rely on strong strength to kill other talents and seize their tokens. Those at the top level of strength, like Xiao Meng, Duan Yunfeng, and Tu San, could easily rely on their own strength to kill talents and obtain ample tokens. But those with slightly weaker strength, who could not guarantee passing the first phase of the hunt alone, had to team up. In just a moment, the three talents appeared in front of Su Xian. Just to see transforming great completion? Through the tokens, he should have sensed my arrival, yet he doesn't run away? The three figures stood side by side in front of Su Xian. Their gazes towards Su Xian were like looking at a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Chapter 41. Song Yin. Among the three, the leader was a rebellious young man with eagle-like eyes, sharply staring at Su Xian. A sea transforming great completion. To survive in this hunting ground until now, his strength cannot be weak. Kid, I'll give you two choices. 1. Hand over all the tokens you obtained previously and join our team. Afterward, we will also share the tokens obtained from hunting other talents. And you will still have a chance to pass this first phase of the hunt. The second option is that we three will attack and kill you right now. And the tokens you obtained before will also belong to us. Kill me? Just based on the three of you? Su Xian scoffed, looking for death. The rebellious young man immediately became furious. Let us attack and kill him. The three figures moved simultaneously. They did not underestimate him just because he was a sea-transforming great completion. Swish, swish, swish. Among the three, two used knives, and one wielded a large hammer. The moment they attacked, they carried impressive intent, and their assault was extremely strong and terrifying. Two were at the top level of the first layer of the dragon-seeking tower, and one was at the level of the second layer of the dragon-seeking tower. Su Xian raised his eyebrows. The moment they struck, he assessed the strength of these three. Immediately, his sword swept out, transforming into mountains and seas. The three immediately exerted their utmost effort. Each move was incredibly fast and powerful. However, when they collided with Su Xian's long sword, they felt as if they were attacking a ball of cotton. From top to bottom, they couldn't find any flaws. Defense, how monstrous. This sword technique. Such a strange force-dissipating skill. Even if our power was doubled, it would likely be easily dispelled by his sword technique. The three were internally shocked. With such terrifying defensive swordsmanship, it was impossible for the three of them to kill him. Let's hurry and leave. The rebellious young man commanded, and without hesitation. The three immediately withdrew at the fastest speed. These three are quite cautious. Su Xian calmly watched the three leave. Just now, he had just used the Mountain Sea Roll to block the first round of attacks from these three and had a rough understanding of their strength. He was about to counterattack when, unexpectedly, the three retreated immediately, and he didn't have time to keep them. If he had reacted just a bit slower, with a change in his sword momentum, at least two of the three would have been left behind. Shaking his head, Su Xian continued to walk forward. Half an hour later, Su Xian's expression changed. Through the talisman, he sensed that four geniuses were gathered ahead, seemingly engaged in a fierce battle. And he immediately rushed over. Is it them? Upon reaching the edge of the battlefield, Su Xian quickly recognized that among the combatants, three of them were the arrogant men he had just encountered and fought with. Now, these three arrogant men were facing a burly blonde man. This blonde man wore a pair of golden gauntlets on his hands, and as the violent spiritual power gathered, his fists seemed like two golden meteors, striking out fiercely again and again with incredible power. The three arrogant men were doing their utmost, barely managing to fend off the blonde man's onslaught. But it was becoming increasingly difficult. Song Yin. Su Xian recognized the blonde man and found it quite strange. How could these three have been so cautious before and now be fighting Song Yin? Shouldn't they have fled immediately upon seeing him? Song Yin was recorded in the intelligence and recognized as a top genius qualified to compete for a spot in the top 20 during this hunt. Such a genius, even if alone in this hunting ground, should be able to dominate. Although the three arrogant men were a strong team, actively confronting Song Yin was akin to seeking death. In fact, the three arrogant men were feeling quite bitter at this moment. The talismans on them could only sense the presence of geniuses nearby, but could not discern their identities. They had sensed a genius nearby and immediately sought him out, only to encounter Song Yin. Upon recognizing Song Yin, they dared not engage and prepared to leave at once, but Song Yin did not allow them to escape. Instead, he charged at them with incredible speed, and one of them was caught by Song Yin. Forced to act, the three men hastily joined forces, resulting in the current scene. Song Yin, we have made concessions and are willing to give you 10 talismans. Don't go too far. One of the arrogant men shouted during the battle. Go too far? What if I do? Song Yin sneered, and at that moment, the power of his fists surged once again. In just a moment, one of the three, who had been pushed to the limit, was unable to dodge and was killed by Song Yin's punch. Split up and escape. The remaining two immediately fled in different directions, while Song Yin pursued one of them and killed him as well. In the end, only one of the arrogant men managed to escape, while the other two were eliminated, leaving their talismans in Song Yin's hands. One got away. Song Yin snorted coldly, feeling quite displeased, but there was nothing he could do. Those who had survived in the hunting ground until now were all true genius powerhouses, incredibly strong, and for him to have directly killed two of them was already impressive. At that moment, Song Yan's cold, beast-like gaze turned towards Su Xian at the edge of the battlefield. Anyone who encounters me and does not flee immediately, and even dares to stay and watch me kill other geniuses, is either a self-righteous fool or a true powerhouse. You, which one are you? Song Yan's voice was icy, echoing through the forest. Are you a fool or a powerhouse? Why not try and find out? Su Xian replied with a faint smile. Song Yin did not speak further. He merely coldly stared at Su Xian. After 3 breaths, whoosh. Like a living beast, Song Yin charged directly in front of Su Xian. His tightly clenched fists, like 2 massive golden suns, contained terrifying, suffocating power and exploded towards Su Xian. Both speed and strength reached their peak. According to the intelligence, Song Yin was astonishing in both speed and strength, and his attacking methods were exceptionally fierce, definitely belonging to the type of genius powerhouse that relied on brute force. Now, I want to see whose power is stronger. A glint of excitement flickered in Su Xian's eyes. Boom. The sword technique erupted, fierce as fire and thunder, carrying an incredible sword intent. The power of his bloodline surged to 50%, combining with the transformed spiritual power of his inherited techniques, resulting in a level of power that had reached the pinnacle of the Sea transformation realm. Bang, 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 bang. Song Yin's golden fists collided violently with Su Xian's raging sword time and time again. The collisions created intense booms and terrifying shockwaves that spread through the forest, causing a large number of trees to explode and collapse under the impact. The ground below also trembled violently again and again. In the blink of an eye, the two had collided head-on over 100 times, and the forest where they fought was left in ruins. Such powerful swordsmanship. In direct confrontation, my strength is no less than his. No, even slightly stronger. Song Yin stared intently at Su Xian, his expression growing increasingly serious. He did not underestimate Su Xian because of his cultivation level. From the very beginning, he had given it his all. However, after nearly 100 collisions, it was clear that he was slightly at a disadvantage. You are very strong, absolutely not beneath me. If we continue fighting, we won't be able to determine a winner. Let's call it a day here. Song Yin said. Unable to determine a winner? I don't think so, Su Xian replied with a light laugh, his sword cutting out once more with brute force. Are you wasting time? Song Yin felt some anger, but as soon as he finished speaking, his expression changed. He realized that while Su Xian's swordsmanship had not changed much, the sword intent contained within it had clearly strengthened significantly compared to their earlier fight. With the guidance of the sword intent, the power of the swordsmanship surged as well. If previously Su Xian's swordsmanship was like an incredibly intense flame, now, under the eruption of the sword intent, it was entirely like a volcano erupting, pouring forth for miles. Song Yin quickly swung his 2 fists, executing his ultimate move to counterattack. But the result was bang, bang, bang. After just 3 consecutive collisions, Song Yin felt a numbness in both his hands, and his body was continuously shaken back. Stronger than me. This swordsmanship's power is significantly greater than my own. A look of shock flashed in Song Yan's eyes. He was also a genius from the prefecture and had encountered countless strong opponents along his rise, but until now, he had never faced someone at the Sea transformation realm who could directly crush him in a pure power clash. Until this hunt, until now, when he met this sword-wielding genius before him, he was genuinely being overwhelmed. Moreover, this sword-wielding genius was only at the perfected Sea transformation level. 30 talismans, let me leave. Song Yin, retreating rapidly, spoke up hastily. Su Xian was taken aback, then nodded, fine. Song Yin wasted no time, flipping his hand to take off the package from his waist, pulling out 30 talismans from inside and tossing them to Su Xian. After receiving them, Su Xian immediately ceased his attacks. May I ask your name? Song Yin looked at Su Xian. Yoning Prefecture, Su Xian. Su Xian replied. Su Xian, your strength surpasses mine. You will definitely make it to the end of this hunt. If we meet again in the final stage, let's fight once more. Song Yin said. All right. Su Xian nodded. Song Yin clasped his hands in salute and turned to leave. In the Imperial City hunt, there are too many geniuses. Besides those already recorded in the intelligence, many others have not yet revealed their strength. Today, I encountered one. Song Yin thought to himself as he quickly disappeared from Su Xian's sight. This Song Yin is decisive. Truly a man. Su Xian weighed the 30 talismans he had just acquired. In fact, had he continued to attack just now, he could have completely kept Song Yin here, and he would have definitely obtained even more talismans. But there was no need for that. After all, the other party has already bowed their head and taken out 30 tokens. If he were to make a move again, it would completely offend the other party. In the hunting ground, He couldn't really kill the other party to eliminate future troubles. To offend a genius capable of breaking into the top 20 of the hunt for the sake of some tokens, if the other party holds a grudge. He wouldn't be afraid of revenge himself, but it could potentially implicate his family. According to the intelligence, this Song Yin could also contend for the top 20 in this hunt, comparable to C2U. After all, C2U comes from a prominent family and has access to more resources, perhaps slightly stronger than Song Yin, but not by much. Yet I defeated Song Yin quite easily. Su Xian pondered. It was indeed very easy. He only activated 50% of his bloodline power. His swordsmanship was only partially displayed. And he didn't even use his ultimate move, yet Song Yin couldn't withstand it. C2U, don't let me encounter you in this hunting ground, otherwise, I will make sure you can't even pass the first phase of the hunt. Su Xian thought to himself. Chapter 42. The birth of the strongest combination. The fighting continued. In the forest, a bald, portly monk stood there, with a string of black prayer beads hanging down to his round belly. In front of the monk stood a red-robed man who had already passed the second level of the Seeking Dragon Tower, but at this moment, he was trembling all over, his face filled with fear. Just now, this red-robed man's team of 4 encountered the monk, and the 4 immediately tried to snatch the tokens from the monk's hands. As a result, after just one exchange, the monk had already used a move, and 3 of the 4 were eliminated, leaving only him temporarily alive. Benefactor, have you encountered C2U in this hunting ground? The monk suddenly asked. C2U? The one with the qualifications to break into the top 20? The red-robed man was taken aback and instinctively shook his head. They had encountered 3 groups in a row and hadn't seen C2U. Was he not in this area? The monk murmured to himself, then ignored the red-robed man and turned to leave. Half a day later, the barefoot monk arrived at another area of the hunting ground. This monk is extraordinary. A man and a woman, both geniuses, looked at the monk who appeared before them. Both were recorded in the Talent Intelligence as top-tier geniuses with the qualifications to contend for the top 50 in the hunt. But the presence of the monk made them feel an invisible pressure. It was clear that the monk's strength was extraordinary. 2 benefactors. Have you encountered C2U in this area? The monk inquired. No, both shook their heads. Not in this area either. The monk showed some regret, but suddenly his eyes sparkled, fixing on the green-clothed woman among them. If this poor monk is not mistaken, you must be the young lady of the Song family, and the Song family has always been close to the C2 family. Your relationship with C2U should be quite good. And so what? The green-clothed woman's voice was somewhat cold. She indeed had a good relationship with C2U. In that case, forgive this poor monk for being rude. As soon as the monk finished speaking, he swiftly appeared in front of the green-clothed woman. And at the same time, he swung a stone staff towards her. Such speed. The green-clothed woman was startled. But being a genius capable of breaking into the top 50 in this hunt, she quickly reacted and swung her sword to defend. However, with a loud crack, the terrifying force struck her sword, shattering it completely, and the stone staff continued to strike her. A buzzing white light appeared, and the green-clothed woman was eliminated immediately. How could this be? The genius accompanying the green-clothed woman had just reacted when he saw her being eliminated. After eliminating the green-clothed woman, the monk swung his stone staff towards him as well. Once again, with a single strike, this top-tier genius, also capable of contending for the top 50, was eliminated. As for the tokens left by the 2, the monk merely glanced at them and tossed them into his bag. Not in this area. I need to go to the next place. There were 3 days left until the first phase of the hunt ended, and the monk hoped to find C2U. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the next phase of the hunt, wasting a lot of time. Sigh, this is truly a tough job. The monk shook his large head, complained a few times, then took a couple of strides and disappeared into the forest. Outside the hunting ground, on the vast plain, the 2 green-clothed women were sent out one after the other. A crowd of eliminated geniuses gathered around, immediately recognizing them. It's the young lady of the Song family and the #1 genius of the Fanyun sect. According to the intelligence, both had qualifications to contend for the top 50 in the hunt. How could they be eliminated? And they were eliminated one after the other? What happened? Who eliminated them? Many geniuses were astonished. Logically, those recorded in the intelligence, as long as they weren't particularly unlucky and were a bit careful, should easily pass the first phase of the hunt. The fact that 2 geniuses qualified for the top 50 were eliminated back-to-back was indeed surprising. At this moment, the 2 eliminated green-clothed women stood together, still dazed. Just one strike, and my weapon was shattered? How could this be? Who is that monk? Even now, they couldn't believe they were easily eliminated. They were incredibly shocked by the strength displayed by the monk. So strong, unbelievably strong. Much stronger than any of the Sea Transformation Realm experts I encountered before. Even that summer man who is recognized as capable of ranking in the top 3 of the hunt is probably not as strong as him. One strike. No room for struggle or resistance. This strength made their hearts tremble. Most importantly, They didn't even know who that monk was. There was no mention of him in the Talon intelligence. They had never heard of this person, yet he appeared. Is that monk looking for C2U? The green-clothed woman's eyes narrowed slightly. Su Xian was still wandering alone in the hunting ground. Suddenly, his expression changed. Through the tokens, he sensed a genius approaching nearby. And after that genius noticed him, they immediately rushed in his direction. Such speed. Su Xian could sense that the other party was approaching at an astonishing speed. Alone, they should be a true powerhouse. Su Xian thought to himself. After these 2 days of fighting, Su Xian understood that most of those who acted in teams were not particularly strong. Even if several teamed up, he wouldn't mind. On the contrary, those who acted alone were often the real powerhouses, like Sun Yan, whom he had previously fought, capable of breaking into the top 20 of the hunt, dared to wander freely in the hunting ground alone. Su Xian himself was also alone. But any small team that dared to come to snatch his tokens was simply seeking death. Soon, the other party approached. Su Xian had already prepared for battle. But when he saw the other party's appearance, he couldn't help but smile. Duan Yinfeng. Su Xian called out with a smile. Su Xian. Duan Yinfeng was first taken aback, then also smiled. The two put away their weapons, with no intention of fighting. They were both extraordinary geniuses of equal strength, appreciating each other, and had a good relationship. Even if they were to battle for a victor, it would have to wait until the final stage of the hunt. Haha, Su Xian, we are quite fated. This hunting ground is so large, yet we met in advance. Duan Yunfeng said with a smile. No, if you were a woman, I could accept it, Su Xian joked. The two had a good relationship, and Duan Yunfeng was straightforward, so joking around was fine. How many tokens do you have? Have you gathered enough? Duan Yunfeng asked. Nearly 100,000 geniuses participated in the hunt, but only the top 1,000 with the most tokens could pass the first stage. So on average, as long as one had more than 100 tokens, they would definitely pass. I'm still a bit short. What about you? Su Xian asked. I'm quite a bit short. Duan Yunfeng shrugged. I was too casual during my previous training, and my name was recorded early in the intel. The geniuses participating in the hunt all know me. So whenever they see me, they run away or avoid me. At first, it was fine. The geniuses were densely packed, and I could easily hunt some and take their tokens. But as more and more geniuses got eliminated, it became harder to obtain tokens. However, there are still 3 days left in this first stage hunt, so gathering tokens shouldn't be too difficult. Su Xian nodded. He understood. Unlike him, who was relatively unknown and had no one recognizing him or knowing his strength, Duan Yunfeng was a notorious figure. When others saw him, they would avoid him, so he had fewer opportunities to obtain tokens. By the way, Su Xian, as this first stage hunt has progressed, many geniuses have chosen to team up, including some recorded in the intel. How about we team up too? Duan Yunfeng suddenly suggested. Us teaming up? Su Xian widened his eyes. Wouldn't that be too unfair? It is unfair, Duan Yunfeng said without needing to elaborate. The intel indicated he could rank in the top 10, and the key was that he had never revealed his full strength. Su Xian's strength was also definitely not weaker than Duan Yunfeng's. He had previously suppressed a genius qualified to challenge the top 20, forcing him to hand over 30 tokens. Either of them could easily slaughter the geniuses in the hunting ground. If the two of us team up, what's wrong with bullying them? Who cares what they think? Duan Yunfeng laughed. Besides, your cultivation is only at the great completion of the C transformation stage, and very few know your true strength. Even if we team up, who really knows the power of our combination? Moreover, if we join forces, we can run rampant in this hunting ground. Even if we encounter those who are also qualified to challenge the top 10, like the strongest Xia Meng, we can find ways to eliminate them, clearing obstacles for the subsequent hunts. Su Xian felt somewhat tempted. Duan Yunfeng was right. This hunt had many top geniuses. If he encountered them, even if he could defeat them, he couldn't kill them to eliminate them since they could always escape. But if he teamed up with Duan Yunfeng, the chances of them escaping would be slim. They could eliminate those top geniuses they encountered, ensuring they wouldn't run into them later. Even if they encountered the strongest Xia Meng, they could definitely make him suffer if they worked together. With a bit of luck, they might even eliminate Xia Meng in advance. Okay, let's team up, Su Xian agreed. Haha, that's the spirit. Duan Yunfeng laughed heartily. With their alliance, the strongest combination in the hunt was born. Chapter 43, Tang Xian in the hunting ground. I've found someone, there's only one. The other party has also discovered us and knows they can't win. They're already fleeing. Haha, let's chase them. A team of 4 geniuses, sensing the fleeing person ahead through the tokens, immediately pursued. Soon, they caught up with him. Just a great completion of the C transformation, the 4 geniuses were surprised. But the person they had caught up to stopped fleeing and turned around, revealing a playful smile. Something's off. The 4 immediately sensed something was wrong. And at the same time, they noticed another person approaching rapidly, appearing in their line of sight in just a moment. It's Duan Yunfeng. The Duan Yunfeng who is definitely qualified to rank in the top 10 in this hunt. It's a trap. This is a trap. The expressions of the four geniuses changed. They weren't foolish. They could see that this great completion of the C transformation was just bait to lure them in. Although their team was not weak, with two having passed the second layer of the Seeking Dragon Tower, they had no confidence against Duan Yunfeng. Run. The four immediately began to flee, but the so-called bait, the great completion of the C transformation, charged directly at them. Seeking death, they thought. A mere great completion of the C transformation dares to block our path. Kill him. The four immediately attacked, unleashing their killing moves. However, Su Xian faced them with ease and comfort, drawing his long sword. His form was like a rock, and the sword intent surged, as if it was stirring up waves of sword energy. Clang, 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 clang. The sounds of four consecutive clashes rang out as all four of their attacks were easily blocked by Su Xian, who didn't even take a step back. Instead, continuing to strike, the rolling waves of energy forcing the four to defend in panic. How is this possible? The four were somewhat dazed. Logically, even if they unleashed their full strength, they shouldn't be able to block someone who was just a great completion of the C transformation so easily. But this great completion of the C transformation not only blocked their attacks effortlessly, but also pressured them into a desperate defensive position with his sword techniques. With Su Xian acting as a barrier, the four couldn't escape in time, and Duan Yunfeng soon arrived. In just a moment, the four were killed and eliminated by the combined efforts of Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng. Haha, this is satisfying. Duan Yunfeng laughed while counting the tokens left by the four. If it were just me, those four would have run away the moment they saw me. Even if I tried my best to chase, they could have scattered and escaped, and I might only be able to kill one of them. But now, with you as bait, and being able to block them right away, none of them could escape. Su Xian nodded with a smile. If he had been alone, even if the four had actively come at him, he could only have killed one or two at most. Capturing all four would have been very difficult. Soon, they finished counting the tokens and split them evenly. Next, they repeated the process, with Su Xian continuing to act as bait to attract other genius teams to attack. And then Duan Yunfeng would step in for their combined strike. It's a trap. Duan Yunfeng is using a great completion of the C transformation to deliberately set a trap. One Duan Yunfeng is already enough. How can this great completion of the C transformation be so strong too? And they are teaming up? This is just too unfair. The geniuses who were lured in and ultimately eliminated by Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng felt very unwilling, but had no way to resist. Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng didn't bother to pay them any mind. After a few rounds, the process was smooth, and very few managed to escape from the two of them. The tokens they obtained had already exceeded 100, meaning that as long as they weren't killed or eliminated midway, they would definitely pass this first stage of the hunt. Of course, both of them didn't actually care about the number of tokens. They didn't take this first stage of the hunt seriously at all. The only thing they hoped for during this first phase of the hunting process was to encounter some decent top-tier experts and find a way to eliminate them first. Su Xian, why have you been using your defensive sword technique all this time? Duan Yunfeng suddenly asked. He noticed that Su Xian was using the mountain and sea scroll to block the escape of those genius teams. But Duan Yunfeng had fought Su Xian before and knew that Su Xian had a higher mastery of the Thunderfire Scroll. He could have easily used it from the start to kill those geniuses. I want to hide it from you. The defensive sword technique, mountain and sea scroll, that I have been comprehending has reached a bottleneck, and I'm not far from a breakthrough. I have a feeling that if I fight a few times against some truly top-tier experts, I might be able to break through, Su Xian said. Is that so? Duan Yunfeng understood. A sword technique reaching a bottleneck clearly needed tempering to break through. The combination of Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng continued to rampage through the hunting grounds. On the afternoon of the third day of this first phase of the hunt, they finally encountered a true top genius, Tang Xian. This hunt also provided an opportunity to challenge for a spot in the top 10. In terms of strength, he was very close to Duan Yunfeng. Su Xian's expression turned serious as he focused on a tall, cold-looking man holding a spear. According to the intelligence report, Tang Xian indeed had the qualifications to challenge for the top 10, but in reality, the report claimed that nearly 20 geniuses had qualifications for the top 10. In the end, no one could say for sure who would actually make it into the top 10. The report only provided a rough idea of their strength levels. Among those qualified for the top 10, Duan Yunfeng and the slaughterer from the Qi King's mansion, Tu San, were the most convincing in terms of both record and strength. So when all was considered, Duan Yunfeng was slightly stronger than Tang Xian. Tang Xian, I didn't expect to encounter you in this first phase of the hunt. Your luck doesn't seem too good, Duan Yunfeng grinned. The spear-wielding cold man, Tang Xian, was now staring intently at Duan Yunfeng. As for Su Xian, a perfected C transformation who wasn't recorded in that intelligence, he was completely ignored. Duan Yunfeng, do you want to fight me? Tang Xian snorted coldly. Perhaps in terms of strength, Duan Yunfeng was slightly stronger, but the gap between them was limited, and he was not afraid of a real fight. Fight you? No, no, no. I not only want to fight you, I want to kill you and eliminate you, Duan Yunfeng said. Kill me? Just you? Tang Xian scoffed. Just me alone is naturally not enough. But before Duan Yunfeng could finish speaking, his figure had already darted out. Whoosh! The dazzling blade light slashed out. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Tang Xian was also unafraid and rushed forward immediately. The spear in his hand roared. Roared. Though it was a spear, it struck like a giant iron hammer, crazily smashing down with astonishing power. Duan Yunfeng's spiritual power surged, reaching the threshold of the void break realm. And he swung his long knife with equally powerful and dazzling brilliance. The two engaged in fierce combat, with Tang Xian slightly at a disadvantage. But at that moment, a sword light quietly flickered. What? Tang Xian was taken aback. The sword light appeared too suddenly. Moreover, its speed was astonishing. The contained intent was even more profound. Even in a direct confrontation, he would have to exert all his strength to block this sword light. Yet now he was completely focused on battling Duan Yunfeng. Suddenly, such a sword appeared. Whoosh! Tang Xian unleashed a terrifying force, using his ultimate move to block Duan Yunfeng's blade light, while also struggling to twist his body to evade the silent sword light. Although he avoided it, Tang Xian still felt a lingering fear. It's him. That sword just now was cast by him. Tang Xian finally saw that the one who had executed that sword was the perfected C transformation he had previously disregarded, even completely ignored at the start. Humph. Consider yourself lucky to have dodged, Su Xian said coldly with a smile. This Tang Xian really underestimates you, Duan Yunfeng laughed. Su Xian, let's attack together and eliminate this top genius who is qualified to challenge for the top 10 in the hunt. All right, Su Xian nodded. The two then attacked simultaneously. Tang Xian could no longer maintain his composure. He fought desperately against both Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng. But the more he battled, the more anxious he became. Duan Yunfeng he could handle. He knew Duan Yunfeng's strength and was not afraid of him one-on-one. But now there was this Su Xian, who clearly had a perfected C transformation cultivation level, yet possessed such terrifying sword techniques. His comprehension of intent had absolutely reached the first level, far surpassing his own. Though he was merely at the perfected C transformation level, his explosive power was not weaker than any peak C transformation expert. He must still be a bloodline awakener. Against either of these two, he had no chance of winning, and if they teamed up, he wouldn't even be able to escape. Tang Xian panicked. He truly did not expect to be forced into such a corner with his own strength in this Royal City hunt, merely in the first phase of the hunt. He was on the verge of being eliminated. Duan Yunfeng and this sword-wielding kid, both of you have battle power that could challenge for the top 10 in this hunt. Just by being alone in this hunting ground, you could walk through it with ease. Yet you still team up? Shameless. You are too shameless. Tang Xian could only roar in anger. Besides yelling, he had no other way out. Shameless. Duan Yunfeng scoffed. So what if we are? He had a strange temper and acted according to his whims, completely disregarding what others thought. At that moment, Su Xian suddenly stopped. Tang Xian, I can give you a chance, Su Xian said. I have a defensive sword technique. If you can break through it head-on, I will let you leave. Tang Xian looked at Su Xian. Are you serious? Of course, Su Xian nodded. Tang Xian then looked at Duan Yunfeng. Don't look at me. Since he said so, I definitely won't oppose it. Duan Yunfeng shrugged nonchalantly. He already knew that Su Xian's defensive sword technique had hit a bottleneck, and it was clear he wanted to use Tang Xian to temper that sword technique, so he naturally supported Su Xian. Besides, to be honest, he really did not think much of Tang Xian. Even if he let him go now, Tang Xian would not pose a threat to him in the subsequent phases of the hunt. Go ahead, Su Xian pointed his long sword. I want to see how strong your defensive sword technique is. Tang Xian's gaze turned cold as he stepped forward, and the spear in his hand instantly transformed into a dragon. Boom. A cold gleam flashed, and terrifying power erupted. Tang Xian was best at offensive killing, and he was extremely confident in his attacking methods. Although this perfected C transformation in front of him had high sword techniques and comprehension of intent, he did not believe that his defensive sword technique could fully withstand his spear techniques. However, the reality was that no matter how violent and frenzied his spear techniques were, and how astonishing their might, they could not forcibly break through Su Xian's sword defense. Su Xian's sword technique was like a towering mountain. Even after he unleashed his strongest ultimate move, it could not shake this mountain in the slightest. Half an incense stick later. This is enough. Su Xian coldly stared at Tang Xian, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Tang Xian's strength was much weaker than he had imagined. Although his spear techniques were domineering and powerful, his comprehension of intent was not very high, and he could not bring much pressure to Su Xian. With hardly any pressure, there was naturally no training effect, and his sword technique still had not broken through. Meanwhile, Tang Xian was a bit dazed. Soon, Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng simultaneously struck, eliminating this genius who was said to have qualifications to challenge for the top 10 in the hunt. Chapter 44 Encounter outside the hunting ground. As a figure was sent out, a large number of already eliminated geniuses turned to look. It was Tang Xian. The information said that he was qualified to challenge the top 10 in the hunt. How could he be eliminated? Did he run into Xiao Meng? Most of these geniuses had expressions of disbelief. A top genius like Tang Xian, who was qualified to challenge the top 10 in the hunt, should theoretically be able to walk through the hunting ground alone. To eliminate him? In the eyes of these geniuses, only the one recognized as definitely making it into the top 3, Xiao Meng, would have the qualification to do so. After being eliminated, Tang Xian did not stay on the plane but went straight back to the royal city. The Tang family was also a top noble family in the Tianyin dynasty, and in terms of foundation and strength, they were not weaker than the Sidu family at all. Young master, young master. Upon returning to the Tang family, everyone he passed greeted him respectfully. What happened? Wasn't the young master supposed to be at the hunt? I heard that there are still 2 days until the first phase of the hunt ends. How could he come out so quickly? Could it be that he was eliminated? How could that be? With the young master's strength, who could possibly eliminate him in the first phase of the hunt? Inside the Tang family, discussions were rife. Get lost. All of you get away. Tang Xian scolded some maids and servants who came to serve him, then locked himself in his room. He sat in meditation with his eyes closed for a long time before finally reopening them. Huff. After exhaling a breath, Tang Xian's mood calmed down a bit. I knew long ago that in the Tianyin dynasty, with 36 states and hundreds of millions of people, there would definitely be countless geniuses. With my strength, it would be very difficult to truly break into the top 10 of the hunt, but I didn't expect that this was just the beginning, and I would be eliminated in the first phase. Duan Yunfeng, and that sword-wielding Huahai great perfection. Tang Xian clenched his fists tightly, feeling very unwilling. But there was nothing he could do. Whether it was Duan Yunfeng or Su Xian, their strength was actually quite a bit stronger than his. Not to mention the two working together. This hunting session is over for me. I now have 2 choices. The first is to directly break through to the void-breaking realm, relying on the resources of the Tang family to find a way to improve my strength and then go out to train. The second is to wait another 5 years until the next hunting session, when my strength will be stronger, and then I will have a much greater chance of breaking into the top 10. Tang Xian weighed his options. He is only 34 this year. In 5 years, he will only be 39 and still eligible to participate in the royal city's hunt. As for breaking into the void-breaking realm, geniuses like him have long met the conditions for a breakthrough. As long as he spends a little time, he can easily break through. But he is truly unwilling to just break through like that. After all, although the Tang family is a top family with certain resources, it is nothing compared to the Tianyin Palace. That is the true holy land for cultivation in the entire Tianyin dynasty. Disciples who enter the Tianyin Palace to cultivate, as long as they do not fall midway, are destined to become peak powerhouses in the void-breaking realm, each of them extremely strong. And there is even a high probability that they can challenge the Nirvana realm. Relying solely on the resources of the Tang family and himself, his chances of challenging the Nirvana realm are minimal. In that case, I will wait. Wait another 5 years. Tang Xian made up his mind. Duan Yunfeng and that sword-wielding Huahai great perfection will definitely be able to enter the top 10 in this hunt and then enter the Tianyin Palace for cultivation. They will start earlier than me, but the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties and dangers. Anything can happen. You two may be stronger than me now, but your future achievements may not necessarily surpass mine. In the hunting ground, Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng were very happy. Su Xian, with us as brothers teaming up, we are simply invincible in this hunting ground. This Tang Xian, although his strength is not on par with ours, would have been very troublesome if we encountered him in the later stages of the hunt, but now he has been eliminated by us in advance. Duan Yunfeng said with a smile, even referring to Su Xian as a brother. Su Xian was also very pleased. Although Duan Yunfeng had a strange temper, being somewhat willful, his straightforward nature made it easy to be friends and brothers with him. I really look forward to encountering that Xiao Meng in this hunting ground. When the time comes, we must team up to eliminate him as well, Duan Yunfeng said. With their strength, there were not many people in this hunt who posed a real threat to them. But Xiao Meng was undoubtedly the strongest. This hunting ground is too large, and there are still 2 days left. It will be very difficult for us to encounter him. Su Xian said, let's try our luck. Duan Yunfeng laughed. The two continued to search for prey around. At the same time, they eliminated Tang Xian. A big monk with a bald head and a fat face, adorned with a large string of Buddhist beads around his neck, had already arrived in this area. It's been almost 3 days, and I've searched most of this hunting ground, yet I still haven't encountered that Situ Yu. My luck is just too poor. Sigh. This job is too tough, the big monk complained as he wandered around the area. Before long, the The big monk sensed the presence of two people through his command talisman. Two more benefactors have come. I hope these two benefactors know the whereabouts of Situ Yu. The big monk immediately went to greet them. Su Xian, someone is coming. One person? Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng sensed the presence of the other party and immediately went to meet them. Very soon, the two sides met. Oh, it's a big monk? Duan Yunfeng laughed. This big monk, seeing you, didn't run away immediately? Su Xian's brow furrowed. Previously, they had only sensed each other and had not truly encountered one another. It was normal for the other party to dare to approach. But now that they had met face to face, the big monk must have recognized Duan Yunfeng, but still showed no intention of fleeing. And Su Xian did not sense any nervousness on the big monk's face. Moreover, as they got closer, Su Xian instinctively felt a considerable pressure emanating from the big monk. Duan Yunfeng, be careful. This big monk's strength is likely not weak, Su Xian reminded. Who cares if he is strong or weak? Just kill him. Duan Yunfeng was unconcerned. With his strength, there were only a few geniuses in this hunt, including Xiaomeng, that he truly had to be wary of, and now with Su Xian teaming up, he felt he had nothing to fear. Whoosh! Duan Yunfeng leaped forward, taking the lead as he slashed with his long knife, creating a dazzling trajectory in the air. The blade light was brilliant, carrying astonishing momentum and intent, directly striking toward the big monk's head. The big monk wore an incredibly warm and friendly smile. When he saw the blade light coming, his expression did not change in the slightest, and the stone staff in his hand had already swung out like lightning. There was no flourish, just a casual swing of the staff. It felt as if he were swatting a fly. But the next moment, boom! The terrifying power erupted, and the blade light unleashed by Duan Yunfeng instantly dissipated, along with his entire being, which turned into a shooting star, crashing into the forest behind him. Bang! 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 The sound of successive impacts rang out, each accompanied by the explosion of a tree, sending up a massive cloud of dust. And Duan Yunfeng was completely engulfed by that dust. How is this possible? Su Xian was stunned. That was Duan Yunfeng, who definitely had the strength to be in the top 10 in this hunt, a living calamity. But now he had been casually swatted away by someone. As if driving away a fly. Huff! As if teleporting, without making a sound, the robust big monk appeared right in front of Su Xian, with the same stone staff. Without any flourish, he swung it casually towards Su Xian. Su Xian immediately took action, with the force of thunder and fire. A fierce sword strike, carrying a strong sword intent, clashed head-on with the incoming stone staff. Clang! In just a moment, Su Xian felt his arm go numb as a terrifying force transmitted through his long sword and struck him directly, sending him flying. Bang! Su Xian crashed into a large tree. Although the trunk immediately cracked, it did not collapse on the spot, as he felt the pain in his back from the impact. A storm was already raging in his heart. So strong. This power not only completely exceeded the realm of the sea transformation, but even many early-stage void-breaking realm experts were far inferior to him in terms of strength. Mid-stage void-breaking. Yes, in terms of pure power, he could definitely rival mid-stage void-breaking experts. Su Xian stared intently at the big monk ahead, who still wore a friendly smile. He had once fought with Zhao Tianlei, a mid-stage void-breaking expert, and was well aware of the strength possessed by such experts. Yet, whether it was him or Duan Yunfeng, when they fully unleashed their power, they could barely reach the threshold of the void-breaking realm. Compared to this big monk, they were clearly lacking too much. Duan Yunfeng, are you alright? Su Xian looked to the side. Duan Yunfeng was also struggling to stand up again. Hearing Su Xian's words, he turned to look at Su Xian, but his expression was one of shock. Clearly, that last blow had left him a bit dazed. Brother, who have we encountered? Is it Xiaomeng? Duan Yunfeng asked. Not Xiaomeng, but perhaps stronger than Xiaomeng. Su Xian's gaze remained fixed on the big monk ahead, his expression unusually serious. Two benefactors, your strength is impressive, the big monk smiled. This was not a taunt. Over the past 3 days, he had encountered countless talents in this hunting ground. Yet so far, no one had managed to withstand a blow from him without being eliminated. But both Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng had. Duan Yunfeng. We need to go all out in this battle, Su Xian said solemnly. Duan Yunfeng nodded seriously, clearly having come to his senses. I'll engage him in a frontal battle, and use support from the side, looking for opportunities to strike his vital points, Su Xian instructed. You want to engage him head-on? Are you sure? Duan Yunfeng looked at Su Xian oddly. Given the power the big monk had just unleashed, Duan Yunfeng would never dare to confront him directly. It should be fine, Su Xian replied. Alright then. Duan Yunfeng nodded. Boom. Su Xian made his move. At the moment he acted, the power of his bloodline, which had only been stimulated to 50% since the beginning of the hunt, suddenly surged to 70%. With his cultivation level and the peculiarities of his bloodline inheritance technique, 50% of the bloodline power already allowed him to unleash strength comparable to the peak of the Sea transformation realm, and once the bloodline power reached 70%, the burst of power completely reached the threshold of the void-breaking realm. In terms of swordsmanship, Su Xian also pushed his might and intent to the extreme. The sword technique, fierce as thunder and fire, violently slashed toward the big monk head-on. Duan Yunfeng moved like a ghost, and a layer of red light had inexplicably appeared around him, clearly also employing some means to significantly boost his strength. Aside from not having fully activated his bloodline power, both Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng had already exerted their utmost effort. The big monk, however, still smiled, and the stone staff in his hand swept out once again without any fancy moves. Bang! The big monk's stone staff collided with Su Xian's long sword again. But this time, Su Xian's body only shook slightly before he struck again. First level of sword intent. A hint of surprise flashed in the big monk's eyes. The comprehension of intent is divided into 3 levels from shallow to deep, and even at the first level, only the very top and strongest among the void-breaking realm can achieve it. Among the nearly 100,000 talents in this hunting competition, only Xia Meng had been known to reach the first level of intent comprehension. But at this moment, as Su Xian made his move, the intent contained in his sword technique was clearly at the first level. Haha! The big monk laughed, and the speed of his stone staff swings increased, clashing with Su Xian repeatedly in a frenzied manner. But Su Xian was completely unafraid. However, at this moment, Duan Yunfeng erupted. He swung his long knife. The blade light bizarre and sharp, incredibly powerful. Initially, the big monk could withstand it, but Duan Yunfeng's knife technique became faster and more bizarre. Gradually, the big monk could no longer hold on. Finally, Duan Yunfeng found an opportunity. Big monk, allow me to send you off, Duan Yunfeng said coldly. A brilliant blade light slashing directly toward the big monk's head. However, in order to deal with Su Xian's sword technique, the big monk could not swing his stone staff to block the blade light. At that moment, a layer of hazy golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of the big monk's body. Clang! Duan Yunfeng's long knife struck that layer of golden light, producing a metallic collision sound, and the big monk even turned his head to wink playfully at Duan Yunfeng. What the hell? Duan Yunfeng's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 45. Monster Duan Yunfeng was completely stunned. He was so shocked that he cursed. His full-powered strike with the knife, aimed at the big monk's head, failed to break through that layer of golden light on his surface. Even a genuine mid-stage void-breaking expert wouldn't be able to simply rely on their body's golden light to block such a blow, right? Suddenly, a golden light burst forth from the big monk's eyes, and he swung the stone staff down with force. It was still as unadorned as before, but the power was clearly much greater than before. Su Xian's gaze sharpened, and he immediately unleashed his ultimate move. Thunderfire Supreme Technique. Starfire Burning Heaven. One Sword Dragon Annihilation. A terrifying sword shadow howled as it slashed through. Bang! The void trembled violently. The stone staff came crashing down like a mountain weighing billions of pounds. Even when Su Xian unleashed his ultimate move, he was still sent flying at the first moment. As for Duan Yunfeng, he was so frightened that he quickly retreated. With Su Xian being sent flying, he didn't have the courage to confront the big monk head-on. Whoosh! Su Xian steadied himself again, and the hand holding the sword still felt a bit numb. Such a freakishly strong opponent, Su Xian couldn't help but curse inwardly. In a direct confrontation, even after unleashing 70% of his bloodline power and pushing the Thunderfire technique to its limit, along with Duan Yunfeng's assistance, they still couldn't gain any upper hand. If he were to fight this big monk alone, he would definitely be directly suppressed. He had just witnessed that Duan Yunfeng's full-powered strike was blocked by the big monk relying solely on the golden light on his body. What the hell was that? The strength was freakishly strong. The defense was even more despairing. The stone staff he wielded seemed simple and brutal, yet it contained profound intent. Once the staff technique was unleashed, it could directly knock Su Xian, who was unleashing the Thunderfire Supreme technique, flying. In every aspect, there were no flaws to exploit, and he couldn't find any openings. It was simply a living freak, a monster. Yes, a monster. Apart from this term, Su Xian couldn't think of any other way to describe the big monk in front of him. Your strengths are quite remarkable, benefactors. This poor monk cannot handle both of you, but it will also be difficult for you to seize the token from my hands. How about we just call it a day? The big monk said with a smile. Call it a day? Su Xian's expression changed as he looked at Duan Yunfeng beside him. I have no objections. Duan Yunfeng nodded repeatedly. Although it was just a brief confrontation, both he and Su Xian still had trump cards they hadn't used. But had the big monk already revealed his trump card? Looking at the staff techniques he had just displayed, they had always been so casual. Only the last one was likely his real move. However, there was no doubt that this big monk had not truly gone all out. Most importantly, That last knife strike had severely shaken Duan Yunfeng's confidence. He usually acted recklessly, but now he felt a hint of fear towards this big monk. Since that was the case, let us call it a day. Su Xian sheathed his sword. The Grand Monk continued to smile, placing the stone staff at his waist, then opened his mouth to ask, "Gentlemen, have you seen that Sityu during this hunt?" "No." Duan Yunfeng shook his head. "Sityu?" Su Xian's expression changed slightly, unsure why the master was looking for Sityu. "Naturally, there is a reason. Since you two have not encountered him, I will not disturb you any longer. Alas, I have to change locations again. This is truly a hard job." After saying this, the Grand Monk stepped forward and walked toward the nearby woods. Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng dared not stop him, and soon the Grand Monk disappeared from their sight. After the Grand Monk left, Duan Yunfeng could no longer maintain his composure. "Brother, what kind of monster did we just encounter? With the two of us joining forces, not to mention defeating him, we didn't even see a glimmer of hope for victory. Even that Xia Meng is nothing compared to this, right? And that layer of golden light on his body, I couldn't even break through it with my full-strength strike. Doesn't that mean that he could just stand there and let me attack without any way to deal with him?" Duan Yunfeng exclaimed repeatedly. The number of geniuses participating in this imperial city hunt from the Tianyin dynasty was truly overwhelming. Not only those recorded in the previous intelligence, but also a large number of hidden geniuses who had not revealed their true strength. Strong as Xia Meng was, he was only recognized as someone who could definitely rank in the top 3, yet no one dared to say he was the strongest, which made sense. And now we have encountered someone whose strength is at least equal to Xia Meng's, if not stronger. Su Xian said. Although Xia Meng was strong, if it were as stated in the intelligence, he would definitely suffer a great loss when facing both me and Duan Yunfeng together. But that Grand Monk just now was able to leave calmly while facing the two of us, even making it so we couldn't see any hope of victory, clearly indicating he was stronger than Xia Meng. I hope we can avoid that Grand Monk in the later stages of the hunt, otherwise. Su Xian's expression turned serious. Facing such an opponent, who was absurdly strong in terms of power, speed, defense, and staff techniques, with no apparent weaknesses, anyone would find it challenging. That Grand Monk is still looking for Sityu? What does he want with Sityu? Su Xian wondered. From what the Grand Monk said, he had been searching for Sityu in this hunting ground for quite some time and had changed many locations. He even mentioned it was a tough job. Who assigned him this task? Shaking his head, Su Xian stopped thinking too much. Next, Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng continued to navigate through the hunting ground. But due to their encounter with the Grand Monk, Duan Yunfeng was clearly affected, lacking the enthusiasm he had before. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the last day of the hunt. Night fell. If it had been the previous few days, the many geniuses would have been resting in perfect harmony to recover their stamina and spiritual power. But on this last night, those geniuses who still lacked the necessary talismans to advance could not sleep. Not only did they not rest, but they also fought even more fiercely. Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng had already obtained plenty of talismans, so they had no need to engage in battle and found a relatively secluded spot. Su Xian didn't waste any time. Even while resting in this hunting ground, he continued to refine his swordsmanship, while Duan Yunfeng casually sat on the branch of a large tree. Perhaps seeing Su Xian practicing his sword techniques made him a bit restless. Duan Yunfeng jumped down. Su Xian, your defensive swordsmanship is clearly much stronger than when we fought in Donyang City last time. Now that we have time, how about we spar? Duan Yunfeng suggested. Of course. Su Xian's eyes lit up. His Shanghai scroll had already hit a bottleneck and needed to battle strong opponents to refine it. Previously, when he fought with Tang Xian, the latter's strength was slightly weaker, which disappointed him, while Duan Yunfeng's strength was much stronger than Tang Xian's. Soon, the two began to spar. This hunting ground spanned over 100 miles, a vast area. Inside the hunting ground, there were mountains, jungles, and also lakes. At this moment, by the edge of a stunning lake, a young man in luxurious robes sat there, and behind him stood 5 others. Xiao Mo, I have arrived. Now tell me, who do you want me to deal with? A wild-looking man with messy hair and a beard asked. Xiao Mo was identified in the intelligence as a top genius with a chance to break into the top 20 of the hunt and had a significant background in the Tianyin dynasty. The wild man who spoke was named Bajio, also a genius qualified to compete for the top 20. The other 4, aside from a delicate young girl, had their names listed in the intelligence as well, all capable of breaking into the top 100. Don't rush, let's wait for everyone to arrive. The young man in luxurious robes, Xiao Mo, said. Is there someone else? Bajio was astonished. The 6 waited by the lake for a short while until a beautiful woman in a green dress approached slowly. Lo Xinzi. Upon seeing the newcomer, Bajio and the other geniuses behind him were startled. Lo Xinzi, the number 1 genius of the Xian sect, was also qualified to compete for the top 20. Moreover, since Lo Xinzi was a bloodline awakener with bloodline powers, she had a significant advantage in strength, making her stronger than Xiao Mo and Bajio. Some said the intelligence on Luo Xianzi had undervalued her, and her strength was fully capable of competing for the top 10. Xiao Mo, what kind of commotion have you created, and who are you planning to deal with? Bajio's expression became serious. With Luo Xianzi, Xiao Mo, and himself, 3 top geniuses qualified to compete for the top 20, along with 3 others listed as strong in the intelligence. Such a formidable lineup would be enough to deal with even the strongest Xiaomeng. Since everyone is here, I won't hide it from you any longer. Xiao Mo finally stood up and said in a low voice, the person I want to deal with is Duan Yunfeng. Is it him? Luo Xianzi, Bajio, and the others were taken aback. Duan Yunfeng's displayed strength, although not as strong as Xiaomeng's, was still one of the top geniuses in this hunt. No wonder Xiao Mo invited so many strong individuals. Xiao Mo, do you have a grudge against Duan Yunfeng? Bajio asked. A grudge? Of course I do. Xiao Mo's eyes turned extremely resentful. He would never forget what Duan Yunfeng had done to him. On his wedding day, before the bride had even left the house, Duan Yunfeng barged into the bride's home and took her away. When he chased after them, Duan Yunfeng directly attacked him, humiliating him severely. That was undoubtedly the most humiliating day of his life. He had never suffered such indignity. The most important thing was that afterward, when he wanted to rely on his background to take revenge, the people behind him said they were unwilling to provoke Duan Yunfeng. In other words, in terms of background, Duan Yunfeng was even stronger than him. In terms of background and personal strength, he was completely overpowered by Duan Yunfeng, and he couldn't find any opportunity to take revenge before. Only in this Imperial City hunt, and in this first stage of the hunt, could he take his revenge. Duan Yunfeng, I can't deal with you in daily life, and I can't kill you in this hunt, but I can find a way to eliminate you in advance. Cutting off your hope of entering the Tianyan Palace, Xiao Mo thought fiercely. Xiao Mo, even if you want to take revenge on Duan Yunfeng, this hunting ground is too vast, and this is the last night. How can you guarantee that you can find Duan Yunfeng tonight? Luo Xianzi asked. Don't worry. Since I invited you all, I will naturally find out Duan Yunfeng's location. After saying this, Xiao Mo looked at the most inconspicuous among the group, the delicate young girl. The delicate young girl stepped forward and said, everyone, I come from the Yuling sect. Yuling sect? Luo Xianzi, Bajio, and the others' expressions changed. The Yuling sect is just a small sect within the Tianyan Empire, and naturally cannot be compared to deep-rooted sects like the Xian sect. However, the beast-taming techniques of the Yuling sect are quite remarkable. For instance, the Zifeng beasts they rode while traveling to the imperial city from various states were mostly tamed by the Yuling sect. I encountered Duan Yunfeng once while wandering in the hunting grounds, and at that time, I had my tamed beast leave some scent on him. This scent cannot dissipate within a few days, and I can have my beast track that scent to find him, the fragile girl said. Is that so? Everyone immediately understood. There's also one more thing. The fragile girl continued. When I met Duan Yunfeng, there was another person accompanying him. Another person? With Duan Yunfeng's immense strength. He still needs to team up with someone? Bajio and others were extremely surprised. The one accompanying him is a sword genius. His cultivation is quite low. Only at the great completion of the sea transformation stage. But his strength is not weak, the fragile girl said. She wouldn't forget that when she teamed up with a few others, they initially intended to kill that person at the great completion of the sea transformation stage, but unexpectedly, he was able to simultaneously block their attacks. Later, when Duan Yunfeng arrived, her team was slaughtered, and she was the only one lucky enough to escape. Just a great completion of the sea transformation stage. How strong can he be? Any one of us can easily kill him. A talented individual nearby laughed. Xiao Mo, Luo Xianzi, Bajio, and the others also didn't take it seriously. Just a great completion of the sea transformation stage. What's there to worry about? If that's the case, then let's set off, Xiao Mo said. Soon, a group of 7, led by the fragile girl, rapidly headed towards the location of Duan Yunfeng and Su Exang. Chapter 46. Great completion of the sea transformation? In a secluded forest. Clang, 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 clang. A series of intense collision sounds rang out. Duan Yunfeng's knife technique was pushed to the extreme, each slash dazzling and brilliant, with an incredible speed. Su Exang, on the other hand, was using the mountain and sea scroll, transforming into mountains and seas, wielding his sword to unleash layers of sword intent, blocking the continuous knife lights coming at him. Compared to before, Su Exang's sword techniques were clearly more stable and heavier. Su Exang's bloodline power was only casually activated to 50%. Duan Yunfeng had already unleashed his full strength, yet still couldn't break through Su Exang's sword techniques. Enough, enough. Unless I use my ultimate move. Even if my knife technique is at its fastest, it won't pose any threat to you. After a round of sparring, Duan Yunfeng appeared very frustrated. Su Exang's defensive sword technique was too strange, especially that soft method of dissipating force, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Su Xian let out a light breath. In terms of strength, Duan Yunfeng was much stronger than Tang Xian, and the pressure his knife techniques brought was greater. This sparring session deepened his understanding of the mountain and sea scroll, but he still couldn't truly break through. Suddenly, both Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng looked up at the same direction. Someone was coming, and there were quite a few. Su Xian's gaze sharpened. Our combination is nearly invincible in this hunting ground. Even if we encounter that freakish big monk, neither of us can do anything to the other. For this last night, it would be good if we don't seek trouble with anyone else, yet someone dares to come to us looking for death? A glint of malice flashed in Duan Yunfeng's eyes. He was not a good person, but a complete scourge. He wasn't looking for trouble, yet someone came to provoke him? Soon, a group of exactly 7 appeared before Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng. Is it him? Su Xian raised his eyebrows. Having recognized the leader and understanding why they would come to him. Xiao Mo, a genius qualified to compete for the top 20 in this hunt. Su Xian already knew that Duan Yunfeng had snatched Xiao Mo's wife on the day of his wedding and had humiliated him severely. Haha, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's you, the useless one who can't even keep your own wife. Duan Yunfeng immediately mocked. He had always looked down on Xiao Mo. Snatching Xiao Mo's wife was also because she was purely coerced by Xiao Mo, not willingly. After taking her, he just let the woman go. Duan Yunfeng. Xiao Mo glared at Duan Yunfeng with resentment. Although he didn't know what background Duan Yunfeng had that made his family afraid to deal with him, today, he would cut off his hopes of entering the Tianyan Palace. Attack! With a command from Xiao Mo. One of the geniuses behind him stepped forward and threw a command talisman into the air. Buzzing. Instantly, a powerful force spread out. An array? Su Xian's expression changed. Of course, it was just a lower-level array meant to temporarily trap someone. As for high-level killing arrays, or those that significantly enhance one's strength, unless created by oneself, they are not allowed to be used during the hunt. After all, this hunt relies on one's own strength. Having prepared an array, it seems they really came prepared. Su Xian smiled faintly. Sorry, Su Xian, this time I'm afraid I'll drag you down. Duan Yunfeng glanced at Su Xian. Su Xian shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. If he got dragged down during the hunt, so be it. He didn't care. Moreover, although the 7 before him were strong, if they wanted to deal with both him and Duan Yunfeng at the same time, they might be a bit outmatched, right? We'll strike together. Duan Yunfeng will definitely have no chance. Be cautious of his counterattack in desperation. Don't let him take down 1 or 2 of us. Luo Xiao. That great completion of the sea transformation stage is yours. Don't get entangled with him. Kill him as quickly as possible. And then hurry back to join us in killing Duan Yunfeng, Xiao Mo instructed. All right. The genius named Luo Xiao nodded. And then, except for the fragile girl who was leading them, the other 5 immediately charged towards Duan Yunfeng. Luo Xiao, on the other hand, darted towards Su Xian like lightning. Just one person is coming to deal with me, and it's the weakest among the 6? This is too dismissive of me. Su Xian chuckled lightly. Among the 7 coming to kill, apart from the fragile girl, the other 6 were all top geniuses recorded in the intelligence. Only Xiao Mo, Luo Xianzi, and Bajio were more famous and powerful. The remaining 3 ranked very low on that intelligence list. Su Xian had only glanced at the information before, and it was clear that Luo Xiao was the weakest among them. Even though he was looked down upon, Su Xian didn't mind and went straight to meet him. Duan Yunfeng, you can't escape. Today, you are doomed to be eliminated. Xiao Mo's cold voice echoed in the forest, while Luo Xianzi, Bajio, and the other 2 geniuses had already launched their attacks. 5 people working together unleashed a series of powerful assaults towards Duan Yunfeng. Humph. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Duan Yunfeng, however, showed no fear. A layer of red light emerged from him, and even his gaze turned crimson. The terrifying knife technique exploded. The knife lights were brilliant, like a galaxy, incredibly dazzling in the night sky. With just one person, the knife technique directly blocked all 5 of their attacks. No wonder he was recognized as an unparalleled genius who could definitely break into the top 10 of this hunt. Luo Xianzi nodded secretly, also seeing the gap in strength between herself and Duan Yunfeng. If it weren't for the 5 of them teaming up, she definitely wouldn't dare to provoke Duan Yunfeng. After a round of exchanges, the 5 intended to attack again, but suddenly, impossible. A startled exclamation suddenly rang out. The 5 people surrounding Duan Yunfeng instinctively turned their heads, only to see the genius named Luo Xiao, who had previously charged at Su Xian, standing there with wide eyes. At that moment, he was enveloped in a surge of white light and was soon sent out of the hunting ground. Xiao Mo, Luo Xianzi, Bajio, and the others couldn't help but be astonished. Although Luo Xiao was the weakest among the 6 who had acted, he was also recorded in the intelligence report as a top genius qualified to compete for the top 100 in this hunt. How long had it been since they had started? Their confrontation with Duan Yunfeng had only been a brief exchange, and Luo Xiao had acted at the same time as them. which was also just a momentary clash. Yet, in such a brief encounter, Luo Xiao was eliminated. The five, at the peak of the Transformation C stage, instinctively looked at Su Xian, who held a sword with one hand. They could indeed sense that Su Xian's aura was only at the Transformation C stage. But to kill Luo Xiao in one exchange, was that really the Transformation C stage? Such strength, even the strongest among them, Luo Xianzi, might not possess, right? Haha, letting the weakest one deal with my brother alone. Xiao Mo, you're really stupid. Duan Yunfeng laughed loudly, then shouted, brother, hurry over. Let's team up and take them all down. No problem, Su Xian said with a smile as he stepped forward. Luo Xianzi, stay with me to deal with Duan Yunfeng. Bajio, you three team up to take down that Transformation C expert first, Xiao Mo commanded. The original plan was for the six of them to work together to completely deal with Duan Yunfeng. Who would have thought that the Transformation C expert they had previously overlooked would possess such terrifying strength, forcing them to change their strategy immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, Bajio and the other two geniuses from the intelligence report charged towards Su Xian. They could see that Su Xian was extremely strong, so they dared not be careless. Attacking with all their might. Three people, including Bajio, who was identified in the report as capable of breaking into the top 20. Su Xian raised an eyebrow. His Shanhai Scroll, a defensive technique, was indeed formidable, one-on-one. Even Duan Yunfeng couldn't exert too much pressure on him without using his ultimate moves. But if the other side teamed up, Su Xian immediately unleashed his sword technique to fend off the three's attacks. Xiao Mo is targeting Duan Yunfeng. I'm just being dragged into this. Now that I've already taken one down for him and kept three, including Bajio, busy, that's enough, Su Xian thought, feeling quite justified. Of course, this was also because he had learned from their interactions over the past few days just how terrifying Duan Yunfeng's strength was, far from what the intelligence suggested. Just by teaming up, Luo Xianzi and Xiao Mo wouldn't be able to deal with Duan Yunfeng. Su Xian even looked forward to seeing if Luo Xianzi and Xiao Mo could force Duan Yunfeng to reveal his true trump card, such as the ultimate move he had mentioned before. He wanted to see it for himself. Boom, boom, clang. In the mountains, the violent roars from the clashes and the sounds of weapons colliding echoed continuously. The strength of Xiao Mo and Luo Xianzi was indeed extraordinary, especially Luo Xianzi. As a bloodline awakener, once she unleashed her bloodline power, every move she made was incredibly imposing and terrifying. Combined with Xiao Mo, they managed to completely suppress Duan Yunfeng for a short time. But it was only suppression. To truly kill Duan Yunfeng and eliminate him, just the two of them couldn't do it. Xiao Mo could only hope that Bajio and the others could quickly deal with Su Xian and come to assist them. But the result was, damn it, where did such a freakish Transformation C expert come from? Bajio and the three of them together can't deal with him at all? Xiao Mo saw it clearly. Bajio and the others had already exerted all their strength, especially Bajio, whose imposing aura was overwhelming. But facing his furious onslaught and the attacks from the other two geniuses, the Transformation C expert seemed entirely at ease. His sword technique was too bizarre. It was as if it were a vast ocean, encompassing everything in the world. The attacks from Bajio and the others, when they struck this ocean, only stirred up a few ripples. It was evident that Bajio and the others simply couldn't deal with that Transformation C expert. And he and Luo Xianzi's combined efforts couldn't kill Duan Yunfeng either. Am I really going to miss my only chance to retaliate? Xiao Mo gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly, without any warning, Duan Yunfeng, who had been suppressed by Luo Xianzi and Xiao Mo, erupted violently. A dazzling blood light suddenly illuminated the night. Under the night sky, this blood light looked exceptionally beautiful, yet carried an extremely terrifying speed and overwhelming might. With this strike, Su Xian, who had been entangled with Bajio and the others while executing the Shanhai Scroll sword technique, suddenly narrowed his eyes. At the moment the blood light appeared, he couldn't help but be drawn to it. Xiao Mo and Luo Xianzi, upon seeing the blood light, were filled with shock and anger. This blood light was too fast. They couldn't defend against it at all. Chapter 47. The first phase ends. Swish. The beautiful blood light swept by, and the more powerful Luo Xianzi was the first to be enveloped in white light and sent out of the hunting ground. Luo Xianzi was eliminated? Xiao Mo was somewhat dazed. Then without hesitation, he fled. Duan Yunfeng's eyes reddened as he chased after her. On the other side of the battlefield, Bajio and the three, who were desperately attacking Su Xian, were horrified to see Luo Xianzi eliminated and Xiao Mo being chased. Let's get out of here, Bajio shouted, and together with the other two, they wanted to escape immediately. However, want to escape? Su Xian smiled. The sword technique that had been purely defensive suddenly erupted with a flurry of sword shadows. It was as if a massive wave had risen in the center of the ocean. These giant waves rolled forth, directly enveloping the three people nearby. The Shanhai Scroll. while primarily a defensive sword technique, was also adept at entangling opponents. The sword intent carried within was incredibly soft and relentless, making it impossible for the three to break free. Ba Jiao and the others exerted all their effort to escape, but caught in this unending wave of sword intent. They couldn't shake off Su Xian at all. If they tried to force their way out, they risked being swept up by the sword intent and severely injured. Moreover, in this hunting ground, the restrictions of the talismans they carried had very delicate triggering conditions. They could activate not only at life and death moments, but even from severe injuries, which would count as elimination. This is bad. How is this transformation C expert so difficult to deal with? Ba Jiao's expression changed drastically. In just a moment, Duan Yunfeng returned to their side, while Xiao Mo had clearly been eliminated. However, when Duan Yunfeng returned to the battlefield, he didn't immediately strike, but instead looked at Su Xian with a strange expression. Brother, what are you still playing at? Hurry up and take them down. Playing? Ba Jiao and the others were stunned. The transformation C expert they found so difficult was just playing with them? Sure enough, Su Xian chuckled lightly and decisively acted. The sword intent in his hand instantly changed. Previously, it had been incredibly soft and relentless, but the next moment, it became wildly violent and scorching. The sword technique descended like a torrential storm, terrifyingly powerful, simultaneously enveloping the three. What power? Ba Jiao's eyes widened. The three of them exerted all their strength to defend against this terrifying sword shadow attack. But they could only hold on for a moment before two of them were slain and eliminated. The strongest among them, Ba Jiao, was ultimately eliminated as well. Among the 7 people specifically sent to deal with Duan Yunfeng, except for the delicate girl who led the way and managed to escape without making a move. The other 6, including Luo Xianzi, Xiao Mo, and Ba Jiao, 3 top talents qualified to challenge for the top 20 in the hunt, were all killed by Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng. Duan Yunfeng, your sword technique just now was impressive, Su Xian said as he walked over. That was my trump card, which I originally planned to use in the final stage of the hunt. Now, you've seen it ahead of time. If I encounter you in the final stage, it would be tragic, Duan Yunfeng replied. A trump card, when used unexpectedly, is naturally most effective. But now that Su Xian had witnessed his trump card, Duan Yunfeng would be at a disadvantage in a real confrontation. Don't fool me. That sword strike might be one of your trump cards. But it can't be all of them, right? Su Xian said. Duan Yunfeng smiled and touched his nose, clearly acknowledging the implication. Su Xian was astonished. If that was just one of his trump cards, and he was able to kill Luo Xianzi so quickly under their combined attack, then Duan Yunfeng's hidden strength was indeed formidable. The trump card you just used feels quite similar to the Phantom Scroll I practiced. Both are incredibly fast. I just don't know who is stronger, Su Xian pondered. Of course, the answer could only be determined when they met in the final stage of the hunt and truly battled it out. The intense battle had no effect on either Su Xian or Duan Yunfeng. They continued to rest, waiting for the next day to arrive. Outside the hunting ground, the recently eliminated Xiao Mo, Luo Xianzi, and others gathered again. Xiao Mo's expression was terrifyingly dark. Damn it, I went to such great lengths to bring so many talented experts, and yet we still couldn't kill Duan Yunfeng. Instead, he eliminated us. Damn it, damn it. Xiao Mo's heart was filled with anger and resentment. But he had no way out. This was his only opportunity to take revenge on Duan Yunfeng, and he had missed it. Luo Xianzi, standing beside him, appeared very calm. My master sent me to participate in this Imperial City hunt, hoping I would do my best to see if I could enter the Tianyan Palace for cultivation. However, this hunt is clearly more competitive than before, with more top talents. Given my strength, it's nearly impossible to break into the top 10. In any case, I won't be able to enter the Tianyan Palace in the end, so being eliminated early isn't a big deal. Besides, I gained quite a few benefits from Xiao Mo. And most importantly, through him, I can establish a connection with the current Duke of the nation. If I can leverage this to build a good relationship between my Ziyun sect and the Duke, that would be a significant gain. Although the Ziyun sect has some foundation and is considered a major sect within the Tianyan dynasty, the imperial power of the Tianyan dynasty completely overshadows these sections. The current Duke holds a high position and significant power. He is definitely one of the top figures in the dynasty. Building a good relationship with such a powerful figure is also something the Ziyun sect greatly desires. A night quickly passed. When the sun rose the next morning, the first phase of the hunt, which had lasted 5 days, finally came to an end. The many surviving talents were sent out of the hunting grounds, and soon, based on the tokens on each person, the 1,000 talents who would enter the second phase were determined. Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng were naturally among these 1,000 talents. Afterward, everyone returned to the camp. The first phase of the hunt would end with a 3-day break before the second phase commenced. In the camp, Long Dao, Qiu Zhe, and Ling Yu, the 3 of them, were getting ready to return to Yongning County. Su Xian looked at the 3 who had come to say goodbye. What can we do if we don't go back? Long Dao said, obviously feeling a bit dejected. Out of the 10 talents selected from Yongning County, apart from you, Su Xian, the others were all eliminated in the first phase, and the process was quite tragic. Yes, Xiaozhe nodded heavily. There are simply too many talents in the Tianyin dynasty. We who barely made it through the first layer of the Seeking Dragon Tower are considered the top talents in Yongning County, but in the entire Tianyin dynasty, we really don't amount to much. This hunt has completely crushed us. Leaving now means the impact of this setback will be smaller. If we stayed to watch you real top talents continue hunting, the impact would be even greater, Ling Yu added. Among the 10 talents from Yongning County, only you made it through the first phase of the hunt and can still push forward. As for us, we just want to break through to the void-breaking realm as soon as possible. We no longer have any hopes for the Tianyin Palace. Long Dao said with a smile. Su Xian, I hope you can truly enter the Tianyin Palace in the end. When you return to Yongning County, come find us for a drink. Sure, Su Xian nodded. Soon, Long Dao and the others left on the purple-winged beast. Not just the 3 of them, but most of the many talents eliminated in the first phase chose to leave. When they arrived, these talents were all passionate, each wanting to break into the top 10 and enter the sacred cultivation place, the Tianyin Palace. But as they left, most of them were filled with gloom. Many talents had suffered setbacks in this hunt. However, this setback has both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit is that encountering setbacks can lead to timely awakening and self-awareness, making future cultivation smoother. The downside is that it might lead to a complete loss of motivation. Out of nearly 100,000 talents, only about 1% were eliminated in the first phase, leaving only 1,000 talents. Su Xian couldn't help but feel emotional. However, those who remained among the 1,000 talents were all extraordinary, and the weakest among them likely had the strength to pass the second layer of the Seeking Dragon Tower. The upcoming hunting competition would be even more intense. Su Xian clenched his hands tightly. In the hunting grounds, he had encountered many top talents, such as the initial Tsang Yin, Tang Xian, and later the terrifying monk who shocked him. There were also talents like Xia Meng and Tu San, already recognized as having extraordinary strength. But no matter who it was, they couldn't stop him from moving forward. The Tianyin Palace, he must have it. As night fell, the camp was brightly lit. Even though more than half of the talents had left, the camp remained very lively. In the center of the camp stood a towering black tower. This tower was the Red Dragon Tower. The Red Dragon Tower oversees the world. This Imperial City hunt was also within the surveillance range of the Red Dragon Tower, and many aspects of this hunt were arranged by the Red Dragon Tower. For example, the talent information that was widely sold in the camp, which was known to many talents, actually came from the Red Dragon Tower. A delicate girl arrived at the Red Dragon Tower. Little girl, do you need something? Asked a steward responsible for reception in the Red Dragon Tower. I've come to sell information about a talent from this hunt, the delicate girl said. Sell talent information? The steward's expression changed. The information on those talents in the hunt was collected by the Red Dragon Tower, and the Red Dragon Tower had many ways to gather information, including performances during the Seeking Dragon Tower trials and the public achievements of these talents afterward. In the first phase of the hunt, with so many talents fighting in the hunting grounds, the Red Dragon Tower couldn't monitor every single talent, and they couldn't know the strength of many talents in the hunting grounds. This was when the Red Dragon Tower offered a price, encouraging those talents to voluntarily provide information that the Red Dragon Tower was unaware of. Depending on the importance of the information, the price would vary. The delicate girl quickly recounted the information she knew about the talent. You mean, among the 1,000 geniuses from the first phase of the hunt, there is one genius who has achieved the peak of the Transformation Sea realm, yet possesses the strength to rank in the top 10 of the hunt? The steward stood up, looking at the frail girl in front of him with disbelief. After inquiring in detail, he said, Little girl, I will have someone from the Red Dragon Tower verify everything you said immediately. If what you said is true, the Red Dragon Tower will certainly pay you the corresponding price. The frail girl nodded, and then turned to leave. The Red Dragon Tower acted quickly. Within less than an hour, they verified the words of the frail girl. In a tavern within the camp, Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng sat together. Everyone, this is the new genius intelligence from the Red Dragon Tower, which records many newly emerged genius powerhouses from the first phase of the hunt. Are you all not in a hurry to buy a copy and take a look? Surrounding them, vendors were selling the latest genius intelligence. Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng quickly obtained a copy as well. Flipping through the first few pages of the intelligence, they found records of well-recognized geniuses like Xia Meng, Tu San, and Duan Yunfeng. However, they soon saw a new name, Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao, origin unknown, peak Transformation Sea realm, wielding a stone rod, had struck multiple times during the first phase of the hunt, and no one could withstand his strike. He definitely possessed the strength to rank in the top 10 of the hunt. It's him. It's that big monk. As soon as Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng saw the introduction of Wu Zhao, they understood that he was the terrifying big monk they encountered in the hunting ground. The intelligence stated that even those previously recognized as qualified to challenge the top 50 geniuses were eliminated by this big monk with a single strike, demonstrating his strength. That monster. Duan Yunfeng couldn't help but shiver at the thought of that big monk. In terms of strength, even Xia Meng might not be able to match Wu Zhao. Su Xian thought to himself. The intelligence only recognized Wu Zhao as having top 10 strength, which was evidently an understatement. Of course, this was also due to the limited understanding of Wu Zhao's strength from the outside world. While he and Duan Yunfeng had truly fought against Wu Zhao in the hunting ground, even forcing him to display considerable skills, the two continued to look further down. Duan Yunfeng flipped to a new page and was instantly stunned by the name he saw. Brother, quick look. Su Xian immediately looked over, and upon seeing it, his expression also turned astonished. The intelligence on that page read, Su Xian, from Yongning County, Yinzhou, 19 years old, with peak transformation C realm, suspected to possess top 10 strength in this hunt. Chapter 48, Doubt My Name? Su Xian was quite taken aback. He had displayed considerable strength multiple times during the first phase of the hunt, so it was normal for the Red Dragon Tower to record him in this intelligence. However, he did not expect his ranking to be this high. Suspected top 10 strength? Su Xian murmured. Of course, he had top 10 strength. He just hadn't revealed his strongest abilities during most of the first phase of the hunt. The Red Dragon Tower only said suspected, meaning they did not have absolute confidence. Su Xian, look, this intelligence only mentions that you killed Luo Xiao with a single strike and then single-handedly faced off against 3 top geniuses, including Bajio, without falling behind, which is why they believe you should have top 10 strength. But beyond that, there's nothing else. Duan Yunfeng said. Su Xian smiled. Yes, his achievements in this intelligence were indeed too thin. It merely mentioned the final battle where he killed Luo Xiao and held his ground against Bajio and the other 2. But it only stated that he was in a standoff with Bajio's group, while in reality, he had single-handedly eliminated them. In that battle, 7 people had attacked him, and his achievements should have come from those eliminated first, like Luo Xinzi, Xiao Imo, or that woman who fled early when things looked bad. Su Xian was also speculating. Whether it was Luo Xinzi, Xiao Imo, or the frail girl who fled early. They only saw Su Xian kill Luo Xiao and contend against Bajio's group without a clear winner. But they did not see that Su Xian ultimately eliminated Bajio and his companions. Even if the Red Dragon Tower investigated later, those 3 were all geniuses with high pride, and they probably wouldn't want to admit that they were eliminated by someone at the peak transformation C realm. Instead claiming that Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng eliminated them together. With just such a record, it would be sufficient to say Su Xian had the strength to challenge the top 20. However, claiming he had top 10 strength was indeed hard for many to believe. But Su Xian couldn't be bothered with that and continued to read through the intelligence on other geniuses. Within the camp, after the release of the latest genius intelligence from the Red Dragon Tower, all the geniuses in the camp were buzzing with discussions. This Wu Zhao. Where did he come from? With no background information at all, yet his strength is truly formidable. It's very strong. According to this intelligence, very few people could withstand his strike. For example, that young lady from the Song family could at least challenge the top 50 in the hunt. Yet she was killed by him with 1 strike. It's terrifying. In terms of combat strength, Wu Zhao definitely qualified to be ranked in the top 10 of the hunt. But who is this Su Xian, emerging from nowhere, with a peak transformation C realm? How can he be ranked in the top 10? He could eliminate Luo Xiao with 1 strike and simultaneously contend against 3 top geniuses, including Bajio, without falling behind. Which is impressive enough to say he could challenge the top 20, but for the top 10, he still falls short, right? Indeed, the top 20 is sufficient. Many who are considered qualified to challenge the top 10 have records that are clearly stronger than his. I don't know how the Red Dragon Tower ranks them, but perhaps Su Xian really does have some means. What means could he possibly have? A peak transformation C realm. I truly do not believe he has the strength to rank in the top 10 of the hunt. Everywhere in the camp, discussions were rampant. Most of the discussions were centered around Wu Zhao and Su Xian. There was no way around it. After the first phase of the hunt, many new geniuses had indeed emerged in the latest intelligence, and among these newly emerged geniuses, Wu Zhao and Su Xian were ranked the highest. Wu Zhao had formidable combat strength and convincing achievements. When these geniuses discussed Wu Zhao, they all expressed amazement. However, while the geniuses in the camp were astonished that Su Xian, a peak transformation C realm, could have such strength, many felt that the Red Dragon Tower had ranked Su Xian too high based solely on his achievements. Su Xian simply did not qualify to be ranked in the top 10, and even felt he was still a bit far from challenging the top 10. These fools. In a corner of the camp, a tall, muscular blonde man stood there, listening to the discussions around him, especially the many derogatory comments about Su Xian, and couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. They simply did not know Su Xian's true strength and thought he was unqualified to be in the top 10? Truly laughable. Song Yin scoffed, waiting for the next hunt. When these geniuses who belittled Su Xian truly encountered him, they would understand. Unlike others, he had actually encountered Su Xian in the hunting ground and had truly fought against him. The result was that he had been forced to hand over 30 command symbols to let Su Xian allow him to leave. He knew very well that Su Xian's strength was much stronger than his, a genius qualified to challenge the top 20, and was definitely solidly in the top 10. Of course, he knew that but wouldn't speak of it. And that Tang Xian too. Even if the Red Dragon Tower came to ask him about the reason for his elimination, he would only say it was Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng working together to eliminate him, and at most he would slightly praise Su Xian's strength. But he wouldn't admit that he was actually inferior to someone at the peak Transformation Sea realm. In the Imperial City, within a beautiful estate, there was a lake. A man in gray attire, wearing a bamboo hat, quietly fished there with a bamboo rod. The lake's surface was calm, with not a ripple in sight, and the entire manor was silent without a sound. The man in gray had a clear gaze, quietly fishing for over half an hour without any movement. The scene seemed frozen, until, not far away in the void, a figure rushed over and landed behind the man in gray. Whoosh! The wind stirred, causing the surrounding trees and branches to sway, and the lake's surface began to ripple gently under the influence of the wind. The man in gray slightly shifted his gaze, breaking free from the earlier state of complete stillness. "My lord." The suddenly arrived frail old man bowed respectfully to the man in gray. This frail old man looked weathered, and it was apparent he was very old, having reached the peak of the void-breaking realm. Yet, in front of the man in gray, he appeared extremely humble and respectful. "Is there something?" The man in gray slightly turned his head. "My lord, this is the news just returned from the hunt." The frail old man respectfully handed over a piece of paper. "Hunt." The man in gray frowned slightly. The Royal City hunt was merely a competition among some young ones. When did it warrant his attention? The man in gray waved his hand slightly, and the piece of paper floated into his hand. After a brief glance, the man in gray smiled. "The little one I praised before actually has the qualification to challenge the top 10 in this year's hunt. However, why does it say suspected?" The man in gray looked over. "Reporting to the Lord, actually, based solely on the achievements verified by the Red Dragon Tower. He is still a bit short of challenging the top 10. However, during the verification process, we found that those geniuses who fought against him, like Bajio, seemed a bit off. They admitted that the three of them working together could only match Su Xian, but they were unwilling to speak much about the elimination process, making it seem like Su Xian single-handedly eliminated the three of them. Later, we also received some news from Tang Xian, which led us to conclude that Su Xian has the combat power of a top 10 contender, but due to the lack of absolutely public achievements, we used the term suspected. The frail old man explained. "Is that so?" The man in gray nodded. "The Red Dragon Tower has always been meticulous in their work. What they verified actually indicates that Su Xian has the combat power of a top 10 contender. It's just that due to the lack of absolutely convincing achievements, they are worried about sparking too much doubt, which is why they used the term suspected." Impressive, it's only been a little over 2 months, right? The man in gray recalled that he first learned of Su Xian when the little guy went to challenge the Dragon-Seeking Tower over 2 months ago. He was the gatekeeper of the Dragon-Seeking Tower. At that time, he was quite astonished by Su Xian's displayed strength, a mere minor achievement in the Sea Transformation realm. Yet he could easily pass the first level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower. For that, he even personally visited the Tianyin Palace, wanting to recommend this little guy to get an early special recruitment quota. And now, just over 2 months have passed, and this little guy has come to participate in the Royal City hunt, actually qualifying to challenge the top 10? Such significant progress in just over 2 months? That old thing Xingyang had previously tried every means to prevent this little guy from entering the Tianyin Palace. But now, seeing this little guy's performance in the hunt, he must be dumbfounded. "Oomph." The man in gray snorted coldly. That stubborn old guy has been in the Tianyin Palace for so many years, still thinking about his old master. At this rate, I think his position as palace master might be coming to an end. The man in gray was quite displeased that Su Xian did not obtain the special recruitment quota from the Tianyin Palace. After all, with his status as a powerful being in the Nirvana realm and one of the highest levels of the Red Dragon Tower, he personally went to recommend him, only to hit a wall. Of course, he was not happy. He also knew that many of the high-level experts in the Tianyin Palace at that time admired Su Xian's talent and agreed to the special recruitment. Only that old guy Xingyang opposed it. The Tianyin Palace has 3 palace masters, and Xingyang is one of them, holding great power. He opposed it vehemently, even bringing up the incident from over 3 years ago when Su Xian was personally punished by the Tianyin Emperor, which led to Su Xian's special recruitment quota being shelved. But the man in gray was well aware of Xingyang's motives for stopping it, which was merely the order from his old master. The Tianyin Palace does not give a special recruitment quota, So the little guy participates in the royal city hunt, relying on absolute strength to seize a disciple slot. This little guy has ambition. I like that. The man in gray smiled, then stood up, resting the fishing pole on his shoulder. When does the next hunt start? The man in gray asked. The second phase of the hunt will take place in 3 days within the royal city, and then after another 3 days. The final phase of the hunt will occur, the frail old man replied. All right, keep an eye on it. If that little guy can make it to the final phase of the hunt, come and tell me. I'll head over to take a look then. The man in gray smiled. This surprised the frail old man. With the identity of this lord, he actually wants to go see it in person. This means that this lord places more than just a little importance on Su Xian. Yes, the frail old man respectfully nodded, then turned to leave. In this manner, including the lake before them, fell silent once more. Chapter 49. The heart has twisted in a tavern at the camp, in a private room. What a pity. I ran into a genius who has the qualification to challenge the top 100 in the hunt right at the beginning. Otherwise, this son still had a chance to pass the first phase of the hunt. A young man dressed in a luxurious golden robe sat there, flanked by 2 individuals. One of them was Situ Yu, and the other was the genius Tu San, recognized as having the qualification to challenge the top 10 from the Qi Wangfu. At this moment, both Tu San and Situ Yu appeared extremely respectful in front of the young man. Your Highness, the order has been given. Within 3 days, the family of that genius who was eliminated, along with those who are relatively close to him, will all be executed, Tu San said respectfully. Don't be so cruel. Just killing his family is enough. The young man waved his hand, his tone very indifferent, as if killing a family was as trivial as squashing a pile of ants. Situ Yu, who was also standing respectfully nearby, listened and secretly clicked his tongue. The royal city hunt was originally meant for the geniuses within the Tianyin dynasty to compete fairly based on their own strength. Even if eliminated during the hunt, it could only be blamed on their insufficient strength. However, the young man in front of him, simply because of being eliminated, wanted to vent his anger by exterminating the family of the genius who eliminated him. The rumors were indeed true, Situ Yu thought to himself. He had heard some rumors before, saying that this prince from the Qi Wangfu, Xia Yuanji, was originally an illegitimate child, raised in an incredibly unusual environment. And his heart had already twisted and gone mad. After becoming the prince, he became even more reckless, often executing people or even exterminating clans over trivial matters. Just within the royal city, several families had been exterminated by this prince, and the reasons were all trivial. I really have to be careful serving such a scourge, otherwise, if I anger him, even my family might not be able to protect me, Situ Yu muttered to himself. He truly did not want to serve a prince whose temperament had already twisted and gone mad. But this was a task assigned by his family, requiring him to build a good relationship with this prince. Situ Yu, have you seen the latest genius information released by the Red Dragon Tower? Xia Yuanji suddenly looked over. I have, Situ Yu nodded repeatedly. According to the information collected by my subordinates, the 2 new geniuses who have a chance to challenge the top 10 seem to have some connection with you, Xia Yuanji said, tapping his fingers on the armchair, smiling. Yes, Situ Yu continued to nod. Among the 2, the one named Wu Zhao, I don't know him at all. I've never interacted with him before. And I'm not sure why he wants to find me. And he even has such hostility towards me. After the first phase of the hunt ended, Situ Yu learned from the eliminated Miss Song that there was an extremely terrifying monk searching for him throughout the first phase. Miss Song also mentioned that it was because she knew they had a good relationship that the monk directly eliminated her. Clearly, that monk was here to cause him trouble. According to the intelligence from the Red Dragon Tower, this monk named Wu Zhao was very powerful. Even he, if facing him, might not be able to win. Tu San said, You don't even have confidence in winning against Tu San? Xia Yuanji chuckled in surprise. Situ Yu, you really are unlucky to be targeted by such a person. Situ Yu could only force a smile. He didn't even know why Wu Zhao was looking for him. Besides Wu Zhao, there was also Su Xinxiao from the Su family. Xia Yuanji's gaze suddenly turned cold. Humph, the Su family, a family that has long since declined, with their Nirvana realm ancestor already dead. Yet, not long ago, according to your Sidu family's request, a team of Yinglong guards sent over was completely wiped out. That was a complete team of Yinglong guards. Xia Yuanji's tone was clearly filled with anger. Situ Yu's heart trembled upon hearing this. That team of Yinglong guards was dispatched by the Qi King, and their complete destruction in the Su family infuriated the Qi King, causing the Sidu family to suffer significant repercussions. The reason he was sent to this young lord was to appease him and try to mitigate the Qi King's anger as much as possible. As for Su Xing's, a mere great completion of transformation C, even lower in cultivation than this young lord. How could the Red Dragon Tower think he was qualified to rank among the top 10 in this hunt? It's ridiculous. This young lord couldn't even pass the first phase of the hunt, so why should he qualify for the top 10 in this hunt? Xia Yuanji growled. His childhood experiences had twisted his heart completely. He considered himself a genius and looked down on those with higher talent than him. He was at the full Transformation Sea realm and had received abundant resources for cultivation in the Qi King's residence. Yet he was eliminated in the first phase of this hunt. This alone made him extremely angry. He felt like exterminating the entire family of the genius who eliminated him. And Su Zinx, a great completion of Transformation Sea, lower in cultivation than him, could pass the first phase of the hunt and was deemed qualified to challenge for the top 10? Why? Kill him. You too. From now on, whoever encounters Su Zinx, kill him on sight. It seemed like a ridiculous reason, but Xia Yuanji issued the command directly. Understood. Tu Xin nodded, his expression unchanged. Situ Yu, however, looked horrified. Your Highness, there are explicit regulations for the Royal City Hunt that prohibit truly killing anyone. If you violate. Situ Yu's words were cut off as Xia Yuanji's cold gaze swept over. Explicit regulations? Whose regulations? The Emperor Tianyan's? Even if this young lord violates them, what can be done? Xia Yuanji's voice was icy, and his gaze was like that of a wild beast. Situ Yu was so frightened he didn't dare to say another word. He already knew how crazy and reckless this young lord was. But he indeed had the qualifications to be reckless. The Qi King had once contended for the throne with the current emperor, and the struggle had been extremely fierce, allowing him to stand against the emperor for a long time. Although he eventually lost, the power controlled by the Qi King was still immense. So much so that the Emperor Tianyan had not dared to take any action against him for many years. Xia Yuanji had been so rampant and indiscriminate in his killings that even the Emperor Tianyan had to tolerate him. And just casually killing a genius during the hunt? The Emperor Tianyan probably wouldn't do anything to Xia Yuanji. Understanding this, Situ Yu couldn't help but feel schadenfreude. Being targeted by the young lord of the Qi King's residence, Su Zinx, you really are unlucky. Much more unlucky than I am. He was also unlucky, being targeted by an unknown Wu Zhao. But at least Wu Zhao still abided by the rules of the hunt. However, the one targeting Su Zinx now was a real madman who disregarded all rules, and the reason for targeting Su Zinx was utterly ridiculous. Soon, 3 days passed. Early in the morning, the 1,000 geniuses who had passed the first phase of the hunt entered the Tianyan Imperial City under guidance. The huge Imperial City was far more bustling and magnificent than any place in the 36 states of the Tianyan dynasty. Countless exquisite houses and pavilions were densely packed. The streets were crowded with people, and there were many strong individuals. Inside the Xuanwu Gate was a vast training ground that could accommodate tens of thousands of people at once. When many geniuses arrived at the Xuanwu Gate, a number of people were already standing on the vast training ground. These people wore different clothes, some gathered in small groups, while others stood alone. But each emitted an extremely powerful aura, clearly having entered the Breaking Void realm. The 1,000 geniuses who had just arrived at the training ground looked at these individuals in confusion. They should be the strong figures from the major forces and sects within the Tianyan dynasty. Duan Yinfeng stood beside Su Zinx and said, "Every time the Imperial City Hunt is held, the top 10 geniuses will certainly be absorbed into the Tianyan Palace. However, aside from these 10 geniuses, the other talents also have immense potential and talent. This is when the major forces and sects of the Tianyan dynasty will compete for them." Su Zinx nodded slightly. He also understood that the Imperial City Hunt was the largest gathering of geniuses in the Tianyan dynasty. The reason this gathering attracted so many geniuses was that it gathered the attention of all factions within the Tianyan dynasty. Through the hunt, those geniuses who came from certain forces or sects could not only showcase their strength to elevate the reputation of their forces or sects, but also vie for a chance at the Tianyan Palace. Meanwhile, those geniuses who had not joined any forces or sects could prove themselves through the hunt and subsequently join those major forces or sections. The major forces and sects within the Tianyan dynasty possessed plenty of resources, and joining them would provide significant benefits. For instance, the Su family, where Su Zinx belonged, had once sent strong individuals to the hunt multiple times during their peak period to find and recruit real geniuses. Even if they ultimately failed to recruit any geniuses, establishing good relations in advance was also a good choice. You have 1 hour to prepare. The second phase of the hunt will begin in 1 hour. A grand voice echoed throughout the training ground. 1 hour to prepare? Su Zinx's heart stirred. He immediately understood that this hour was meant for those forces to recruit geniuses. Although the first phase of the hunt had not been made public, nearly 100,000 geniuses had been eliminated down to just 1,000. And most of the talented individuals had already surfaced. Even if some were hiding their strength, there wouldn't be too many. These forces could already use the intelligence provided by the Red Dragon Tower to recruit geniuses. Sure enough, many powerful figures from the gathered forces began to take action. In one corner of the training ground, Elder Mo, I didn't expect you to personally come for this Imperial City Hunt. There's no choice. The geniuses of this hunt are evidently better than previous years, so the sect naturally pays more attention. Two familiar individuals gathered together, chatting casually. So, have you found any talented individuals you're interested in? One of them asked. The top geniuses who will definitely join the Tianyan Palace are out of the question. But among the other geniuses, there are indeed a few good prospects, said an old man in a white robe, known as Elder Mo, smiling as he held a report of talented individuals from the Red Dragon Tower. Compared to the information passed down by those geniuses, the intelligence obtained by these powerful forces is much more detailed. At this moment, Elder Mo is fixated on a name on the intelligence report, Su Xian. Elder Mo's gaze is somewhat fervent. According to the information provided by the Red Dragon Tower, this Su Xian is only 19 years old this year and has only reached the great completion of the C transformation stage. Yet his combat power is qualified to challenge for a spot in the top 10 of the hunt. Too monstrous. He must have awakened a bloodline. Compared to the few strongest geniuses in this hunting event, Su Xian's talent is even higher. Elder Mo ponders for a moment before walking towards Su Xian's location. In the training ground, Su Xian stands alongside Duan Yunfeng, watching the powerful figures from various factions bustling about. Young friends, an old man in a white robe approaches them. I am Elder Mo, an elder of the Tianai sect. The old man introduces himself. Tianai sect? Su Xian's heart stirs. The Tianyan dynasty has vast territories, with a multitude of sects and forces. Among them, the most renowned and recognized as the strongest are the three major sections. The Tianai sect is one of these three major sections. It is said that the Tianai sect has existed for hundreds of years and has profound foundations. In the current Tianai sect, there are as many as 4 Nirvana realm experts. It is important to note that in the Tianyan dynasty, a family with even one Nirvana realm ancestor can be considered a top-tier aristocracy. Having 4 Nirvana realm experts and such deep foundations, it is no exaggeration to say that the Tianai sect is a colossal entity within the Tianyan dynasty. As long as they do not rebel and do not provoke the Tianyan royal family to take action, the Tianai sect can walk proudly within the Tianyan dynasty. Young Su Xian, I have come to ask if you would like to join our Tianai sect. Elder Mo smiles. If you are willing, you can directly become a core disciple of our Tianai sect. The resources and training you will receive will be second only to those of the Tianyan Palace and royal disciples. Additionally, our Tianai sect currently has 4 Nirvana Realm Supreme Elders, and I can promise that one of them will take you as a disciple and personally instruct you. Furthermore, I have heard that your Su family has faced some crises in recent years, but as long as you become a disciple of our Tianai sect, I guarantee that no one will harm your Su family in the slightest. Elder Mo presents his conditions right away, and they are very sincere. Access to resources just below those of the Tianyan Palace and royal disciples, being taken as a disciple by a Nirvana realm expert, and protection for the Su family's safety. Even Su Xian, upon hearing these conditions, is momentarily taken aback. However, it is Duan Yunfeng who reacts first, somewhat dissatisfied. Old man, what do you mean? I'm standing here with Su Xian, and your Tianai sect only invites him, and not me. Do you look down on me? Su Xian is startled. A dignified elder of the Tianai sect, a peak void-breaking realm expert, and Duan Yunfeng directly calls him old man, speaking so disrespectfully without worrying about Elder Mo's anger. But upon hearing Duan Yunfeng's words, Elder Mo shows no sign of anger. Instead, he smiles. If young friend Duan also wishes to join our Tianai sect, I would naturally welcome you, but I fear our Tianai sect is too small for you, and you might look down on it. Humph, you guessed right. I truly look down on your Tianai sect. Duan Yunfeng scoffs, showing no concern. Su Xian understands now. Duan Yunfeng has a significant background, and Elder Mo of the Tianai sect surely knows about it. Thus, even though Duan Yunfeng's talent is extraordinary, Elder Mo has no intention of inviting him. In fact, it's not just Duan Yunfeng. There are many geniuses in this hunting event. For example, Xia Meng and Tu San are well known. One is of royal blood, and the other comes from the Qi Wangfu. Not to mention their strength could likely allow them to enter the Tianyan Palace. Even if they cannot, they would not be able to join other forces, so these sects would naturally not waste their breath. At most, they would just be cordial with them. Thank you for your kind offer, Elder Mo, but I will first see if I can break into the top 10 and enter the Tianyan Palace for cultivation. If I cannot enter the Tianyan Palace, I will then consider the Tianai sect, Su Xian replies. Of course, Elder Mo smiles. In that case, we will wait for the hunting event to conclude and then await your decision. After saying this, Elder Mo departs. Following Elder Mo, several other powerful figures from various sects and forces approach Su Xian, including one sect that is also one of the 3 strongest sects, offering very high conditions as well. Of course, these forces and sects know that Su Xian is unlikely to agree immediately and will first seek a way to enter the Tianyan Palace. So they are merely extending an olive branch in advance. As for Su Xian's final decision, it will have to wait until the hunting event concludes. These invitations from the sects and forces are a good thing for me. Even if I have extremely poor luck and cannot break into the top 10, I can still choose to join these forces and sects, at least ensuring some safety for my family, Su Xian thinks to himself. An hour quickly passes. The 1,000 geniuses have gathered together again. The person presiding over the second phase of the hunt holds a strange white orb in his hand. He tosses the white orb into the void, and it immediately expands, releasing a dazzling white light that covers all 1,000 geniuses in the training ground, after which all of them simultaneously disappear from the training ground. The Tianqin realm? Is it the Tianqin realm used by the Tianyan royal family for trials? The powerful figures from various factions recognize the origin of the white orb. The Tianqin realm is specifically a trial space for royal disciples. The white orb serves as a guiding object to transport these 1,000 geniuses into the Tianqin realm. Once all the geniuses are sent into the Tianqin realm, the white orb floating in the air emits beams of white light again, and then images appear in the void of the training ground, showing scenes of those geniuses within the Tianqin realm, albeit only a portion of them. To actually use the Tianqin realm as the second phase of the hunt? Interesting. Elder Mo stands in a corner of the training ground with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he watches the scenes unfolding in the void ahead. This is a vast trial space. The ground is made of blue stone, measuring nearly 100 feet in length and width. At the end of the blue stone, the surroundings are shrouded in white light screens. Su Xian now stands in the very center of this trial space. A magnificent voice simultaneously resonates in the ears of the 1,000 geniuses in different trial spaces. After 10 breaths, your opponents will begin to appear one after another from the white light screens surrounding this trial space, launching attacks against you. These opponents will come in various forms and numbers, and what you need to do is withstand this round of opponents. The more rounds of opponents you withstand, the greater your chances of passing the second phase of the hunt. This is a simple explanation. No detailed rules have been disclosed. In the previous first phase of the hunt, the rules were very detailed, and it was directly announced that only 1,000 could pass. However, for this second phase of the hunt, they have not told us how many will ultimately remain, but instead want us to endure as many attacks from those opponents as possible. Su Xian furrows his brow slightly, and just like that, 10 breaths pass quickly. From the surrounding white light screens, 2 shadows suddenly dart out. Whoosh, whoosh. These 2 shadows are incredibly fast, like 2 hurricanes, simultaneously rushing towards Su Xian from 2 directions. As they get closer, Su Xian finally sees their true forms. They are not human. They are beastly creatures. Su Xian's pupils contract. The 2 black shadows were clearly 2 over 2 meters long, towering black giant wolves. The 2 black giant wolves had blood-red eyes and exuded a bloodthirsty aura as they lunged forward. Su Xian instantly drew his sword. Swish, swish. The sword light sang softly, yet moved with astonishing speed. Just as the 2 giant wolves charged in front of him, their heads were severed. The 2 giant wolves let out a wail and then transformed into white light, dissipating in the trial space. They weren't real demon beasts, but rather avatars created through some special means. Su Xian was secretly amazed. It was truly an impressive technique. It was evident that the creator of this trial space was extraordinary. After the 2 giant wolves vanished, several figures immediately darted out from the surrounding white light. This time, 4 bizarre birds with razor-sharp beaks like swords appeared. In terms of speed, these 4 bizarre birds were even faster than the giant wolves. Su Xian continued to take action, quickly killing these 4 bizarre birds, causing them to dissipate. Next, waves of opponents appeared continuously from the surrounding white light, each more peculiar than the last, including demon beasts, bizarre birds, flying insects, and so on. Although these opponents were all quite powerful, they posed little threat to Su Xian. Soon, he had eliminated 5 rounds of opponents and had now entered the 6th round. In this 6th round, he faced 2 human assassins. Both of them wore black robes. And not only were they fast, but their movement technique was also incredibly strange. The terrifying speed combined with their elusive movements made it difficult for Su Xian to catch sight of them. Their attacks, launched from time to time, were silent and hard to defend against. If Su Xian were to take it seriously and employ some sword techniques, he could indeed kill these 2. But after 6 consecutive rounds of fighting, he sensed something odd. After 6 rounds of combat, my spiritual power has been continuously depleted without any replenishment. Su Xian frowned. In the previous 5 rounds, he had relied on his own strength to eliminate his opponents, but the consumption of spiritual power was not insignificant, especially in the 5th round, where he faced over 100 flying insects. Killing them all had consumed quite a bit of his spiritual power. However, the opponents in this trial space came wave after wave without giving him any chance to catch his breath, leaving him no time to recover his spiritual power. The 2 assassins in this 6th round were even more troublesome. If he were to use his true methods, the spiritual power consumption would be even greater. Yet, He did not know how many more rounds of opponents he would face or under what circumstances he would be considered to have passed this second stage of the hunt. The rules announced by the previous person stated that we should endure the attacks of wave after wave of opponents. The more rounds we withstand, the greater our chances of advancing. It did not require us to eliminate more opponents as quickly as possible. In other words, Su Xian's gaze sharpened, and his figure instantly halted. He didn't bother to chase the two assassins anymore, but stood there, allowing them to come at him. Swish, swish. Two cold daggers silently lunged at him. Su Xian drew his sword, and the sword intent rolled, transforming into mountains and seas, easily deflecting the two's attacks. The two assassins continued to strike. Clang, clang, clang. Their repeated attacks were effortlessly parried by Su Xian. However, just moments later, without him making a move, the two assassins' figures dissipated on their own. As expected, seeing the two assassins transform into white light and dissipate into trial space, a smile appeared on Su Xian's face. He had already understood that this second stage of the hunt was not about him fighting these opponents, but about surviving amidst their frenzied attacks. As long as he could endure for a period of time under their assaults, these opponents would naturally dissipate. The second stage of the hunt relied not only on personal strength, but also on endurance and insight. If one could not timely detect the traps in this second stage of the hunt and blindly relied on strength to fight wave after wave of opponents, consuming a large amount of spiritual power, even if one had the strength to pass the second stage, they might still be eliminated in the end, Su Xian thought. Now that he understood the true rules, dealing with the following challenges became much simpler. Chapter 51. The last 4 people in the training ground. After 1,000 geniuses were sent into the Heavenly Heart Realm, it didn't take long before some of them were sent out one after another. Did I fail? It shouldn't be. My strength could definitely endure that round of attacks, but my spiritual power has been completely exhausted. How many rounds did you endure? 8 rounds. The geniuses who had already been sent out gathered together, discussing amongst themselves, most looking unhappy. Before long, those who had been sent out from the Heavenly Heart Realm accounted for more than half. At this time, a tall, golden-haired man was also sent out. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of all the geniuses present. It's Song Yan. It's him? He was sent out this early? Many geniuses expressed their surprise. Song Yan was a top genius qualified to challenge the top 20 in the hunt, based solely on strength. He shouldn't have been sent out of the Heavenly Heart Realm so soon. After all, there were still over 100 geniuses remaining in the Heavenly Heart Realm. Damn. At this moment, Song Yan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his expression extremely grim. I was too reckless. I should have been more cautious and tried to conserve my spiritual power. Otherwise, I could have easily withstood that 10th round of attacks. Just moments ago in the Heavenly Heart Realm, facing wave after wave of opponents, he had relied on his absolute strength to forcefully eliminate them from the very beginning. Although this allowed him to pass the 8th round quickly, his spiritual power had already been depleted by more than half. It was only then that he sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. He barely made it through the 9th round, but by the 10th round, the opponent's strength suddenly increased, and with only a small amount of spiritual power left, he was eliminated by the opponents in the 10th round. In the Heavenly Heart Realm, the 9th round was a threshold. Upon reaching the 10th round, the difficulty would significantly increase. If too much spiritual power was consumed in the previous 9 rounds, one might be eliminated in the 10th round due to the increased difficulty and excessive spiritual power consumption. Elder Mo from the Tianai sect stood with his hands behind his back, watching as genius after genius was eliminated and sent out of the Heavenly Heart Realm. Shaking his head inwardly, he understood that the Tianyan dynasty had made the Heavenly Heart Realm the second stage of the hunting assessment for a reason. A genius. While talent and strength are important, if they lack the most basic judgment ability regarding crises and special environments or are too slow to react, such a genius, no matter how high their talent, won't go far. Those like Song Yan, who acted too recklessly, relying on brute force to kill opponents without fully understanding the rules of the second stage of the hunt and recklessly consuming spiritual power, deserve to be eliminated early. As time gradually passed, more and more geniuses were sent out of the Heavenly Heart Realm. After a short while, Duan Yunfeng was also sent out. What a pity. Knowing I should conserve spiritual power, I still couldn't help but use some powerful knife techniques to eliminate my opponents during the battles. If I had just a little more spiritual power, I could have used 1 or 2 ultimate moves to withstand the 13th round of attacks, and even hold on for a while in the 14th round, Duan Yunfeng sighed. He had passed 12 rounds of attacks in the Heavenly Heart Realm and held out for most of the 13th round before finally being eliminated. This result was already quite rare among the many geniuses who had been eliminated. Now, only 4 images remained in the floating mirror above the training ground. In other words, only the last 4 people were still in the Heavenly Heart Realm, continuing to fight. These 4 individuals are the long-recognized strongest, Xiao Meng, from the Qiwang Mansion, Tu San, the mysteriously originated monk, Wu Zhao, and lastly, the one suspected to have top 10 battle power. But many doubt he only has the cultivation of great completion of transformation, Su Xian. In the Tianqin realm, within the trial space, the 13th round has already commenced. The opponent in this 13th round is 10 black-armored soldiers wielding long spears. Each of these black-armored soldiers possesses terrifying strength, and their spears strike with an incredibly fearsome might. Standing in the center of the trial space is Wu Zhao, the barefoot monk with prayer beads around his neck, casually swinging his stone staff multiple times. Bang, 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 bang. Each time the stone staff strikes down, a black-armored soldier is sent flying. All 10 black-armored soldiers charge at once. But the result is that all 10 are knocked away. Simple, brutal. There is nothing flashy about it. Yet, in the eyes of many, these 10 fearsome black-armored soldiers appear as mere punching bags in front of Wu Zhao, being sent flying time and again. So strong. Just how powerful is that monk's stone staff? This is the opponent for the 13th round. Any one of those 10 black-armored soldiers could easily trample over a typical genius who has passed the second level of the dragon-seeking tower, right? The geniuses standing in the arena, along with the strong from various factions and sects, watch in shock as Wu Zhao effortlessly knocks away one black-armored soldier after another. That big freak. Duan Yunfeng grits his teeth, recalling how he had been stunned by that monk's strike, feeling a chill in his heart. The 13th round quickly passes. In the 14th round, the opponent is again 10 soldiers with spears, but this time their armor has changed from black to silver, and their combat power has increased. Almost there. The monk Wu Zhao calmly watches as the 10 silver-armored soldiers charge. Having endured 13 rounds of attacks, he should be able to pass this second phase of the hunt. The monk is here for the hunt, not for fame. That's enough. With a hearty smile, the monk merely swings his stone staff symbolically 2 or 3 times amidst the siege of the 10 silver-armored soldiers and is eliminated, sent out. As Wu Zhao appears on the arena, the geniuses present show strange expressions. How could this be? He passed the 13th round so easily. But how did he get eliminated in the 14th round so quickly? Could it be that he ran out of spiritual energy? How is that possible? Look at how relaxed he was before. He couldn't have consumed much energy. In my view, he deliberately lost. Most geniuses understand this. Wu Zhao clearly did not intend to continue, so he chose to be eliminated on purpose. And his strength, which was previously recognized by the Red Dragon Tower as being among the top 10 in hunting, is no longer in doubt. Now many believe that Wu Zhao's true strength may not be weaker than Xiao Meng's. Situyu, I heard that during the first phase of the hunt, Wu Zhao was looking for your whereabouts, so you must be careful, someone beside him reminded. Situyu's face darkened. He knew the monk was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Where did this monster come from? Situyu looked like he was gritting his teeth. Meanwhile, in the 13th round of attacks in the Tianqin realm, the cold and stern man, Tu San, was ordered by his master to enter the Tianyin Palace for cultivation. His master's command must be fulfilled, even at any cost. Tu San, with a tall and slender figure, his eyes sharp as blades, surveyed the 10 black-armored soldiers charging towards him. He moved like a ghost, weaving among the 10 black-armored soldiers, fully unleashing his strength, occasionally striking down one after another until they dissipated. He was originally a servant. His life and everything he had was given by the Qi Wang. He was indoctrinated from a young age that the Qi Wang was above all. Everything he did was for the Qi Wang mansion. This hunt was also commanded by the Qi Wang for him to participate, and it was the Qi Wang who wanted him to enter the Tianyin Palace for cultivation. As for himself, he saw no value in his own existence. After unleashing his strongest power and exhausting a large amount of spiritual energy, Tu San finally passed the 13th round. In the 14th round, Tu San continued to exert his full strength, fighting fiercely against the 10 silver-armored soldiers for a period before exhausting his spiritual energy and ultimately being eliminated. After being sent out of the Tianqin realm, Tu San stood alone in a corner of the arena, facing the occasional astonished glances from those around him, but his expression showed no change, as if he were an emotionless machine. In another trial space, Xiao Meng had also reached the 14th round. At this moment, all eyes were gathered on him. I am a royal descendant. What I represent is the dignity of the royal family. I will definitely enter the Tianyin Palace, and I must do so with the title of first in this hunt. Not only must I be first overall, but I must also be first in this second phase of the hunt. The robust and proud Xiao Meng stood in the center, emanating an aura of dominance. Born into royalty, he was not pampered but grew up in the fiercest and most brutal competition. In this environment, he has always pursued being the strongest. I have traversed the Tianqin realm many times before, always stopping at the 14th round. But this time, I will definitely pass. Xiao Meng roared, his spear moving like a flood dragon. Overbearing, fierce. Its power is terrifying. The 10 silver-armored soldiers charging from all directions are each incredibly strong, let alone when they work together, But under Xiao Meng's overwhelming and fierce spear technique, 3 of them are blasted away in quick succession, followed by bang, 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 another series of fierce clashes. In the end, all 10 silver-armored soldiers were killed by Xiao Meng with a single spear. The 14th round passed. So powerful, too powerful. The arena erupted in exclamations. Thus far, even top geniuses like Tu San and Wu Zhao had only passed the 13th round and were eliminated shortly after reaching the 14th. But Xiao Meng directly passed the 14th round, and he did not merely endure the attacks of the 10 silver-armored soldiers. He crushed them with sheer strength, which is terrifying. Fearsome, overwhelmingly strong. This is the one previously recognized as the strongest in this hunt. The entire arena became completely agitated. No one expected Xiao Meng's strength to be this formidable. The 3rd level. Xiao Meng definitely has the strength to pass the 3rd level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower. The top powers and experts from various factions also felt a tremor in their hearts. They knew very well that being able to pass the 14th round of the Tianqin realm, relying on absolute strength to crush the opponent, meant that he definitely has the strength to pass the 3rd level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower. And passing the 3rd level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower represents the utmost talent within the Tianyin dynasty. Such talents, in previous sessions, even spanning multiple hunts, were rarely seen. Yet this time, it has appeared. After passing the 14th round, Xiao Meng then faced the 15th round's opponent, 10 golden-armored soldiers. The combat strength of these 10 golden-armored soldiers is clearly superior to that of the silver-armored soldiers. Xiao Meng managed to hold out against them for a while, but eventually fell. After Xiao Meng's defeat, only one person remained among the 1,000 geniuses still in the Tianqin realm continuing to challenge, Su Xian. Chapter 52, a stunning performance on the training ground. Many eliminated geniuses, including top experts from various factions and sects, were intently watching the last floating mirror image. In the image, a young man in black was wielding his sword, continuously fending off the attacks from the surrounding opponents. Was Su Xian still advancing? Among the 1,000 geniuses participating in the 2nd phase of the hunt, the strongest, Xiao Meng, had already passed the 14th round of attacks and was defeated in the 15th round, yet Su Xian was still leisurely navigating through the 12th round. Many geniuses had strange expressions. In the Heaven's Heart realm, it wasn't necessarily the case that the longer one lasted, the more rounds one would pass. After all, during the trials in the Heaven's Heart realm, one could easily defeat the opponents in each round ahead of time to quickly move through that round. Conversely, one could also play it safe, finding ways to stall until the time limit for the attacks arrived, allowing the opponents to dissipate on their own. Su Xian clearly belonged to the latter category. From the 6th round of attacks, once he understood the true rules of the 2nd phase of the hunt, Su Xian no longer made proactive attacks to eliminate those opponents. Instead, he conserved his spiritual energy as much as possible, only using defensive sword techniques to withstand the attacks from these opponents. Using the Mountain Sea Scroll, simply defending consumed very little spiritual energy, and he waited until the time limit for those opponents' attacks arrived, allowing them to dissipate on their own. Therefore, when everyone else had already completed their rounds and were eliminated, even Xiao Meng had fallen in the 15th round of attacks. He had only just reached the end of the 12th round. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of impacts, the time for the 12th round opponents' attacks ended, and they dissipated immediately. Su Xian smoothly entered the 13th round. It was quite relaxed and enjoyable. By solely focusing on defense, his spiritual energy consumption was minimal. Of course it was easy. He was using the Northern Song sword technique, right? This was recognized as the #1 sword technique in the Tianyin dynasty. Many geniuses in the training ground were discussing. Although Su Xian had always been defensive, no one thought there was anything wrong with it. After all, in the Heaven's Heart realm, as long as one could withstand the attacks of each round of opponents, it didn't matter what method was used. In the 13th round of attacks, Su Xian encountered 10 black-armored soldiers wielding spears. The 10 black-armored soldiers attacked in unison, and Su Xian couldn't be as relaxed as before. But it was only slightly more pressured. The Northern Song sword technique, recognized as the #1 sword technique in the Tianyin dynasty, combined with Su Xian's comprehension of the realm, allowed him to unleash the Mountain Sea Scroll, creating waves of sword intent that still managed to fend off all the attacks from the 10 black-armored soldiers. Soon, Su Xian passed the 13th round of attacks and arrived at the 14th round. Swish, swish, swish. The spears shot forth like dragons. Their speed and power were astonishing. Su Xian felt a surge of pressure. The 10 silver-armored soldiers in the 14th round were much stronger than the black-armored soldiers in the 13th round. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Xian's eyes. In the next moment, a powerful bloodline force erupted. From entering this trial space to encountering the first round of opponents and up to the 13th round, he had only activated 50% of his bloodline power. But now, he had suddenly activated 70% of it. The 70% bloodline power caused his strength to surge instantly. "Come on," Su Xian shouted softly, and his sword technique erupted fully. The endless waves rolled, stirring the profound sword intent, making it seem as if the 10 silver-armored soldiers were caught in a vast ocean. And Su Xian was like a stubborn rock in the center of the sea. Facing the incoming spears, Su Xian continuously swung his long sword. The sword movements were peculiar. Whether sweeping horizontally, chopping down fiercely, or delivering deceptive and swift thrusts, each movement perfectly repelled or blocked the surrounding spear shadows. Clang, clang, clang. The trial space echoed with a series of dense metallic clashes. How impressive! This sword technique. Many geniuses watching from the training ground showed expressions of astonishment. They could see that Su Xian's defensive sword technique was extraordinary, with a high level of comprehension in the realm, clearly having reached the first level of understanding. Among nearly 100,000 geniuses in this hunt, only Xiao Meng, Tu San, and Duan Yunfeng had truly crossed into the first level of understanding in sword intent. As for Wu Chao, his staff technique was incredibly powerful, and his comprehension of the realm was also very high, perhaps reaching the first level, but it had yet to be fully displayed. In other words, purely in terms of comprehension of the realm, Su Xian could definitely rank among the top 5 in this hunt. The first level of comprehension in the realm, combined with the mountain sea scroll of the Northern Song sword technique, made his sword technique resemble mountains and seas. Most importantly, with the layer upon layer of force dispersion techniques. Even if the opponent's attack power far exceeded his, he could still withstand it head-on. His cultivation was still a bit low. Even though he practiced a special technique and activated his bloodline power, he barely reached the threshold of the void-breaking realm. In this hunt, there were some whose explosive power could rival or even surpass his, but apart from Xiao Meng, none of them had managed to pass the 14th round of attacks. And Su Xian could definitely pass the 14th round. Elder Mo from the Tianai sect said solemnly. The 14th round, so far in this hunt, only Xiao Meng had passed it. But it was clear to those with discerning eyes that although the 10 silver-armored soldiers were putting immense pressure on Su Xian, he was still able to rely on his sword technique to hold them off, as long as he could withstand the attacks without being immediately defeated. Once the time limit was reached, he would be able to pass the 14th round of attacks. Sure enough, not long after, the 10 silver-armored soldiers dissipated on their own, and Su Xian successfully stepped into the 15th round. In the 15th round, he faced 10 golden-armored soldiers. Previously, Xiao Meng had also reached this 15th round and fought against these 10 golden-armored soldiers, but he had barely held on for a while before being directly defeated. Now, Su Xian was facing these 10 golden-armored soldiers. Boom! The spears thrust out rapidly, carrying a strange spiral force, causing the void to ripple and producing a sharp sound of breaking air. Su Xian still fully unleashed the Mountain Sea sword technique to defend. Clang! A collision occurred, and a terrifying force was transmitted instantly. Although he managed to block the spear, Su Xian felt a numbness in his arm. What a terrifying power! This power was probably not weaker than that of the great monk Wu Chao's strike. A glimmer of shock flashed in Su Xian's eyes. Earlier, in the hunting grounds, when he faced the great monk Wu Chao, the latter's casually swung stone staff had left a deep impression on Su Xian. A single strike had left Duan Yunfeng dazed. Now, Su Xian could feel that the power contained in the spear thrust by the golden-armored soldiers was no less than that of Wu Chao's strike. The key was that while Wu Chao's power was strong, he was ultimately just one person. But now in this 15th round of attacks, there were a full 10 golden-armored soldiers. Boom, 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 boom. The 10 golden-armored soldiers charged at the same time, their spears either smashing down or piercing straight, penetrating the void and generating astonishing sounds of breaking air. Su Xian could only rely on the Mountain Sea sword technique to withstand these terrifying attacks, still using 70% of his bloodline power. This is it. The crowd on the training ground sighed inwardly. They could see that under the siege of the 10 golden-armored soldiers, Su Xian had already been pushed to his limits from the very beginning. Without a doubt, he could hold on for a little longer, but he would soon be completely overwhelmed and defeated. In the Heaven's Heart realm, the further one went, the harder it became. A person at the Sea Transformation realm could pass the 14th round, which was already the limit. As for the 15th round, it was simply not something a Sea Transformation realm could pass. Moreover, Su Xian was merely at the great completion of the Sea Transformation realm. If his cultivation were to reach the perfection of the Sea Transformation realm or the pinnacle of the Sea Transformation realm, then perhaps there would still be hope. Elder Mo smiled faintly. The 15th round of the Heaven's Heart realm was indeed difficult. The Tianyan Empire holds a royal city hunt every 5 years, and a large number of geniuses participate each time. Among so many top talents over the years, those who qualify to pass the 14th round are few and far between. And as for those who have passed the 15th round in the last 20 sessions, in the past 100 years, none have appeared. It seems that Su Xin is about to be defeated. Elder Mo smiled as he looked at the mirror image above and all the geniuses present, as well as the powerful figures from various factions and sects, believed that Su Xin was about to fall. But suddenly, Elder Mo's expression changed. In the trial space, Su Xin was indeed at his limit under the siege of the 10 golden armored soldiers, but this extreme pressure gave him a new understanding of swordsmanship, and he naturally gained some insights in his mind. The mountain and sea scroll, based on the mountain. What is a mountain? Under the attack of the 10 golden armored soldiers, Su Xin kept pondering. That terrifying force struck again and again, each collision causing his body to tremble, and in order to stabilize himself, his feet sank heavily into the ground below. It seemed that he was just trying to steady himself, but at the moment his feet sank into the earth, he suddenly became clear. The ground, the earth? I understand. The reason mountains and rivers are unyielding is that they are connected to the earth beneath them, connecting them to their roots. Even in the vast ocean, the reason a stubborn rock can stand proudly is also because it is connected to the seabed. The earth is the foundation of mountains, rivers, trees, stubborn stones, and all things in the world. Su Xin continued to display his swordsmanship, but he naturally merged with the entire earth. It was as if he were a nail firmly driven into the ground. The spear techniques of the 10 golden armored soldiers were still terrifying, each strike carrying incredible power, but as Su Xin swung his sword to parry, it felt much smoother and more cohesive than before. Clearly, the power of each strike from the golden armored soldiers should have made his arms tremble and go numb. But now, blocking felt much easier. What is going on? This swordsmanship. The many geniuses watching from the training field, including the powerful figures from various sects and factions, showed expressions of astonishment. They could all feel that Su Xion's swordsmanship had completely transformed. He had broken through. Elder Mo from the Tianai sect stared at Su Xion in the image with an incredulous expression, merging with the earth, natural and seamless. This is the realm of the mountain and sea scroll at full mastery. As the recognized #1 sword technique of the Tianyan Empire, reaching the realm of mastery in the mountain and sea scroll not only requires a high comprehension of the artistic conception, but also a profound understanding of swordsmanship and unparalleled talent. Even among many peak practitioners of the Broken Void realm who practiced the Baitsong sword technique, there were those who had not mastered the mountain and sea scroll to the level of mastery. But Su Xion had achieved it. A genius. A true peerless talent in the path of the sword. Elder Mo's eyes burned with excitement as he looked at Su Xion, as if he were gazing at a priceless treasure. And in the trial space, with the breakthrough of the mountain and sea scroll sword technique reaching the realm of mastery, Su Xion found it significantly easier to deal with the attacks of the 10 golden armored soldiers. Soon, he withstood the attack limit of these 10 soldiers and passed the 15th round. In the 16th round, the opponents were still 10 soldiers, but they wore blood-colored battle armor and wielded blood-colored long spears. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 soldiers attacked together again, but this time their power was significantly stronger. Su Xion felt like a nail firmly embedded in the ground, with the profound artistic conception swirling, pushing the mountain and sea scroll sword technique to its limits, desperately withstanding the attacks of these 10 soldiers. With each collision, Su Xion felt a surge of excitement. This is it. This is the pressure my sword technique wants to endure. Su Xion was filled with passion. Although these 10 blood-armored soldiers were absurdly strong, he was still able to block them with the mountain and sea scroll sword technique, albeit with great difficulty. Under the condition of only activating 70% of his bloodline, he fought to the end, pushing himself to the limit. Ultimately, just before his spiritual power was completely exhausted and his sword technique collapsed, he narrowly managed to withstand the attack limit of these 10 blood-armored soldiers. The 16th round of attacks passed. Su Xion, this young man who had merely reached the great completion of the sea transformation stage and was still considered very young and inexperienced by many, had previously been suspected by the Red Dragon Tower to possess a combat strength in the top 10, but today, he shocked everyone. He did not make a sound until he made an astonishing breakthrough. Chapter 53. Fearless on the training field, a sea of people. Numerous geniuses participating in the second phase of the hunt, as well as top powers from various factions and sects, all stared intently at the mirror image in the void. At the moment of the 15th round of attacks, everyone believed that Su Xion had reached his limit and would stop here. Who would have thought that Su Xion suddenly erupted? His swordsmanship broke through, not only passing the 15th round, but also continuing to pass the 16th round of attacks. Everyone was stunned. A silence fell. On the training field, one could hear a pin drop. The 16th round? How is this possible? Even the powerful Xiao Meng wore an expression of disbelief. Just a moment ago, when Su Xion passed the 14th round and was on par with him, he appeared relaxed. Although they both passed the 14th round, Su Xion had purely relied on defensive swordsmanship to get through. While he had directly exploded and defeated his opponents in the 14th round, One merely relied on defensive swordsmanship to barely hold on, while the other had a direct explosive victory over all opponents in the 14th round. Even if they both stopped at the 15th layer, discerning eyes would still consider him, Xia Meng, to be stronger. But now, passing the 16th round, our Tianyin royal family has had the Tianqin realm for so many years, and countless geniuses have ventured in there. Yet to this day, Su Xian is the first to pass the 16th round. Even though he did it purely through defense, strong defense is still a skill. In this second phase of the hunt, without a doubt, he is more dazzling than I am. Xia Meng clenched his fists unconsciously. Throughout his life, he had always strived to be the strongest. No matter the time or stage of competition, he was always the strongest. In this hunt, not only did he want to be the last ranked, but even in this second phase, he wanted to be the most dazzling one on the field. But now, his brilliance had clearly been completely overshadowed by Su Xian. Su Xian, Xia Meng murmured, already firmly remembering this name. The prince commanded that in this hunt, as long as he encounters Su Xian, he must kill him. Tu Xin stood there with a cold expression, and although Su Xian's performance in the mirror image was astonishing, he felt no ripple in his heart. Relying solely on defensive swordsmanship to pass the 16th round of attacks in the Tianqin realm with ordinary means, he could not do anything to him at all. He must use his strongest trump card, employing that move to forsake everything, to have any chance of killing him. Tu San's heart was as resolute as iron. For him, the prince's command was everything. Even if it meant risking his life, he had to fulfill it. The huge black Buddha beads hung around his neck. The monk Wu Zhao smiled and stood in a corner of the training field, looking up at the image above. When he saw Su Xian's swordsmanship breakthrough, consecutively passing the 15th and 16th rounds of attacks, Wu Zhao couldn't help but sigh. Such an impressive defensive method. Even if the monk were to exert himself fully, might not be able to directly defeat him. The geniuses of the Tianyin Empire are indeed numerous. Just now, there was a domineering and powerful spear technique from Xia Meng that could barely compete with the monk, and now there is also Su Xian, whose defense is truly unmatched. The Tianyin Empire is undoubtedly one of the most profound empires of the 9 holy mountains. Wu Zhao continued to smile. Whether it was Xia Meng or Su Xian, they brought great pressure to the other geniuses present. But Wu Zhao, deep down, didn't care at all. What does it matter to him whether others are strong or not? His goal is just that Sima Yu alone. My brother's defensive swordsmanship is too abnormal. Duan Yinfeng, who was among the crowd, couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw Su Xian explode with power. He already knew that Su Xian's defensive swordsmanship was impressive. And during the first phase of the hunt, Su Xian's defensive swordsmanship had already reached a bottleneck. For this reason, when encountering some strong geniuses in the hunting grounds, Su Xian had always wanted to use their techniques to hone his swordsmanship and break through the bottleneck, but unfortunately, he had never succeeded. Now, in this Tianqin realm, facing opponents whose strength continuously increased, it provided Su Xian with the best opportunity for practice, allowing his swordsmanship to directly break through. And once this swordsmanship broke through, the defensive ability it displayed made even him feel a trace of despair. If I encounter him in the upcoming hunt, even if I use all my strength to attack for half a day, I probably won't be able to injure him at all, Duan Yinfeng thought bitterly. He had a premonition that if the next hunt allowed him to encounter Su Xian alone, he would definitely suffer. After passing the 16th round, the opponent for the 17th round also appeared. Unlike the previous opponents, this time there was only one opponent. This person held a long spear in one hand and glided out from behind the white light curtain, swiftly moving to Su Xian's side. The long spear first slashed and then thrust. The seemingly simple attack contained subtleties that many geniuses present, including Su Xian, could not understand. Su Xian's defensive swordsmanship appeared flawless. But in front of this long spear, he couldn't withstand it at all. In just one exchange, Su Xian was defeated. Soon, Su Xian was sent out. As soon as he appeared in the training ground, countless gazes immediately converged on him, most of which were filled with praise. This Su Xian, not to mention anything else. But that defensive swordsmanship is terrifying. Yes, relying solely on defensive swordsmanship to pass through the 16th round of the Tianqin realm's attack, who can break such defense? Not to mention us. Even those few geniuses who could potentially break into the top 10 of the hunt would feel despair upon seeing his defensive swordsmanship, right? There were people who previously questioned his lack of top 10 strength. What a joke. With this defensive swordsmanship, breaking into the top 10 of the hunt is no pressure at all. Voices of discussion echoed in all corners of the training ground. Although he passed the 16th round of the Tianqin realm relying solely on defensive means, his strength would undoubtedly allow him to break into the top 10 of this hunt. And he would certainly enter the Tianyin Palace. It seems impossible for him to join our Tianai sect now. Elder Mo secretly shook his head nearby. He understood that Su Xian's explosion of power meant that he was completely unrelated to their Tianai sect. Not only the Tianai sect, But also some forces or sects that had previously invited Su Xian shared the same fate. Su Xian, your explosion is terrifying. Duan Yinfeng walked up to Su Xian and said with a smile, "What's going on? Why is everyone looking at me?" Su Xian asked in confusion. He had been in the trial space and was unaware of the performances of others in the training ground. As Duan Yinfeng explained to him, Su Xian immediately understood. "I am the only one who passed the 16th round of attacks, and even Xia Meng only passed the 14th round? No wonder so many people are paying attention to me." Su Xian smiled faintly. In fact, it was because his Shanghai volume swordsmanship had broken through and reached the great achievement realm that he was able to pass the 16th round with great difficulty. If his swordsmanship hadn't broken through, he could only have passed the 14th round at most, and would never have been able to pass the 15th round. At this moment, the purple-haired elder who presided over the hunt floated up and announced grandly, "The second phase of the hunt ends here. Anyone who has just passed the 10th round of attacks in the trial space can advance to the third phase, which is the final phase of the hunt. I will read the names. Su Xian, Xia Meng, Tu San." Following the results of this phase, names were read one by one. After reading out 36 names in total, the purple-haired elder finally stopped. This means that only 36 geniuses advanced to the last phase of the hunt. Suddenly, only 36 people remained. The powerful figures from the surrounding sects and forces were all astonished. But they could also understand. Although Su Xian passed the 16th round in the Tianxin realm, passing the 9th round is already a huge threshold. The difficulty increases significantly at the 10th round, and with the factor of spiritual power consumption. Passing the 10th round is certainly not easy. For example, that Song Yan, who clearly had the strength to rank in the top 20, ultimately failed to pass the 10th round. Out of the 1,000 geniuses participating in the second phase of the hunt, having 36 advance is already quite good. After the second phase of the hunt ended, there were still 3 days for rest. All the geniuses returned to the camp. In the tavern, Su Xian and Duan Yinfeng sat together. "Haha, Su Xian, look at this latest genius information released by the Qihong Tower. It previously only said you had suspected top 10 strength, but this time not only did they remove the word suspected, but they also placed your name at the front of the pages, even ahead of mine. Moreover, this information states that in terms of defense, you are the undisputed first among this generation of geniuses." Duan Yinfeng laughed. Su Xian glanced at the content of the information and also smiled. Although many geniuses had already displayed their strength in the first phase of the hunt, the Qihong Tower could only obtain information through some battle results or from other geniuses. So much of the information was not particularly accurate or detailed. But in the second phase of the hunt, all the geniuses were clearly observed by various forces and sect experts in the Tianxin realm. The evaluations of these geniuses from the Qihong Tower are naturally more accurate. Xia Meng, who killed opponents head-on and passed the 14th round, undoubtedly ranks on the first page of the genius information. There is no doubt about that. And Su Xian. If Xia Meng's spear technique is tyrannical and his killing power is arguably the best in this hunt, then Su Xian is undoubtedly the best in defense. His defensive swordsmanship was seen by so many people, and just this one technique was enough to make most geniuses feel despair. After all, with such defensive swordsmanship, even if he only defends, most geniuses wouldn't have any way to deal with him, putting him in an undefeated position. Actually, if we only consider defense, I may not be the first in this year's hunt, Su Xian suddenly said. The big monk Wu Zhao we encountered earlier in the hunting ground has truly terrifying defensive means. Duan Yinfeng couldn't help but recall that big monk. He had struck the big monk's head with all his strength, yet the monk didn't even have a trace of scalp split. His protective golden light blocked that strike completely. Yes, that big monk's defense is truly terrifying. Duan Yinfeng nodded repeatedly. Su Xian's defense mainly relies on swordsmanship, and the most important part of swordsmanship is that kind of soft technique to deflect force. Even if the opponent's power is several times, or even nearly 10 times stronger than him, it is still within Su Xian's range of bearing. Thanks to his Shanghai volume being in great mastery, most of the opponents in the Tianxin realm only relied on increasing strength and speed, but their skill levels were not considered high before the 17th round. However, when it came to the 17th round, there was only one opponent. And while their strength hadn't improved much, he was defeated in just one exchange because the opponent's skill far exceeded his imagination. Among the geniuses in the hunt, there might not be anyone whose skill level absolutely surpassed his, but there were still a few who could rival him, such as Xia Meng, Tu San, and Duan Yinfeng. Their skill levels were not inferior to Su Xian's and could completely find a way to break through Su Xian's defense through their techniques. In comparison, the big monk Wu Zhao's protective golden light was indeed more abnormal. Only Su Xian and Duan Yinfeng are aware of this protective measure from the Wu dynasty. Other talents, including those from the Red Dragon Tower, are completely unaware. Regardless, with our strength, as long as our luck isn't particularly bad, encountering the top few talents early on. Breaking into the top 10 shouldn't be a problem, Duan Yunfeng said with a smile. Su Xian nodded. At night, the moonlight was dim. On an unnamed hill around the campsite, Su Xian practiced his swordsmanship alone. Every night, he practiced swordplay for 1 to 2 hours, which had long become a habit. It was precisely because of this habit and effort that his swordsmanship improved so quickly. It was by no means just pure talent. Swish, swish, swish. The sword light was swift, like a raging fire. And fire is inherently merciless, repeatedly crushing the air with its strikes. Su Xian put his all into each swing. Each strike was vigorous and exhilarating. After more than half an hour, Su Xian didn't even know how many sword strikes he had made. But at the moment he unleashed yet another swift and merciless sword shadow, he felt a surge of spiritual power within him, pouring forth like a rushing river. His body trembled in response. This is the completion of the transformation C. Su Xian widened his eyes, feeling the sudden surge of powerful spiritual energy within him, and couldn't help but feel ecstatic. 2 months ago, he had just broken through to the minor completion of the transformation C. But due to the rapid cultivation speed of the bloodline inheritance technique and the assistance of a large number of first-grade transformation C pills, his cultivation improved rapidly. After not long in the Yongning County training alone, he broke through to the major completion of the transformation C, and his cultivation continued to accumulate. By the time of this hunt, after repeatedly battling with those talents and honing his skills, his cultivation had reached the most saturated state of the major completion of the transformation C. Su Xian thought he had just reached saturation and would have to wait until the hunt was completely over before hoping to break through to the completion of the transformation C. Little did he expect that perhaps due to the immense pressure he experienced in the Tianqin realm today, it not only led to a breakthrough in his swordsmanship, but also loosened the bottleneck in his cultivation. By the end of the night, during one invigorating sword practice session, he actually broke through. Completion of the transformation C. Su Xian clenched his fists, feeling the power within him that had visibly increased several times. Previously, at just the major completion of the transformation C, he was confident he could definitely break into the top 10 of this hunt, and even face off against top talents like Xia Meng and Wu Dynasty. But now, with his cultivation breaking through to completion of the transformation C, even if he only activated 50% of his bloodline power, in terms of sheer strength, he probably wouldn't be weaker than Xia Meng, who practiced the Emperor's origin technique. With such power, and in terms of swordsmanship and understanding of intent, he was not at all inferior to him. And he might even be stronger. With such strength, Su Xian stood atop the hill, looking down at the vast campsite below, a surge of heroism rising within him. This hunt, I have nothing to fear. Chapter 54. The duel 3 years late, 3 days passed quickly. In the Imperial City, the martial arts arena. This was a huge venue that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of spectators at once. The Imperial City Hunt's third stage, the final stage of the hunt, took place in this martial arts arena. In fact, not just this session, every session of the Tianyin Dynasty's Imperial City Hunt is generally divided into 3 stages. The rules of competition in the first 2 stages vary and often change, but the rules for the final stage of the hunt have hardly ever changed. The final stage of the hunt is purely based on strength, a one-on-one duel. Moreover, the hunting process in the first stage is not made public. And in the second stage, only powerful figures from major forces and sects are allowed to attend. Only this final third stage of the hunt is completely open to the public. In the Imperial City, countless nobility, including commoners, can enter the martial arts arena to watch as long as they can purchase tickets. At this moment, the audience seats in the martial arts arena were packed. When the 36 talents who advanced to the third stage of the hunt appeared in the central area of the venue under guidance, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Countless gazes were focused on these 36 talents. Among them, several stood out. Is that Xia Meng? He should be the strongest in this hunt. I heard he is a member of the royal family. The top 3 are certain, but whether he is the strongest is debatable. After all, until the final moment. Who knows if these talents have hidden their strength? I think Xia Meng is the strongest. Look at him. He clearly doesn't care about the other talents present. Countless eyes turned toward the cold and proud-looking Xia Meng, who stood there with an air of dominance. Despite being stared at by so many people, Xia Meng showed no change in expression. Look, that big monk is from the Wu Dynasty. He is even barefoot, smiling warmly, giving off a friendly vibe. That must be Duan Yunfeng. I heard his swordsmanship is extremely powerful. One by one, the talents were recognized. Whereas Su Xian. Which of those talents is Su Xian? Over there, the one in black holding a sword is him. Look at his appearance. He is so young. I heard he is only 19 this year. But in terms of strength, among all the talents in this hunt, besides Xia Meng, I doubt anyone would dare say they can defeat him. So young. Yet with such strength, many were also paying attention to Su Xian. As the second stage of the hunt concluded, the Red Dragon Tower announced the latest talent information, not only to the many talents participating in the hunt, but to everyone. So the spectators who came to watch the final stage of the hunt also knew about the most top-tier talents in this hunt. Talents like Xia Meng, Su Xian, Tu San, Wu Dynasty, and Duan Yunfeng, all with top-tier strength capable of competing in the top 10, naturally attracted a lot of attention. And Su Xian, being the youngest and having the lowest cultivation among these talents, but still being top-tier in strength, was particularly noteworthy. There are so many people. Su Xian looked around at the dense crowd and the enormous noise, and couldn't help but sigh. Hundreds of thousands gathered in one venue. It was too lively. Although young, being from a prominent family, he had some experience and could adapt, but some talents from the provinces were clearly getting nervous. Su Xian scanned the surroundings, observing various talents. Xia Meng's expression was indifferent, with a hint of arrogance, as if no other talent besides him was worthy of his attention. It was only when Su Xian's gaze fell on him that Xia Meng returned a look filled with battle intent. Do you want to fight me? Su Xian smiled, and then looked at the big monk Wu Dynasty. Wu Dynasty was always smiling, giving an incredibly warm and friendly impression. Noticing Su Xian's gaze, he clasped his hands together and smiled at Su Xian, performing a Buddhist greeting. Having broken through to the completion of the transformation, see, my strength has skyrocketed. Now among the 36 talents reaching the final stage, the only one who still poses a threat to me, aside from Xia Meng, is this big monk Wu Dynasty. Su Xian regarded Wu Dynasty seriously. For some reason, he always felt that this big monk was even more terrifying than Xia Meng. During the previous second stage of the hunt, it appeared that he and Xia Meng performed the best, but he later learned that this big monk hadn't even exerted himself and had intentionally lost after reaching the 14th round. Besides these two, the remaining talents. Though Tu San is powerful, Su Xian was absolutely confident he could win. As for Duan Yunfeng, he has been hiding a lot of strength until now. Su Xian has only seen him use his ultimate move once. If Duan Yunfeng had not broken through his cultivation level, Su Xian would not have been confident of victory. But now he is sure he can defeat Duan Yunfeng. At this moment, Su Xian's gaze suddenly locked onto a person. His eyes instantly turned cold. This person is none other than Situyu. Su Xian. Situyu's face was also gloomy as he looked at Su Xian. The two exchanged glances, both carrying astonishing killing intent. The Su family and the Situ family are sworn enemies, and it has long reached a point of no return. As the top talents of their respective families, it is destined that one of them must die. Now that they meet, they are particularly hot-blooded. If it were not for the Royal City Hunt, they would have definitely fought immediately in any other place or occasion. I hope that in the final stage of the hunt, I will have the chance to fight you one-on-one, Su Xian said, his voice not loud. But Situyu still heard it. We'll see. Situyu just snorted coldly and said no more. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures suddenly appeared on the high platform at the front of the venue, near the center. One was a man and the other a woman. The man was an elderly figure in green clothes, with a thin face and a delicate beard. Although there was a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth, he gave off a chilling aura. The woman, on the other hand, was a graceful beauty. Although she was of a certain age, her figure and appearance were well maintained, and her charm remained, especially her crimson lips, which were extremely alluring, captivating everyone with her every move. The appearance of these two immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. They were the Palace Master of Qingyang from Tianyin Palace and the Palace Master of Diyue. According to convention, during the final stage of each hunt, Tianyin Palace would send a Palace Master to watch in person, but this time, two were sent at once. The Palace Masters of Tianyin Palace are said to be top-tier experts in the Nirvana realm. The venue was filled with discussions and exclamations. Many distinguished nobles and powerful figures from various factions, including Elder Mo from Tianai sect, stood up and respectfully saluted upon seeing the two Palace Masters. The 36 geniuses standing in the center of the venue, except for Wu Zhao, also raised their heads, looking at the two Palace Masters with fiery eyes. Their purpose for participating in the Royal City Hunt was to join Tianyin Palace. The talent level of Qingyang in this hunt is much higher than in previous years. It must be more outstanding. Otherwise, you and I wouldn't have both come. The two Palace Masters of Tianyin Palace sat down in their respective seats and chatted casually. The beauty, Palace Master of Diyue, suddenly changed her expression and looked towards a corner of the venue, surprised to find someone else had come too. Palace Master Qingyang also followed her gaze and immediately saw a gray-clothed man sitting in a very inconspicuous corner of the audience, leisurely tapping his armrest with his chin. He is actually sitting there? The expression of Palace Master Diyue was strange. Given his status, he was fully qualified to sit with them. Although she did not understand, she still smiled at him as a greeting. The gray-clothed man nodded slightly in response. As for Palace Master Qingyang, he also wanted to greet him with a smile. But the gray-clothed man did not even glance at him and directly turned his head away. Palace Master Qingyang's face instantly became somewhat awkward. Haha, Qingyang. It seems you offended him last time, and he holds quite a grudge against you now. Palace Master Diyue laughed. I'm not saying you, but with his status. He personally came to recommend someone to Tianyan Palace. You should at least give him some face. Moreover, the person he recommended, Su Xian, indeed has high talent and fully meets our special recruitment requirements. Just look at how he feels about you now, and the person he recommended, Su Xian, is also here for the Royal City Hunt and is almost certain to make it into the top 10 to enter our Tianyan Palace. I heard that during the second stage of the hunt, Su Xian relied on his defensive sword techniques to withstand the 16th round of attacks in the Tianqin realm, which is simply unbelievable. Alright, enough said. Palace Master Qingyang waved his hand and said solemnly, I admit I underestimated Su Xian's talent. I didn't expect him to progress so drastically in just over 2 months. However, at that time, he indeed barely met our special recruitment requirements. And he was personally punished by His Majesty, so it is understandable that he was not given a special recruitment slot. Oh, is it really just that? Palace Master Diyue looked at Palace Master Qingyang with great interest. Being palace masters within Tianyan Palace, they both understood certain matters very clearly, even if they did not explicitly state them. At this moment, His Majesty has arrived. A sharp voice echoed across the venue. Instantly, the large martial arts arena, which had been bustling with noise, fell silent in the next moment. Under everyone's gaze, a middle-aged man dressed in royal robes with a mustache walked to the majestic throne at the center of the high platform. Immediately, everyone in the venue, including the 2 palace masters of Tianyan Palace, stood up and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty. The voices resonated throughout the venue. The Tianyan Emperor, Su Xian, also respectfully bowed and couldn't help but glance at the middle-aged man in royal robes above. It was this Tianyan Emperor who ordered him to be imprisoned in the Forbidden Magic Prison for 3 years. However, despite this, Su Xian did not hold a grudge against the Tianyan Emperor. After all, his previous failure to show up had indeed disappointed everyone, including the Tianyan Emperor, who had personally come to watch the battle he was looking forward to. The Tianyan Emperor's decision to only imprison him in the Forbidden Magic Prison instead of executing him on the spot was already quite merciful. Moreover, when the ancestor of the Su family passed away and the Su family faced its greatest crisis, it was also this Tianyan Emperor who gave the Su family a glimmer of hope, allowing him the opportunity to marry the 9th princess, but he failed to seize it. The Tianyan Emperor had already been quite benevolent towards the Su family. The Su family, including Su Xian himself, held no grievances against the Tianyan Emperor. Please rise. The Tianyan Emperor raised his hand. Everyone stood up. An inner official approached the Tianyan Emperor with a jade plate, which held the names of the geniuses written on jade slips. There were a total of 36 jade slips, corresponding to the 36 geniuses who entered the 3rd stage of the hunt. Generally, the order of battle for these geniuses in the one-on-one duels at the final stage of each hunt is determined by the senior management of the Qihong Tower through strength analysis. Only the opening battle, the Curtain Raiser, is personally selected by His Majesty. It is unknown which 2 geniuses His Majesty will choose for this unveiling battle. Everyone in the venue was looking forward to it. The Tianyan Emperor casually glanced at the jade slips and selected 2 of them, handing them to the inner official. The inner official took the jade slips to the center of the venue and handed them to the purple-haired elder hosting the hunt. After the purple-haired elder reviewed them, his grand voice reverberated throughout the arena. In the 3rd stage of the hunt, for the one-on-one duel, the first match, Su Xian versus Situyu. Upon hearing this announcement, Su Xian and Situyu, standing in the center of the venue, both instantly looked up. Su Xian's eyes were filled with excitement and surprise. He had just expressed his hope to have the opportunity to face Situyu in this final one-on-one duel, and he did not expect it to happen immediately. Moreover, it was the first match, the opening battle. Su Xian couldn't help but clench his fists, and his gaze became sharp and cold. This long-awaited battle against Situyu, Su Xian, have arrived. Chapter 55, A Sword. The first match, Su Xian versus Situyu. As the purple-haired elder announced the first duel, the venue immediately erupted in a commotion. Su Xian against Situyu? In terms of strength, Su Xian can definitely rank among the top 10 in the hunting competition. With such an abnormal defensive swordsmanship, while Situyu merely has the qualification to challenge the top 20, but does not have the absolute strength to break into the top 20. The battle between these 2 has no suspense, right? What special significance does this battle hold? Why did His Majesty specifically designate their duel as the opening match? Many people are curious. If it were a later duel, it would be fine for the 2 to meet, but this is the first match, personally appointed by His Majesty. In the past, the first match designated by His Majesty always had some highlights. Although it wouldn't lead to the strongest geniuses clashing right away, at least there should be some significance. At this moment, some insiders began to speak up. Everyone, Su Xin comes from the Su family, which was once a top family of the Tianyin dynasty, but has now fallen. More than 3 years ago, as the first genius of the Su family, Su Xin had a duel with Situ Yu, the first genius of the Situ family, presided over by His Majesty himself. It was said that whoever won would be able to marry the 9th princess. But on the day of that decisive battle, for some unknown reason, Su Xin actually fled without a fight. Even His Majesty was furious afterward, ordering Su Xin to be imprisoned in the forbidden magic prison. Is that so? They both have such a history? Everyone suddenly understood. Su Xin fled without a fight 3 years ago. With the strength he has shown now, he certainly shouldn't have feared Situ Yu even 3 years ago, right? Could there be some other secret? Everyone was curious. As the feud between Su Xin and Situ Yu spread, the hundreds of thousands of spectators began to look forward to it. No wonder His Majesty chose their duel as the opening match. It turned out to be a long-awaited battle that was 3 years overdue. Moreover, among the two combatants, the one with obviously stronger strength is actually the one who fled without a fight back then. This battle has too much to watch. In the center of the arena, the other 34 geniuses had already stepped down, leaving only Su Xin and Situ Yu standing there, facing each other at a distance. Situ Yu and Su Xin's eyes were cold, carrying a hint of excitement. This battle, he had been waiting for a long time. Since that absent battle more than 3 years ago, while others thought he fled without a fight, only he knew how helpless he was back then. Since then, he has carried the stigma of being cowardly, incompetent, and fleeing without a fight. The world laughed at him. His clan could not understand him. He could only bury everything in his heart and struggled for 3 years in that forbidden magic prison. Although he later regained respect and status in the family due to his rise, the stigma of his cowardice had not been washed away until now. Until today, in this final stage of the hunting competition, he encountered Situ Yu again to carry out that overdue battle. In this battle, I seek nothing else. I just want the world to know that 3 years ago, I was by no means cowardly. Situ Yu is not qualified to make me, Su Xin, flee without a fight. Su Xin's eyes surged with fierce light. At this moment, Situ Yu was also coldly staring at Su Xin. Su Xin actually made it through the 16th round in the second phase of the hunting competition and was recognized as the top defender in this hunting. Humph. He is only strong in defense, Situ Yu snorted coldly. Defensive skills are a form of strength, but they are definitely not everything. The Red Dragon Tower ranked me within the top 30, qualified to challenge the top 20. My performance in the first 2 phases of the hunting was quite average, leading everyone to believe that I really only had that level of strength, but little did they know, I have been hiding my true abilities all along. Situ Yu sneered inwardly. Now, in this hunting competition, only 36 geniuses remain, but among these 36, there are definitely those who are hiding their true strength. Situ Yu is one of them. The outside world generally believes he is only qualified to challenge the top 20, but they do not know his true strength can challenge the top 10. And in this battle, most people see no suspense. He is simply not Su Xin's opponent. But Situ Yu believes he still has a good chance of winning. The entire venue had quieted down. The purple-haired elder who presided over the duel stepped forward and said solemnly, "The only rule in this final stage of the hunting is to stop at a touch. Deliberate killing is prohibited. Anyone who dares to violate the rules and intentionally kill during the duel will not only have their hunting qualifications immediately revoked, but will also face punishment afterward. Do both of you understand?" Understood. Su Xin and Situ Yu both nodded. This duel is one-on-one. After all, unlike the previous hunting grounds covered by special arrays, where as long as there was an identity token present, it could protect the geniuses' lives at critical moments. In this arena, a slight mistake could directly kill a genius. Those who could make it through the 2 stages of hunting to the end are all remarkable geniuses. Losing even one would be a huge loss for the Tianyin dynasty. So the dynasty naturally must eliminate such occurrences. Then, let the first battle begin, the purple-haired elder said, and his figure swayed, floating to the edge of the arena. In the vast arena, only Su Xin and Situ Yu remained. Su Xin, your courage has certainly grown a lot since 3 years ago. Knowing you're facing me, you actually didn't flee immediately? Situ Yu said, with a strange smile. As soon as this was said, the once quiet venue erupted into noise again. Everyone could hear that Situ Yu was mocking Su Xin. Su Xin's expression was cold, and he did not engage in a war of words with Situ Yu, but drew his long sword and pointed it at Situ Yu from afar. "One sword?" Su Xin said coldly. "One sword? What one sword?" Situ Yu frowned. Su Xin did not offer any explanation. He just coldly glanced at Situ Yu. The next moment, boom. A powerful, violent surge of spiritual power erupted. Su Xin's figure, like a streak of light, instantly crossed the void. This is the completion of the transformation C. Wasn't it said that Su Xin only had the great completion of the transformation C cultivation? The audience gasped. They had seen in the genius information from the Red Dragon Tower that Su Xian only had the great completion of the transformation sea, but now that Su Xian's spiritual power erupted, it was clearly at the level of the completion of the transformation sea. His cultivation has broken through? Previously, with just the great completion of the transformation sea, the Red Dragon Tower ranked him in the top 10 of the hunting. His defensive swordsmanship is recognized as number 1. Now that he has broken through to the completion of the transformation sea, how strong will he be? The 34 geniuses who had retreated from the battlefield also looked at this scene in astonishment. Now it's interesting. The proud and somewhat domineering Xia Meng smiled at this scene. As the currently recognized strongest participant in this hunting, he looks down on everything. Among all these geniuses present, only a handful could catch his eye. Wu Zhao barely counted as one, and after the second phase of the hunting ended, Su Xian's name was firmly remembered by him. It's just that Su Xian's cultivation was indeed a bit too low, only at the great completion of the transformation sea. But now that Su Xian's cultivation has broken through, in many aspects, he is already not weaker than him. Definitely qualified to be his opponent. As Su Xian's cultivation exploded on the battlefield, Situ Yu was also taken aback. Damn, his cultivation actually broke through? Originally, Situ Yu thought he had hidden his strength and would have a great chance to defeat Su Xian with a sudden outburst. But now that Su Xian's strength had erupted, he immediately lost all confidence. However, he still immediately drew his weapon and charged forward. Boom. A loud sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. Su Xian swung his long sword directly, instantly unleashing 70% of his bloodline power, carrying the might of thunder. It was wild and terrifying. He aimed directly for a strike. Situ Yu, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile. It should be noted that although his weapon was also a sword, it was a broad and heavy sword. A heavy sword without an edge, yet with immense power. His swordsmanship was already fierce, and he excelled at direct confrontations and power clashes. He certainly welcomed a hard collision with him. This was a death wish on your part. A glint of excitement flashed in Situ Yu's eyes as he gripped the thick, heavy sword with both hands, unleashing his full power without any reservations. Breaking Army. Situ Yu directly executed his killing move. The massive, heavy sword, incredibly thick, formed a sword shadow that pressed down like a tidal wave. Situ Yu had indeed concealed his strength. In the venue, many top experts had already noticed the extraordinary nature of Situ Yu's sword. Just this one strike showed that Situ Yu was definitely qualified to challenge for a place in the top 20 of the hunt, at least for the top 10. But Situ Yu had even more hidden tricks. The heavy sword Situ Yu wielded was already powerful, and with Su Xian charging straight at him, he was bound to suffer losses. Some strong experts were discussing among themselves. In an instant, the two sword shadows collided head-on. Boom. A deafening sound echoed as the terrifying force of the collision sent ripples through the void, and the shockwaves swept recklessly outward. The ground beneath their feet exploded on the spot. Situ Yu had initially been full of confidence, his face adorned with a cold smile. However, the moment his heavy sword collided directly with Su Xian's sword, an overwhelming, suffocating force emanated from Su Xian's blade. This power exceeded his imagination and surpassed his capacity to withstand. The smile on Situ Yu's face instantly froze. How is this possible? A hint of fear and disbelief flickered in Situ Yu's eyes. The next moment, under the impact of that terrifying power, his arms holding the sword twisted apart. The sword's momentum collapsed, and Su Xian's ferocious and terrifying sword shadow continued to press down, causing the heavy sword to slam into Situ Yu's body, crushing him completely. Uft! A mouthful of blood gushed out from Situ Yu's mouth. His body shot out like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground not far behind, rolling a few times before finally coming to a halt. After stopping, Situ Yu couldn't even lift his head to take another look at Su Xian. The intense pain throughout his body, including his internal organs, caused his head to spin, and he lost consciousness on the spot. This scene sent the large venue into a frenzy. Chapter 56, proving oneself defeated? Just like that? In just one encounter, with just one sword? In the venue, hundreds of thousands of spectators were left speechless in shock. Even though it was known beforehand that there was no suspense in this battle, Situ Yu could not be Su Xian's opponent. Even if Situ Yu had concealed some of his strength, nobody expected Situ Yu to be defeated so quickly and absurdly. It was just one sword. Moreover, Su Xian had charged straight in, delivering a frontal strike. Situ Yu wielded a heavy sword, excelling in power clashes. To engage him head-on, in a manner he was best at, and still be defeated so miserably was an immense disparity. The difference was too great. Whether in terms of power or sword intent comprehension, they were not on the same level at all. Situ Yu, even if he had hidden some strength, with a stroke of luck, could have had a chance to challenge for the top 10 in the hunt. But Su Xian, with his cultivation not breaking through yet already possessing top 10 combat power, once he breaks through, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 3 in this hunt. Aside from the strongest Xia Meng, I don't believe there is anyone else in this hunt who can compete with him. So strong. Countless people marveled. Many were captivated by the absolute strength Su Xian displayed. And now, recalling 3 years ago, Su Xian's absence from battle, fleeing without a fight? Humph, with such terrifying strength. It should be C2 Yu who flees without a fight. It was heard that Su Xian had been imprisoned in the magic restriction prison for 3 years, which meant he had wasted 3 years. Yet even so, he could so easily defeat C2 Yu. How could such a strong person possibly flee without a fight? There must have been other reasons for his absence 3 years ago. Yes, before, without witnessing Su Xian's strength, I could believe he was timid, but now, I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Su Xian would fear battling C2 Yu. Many spectators were discussing. Su Xian stood in the center of the battlefield, having heard the surrounding spectators' discussions, and couldn't help but clench his fists. 3 years ago, he had been imprisoned in the magic restriction prison, bearing a stigma. Due to the uniqueness of his bloodline, he could not argue or explain. But today, there was no need for arguments or explanations. He needed no explanations. With just one sword, he proved himself. This sword had completely washed away his stigma. From now on, no one would mention his fleeing without a fight from 3 years ago. Even if they did, it would only be said that there must have been some special reason for his absence. His strength was absolutely and completely superior to C2 Yu's. The unveiling battle of this final hunt ended with just one encounter. Su Xian ended it with a single sword. The purple-haired elder presiding over the hunt approached to check on C2 Yu's injuries. Although C2 Yu was heavily injured, his life was not in danger, and Su Xian had naturally not violated the rules of the hunt. After announcing Su Xian's victory, he also retreated to the sidelines of the battlefield. The hunt continued. On the high platform at the front of the venue, the 2 palace masters of Tianyan Palace sat side by side, observing the recent battle. Qingyang, did you see the sword technique Su Xian just displayed? The Moon Emperor Palace Master asked. Yes, Qingyang Palace Master nodded. The Thunderfire Scroll of the Beitsong sword technique, although he did not unleash the profound secret skill. From just the sword intent, he had already mastered it to great perfection. As he spoke, a hint of gloom passed over Qingyang Palace Master's face. The battle between Su Xian and C2 Yu was so brief, just a single clash, and C2 Yu was sent flying, so most people in the venue, including many sects and powerful figures, did not have the chance to grasp the intricacies. But as the palace masters of Tianyan Palace, as top experts in the Nirvana realm, they could see it at a glance. The Thunderfire Scroll was at great perfection, and it was evident that he had reached this level for some time. Unlike the Mountain Sea Scroll, which he had only recently broken through to great perfection during the second phase of the hunt. The Moon Emperor Palace Master smiled. Qingyang, you should know what this represents. The Moon Emperor Palace Master looked over at Qingyang Palace Master. This is the Beitsong sword technique. You are also aware of its origins. The 3 scrolls of Beitsong sword technique are extraordinarily difficult to master to great perfection. Many sword cultivators spend their entire lives without being able to master even one scroll to that level. Yet Su Xian has simultaneously mastered both the Thunderfire Scroll and the Mountain Sea Scroll to great perfection, and he is merely at the Transformation Sea realm. Undoubtedly, Su Xian is a true genius of swordsmanship. His talent in the sword path far exceeds our imagination. In the long existence of Tianyan Palace within the Tianyan dynasty, having absorbed countless geniuses, in terms of sword talent alone, he can undoubtedly rank among the top 3. Qingyang Palace Master's expression was also very solemn. Tianyan Palace has existed alongside the Tianyan dynasty since its inception for over 1,000 years. During this time, how many geniuses has Tianyan Palace nurtured? Just the imperial city hunts held every 5 years alone would certainly bring in 10 geniuses, not to mention the exceptionally talented individuals who receive special invitations. After 1,000 years, there would be far too many. Among such a large number of geniuses, some must be extraordinarily terrifying. However, the Master of DUS stated that Su Xian's talent in swordsmanship could rank among the top 3 in all the countless geniuses Tianyan Palace has gathered. What a high evaluation this is. Moreover, even Qingyang Palace Master could not refute this. A person in the Huahai realm mastering the Thunderfire Roll and Mountain Sea Roll to great perfection. This swordsmanship talent is simply monstrous. DUE, what do you want to say? Qingyang Palace Master looked over. I just want to tell you that a super genius like Su Xian in swordsmanship will definitely be nurtured by our Tianyan Palace at all costs, and his future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. Previously, you went against the consensus to prevent Su Xian from entering Tianyan Palace. I want to inquire into the specifics. But in the future, I hope you can still do your duty, DUE Palace Master said. Her words already carried a hint of warning. Before, Su Xian had not truly joined Tianyan Palace, so she could afford to be indifferent. But now that she has seen Su Xian's strength, especially his terrifying swordsmanship talent, She has determined that Su Xian will definitely become one of the most outstanding disciples of Tianyan Palace, and his future is limitless. Naturally, she would no longer let Qingyang Palace Master act recklessly. Humph, how I act is not for you to lecture me. Qingyang Palace Master snorted coldly. Dua Palace Master said no more. On the battlefield, one genius after another stepped up for one-on-one battles. Those who won could proceed to the next round, while those who lost would be directly eliminated. Soon, 36 geniuses had completed most of their battles. Duan Yunfeng, not bad, quite clean and neat. Su Xian smiled as he watched Duan Yunfeng walk down from the battlefield. Just now, Duan Yunfeng had a duel with a genius who was previously deemed qualified to challenge for the top 20, but before Duan Yunfeng, he could only hold on for a moment before being cleanly defeated. Duan Yunfeng didn't even use his ultimate move. My opponent wasn't that strong to begin with, and he had no hidden means, so defeating him was naturally easy. If we're talking about being clean and neat, your previous victory over Situ Yu was truly clean and neat, Duan Yunfeng said. Su Xian couldn't help but smile. By the way, that big monk, Wu Zhao, should be coming up soon, Duan Yunfeng said. Yes, he's next, Su Xian nodded, his expression becoming serious. Wu Zhao is definitely one of the few opponents he cares about the most in this hunt. So far, including during the second phase of the hunt, Wu Zhao has not revealed his true strength, and Su Xian naturally wants to see if he will expose any hidden cards in his battles with other geniuses. Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng focused intently on the battlefield. On the battlefield, the big monk, Wu Zhao, adorned with prayer beads and barefoot, stood there with a cheerful smile. His opponent was also a genius recognized by the Red Dragon Tower as qualified to challenge for the top 20, and his strength was not weak. However, if he did not have extremely strong hidden strength or means, this genius would likely not last but a few moves against Wu Zhao. However, what no one in attendance expected was that as soon as the purple-haired elder announced the start of the duel, the big monk Wu Zhao directly said, "I concede." Without any warning, Wu Zhao conceded outright. This scene not only stunned his opponent, but also left everyone present in utter shock. They hadn't even fought yet. And he conceded? What is going on? Su Xian frowned. Duan Yunfeng beside him also wore a look of astonishment. This person, who was terrifyingly monstrous in his eyes, who had made him tremble in fear, actually conceded? The Tianyan Emperor, seated on the high platform above, also frowned slightly. Check it out, the Tianyan Emperor said. Immediately, someone went down to investigate. Soon, an internal officer hurriedly brought a report to the Tianyan Emperor. The Tianyan Emperor glanced briefly at the contents of the report. A genius from Donglin? Isn't this nonsense? The Tianyan Emperor said discontentedly, then waved his hand, no longer pursuing the matter. Outside the battlefield, many geniuses gathered, looking at Wu Zhao, who had just walked down from the battlefield, with strange expressions. However, Wu Zhao still wore a warm and friendly smile, completely unfazed by the astonishment of those present, while he felt very pleased deep down. He thought it would take him more time and effort, but he didn't expect Situ Yu to have already been defeated by Su Xian, and so miserably, that he no longer needed to take action. At last, this troublesome task was over. Wu Zhao mumbled quietly, and when he saw Su Xian, he paused and smiled slightly at Su Xian. Thank you, benefactor. Thank me? Su Xian was taken aback. Thank me for what? Thanking him for defeating Situ Yu just now. In any case, Wu Zhao's concession meant that Su Xian had one less major enemy in this hunt. Soon, all 36 geniuses had each completed a battle. The 18 victors then proceeded to the next round, also one-on-one battles. This time, as long as they won, they could make it into the top 10 of the hunt and gain the qualification to enter Tianyan Palace for cultivation. On the high platform, an internal officer presented a battle list to the Tianyan Emperor. Your Majesty, this is the battle order for the 18 geniuses set by the Red Dragon Tower. Please take a look. If it were in the past, the Tianyan Emperor would have casually glanced at it and proceeded according to the list. But this time, the Tianyan Emperor pointed to 2 names on the list. Switch these 2 names, the Tianyan Emperor commanded. Understood, the internal officer nodded. Soon, the battle schedule for the 18 geniuses was released. First match, Duan Yunfeng versus Luo Bingyun. Second match, Xiao Meng versus Zhu Tao. Third match, a total of 9 matches, with the first 8 being quite normal. Only the 9th match was Su Xian versus Tu San. Chapter 57, Su Xian versus Tu San. When this battle list was announced, it immediately stirred up a commotion in the venue. The first 8 matches were nothing special. But the final 9th match, Su Xian versus Tu San? So early. They were matched against each other? How did the Red Dragon Tower arrange this? Many people were puzzled. In the one-on-one final battle of this last stage of the hunt, the order of matches in the first 2 rounds, from 36 to 18 and from 18 to 9, was set by the Red Dragon Tower to allow the top geniuses to avoid each other and not be eliminated too soon. But now, only in the second round, from 18 to 9, Su Xian and Tu San were matched up against each other. There was no need to say much about Su Xian, given his displayed strength. Among the remaining 17 geniuses, perhaps only Xiao Meng qualified to be his opponent. As for Tu San, while his strength might be slightly inferior to Su Xian's, he was also one of the top geniuses in this hunt. Before the first phase of the hunt began, Tu San was already recognized as someone who could definitely make it into the top 10, and in the second phase of the hunt, his performance was second only to Su Xian and Xiao Meng. Under normal circumstances, both of them should have entered the final round of 9 and would undoubtedly enter Tianyan Palace. But now they were matched up early. Your Majesty, what is he trying to do? Is he trying to suppress the Qi Wangfu? On the high platform, the two palace masters of Tianyan Palace wore peculiar expressions. They sat next to the Tianyan Emperor and naturally witnessed the scene that had just unfolded. They knew that the Qilong Tower had not arranged for Su Xian to encounter Tu San right now. It was specifically arranged by the Tianyan Emperor himself. The second round of battles had already begun. One genius after another stepped forward. Xiao Meng still relied on his domineering and fierce marksmanship to easily defeat his opponent without using all his strength. Duan Yunfeng encountered a rather difficult opponent, and for a short time, he only had a slight advantage. However, later, Duan Yunfeng unleashed his ultimate move. A dazzling, tragic blood light shone brightly. With just 3 strikes, he defeated his opponent. Soon, 9 battles had been completed, with only the last one remaining. This final battle was also the main event. On the battlefield, Su Xian stood there holding his sword, while Tu San faced him, his expression cold, his eyes serene like a still pond, devoid of any emotion. In Tu San's hands appeared a pair of blood-colored claws, which were his weapons. Tu San hailed from the Qi Wang mansion. Su Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He suspected that it was the Qi Wang mansion that had sent the Yinglong guards to raid the Su family back then, but it was just a suspicion. He could not be certain. Bring out your strongest power, Su Xian said calmly, his words infused with absolute confidence. He indeed had this confidence. If his cultivation had not broken through, he would have to exert all his effort and employ various tactics to defeat Tu San. However, after his breakthrough, his strength surged, and Tu San could hardly pose a threat to him. Tu San did not speak either, but his figure had already darted out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of flowing lights flashed continuously. Tu San's speed was incredibly fast and bizarre, leaving behind numerous afterimages around him. What incredible speed! This movement is so strange. Many in the audience gasped in astonishment. Whoosh! A blood-colored streak of light suddenly appeared beside Su Xian, darting towards his throat like lightning. Su Xian glanced out of the corner of his eye, swung his sword, and with a clang, dispersed the blood-colored streak of light. Tu San erupted directly, swinging his claws. Whoosh! 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 Blood-colored streaks of light dashed out one after another. Each of these streaks was fast, precise, and vicious, with incredibly tricky angles. Tu San pushed his movement technique to the extreme, using it to launch frenzied attacks. To the many spectators around, they could only see the rapidly darting blood-colored streaks of light, but could not capture Tu San's figure at all. Yet, under this storm of claw strikes, Su Xian's expression remained calm, as if he were a rock firmly planted in the ground. He wielded his sword, infused with the intent of mountains and seas, to block each of the blood-colored streaks head-on without moving his feet even an inch. This was Su Xian's defensive swordsmanship. This hunting event, recognized as the first defense. This swordsmanship was flawless. Even with Tu San's bizarre movement and incredible speed, he had no way of dealing with that swordsmanship. Countless people marveled. They had long learned from the intelligence of the Qilong Tower that Su Xian's defensive swordsmanship was the best in this hunting event. They had only heard about it before, but now they were witnessing it firsthand. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blood-colored streaks of light continued to attack, growing faster and more powerful. Each one was as quick as lightning. Each one contained astonishing strength, like the claws of a peerless ferocious beast. Yet Su Xian remained as steady as Mount Tai. Boom! The sword's momentum changed, and a violent force suddenly erupted, causing Tu San to be pushed back immediately. Is this your strongest power, Tu San? Su Xian stared coldly at Tu San. Tu San's face was like iron, showing no response whatsoever. Su Xian no longer wasted time with Tu San. His figure flickered, and he actively charged forward. He swung his sword with an indescribable frenzy. The air became incredibly hot. Sword intent surged, stirring up waves of heat. The entire battlefield seemed to plunge into a burning sea of fire. An endless wave of sword intent, accompanied by a thunderous speed, pressed toward Tu San. Tu San still relied on his movement technique and speed to try to entangle with Su Xian. However, under the guidance of that sword's momentum, a terrifying force surged in from all directions towards him. This was Su Xian's mastery of the Thunderfire roll. which allowed him to guide and control the momentum of the thunder fire to an even greater extent. Tusan's movement technique could not be fully unleashed. He could only resist with all his might. But this resistance fully revealed the gap in power between the two. Bang, 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 with several successive collisions. Each time, Tusan would be directly knocked back. After several exchanges, he had already sustained significant injuries. Still not admitting defeat, Su Xian frowned. In this battle, anyone with discernment could see that Tusan had no chance at all. The gap in strength was very obvious. Generally, in this situation, people would directly choose to concede. There was no need to continue being trampled upon. Yet Tusan remained silent, his expression showing no change, continuing to barely hold on under Su Xian's attacks. Humph. Su Xian snorted coldly, and the power of his swordsmanship increased once again. Boom. Another violent crushing attack. Tusan swung his claws to block. But his figure was once again sent flying. As he was thrown back, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of hot blood. Su Xian did not intend to continue entangling with him. After sending him flying, he took a swift step forward, and an incredibly noticeable cold sword light suddenly shone. Phantom Roll, Dark Light. This sword was incredibly fast. Tusan, in the midst of retreating, had no way to defend against it. If it had been a real fight, Su Xian could have directly killed him with this sword. But since this was merely a hunting battle, Su Xian naturally would not kill him. Just as the sword light was about to touch Tusan's body, he changed its direction. This sword could have directly severed Tusan's head. But now it merely left a faint sword mark on Tusan's shoulder. Swish. As Tusan stabilized his figure, the next moment he suddenly lunged forward, swinging his right hand. He did not swing his claws, but a black light shot out from beneath his sleeve in an instant. This black light was actually a sharp black needle over half a foot long. Despicable. The audience erupted in astonishment. So fast, and so sudden. No one expected Tusan to have this hidden move. The key was that this was under the premise that Su Xian had clearly held back. And at such a close distance. This black needle, with its terrifyingly cold tip, shot directly towards Su Xian's head. Tusan's expression showed no change. But within his seemingly dead eyes, an astonishing killing intent erupted. Your Highness's order, Su Xian must die. In Tusan's mind, there was only the command from that young prince. The sudden crisis caused Su Xian's expression to change. However, having once experienced an assassination attempt where he nearly lost his life, that experience had long taught him a profound lesson. At all times, against anyone, he maintained a degree of vigilance. Although Tusan's move was sudden and the black light was indeed fast, as soon as Su Xian sensed it, he immediately reacted. Su Xian did not swing his sword. He did not have time to do so. Instead, strands of sword shadows condensed into substance on his body. It was as if an additional layer of sword intent defense had appeared around Su Xian. Mountain and Sea Domain. After mastering the Thunder Fire roll to perfection, he was able to condense sword intent into substance, forming the Sword Intent Domain. On the high platform, the two palace masters of Tianyan Palace were greatly shocked. The Lord of the Emperor Moon Palace even stood up directly, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Didn't he just master the Mountain and Sea roll to perfection in the second stage of the hunting event? How could he condense the Mountain and Sea domain so quickly?" After mastering the Mountain and Sea scroll to its fullest, one can perform the Mountain and Sea domain technique. However, to truly grasp the Mountain and Sea domain takes a certain amount of time for study and comprehension. Normally, it requires several months. But what about Su Xian? It has only been 3 short days since the end of the second stage of the hunt. In just 3 days, he has mastered it? This talent in swordsmanship is simply unbelievable. The heart of the Moon Emperor has been in turmoil for a long time. The Mountain and Sea domain is a sword intent body protecting domain. That cold and terrifying black needle struck hard against the Mountain and Sea domain. Yet it failed to break through this layer of domain. Instead, it was shaken down to the ground by the sword intent domain. The needle plunged into the ground, instantly sizzling like boiling water pouring over the accumulated snow. The ground began to dissolve at a terrifying speed, and in an instant, a huge pit appeared out of nowhere. Poison. That needle was actually laced with deadly poison. The faces of the hundreds of thousands of spectators and the many top-tier powerhouses and nobles on the high platform changed drastically. In an instant, the entire ground melted away. Such terrifying poison. If it touched a person's body, if Su Xian hadn't relied on the Mountain and Sea domain to block that black needle, and it had pierced his body, even if it was just a tiny break in the skin, the result would be, "You're looking for death." Su Xian's heart was filled with shock and anger, with endless killing intent surging. His cold eyes, as if gazed upon by the Grim Reaper, instantly locked onto the butcher's stand in front of him. Chapter 58. Killing Intent Whoosh. Su Xian directly made his move. A vague sword light shone, dreamlike and illusory. The speed was incredibly fast. The second style of the Phantom Sword, Shadow Play. Not good. The purple-haired elder presiding over the battle changed his expression and wanted to step forward to stop it. However, Su Xian's swordsmanship was too fast. The Butcher San was already heavily injured and perhaps did not expect that his trump card would not be able to kill Su Xian. He was still dazed and did not react immediately. Swish! The cold sword light swept past, and the entire head of Butcher San was sent flying. It was only when San's head dropped to the ground that the purple-haired elder arrived in front of Su Xian. Seeing the corpse of Butcher San fall, the purple-haired elder's expression darkened. Su Xian, you are so bold to dare to kill someone in the hunt. Ridiculous, he tried to kill me like that. And I can't kill him? Su Xian retorted, not showing any fear. Right now he was filled with rage. The purple-haired elder frowned. Although he had announced the rules before the final stage of the hunt, prohibiting lethal strikes, everyone could clearly see what had just happened. It was evident that Butcher San had made the first move, and it was extremely vicious. Su Xian had already held back at the first moment. Yet Butcher San took advantage of Su Xian's hesitation to launch a deadly attack. Most importantly, the terrifying poison contained in that black needle was clearly meant to ensure that Su Xian would die immediately, leaving him no chance to survive. Such malice would infuriate anyone. The purple-haired elder could not help but glance at the Tianyan Emperor on the high platform. He could no longer make decisions in this situation. The Tianyan Emperor waved his hand and said, Butcher San made the first lethal move to kill Su Xian. And Su Xian's counterattack that killed him is justified and does not violate the rules. Take Butcher San's body away and let the hunt continue. Yes, the purple-haired elder nodded. Soon, someone stepped forward to collect Butcher San's body and also dealt with the black needle and the residual poison on the ground. As for Su Xian, he walked down from the battlefield with a sullen face. The venue was already in an uproar. Such terrifying poison was indeed ruthless. Butcher San clearly wanted to kill Su Xian. Did they have some irreconcilable feud before? Taking advantage of Su Xian's moment of hesitation to strike suddenly, fast, and vicious. With that black needle containing such terrifying poison, thankfully, Su Xian managed to block it in time. Otherwise, if he had been hit by that black needle, he would have probably died on the spot, right? Nobody had seen how malicious Butcher San was. He hadn't said a word during the battle. A barking dog doesn't bite. That's true malice. Everyone was discussing it. No one expected such a scene would occur during the hunt. Su Xian had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield when Duan Yunfeng rushed over immediately. Su Xian, are you okay? Duan Yunfeng asked. I'm fine. Su Xian shook his head. What kind of grudge do you have with Butcher San that he would go so far as to kill you? Duan Yunfeng frowned and asked. Grudge? Su Xian's gaze sharpened. What kind of grudge could he have with Butcher San? If there was a grudge, it would be with the Qi Wangfu behind Butcher San. Su Xian had suspected before that the Qi Wangfu was closely aligned with the Sidu family. Could it be that they sent the Yinglong Guard to ambush the Su family? Now, with the incident involving Butcher San, there was no need for doubt. Su Xian was sure that the Yinglong Guard was sent by the Qi Wang. Only in this way would Butcher San be so crazily intent on killing him during the hunt. Qi Wang. Su Xian couldn't help but clench his fists. His eyes filled with surging killing intent. Meanwhile, on the high platform, the heir of the Qi Wangfu, Xia Yuanji, was seated in one of the positions. Upon seeing Butcher San killed by Su Xian, this young master was also filled with anger. Waste. That Situ Yu is a waste, and Butcher San, who couldn't even kill Su Xian, is also a waste. Xia Yuanji growled, not at all worried that his words would be overheard by those around him. Even if they heard it, what if they knew he sent Butcher San to kill? Who would dare to trouble him? Even if the Tianyan Emperor heard it, he would probably just pretend he didn't hear. As for Butcher San's death, Xia Yuanji didn't care at all. Just a servant, even if he had some talent. He had already lost his humanity and become an emotionless machine. Even if he entered the Tianyan Palace and was cultivated with its resources, the probability of him becoming a Nirvana realm expert in the future was minimal, making his value to the Qi Wangfu not too significant. Dying was dying. Xia Yuanji was just angry that Su Xian was so lucky and didn't die. Behind Xia Yuanji stood a hunchbacked old man with a weathered face. This hunchbacked elder was a guest elder under the Qi Wangfu, deeply loyal to the Qi Wang. At this moment, however, the hunchbacked elder's gaze was looking deeply towards the direction of the Tianyan Emperor. Letting Butcher San confront Su Xian early was a deliberate arrangement by the Tianyan Emperor. It was likely that this Tianyan Emperor had long guessed that, given the nature of the young master, he would certainly order Butcher San to kill Su Xian. If this assassination had indeed succeeded in killing Su Xian, the Su family would probably go completely mad. Although the Su family had already declined, they had previously managed to keep an entire squad of Yinglong guards sent by the prince. The Su family likely still had some unknown trump cards, and if they went berserk, it would pose a significant threat to the prince. Even if they couldn't kill Su Xian, as long as the attack was made, it would reveal their feud completely, and Su Exine might very well kill Butcher San out of anger, preventing Butcher San from entering the Tianyin Palace. The hunchbacked elder pondered silently. The previous squad of Yinglong guards was indeed sent by the Qi Huang. However, this matter remained hidden in the dark and had not been exposed. Even if the Su family had some suspicions and doubts, they did not dare to easily confront the Qi Huangfu because of these suspicions. But now, it was completely revealed, exposing the feud entirely and making the Su family, including the genius Su Exine, completely opposed to the Qi Huangfu, was one objective: using Su Exine's hand to kill Butcher San, thus making the Qi Huangfu lose a talent with a slight chance of becoming a Nirvana realm expert in the future was the second objective. Let Tu Sin act in broad daylight, letting everyone know the malice of the Qi Huangfu. This is the third point. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. And the key is that he himself stays out of it. This Tianyin emperor really knows how to calculate. The hunchbacked old man sighed. During the initial struggle for the throne, this Tianyin emperor was actually at a disadvantage, but in the end, he was able to turn the tables. His abilities and tactics are indeed extraordinary. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Tianyin emperor seems to have no actions against the Qi Huangfu on the surface. In reality, he has been suppressing the Qi Huangfu in secret. Unfortunately, even though this hunchbacked old man saw through the Tianyin emperor's calculations, he couldn't persuade Xia Yuanji to change his mind about killing Su Exine. After all, Xia Yuanji has that kind of personality, and the Qi Huang is very indulgent towards him. Sometimes, the Qi Huang even deliberately uses Xia Yuanji's personality to eliminate some dissenters. As for the Su family, let it be, they are a family that has long since declined. Even if they have some trump cards, the Qi Huangfu doesn't care at all. Only this genius named Su Exine might still pose some potential threat. The second round, from 18 to 9, has concluded with all 9 duels finished. The 9 winners, including Su Exine, Xia Meng, and Duan Yunfeng, have already been confirmed to be absorbed into the Tianyin Palace. As for the last person, it will be chosen from the talented individuals who were just defeated in the 9 duels. Originally, with Tu San's strength, even if he lost to Su Exine, as long as he didn't act recklessly, he could still compete for that last spot. But unfortunately, he was killed on the spot by Su Exine, leaving only the option to choose from the 8 defeated talents. In the end, a genius named Ling Yu joined Su Exine and the other 9. Thus, the 10 strongest individuals who can directly obtain qualifications to enter the Tianyin Palace for cultivation have been determined. However, this hunting event is still not completely over. On the battlefield, the 10 geniuses stand side by side. Except for a few who have absolute confidence in their own strength, such as Xia Meng, Su Exine, and Duan Yunfeng, the other participants appear somewhat excited. Suddenly, a figure floats down onto the battlefield. It is the Lord of the Emperor Moon Palace from the Tianyin Palace, who smiles gently at the 10 geniuses before her. You 10 have been confirmed to be absorbed into the Tianyin Palace and become its disciples. The most important thing in the Tianyin Palace is the fire points. The Tianyin Palace will distribute different initial fire points to you based on your ranking in this hunting event. From the 6th to the 10th place, 1,000 fire points. 4th and 5th places, 2,000 fire points. 3rd place, 3,000 fire points. 2nd place, 5,000 fire points. And the 1st place can directly obtain 10,000 fire points. As for how many fire points each of you can ultimately obtain, it depends on your own efforts. After speaking, the Lord of the Emperor Moon Palace returned to her seat. Fire points? The 10 geniuses looked at each other, each clenching their fists. The Tianyin Palace has existed in the Tianyin dynasty for so long and has absorbed so many geniuses that much information about it is already known to the world. For example, fire points. Many people know that the Tianyin Palace has special fire points and many resources for cultivation in the Tianyin Palace. Including everything that is helpful for cultivation, mostly requires fire points to exchange. For these geniuses, naturally, the more fire points, the better. The 1st place with 10,000 fire points and the 6th to 10th places with only 1,000 fire points represent a 10-fold difference. Therefore, all 10 geniuses still want to push for more, to obtain more fire points. The subsequent duels will be in the order you draw yourselves. Come over to me. The purple-haired elder presiding over the hunt said. In the final competition, these 10 geniuses are destined to enter the Tianyin Palace. It's just a matter of how many fire points they can obtain. So, there is no need for the Qihong Tower to specifically arrange the duel order to avoid those top geniuses. Soon, the 10 geniuses each drew their duel order. 5 matches have been determined. Su Exine's opponent is a genius named Mo Bing, a woman. As for Duan Yunfeng, he faced Xia Meng. Brother, my luck is really terrible. It just started, and instead of facing anyone else, I ran into Xia Meng. Duan Yunfeng complained with a long face. I was hoping to at least reach 4th or 5th place, or even 3rd, but now it seems I can only aim for somewhere between 6th and 10th. With only 1,000 fire points. Su Exine smiled. Before long, Su Exine and Mo Bing appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 59. Duan Yunfeng's swordsmanship. Although I know I'm not your opponent, I still want to give it a try. Dressed in a plain robe, with mediocre looks and a slightly plump figure, the girl holding a spear gritted her teeth as she looked at Su Exan. Mo Bing can be considered a dark horse in this hunting event. Like Su Exan, she was unknown before the hunting began. Even after revealing some strength in the first phase of the hunt, she was only considered qualified to enter the top 100. It wasn't until the second phase that she gradually showcased her strength, and by the third phase, she had fought her way through to obtain the qualification to enter the Tianyan Palace. But in terms of strength, the gap between her and Su Exan is still very obvious. In this battle, Su Exan was relatively considerate and did not let Mo Bing lose too badly. Instead, they fought fiercely for a while, and when Mo Bing realized she had no hope of winning, she directly conceded. Su Exan successfully advanced to the top 5. Su Exan carefully observed the other duels among the geniuses. In terms of strength, they were similar to Mo Bing, even if they were slightly stronger. It wasn't significant enough to warrant his concern. The only thing he cared about was the final duel. Xia Meng versus Duan Yunfeng. Xia Meng needs no introduction. Su Exan's biggest competitor for the first place in this hunting event is Xia Meng. In fact, most people present believe that Xia Meng's strength is slightly stronger than Su Exan's. As for Duan Yunfeng, while his exhibited strength is similar to that of the previously defeated Tu San, Su Exan knows that Duan Yunfeng has never truly revealed his strongest combat power. Su Exan is very much looking forward to how strong his hidden ultimate move is. On the battlefield, Xia Meng and Duan Yunfeng faced each other from a distance. Just show me your strongest strength. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Xia Meng remained as cold and confident as ever. If you call me fat, you're the one who's out of breath. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Duan Yunfeng was clearly angered by Xia Meng's attitude. Soon, the two clashed. Duan Yunfeng erupted with strength from the very beginning. A layer of red light enveloped him, resembling a layer of blood mist, covering his entire body like a blood-colored phantom, instantly erupting with terrifying speed. This speed was far faster than the speed Tu San had previously managed to achieve through his movement techniques. At the same time, Duan Yunfeng's swordsmanship was unleashed. The sword light was brilliant and dazzling. Its speed and power were extremely formidable. Xia Meng, however, had an indifferent expression. With a slight thrust of her spear, she swept away the dazzling sword light, and the power contained in her spear technique even forced Duan Yunfeng to retreat. No wonder you're the first in nearly 100 years from the Tianyan royal family to cultivate the Emperor Yuan technique to the 3rd level. This explosive power is indeed strong, only slightly weaker than that monk Wu Zhao, but your spear technique is even more domineering. Duan Yunfeng's expression turned serious. Knowing that relying on ordinary sword techniques would not make him Xia Meng's opponent, Duan Yunfeng immediately unleashed his ultimate move. Whoosh! A dazzling bloodlight suddenly erupted. The sword light was brilliant and breathtakingly beautiful. So beautiful it was almost suffocating. Is this swordsmanship? In the audience, many couldn't help but praise. After a single slash, a second and then a third followed immediately. The beautiful knife light, equally tragic, slashed through the air, seemingly forming a blood-colored river of blades. Xia Meng's expression changed slightly. He could feel the terrifying power contained within those beautiful slashes. Such power, even he did not dare to underestimate. Xia Meng's body trembled, and a powerful spiritual force erupted instantly, his spear resembling a roaring dragon. Stab, smash, sweep. Each move seemed simple, yet was incredibly exquisite, with a strength that dispersed all the beautiful knife lights coming at him. In the blink of an eye, Duan Yunfeng unleashed 9 beautiful slashes in succession. Each slash was more dazzling and powerful than the last. Xia Meng also attacked with all his strength, but after the 9 slashes, he was forced to stagger back several steps under the impact of that overwhelming force. Forced back? The knife technique used by Duan Yunfeng actually pushed Xia Meng back? Xia Meng had always been unstoppable and incredibly domineering. In this 3rd stage of the hunt against geniuses, no one had ever been able to push him back even half a step, yet Duan Yunfeng had accomplished it. A stir arose in the viewing area. Although it was merely a slight retreat and not a victory, many felt that what Duan Yunfeng had achieved was already impressive. Your strength is quite good. Xia Meng looked at Duan Yunfeng again. Just good. Then take my next move. Duan Yunfeng's gaze was cold, and the layer of blood mist enveloping him suddenly surged. The rich blood light gathered, and Duan Yunfeng stood at its center, gripping the long knife in both hands. His expression was fierce, with a hint of madness in his eyes. Blood Phantom. With a loud shout, Duan Yunfeng became one with the long knife in his hand. The knife sliced through the air like a massive blood moon, carrying a touch of tragic beauty, and directly slashed towards Xia Meng. Xia Meng's pupils constricted sharply. The blood moon coming at him made him feel a pang of dread. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner of the seating area filled with hundreds of thousands of spectators, A gray-clothed man sat there, glancing at the battlefield only occasionally, appearing somewhat distracted. This was understandable. He usually didn't care about hunts that only Sea Transformation Realm geniuses participated in. The only reason he had come this time was that the little fellow he had previously recommended happened to be in this hunt and had achieved good results. Even when it came to the battle between Xiao Meng and Duan Yunfeng, the gray-clothed man had little interest. However, when Duan Yunfeng unleashed that knife light resembling a blood moon, the gray-clothed man's eyes suddenly focused. This knife technique, Blood Phantom. It's Blood Phantom, one of that monster's signature moves. This kid can actually perform the monster's signature move. He is most likely his disciple. The gray-clothed man's expression grew serious. Once upon a time, he had seen someone use the same knife technique, and that person had been a terrifying existence that made him tremble, whom he called a monster. His disciple has gone to the Tianyan dynasty to participate in this hunt? The gray-clothed man's expression became quite strange. And at the center of the battlefield, the massive blood moon, carrying a terrifying might, had already descended. Xiao Meng's eyes burst forth with a terrifying light, taking a step forward, and his spear thrust forward fiercely. As if turning the tides. Boom. A loud sound erupted. The entire large venue seemed to tremble. An endless might surged wildly. In the center of the battlefield, the blood mist around Duan Yunfeng had dissipated, his complexion somewhat pale, and the long knife in his hand had fallen to the ground. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng stood there with a cold and proud expression, and behind him, a towering dragon phantom faintly emerged. Under the cover of this dragon phantom, Xiao Meng's momentum reached its peak state. The dragon phantom, one dragon's power. Xiao Meng's dragon point spear technique could actually harness the power of one dragon? He hadn't displayed it during the second stage of the hunt, had he? Monster. Among those with some knowledge in the arena, including the two palace masters of Tianyan Palace, expressions of shock appeared. The dragon point spear technique was also recognized as the best spear technique in the Tianyan dynasty. Just like the North Song sword technique cultivated by Su Xian was considered the best sword technique. The dragon point spear technique, when cultivated to a high level, could condense a dragon phantom and harness the power of a dragon. Of course, at its ultimate level, it could condense 9 dragon phantoms and harness the power of 9 dragons, while Xiao Meng had only condensed 1 dragon phantom and harnessed the power of 1 dragon, which seemed far from the ultimate. Yet, for a Sea Transformation Realm individual to reach this stage was already unfathomable. It was precisely because of this dragon's power that Xiao Meng was able to directly block and even shatter Duan Yunfeng's earlier slash. As for why he hadn't used it during the second stage of the hunt, that was because activating the power of 1 dragon consumed too much spiritual energy. And during the second stage of the hunt, when he had survived the 14th round of attacks in the Tianxin realm, his spiritual energy had been nearly depleted, making it impossible for him to utilize this move. You have indeed forced me to use my trump card. You are quite strong. But this is where it ends. Xiao Meng coldly stared at Duan Yunfeng. Duan Yunfeng smiled wryly. That slash just now was his strongest move, yet it was still shattered by Xiao Meng. This battle had lost all suspense. I concede. Duan Yunfeng directly chose to admit defeat. As soon as he did, the arena erupted in noise. Su Xian, standing outside the battlefield, had been focused on the battle. So that was Duan Yunfeng's strongest move? Indeed quite strong, Su Xian secretly praised. He had a very good relationship with Duan Yunfeng. They had previously roamed the hunting grounds together, and Duan Yunfeng had mentioned his strongest move many times, saying how powerful it was, which had always piqued Su Xian's curiosity. Now he had finally witnessed it. It was indeed extremely strong. Even he would have to go all out to possibly block that move. In comparison to Duan Yunfeng, the fact that Xiao Meng could directly shatter Duan Yunfeng's move was even more terrifying. Xiao Meng's strength was far beyond what I had previously expected. Su Xian's expression grew serious as he focused on Xiao Meng. The latter's gaze happened to meet his. Their eyes clashed in the void, and instantly, their fighting spirit surged. What a formidable opponent. Su Xian smiled faintly, feeling a hint of excitement in his heart. Although Duan Yunfeng was strong, he could only push me to activate the power of 1 dragon. Only Su Xian is truly my opponent. Xiao Meng's gaze was equally fervent. With 5 rounds of duels completed, the losers would be ranked 6th to 10th, and upon entering Tianyan Palace, they would only receive 1,000 fire points. The 5 victors would continue to the next battles. The next 5-person battles would no longer be one-on-one elimination matches, but rather a round-robin among the 5. Each person would battle the other 4, and the final rankings from 1st to 5th would be determined by their performance. On the battlefield, one match after another began anew. Su Xian would consecutively battle 4 geniuses in the first 3 matches, although all had powerful strength. One had even hidden some means and was very close in combat power to Duan Yunfeng, yet in the end, they still fell to Su Xian. Soon, 3 out of 4 matches were completed, with Su Xian winning all 3, leaving only the final match, and his opponent, naturally, was Xiao Meng, who had also won 3 matches. Their duel would be the ultimate showdown between the 2 strongest geniuses in this hunt. Chapter 60. The strongest battle when Su Xian and Xiao Meng, the 2 strongest geniuses, simultaneously appeared on the battlefield. The originally lively venue surprisingly fell silent. Everyone held their breath, watching the 2. Su Xian and Xiao Meng had already drawn their respective weapons. Su Xian, Xiao Meng looked at Su Xian. Among the nearly 100,000 geniuses participating in this hunt, the only one qualified to be my opponent is you. In this battle, you must not disappoint me. Xiao Meng's cold voice echoed in the venue, carrying a hint of dominance. Su Xian simply smiled faintly. Since I joined this hunt, I have heard your name countless times. Everyone says you are the strongest in this hunt, and some even call you the most dazzling genius of the Tianyin dynasty in nearly 50 years. I am also very curious about just how strong this strongest genius really is. There was no excessive conversation. What both had was a desire for their opponent's strength and a hint of excitement for the upcoming battle. The venue fell silent. Whoosh. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the rubble on the ground. Boom. The ground beneath Xiao Meng suddenly erupted, and his figure surged forward. Dominant, aggressive. In an instant, he crossed dozens of meters. Xiao Meng thrust his spear forward, carrying a terrifying spiral force, like a venomous dragon, piercing through the void. Wherever the spear passed, the ground beneath cracked with a series of loud popping sounds, as the terrifying momentum of the spear caused the ground to shatter. So fast, the audience gasped. Haha. Su Xian let out a long laugh, bending forward, his right hand holding the sword back. As the terrifying spear appeared before him, the power of his bloodline erupted instantly, and he swung his right hand forcefully, the sword following suit as it swept upwards. Clang! The piercing sound of impact rang out, causing the spear's tip to change direction upon collision. Su Xian took a step forward, the sword strangely sweeping towards Xiao Meng's waist. Xiao Meng slightly swung his spear and deflected Su Xian's sword. In just that moment of engagement, the next moment, the 2 seemed to have a tacit understanding, and their figures simultaneously disappeared, just vanished. At least in the eyes of most weaker audience members, the 2 could no longer be seen. Only those slightly stronger could barely catch sight of the 2 rapidly darting figures at the center of the battlefield. This speed, so fast. This is too fast. Amidst the gasps, the 2 figures that had originally disappeared reappeared, and the weapons in their hands collided with terrifying force once more. Bang! Bang! Clang! Clang! Intense clashes erupted one after another. Their figures vanished and reappeared repeatedly. The speed had reached its peak. Each collision produced a tremendous sound, creating visible shockwaves that either shook the ground or swept through the void. Xiao Meng's spear technique was sharp and domineering as he rapidly increased speed. The terrifying penetrating power contained in the spear tip was astonishing. In one collision, the spear tip was shaken close to the ground, and before it truly touched the surface, the ground was already pierced, creating a half-meter deep spiral pit. Su Xian's sword was incredibly sharp. A casual sword shadow, after being dodged by Xiao Meng, struck the ground, immediately leaving a massive sword mark more than 10 meters long. After just a few dozen exchanges, the ground of the battlefield had already turned into a disastrous sight, with terrifying pits pierced by spear tips everywhere, and numerous 10-meter-long, perfectly aligned sword marks. Clang! Another collision. As their figures reappeared, both were pushed back, their battle intent even stronger. After Xiao Meng steadied himself, he actually gripped the spear with both hands, with a faint golden light emerging on the spear. Whoosh! The spear exploded forward, like a giant dragon opening its mouth. Dragon roar. Xiao Meng also let out a fierce shout, as a terrifying momentum surged forth, and it seemed as if a deafening dragon's cry echoed through the heavens and earth. Thunderfire secret technique. Starfire burning heaven, sword path, dragon annihilation. Su Xian also held his sword with both hands and slashed out rapidly, carrying the momentum of Thunderfire. As the long sword descended, the surrounding void stirred up heavy heat waves, as if transformed into a sea of flames. One dragon roar, one dragon annihilation. Both were incredibly powerful ultimate moves, crashing into each other in an instant. Boom. The space shook violently. The collision of the 2 forces instantly created invisible shockwaves that swept outward like a force of nature. The battlefield was vast, and the 2 were engaged in combat at the center, relatively far from the surrounding audience. But now this shockwave swept through, stirring up dust and directly reaching the audience seats. Whoosh! In the audience, those closest had their hair and clothes blown up, and some couldn't help but squint. Once the dust settled, everyone looked back at the battlefield. Su Xian and Xiao Meng had already created distance between them again, but both still exuded overwhelming energy, clearly indicating that in that last clash, they were evenly matched. Roar! The audience of hundreds of thousands could no longer remain calm. Some people couldn't help but shout and roar out loud. It was too exciting. This duel between Su Xian and Xiao Meng was truly spectacular and intense. From the moment the terrifying speed erupted, to the figures that vanished and reappeared repeatedly. And the terrifying power contained in their attacks, a spear thrust that didn't even penetrate the ground, yet the surrounding terrifying momentum directly created a half-meter deep spiral pit. A casual sword shadow that left a massive sword mark of over 10 meters, perfectly straight. What kind of strength is this? Not to mention the audience with mostly mediocre strength. Even those gathered at the edge of the battlefield who had already finished their battles were all dumbfounded. Too strong. The strength of these two is simply too strong. Though they were all geniuses, these two were on a completely different level from them. These geniuses shook their heads in disbelief. On the battlefield, the two strongest geniuses stared at each other, their gazes filled with intense heat. Su Xian, you truly did not disappoint me. Xiao Meng smiled slightly, and behind him, a towering dragon phantom rose up. A dragon's power? Xiao Meng activated a dragon's power so quickly? The geniuses below couldn't help but exclaim. It should be known that this dragon's power was likely Xiao Meng's trump card. Previously only activated when facing Duan Yunfeng during his strongest move, but now, in just a brief exchange with Su Xian, he had directly activated it. Clearly, the pressure Su Xian exerted on Xiao Meng was far greater than that of Duan Yunfeng. Su Xian, come and try my spear technique. Xiao Meng leaped high, exuding an air of dominance. Bring it on. Su Xian laughed boldly, holding the sword horizontally across his chest, with an immense amount of sword intent gathering around him, forming an invisible domain of mountains and seas. Fight! With a loud shout, Xiao Meng's spear again burst forth, empowered by a dragon's force. Its power instantly increased by more than double. Su Xian had also long since activated 70% of his bloodline power, and as the mountains and seas domain unfolded, he felt as if he had merged with the earth, his feet like nails firmly embedded in the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Again, several exchanges took place, each accompanied by tremendous roars. Impressive, with the dragon's force activated and bolstered by the Imperial Origin technique, in terms of sheer strength. Xiao Meng was far stronger than those golden-armored soldiers I encountered during the 16th round in the Tianxin realm, at least 2 to 3 times stronger. Su Xian couldn't help but marvel. During the previous second phase of the hunt, he broke through in swordsmanship, achieving great mastery in the Shanhai technique, and managed to withstand the attacks of the 10 golden-armored soldiers in the 16th round with great difficulty. This shows how formidable the golden-armored soldiers are. However, in terms of pure strength, Xiao Meng is actually 2 to 3 times stronger than those golden-armored soldiers. Fortunately, I have broken through in my cultivation. Otherwise, if I were only at the great completion of the sea transformation, I really wouldn't be able to withstand his attacks, Su Xian thought. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, his strength surged, making it easier for him to deal with the golden-armored soldiers in the Heavenly Heart realm. The most important thing is that although Xiao Meng's power is 2 to 3 times stronger than that of the golden-armored soldiers, his skills are also much more refined. Yet those golden-armored soldiers had 10 people working together, while Xiao Meng is just one person. In the midst of countless shocked gazes from the audience, Xiao Meng unleashed the power of a dragon, crazily executing his attacks. He had pushed his overbearing and fierce spear technique to its limit. Each thrust was extraordinarily powerful, accompanied by a high level of artistic conception. Every strike made the geniuses who had just finished their battles tremble in awe. Is this Xiao Meng's true strength? He hadn't shown such impressive spear techniques when he fought me before. Duan Yunfeng stood there, his eyes wide open. If he had truly used his full strength to unleash such a powerful spear technique, I fear I could barely block a few strikes before being defeated. Xiao Meng's spear technique is enough to astonish anyone. However, compared to Xiao Meng, the many spectators were even more shocked by Su Xian's swordsmanship. On the battlefield, facing Xiao Meng's terrifying spear technique that unleashed a storm of attacks, Su Xian seemed to truly transform into an unyielding rock. No matter how cleverly or swiftly Xiao Meng's spear came from any angle, he could appropriately block it. Su Xian remained firmly planted on the ground, never moving an inch, giving the impression of an immovable giant mountain. This swordsmanship is just too. Is this Su Xian's defensive sword technique? No wonder he is called the #1 defense in this hunt. Countless people were astonished. The key is that Su Xian not only relied on his swordsmanship to block Xiao Meng's attacks, but did so with apparent ease. Yes, it was easy. It seemed he didn't feel much pressure at all. Xiao Meng, is your strength really only this much? Su Xian's gaze was cold, and there was even a hint of dissatisfaction in his words, as if Xiao Meng's strength disappointed him. Very well. At this moment, Xiao Meng had stopped his movements, standing not far in front of Su Xian, his face showing an unprecedented seriousness. He hadn't expected that even with the power of a dragon driving his spear technique to its peak, he still couldn't break through Su Xian's defense. Not only did he fail to break it, but he didn't even manage to put much pressure on Su Xian. Su Xian, prepare to receive my strongest ultimate move, Xiao Meng said coldly. The strongest ultimate move? Su Xian's eyes suddenly brightened. Duan Yunfeng has the strongest ultimate move, one that is terrifyingly powerful. And Xiao Meng, such a top genius, surely also has his strongest ultimate methods hidden away. Xiao Meng stopped speaking, gripping his spear tightly. Immense spiritual power surged within him and behind him. A towering dragon phantom that had already existed once again soared into the air, creating a second giant dragon phantom. 2 dragon phantoms? The power of 2 dragons? The venue erupted in a wave of shock. Previously, Xiao Meng had only condensed 1 dragon phantom, which had already astonished many, including the 2 leaders of the Tianyan Palace on the high platform. But now, Xiao Meng had actually condensed 2 dragon phantoms at the same time. Once the 2 dragon phantoms took shape, Xiao Meng's face contorted slightly. Blood dripping red dragon kill. He shouted explosively. Under the amplification of the power of 2 dragons, Xiao Meng unleashed his strongest ultimate move. In the battlefield, Xiao Meng suddenly leaped high into the air, gripping his spear with one hand. All his vast power converging at the spear tip. Whoosh! Like a comet dragging a long tail, it streaked across the sky. The 2 towering dragon phantoms behind Xiao Meng let out a long roar at this moment. The magnificent voice of the dragon echoed throughout the heavens. The chilling spear tip tore through the air, creating a shockwave that seemed to threaten to tear the very sky apart. The spear was aimed directly at Su Xian's position below. This spear? Su Xian looked up, his gaze fixed on this seemingly comet-like strike that would tear through the heavens. With a cold snort, the sword intent around him converged, and the Shanhai domain had reached its peak. Come on! Su Xian's fighting spirit surged, and both feet sank directly into the ground, the Shanhai sword intent swirling, completely transforming into an indestructible giant mountain. No matter how tumultuous the waves, I stand tall. Boom. That comet finally crashed violently against Su Xian's sword. In an instant, the collision made Su Xian's entire body sink down. The terrifying power erupted, sending out a fierce roar. As if the heavens and earth were howling. The rubble scattered across the ground was lifted into the air, and under the impact of the force, it was instantly reduced to powder. The entire venue was engulfed in a massive dust storm. This storm swept in all directions, forcing countless spectators to cover their faces to avoid being injured. After a moment, as the violent storm slowly dissipated, the crowd turned their gaze back to the battlefield. In the center of the battlefield, Xiao Meng had already retreated to the side. The 2 dragon phantoms behind him had vanished, and he was bent over, panting heavily. In front of him, right in the center of the battlefield, a massive pit had appeared, spanning dozens of meters and measuring 2 to 3 meters deep. Su Xian stood at the bottom of that pit, his lower body completely sunk into the ground, with only half of his upper body exposed, not making a sound. But the next moment, Su Xian suddenly looked up, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Meng, that last move of yours was quite good. Su Xian emphasized the words quite good. He truly acknowledged that Xiao Meng's strongest ultimate move was indeed very powerful. However, his words made Xiao Meng's figure tremble. In the audience, there was an immediate uproar. He blocked it. Su Xian actually perfectly blocked Xiao Meng's strongest ultimate move without a scratch. The clash between the number 1 attacker and the number 1 defender in this hunt seemed to indicate that Su Xian's defense was superior. Countless spectators exclaimed in excitement. On the highest platform, the leader of the Emperor Moon Palace spoke softly. In this battle, Xiao Meng lost. The leader of the Qingyang Palace beside him frowned but did not refute. Although the battle was not over yet, it was clear that Xiao Meng could not break through Su Xian's sword defense. If he couldn't break through the defense, then Su Xian was already in an invulnerable position. Moving forward, even if Su Xian only focused on defense and did not engage Xiao Meng in direct combat to exhaust spiritual power, he could still defeat Xiao Meng. After all, pure defense consumes very little spiritual power, while Xiao Meng had already expended a significant amount by continuously unleashing spear techniques and even executing his strongest ultimate move. In this battle, Xiao Meng had already lost. Su Xian. On the battlefield, Xiao Meng gritted his teeth, staring at Su Xian. Show me your strongest power and defeat me head-on. Otherwise, to lose to you like this, I refuse to accept it. Xiao Meng roared, his face contorted. He was, after all, the brightest genius in this hunt. Born into royalty, he had always strived to be the strongest. He had immense pride and dignity. Losing this battle was not terrifying. He could accept it. But he couldn't accept that his failure was simply because he couldn't break through Su Xian's defense. Being defeated in such a manner made him truly unwilling. As you wish. Su Xian had already pulled himself halfway out of the ground, emerging from the giant pit. Standing once again before Xiao Meng, he had never intended to rely on defensive sword techniques to engage in a war of attrition against Xiao Meng. In his view, relying solely on defense to wear down such a top genius in a decisive battle was a humiliation to the opponent. "Let's fight," Su Xian shouted lowly, instantly unleashing the Thunderfire sword technique, infused with the might of thunder and fire. The surrounding air suddenly heated up, becoming scorching hot, as the entire battlefield seemed to be engulfed in a sea of intense heat. A giant dragon phantom reappeared behind Xiaomeng. Just one, the power of one dragon. There was no choice. He could only drive the power of one dragon now. As for the previous power of two dragons, that had required a massive expenditure of spiritual energy to barely activate, and it was only for a brief moment to unleash his ultimate move. In his current state, he could not possibly activate the power of two dragons again. However, even with just the power of one dragon, his combat strength remained extremely formidable. Su Xian's Thunderfire roll erupted completely. That sword intent struck down like a furious thunderbolt. It was as if a volcano, dormant for billions of years, suddenly erupted. The might was layered, relentless. Meanwhile, Xiaomeng also brought his domineering and sharp spear techniques to their peak. Is this a direct clash? In the audience, countless spectators were incredibly excited. This battle was thrilling. From the very beginning, both sides had been continuously disappearing and reappearing, engaging in a frenetic competition of speed. Then came a desperate offensive from one side and a vigorous defense from the other, a fierce collision between the top offense and the top defense in the hunt. And now, both of them had unleashed all their might, engaging in a frenzied direct clash, a fierce battle. They were thoroughly enjoying the show. The third level. Without a doubt, both Xiaomeng and Su Xian possessed the strength to pass through the third level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower. Generally speaking, it would take decades for a peerless genius capable of reaching the third level of the Dragon-Seeking Tower to appear in the entire Tianyan dynasty, but this time, two had emerged at once. Elder Mo from the Tianai sect, standing in a corner of the high platform, sighed secretly. Unfortunately, whether it was Su Xian or Xiaomeng, they would definitely enter the Tianyan Palace for cultivation, and it was impossible for him to recruit them to the Tianai sect now. Perhaps there would be a chance in the future when both broke through to the void-breaking realm and reached a certain level of strength after leaving the Tianyan Palace. These two little fellows are truly astonishing. Although my Tianyan Palace gathers the top geniuses of the entire Tianyan dynasty over the decades, there are only a handful who can compare to them. The master of the Emperor Moon Palace was also praising them. Of course, in terms of talent, Su Xian was undoubtedly stronger. In terms of strength, Su Xian and Xiaomeng seemed similar. But Xiaomeng was already 34 years old this year, while Su Xian was only 19 and had previously been delayed for 3 years in the Forbidden Magic Prison. In terms of cultivation, Xiaomeng had already reached the pinnacle of the Sea Transformation Realm, while Su Xian had just broken through to the perfection of the Sea Transformation Realm. A whole level lower than Xiaomeng, Su Xian was still a bloodline awakener. Without a doubt, Su Xian's potential talent was much greater than Xiaomeng's. On the battlefield, the direct clash between Su Xian and Xiaomeng had reached a boiling point. Thunderfire Profound Technique. Heavenly Thunder descends, Sword Dao Qilin. Wow. The long sword slashed violently, carrying endless thunderlight, like heavenly thunder descending upon the world. After mastering the Thunderfire roll to great success, Su Xian had grasped this second profound technique. Blood-dripping red dragon kill. Xiaomeng once again unleashed his strongest ultimate move, but still could only activate the power of one dragon. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted. Both Su Xian and Xiaomeng were simultaneously knocked back. Haha, so exhilarating. This is the duel I wanted. Excitement flickered in Xiaomeng's eyes. If Su Xian had purely relied on defense to entangle him and exhaust his spiritual energy, he would have felt extremely frustrated and unwilling. But now Su Xian was engaging him in a direct battle with absolute strength. Even if he lost in such a clash, he would have no complaints. Xiaomeng, I still have one sword. Su Xian's gaze suddenly turned to Xiaomeng, saying, if you can take this sword, then I will consider myself defeated. Another ultimate move? Xiaomeng was shocked. Su Xian had already fought him to this extent and still had an ultimate move hidden. On the high platform, the two palace masters of the Tianyan Palace also looked over in astonishment, having already unleashed the second profound technique of the Thunderfire roll. What other ultimate move could Su Xian possibly have? Could it be that he could unleash a third profound technique? The master of the Qingyang Palace furrowed his brow. It shouldn't be possible. From his understanding of the realm of intent, being able to unleash the second profound technique was already his limit. As for the third profound technique, one would need to comprehend the essence of three sword intents to execute it, and he was still far from that step. The master of the Emperor Moon Palace agreed. What could it be? The two palace masters of the Tianyan Palace were both very curious. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Su Xian held his sword in his right hand, the sword tip pointing backward. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of spectators in the venue, he slowly closed his eyes. After a brief moment of silence, Su Xian's eyes suddenly opened, and his figure moved. A simple forward rush, not fast, even seeming quite slow, as if a person foolishly ran towards you. But just a few steps later, whoosh. Like a teleportation, Su Xian had already appeared in front of Xia Meng, a cold sword light silently sweeping in. How is this possible? Xia Meng's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. He hadn't even seen Su Xian draw his sword, yet that sword light was already before him. I must block it. Xia Meng screamed desperately in his heart, trying hard to swing his spear to deflect the sword light. But the sword light was too fast. Too fast. It exceeded Xia Meng's imagination completely. Whoosh. The sword light brushed past Xia Meng's neck, making him feel the chilling cold contained within it. That bone-chilling cold made every hair on Xia Meng's body stand on end. Su Xian had already stopped less than 3 meters away from Xia Meng. You lost. Su Xian looked up and spoke softly. Xia Meng's face still bore shock. Upon hearing Su Xian's words, he looked at him in a daze, then broke into a bitter smile. And in the venue, the crowd had gone completely wild. It was too fast. That moment was simply too quick. They hadn't seen clearly what had happened, but Xia Meng had already lost. Only on the high platform, the 2 palace masters of the Tianyin Palace, who had been sitting quietly, stood up at the moment Su Xian swung his sword. 1,000 miles in a line. It's 1,000 miles in a line. He actually managed to unleash the third style of the phantom roll. The 2 palace masters of the Tianyin Palace were so shocked that they were left speechless. Chapter 62. The first in the hunt, the Northern Song 3 rolls, sword technique. The Thunderfire roll focuses on offense, while the Mountain Sea roll focuses on defense. However, among these 3 rolls of sword techniques, the most terrifying and fearsome is the Phantom roll. The Phantom roll consists of 5 styles, each representing a deadly move. The first style, Dark Light, and the second style, Shadow Manipulation, are relatively easier to comprehend. But when it comes to the third style, it presents a huge threshold. Not only does it require a high level of comprehension of sword intent, but most importantly, it also demands an exceptionally high sword Dao talent to grasp it. The 2 palace masters of the Tianyin Palace had previously thought that with Su Xian's comprehension of sword intent, it was impossible for him to master the third profound technique of the Thunderfire roll. However, in reality, the third style of the Phantom roll is even harder to master than the third profound technique of the Thunderfire roll, to the extent that they hadn't even dared to consider it. The result of the third style of the Illusory Shadow Scroll, a line across 1,000 miles, is just as its name suggests. With a single stroke, the sword light instantly crosses nearly 1,000 miles, astonishingly fast. With Su Xian's strength, using this move in the Sea Transformation realm, there is almost no one who can withstand it. Xia Meng's defeat under this sword is not unjust. The Lord of the Moon Palace sighed softly. A perfect Sea Transformation cultivator, mastering both the Thunderfire Scroll and Mountain Sea Scroll to great perfection, and being able to unleash the third style of the Illusory Shadow Scroll, a line across 1,000 miles, illustrates Su Xian's swordsmanship talent. The Lord of the Azure Sun furrowed his brows, staring at Su Xian. He had thought he had already held Su Xian in high regard, but he did not expect Su Xian's sword talent to be even more terrifying than he imagined. The Lord of the Moon Palace had previously stated that Su Xian's talent in swordsmanship could rank among the top 3 in the history of the Tianyin Palace, and now, seeing Su Xian perform a line across 1,000 miles, the Lord of the Azure Sun even believed that Su Xian's sword talent qualifies him to be considered the best in the history of the Tianyin Palace. Such talent, if allowed to grow, would pose a significant threat to Prince Qi. The Lord of the Azure Sun's gaze turned cold. The 2 palace masters of the Tianyin Palace are both top-tier experts in the Nirvana realm, with high insight, able to see the true mystery of Su Xian's recent sword strike. However, the hundreds of thousands of spectators in the venue mostly could not perceive it. They only saw Su Xian make his move. In an instant, they did not clearly see how Su Xian swung his sword, yet Xia Meng had already been defeated. A roar of cheers, like mountains collapsing and tsunamis surging, echoed throughout the vast venue. Su Xian! Su Xian! Hundreds of thousands of spectators shouted Su Xian's name in unison. At this moment, there is no doubt that Su Xian has become the most dazzling figure in the arena. He is the indisputable first in this imperial city hunt of the Tianyin dynasty. He is also the most outstanding and astonishing super genius of this session of the Tianyin dynasty. This kid did not disappoint me after all. In an inconspicuous corner, a gray-clad man revealed a smile. With the perfect cultivation of the Sea Transformation realm, sweeping away all the geniuses and winning the undisputed first in this hunt. Such talent and strength, who would dare to question my judgment? The Tianyin Palace even refused to grant a special recruitment quota. They were truly blind. The gray-clad man chuckled, occasionally glancing towards the direction of the Lord of the Moon Palace and the Lord of the Azure Sun, his eyes filled with satisfaction. When the Lord of the Azure Sun looked over, He even raised his chin, displaying a proud and somewhat provocative posture. Clearly, Su Xian's performance in this hunt had greatly boosted his reputation, not granting a special recruitment quota, but directly entering the Tianyin Palace as the first genius of this hunt. This kid really suits my taste. The gray-clad man took another look at Su Xian below, his eyes filled with unabashed admiration. Amidst the thunderous cheers, the purple-haired elder announced the final result of the battle. Su Xian defeated Xiao Meng, achieving 4 victories in total, making him the first in this hunt. And upon entering the Tianyin Palace, he will receive an initial resource of 10,000 fire points. Xiao Meng ranked second and will receive 5,000 fire points upon entering the Tianyin Palace. With the results announced, this session of the hunt has officially come to an end. The countless spectators in the audience gradually left the venue, filled with admiration and discussion. Su Xian and Xiao Meng had already returned to the preparation area. Duan Yinfeng, who had been waiting there, immediately approached. "Brother, you were amazing. I thought I had hidden enough strength, but I did not expect you to be even fiercer. That last sword you used must be the third style of the illusory shadow scroll, right? I heard the third style is extremely difficult to comprehend and has very high requirements for sword intent." Duan Yinfeng bombarded Su Xian with several questions as soon as he arrived. It was evident he was quite excited, as if he himself had won first place. In fact, after Duan Yunfeng's strongest trump card was easily defeated by Xiao Meng, he had thought that no one could stop Xiao Meng in this hunt. But unexpectedly, his recognized brother Su Xian had directly defeated Xiao Meng, and he was naturally happy. Su Xian smiled and answered him one by one, feeling equally joyful. "Su Xian." Xiao Meng walked up to Su Xian. "What is it, Xiao Meng? Do you still have any objections?" Duan Yinfeng looked at Xiao Meng with a somewhat arrogant expression. "Losing is losing. There is nothing to be dissatisfied about. Your strength is indeed stronger than mine." Xiao Meng stared intently at Su Xian and said, "After this hunt, both you and I will enter the Tianyin Palace to cultivate. At the level of the Sea Transformation Realm, I cannot catch up to you anymore. When we both break through to the Void-Breaking Realm in the future, we can have another match if the opportunity arises." Competing again after breaking through to the Void-Breaking Realm? Su Xian smiled. Xiao Meng was indeed self-aware. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the Sea Transformation Realm, and his skills and understanding had also reached their utmost level. It could be said that at the level of the Sea Transformation Realm, he had completely exhausted any room for improvement. However, Su Xian was different. He had just broken through to the perfect Sea Transformation Realm and still had significant room for progress. Therefore, he knew that he could not be Su Xian's opponent in the Sea Transformation Realm, which is why he proposed to compete again after both had broken through to the Void-Breaking Realm. All right, Su Xian smiled and agreed. He had great respect for a top genius like Xiao Meng. In the recent battle, he had indeed nearly exerted all his strength. The reason it was nearly was that he had not used his strongest trump card, the Divine Annihilation Forbidden Technique, and his bloodline power had only been activated to 70%. As his cultivation improved, he could tap into even more of his bloodline power, which dramatically enhanced his overall strength. Simply activating 70% of his bloodline power had already caused his strength to surge. Once he fully unleashed 100% of his bloodline power, it would be enough to elevate his strength to a new level. However, he did not want to be too ostentatious. After all, once others realized that his bloodline power was too high, it would bring endless trouble. At this moment, Su Xian suddenly spotted someone in the crowd. Master Wu Zhao. Su Xian walked over. "Su Xian, congratulations on winning first place in this hunt." Wu Zhao still had a cheerful smile, giving an incredibly warm feeling. "You are too modest, Master Wu Zhao. If you hadn't voluntarily conceded and had competed round after round with others, I might not have been your opponent in the final battle." Su Xian looked at Wu Zhao before him. He was not being humble. From the first time he saw Wu Zhao in that hunting ground, Su Xian had always had a feeling that Wu Zhao was very strong. He might even be stronger than Xiao Meng. However, later, Wu Zhao voluntarily conceded, and he never had the chance to truly spar with him. This kept Su Xian curious about his strength. "Master Wu Zhao, may I ask, if you and I really fought, what are my chances of winning?" Su Xian inquired. Wu Zhao glanced at Su Xian, paused for a moment, and then spoke. "Your strength is astonishing, and at this level of the Sea Transformation Realm, there is still significant room for improvement. If you can elevate your cultivation to the peak of the Sea Transformation Realm, I would not be your opponent." This statement immediately surprised Su Xian. After breaking through to the peak of the Sea Transformation Realm, Wu Zhao would consider himself not his opponent. This meant that right now, as he was merely at the perfect Sea Transformation Realm, Wu Zhao was confident in defeating him. Indeed, there is always someone better. Su Xian smiled faintly. He did not feel any pride or complacency because he had defeated Xiao Meng and won first place in this hunt. He knew very well that the world is vast, Even the Tianyin dynasty is merely one of countless dynasties in the eastern wilderness. Winning first place in a hunt within one dynasty is hardly anything significant. There are certainly those in the Sea transformation realm who are stronger than him in this world. For example, Wu Zhao was someone he did not have confidence in defeating. Regarding Wu Chao's words, Su Xian had no doubts, but Duan Yunfeng, who stood beside him, was not pleased. Hey, big monk, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. You said you would wait until my brother's cultivation broke through to the peak of the Sea transformation before you would not be his opponent. Are you saying you are his opponent now? Duan Yunfeng said. He was feeling proud because Su Xian had defeated Xiaomeng, but he was caught off guard by Wu Chao's words. Wu Chao smiled and did not elaborate further, instead saying, Su Xian's talent is extraordinary, and he will surely achieve remarkable success in the future. If there is an opportunity, let us meet again at Nine Holy Mountain. Nine Holy Mountain. Duan Yunfeng, who had originally been very dissatisfied with Wu Chao, changed his expression drastically upon hearing the words Nine Holy Mountain. Big monk, you actually come from Nine Holy Mountain? Even Xiaomeng, who stood behind, showed a look of surprise when he heard Nine Holy Mountain. What is Nine Holy Mountain? Su Xian asked, looking puzzled. Although he was the young master of the Su family and came from a prestigious background, he had never heard of Nine Holy Mountain. At that moment, the Tianyin Emperor and the two palace masters of Tianyin Palace had already descended from the high platform and walked over. Greetings, Your Majesty. The many remaining geniuses bowed respectfully. Get up, the Tianyin Emperor waved his hand, and everyone stood up. Xiaomeng. The Tianyin Emperor first looked at Xiaomeng, who was a royal descendant, and said, Your performance in this hunt has been quite good. After we arrive at Tianyin Palace, work harder. Yes, Xiaomeng nodded. Wu Chao. The Tianyin Emperor then looked at Wu Chao. Poor monk, I have met Your Majesty. Wu Chao bowed again. Looking at Wu Chao, the Tianyin Emperor frowned. I already know your background and the purpose of your visit. This time, I will not hold it against you. However, if there is a next time, if you cause trouble with that girl again, I will not forgive you. I will remember this. Wu Chao smiled, but the smile was somewhat awkward. Su Xian. The Tianyin Emperor finally turned to Su Xian, and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 63. Tianyin Palace at just 19 years old, with perfect cultivation in Sea transformation. You were able to overpower Xiaomeng and claim first place in this hunt. Truly impressive, the Tianyin Emperor praised. Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty. Su Xian replied calmly. Su Xian, 3 years ago, I ordered you to be imprisoned in the Forbidden Magic Prison. Do you harbor any resentment against me? The Tianyin Emperor smiled as he looked at Su Xian. I do not harbor any resentment. Su Xian shook his head without hesitation. With the Tianyin Emperor's experience, he could easily tell that Su Xian was not lying. Indeed, there was nothing to resent. Su Xian even felt that the Tianyin Emperor had been quite merciful to him back then. Haha, good. Su Baichen has indeed raised a good son. The Tianyin Emperor laughed heartily. He and the Qi King, Su Baichen, and the member of the Sidu family were all from the same era and had known each other for a long time. I have heard that your Su family was recently attacked? The Tianyin Emperor looked over again. Yes, Su Xian nodded. The Tianyin Emperor's expression became stern. I cannot interfere with past matters, but now that you have claimed first place in this hunt and will soon enter Tianyin Palace for cultivation, as a disciple of Tianyin Palace, I can promise you that as long as I am in power, no one will dare to harm your Su family in the slightest. Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Xian was overjoyed. The reason he came to the royal city for the hunt and was so eager to join Tianyin Palace was not only because the cultivation resources in Tianyin Palace would greatly benefit him, but also because becoming a disciple of Tianyin Palace would provide protection for his family. With the backing of Tianyin Palace and the Tianyin royal family, no one would dare to take action against the Su family easily. Now that the Tianyin Emperor had personally made this promise, Su Xian felt completely reassured. If the Tianyin Emperor made such a promise face to face, who would dare to target the Su family? The Sidu family would certainly not dare, and even the Qi King would not dare to openly slap the Tianyin Emperor's face. Right? Haha, the Tianyin Emperor chuckled. He was well accustomed to such methods of winning people's hearts. However, not everyone was qualified to have him personally win their hearts. But he truly valued Su Xian's talent. All right, let the two palace masters take you to Tianyin Palace. The Tianyin Emperor waved his sleeves and turned to leave. Farewell. Your Majesty, everyone bowed respectfully. After the Tianyin Emperor left, the two palace masters of Tianyin Palace stepped forward. Palace Master Qingyang glanced at the top 10 geniuses from this hunt and said, I will give you an hour to take care of everything. After 1 hour, follow me to Tianyin Palace. The 10 geniuses immediately went to take care of what they needed to. Su Xian had already taken care of everything, and Duan Yunfeng, being a lone wolf, had nothing to arrange, so he quietly waited. An hour later, the 10 geniuses gathered together, and under the guidance of the two palace masters, they rode on purple-winged beasts towards Tianyin Palace. Outside the city, in the vast and boundless void, the two palace masters of Tianyan Palace were flying ahead, while the 10 geniuses, including Su Xian, followed closely behind on their purple wind beasts. Tianyan Palace is actually outside the royal city? The expressions of these geniuses were quite strange. Xiaomeng, you are a royal descendant of Tianyan. You should know more about this Tianyan Palace than we do, right? Duan Yunfeng asked. I do know a bit, Xiaomeng nodded. I have heard people say that this Tianyan Palace is not located within a certain place in the dynasty, but rather in a special secret realm. Special secret realm? The geniuses present all looked at Xiaomeng. Using great means to forcibly open up a special space is called a secret realm, Xiaomeng explained. Hearing this, the geniuses all showed shocked expressions. Forcibly opening up a space? What kind of powerful means does that require? Can a Nirvana realm expert do that? The plump woman, Mo Bing, exclaimed in astonishment. Ordinary Nirvana realm experts definitely cannot do that, but some top-tier experts within the Nirvana realm might be able to, Xiaomeng said. Su Xian and the others all gasped in amazement. Under the guidance of the two palace masters, they soon arrived at a remote mountain forest several hundred miles from the royal city. This mountain forest had previously been neglected, and even if someone occasionally passed by, they would not notice anything unusual. However, once everyone truly entered the forest, they found that there were various formations and restrictions throughout the area. The 10 geniuses crossed through numerous restrictions and arrived at the center of the forest, where there was a spatial passage, guarded by powerful experts. After passing through this spatial passage, you will reach Tianyan Palace. Go ahead, Palace Master Qingyang said. Tianyan Palace. The 10 geniuses were filled with strong anticipation as they quickly entered the spatial passage. They found themselves in a vast ocean, with an island at the center of the ocean, which was where Tianyan Palace was located. Having passed through the spatial passage, the 10 geniuses appeared at the edge of the island, and what came into their view was a continuous cluster of buildings, with 2 towering mountains visible at the end of their sight, while the other side was an expansive open space. The entire island had a ground paved with relatively hard blue stones. Qingyang, you take these little ones inside to have a look first. I will go get their identity tokens, Palace Master Dus said, and left first. Palace Master Qingyang then led the 10 geniuses into the palace. As they walked, Palace Master Qingyang began to introduce them. Tianyan Palace is a special space. It has a unique formation that allows the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to be much more abundant than in the outside world. Su Xian and the other 10 geniuses also noticed this. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in Tianyan Palace was indeed much denser than outside, and cultivating in such a rich environment would definitely lead to faster progress in their cultivation. In addition, there are several places within Tianyan Palace that will greatly aid your cultivation. The first is the Treasure Pavilion. Palace Master Qingyang pointed to the peak of one of the mountains at the end of their view. At the top of that mountain stood a giant pavilion. Treasure Pavilion gathers the endless treasures of our Tianyan dynasty, which can be said to account for over 70% of the resources and treasures of the entire Tianyan dynasty, including some secret manuals, techniques, and so on, all of which can be found in the Treasure Pavilion. However, to obtain these treasures or manuals, one needs corresponding fire points for exchange. This is easy to understand. Although there are countless treasures in the Treasure Pavilion, it is impossible for the disciples to use them freely. There is also the Trial Tower. Master Qingyang pointed to a tower on the northernmost part of the island, which is where the disciples of Tianyan Palace test their own strength, and it also helps in skill cultivation. The 10 geniuses following Master Qingyang all frowned. The earlier explanation of the Treasure Pavilion was easy to understand, but for the Trial Tower, Master Qingyang only mentioned it as a place to test one's strength. How exactly does one test? And how does it help with skill cultivation? Master Qingyang did not elaborate. Master Qingyang, may I ask? Su Xian wanted to inquire. Shut up. Master Qingyang directly scolded. I want you to listen, not to ask. Su Xian's expression changed, and he fell silent, secretly thinking that Master Qingyang's temper was a bit too poor. He was simply asking out of instinct, and his tone and attitude were good. But he was met with a reprimand. Master Qingyang glanced coldly at Su Xian. If other geniuses had asked, even if he was unwilling to answer, he wouldn't have scolded them like this. But for Su Xian, first, when the Tianyan Palace discussed whether to give Su Xian a special recruitment quota, he was the one who opposed it strongly, which led to the temporary shelving of that quota. Now, in just 2 months, Su Xian participated in the Royal City Hunt and directly took first place, which was a slap in his face. Second, with the incident involving Tu San, Su Xian had completely become opposed to that King Qi, and he was originally one of King Qi's people. Combining these 2 factors, he naturally wouldn't have a good attitude towards Su Xian. Master Qingyang continued with the introduction. Over there in that open area is the dojo of Tianyan Palace, where disciples usually gather to communicate, spar, and even battle. Additionally, there are 8 Dao lords in the dojo. These 8 Dao Lords are all peak experts in the Nirvana realm, and each has reached an extraordinary level in their skills and comprehension. Every month, these 8 Dao Lords hold classes in the dojo, and you can all attend and listen. Dao Lords giving lectures? The 10 geniuses were all surprised. Although they only teach once a month, it is already quite rare for peak experts in the Nirvana realm to give a class once a month. A Nirvana realm expert personally teaching. Su Xian murmured, feeling quite eager. Finally, there is the Star Palace. Master Qingyang pointed to the summit of another mountain in the distance, where there is a magnificent palace, the Star Palace, which is special and very beneficial for your cultivation, but the entrance threshold is relatively high. When you have sufficient fire points in the future, you can explore it slowly. Master Qingyang clearly did not want to say too much, and Su Xian and the others could only listen obediently without daring to ask. At this moment, the previously departed Master Diyue returned. Here are your individual identity tokens. Keep them safe. In the future, when you are out in the world for training or adventures, this token will represent your identity as a disciple of Tianyan Palace. Additionally, this token also contains the number of fire points you each have. Master Diyue distributed 10 tokens to Su Xian and the others. This token has a unique shape, resembling a blazing flame. After receiving the token, Su Xian sensed it slightly and found a number 10,000 inside, representing his possession of 10,000 fire points. Here, there are also 10 Qiankuan rings, one for each of you. Master Diyue took out 10 pitch-black rings. Qiankuan ring? Su Xian's eyes lit up. The Qiankuan ring, which contains the universe, is a storage treasure that can only be refined by experts in the Nirvana realm and is extremely precious. Previously, in the entire Su family, only Su Baichun, the head of the Su family, had a Qiankuan ring, but now as a disciple of Tianyan Palace, each of them has one. All right, I will take you to your residence first. Master Diyue immediately led the 10 people towards the residential area. Soon, they arrived at a residential area. There are many residences on this island. You can choose for yourselves. However, before that, there is something else I need to tell you. Master Diyue looked at each person. As disciples of Tianyan Palace, you can only cultivate in Tianyan Palace for a maximum of 30 years. After 30 years, regardless of what level of strength you reach, Tianyan Palace will arrange a graduation assessment for you. If you pass the assessment, you will still be a strong expert who came from Tianyan Palace, and your family will still receive a certain degree of protection from Tianyan Palace. However, if you cannot even pass the graduation assessment by then, Tianyan Palace will revoke your identity token, and from now on, you will have no relationship with Tianyan Palace. The 10 geniuses were all shocked. Tianyan Palace actually has a graduation assessment? However, these geniuses did not mind, as they were all top geniuses, and their talent and potential were immense. If they could not pass the graduation assessment after cultivating in Tianyan Palace for 30 years, they might as well just end it all. Additionally, for newcomers like you who have just entered Tianyan Palace, you will be given half a year to find ways to improve your strength. After half a year, Tianyan Palace will arrange training tasks for you, and these tasks will also come with fire point rewards. Moreover, only after completing the training tasks will you be qualified to take on the tasks released by Tianyan Palace to earn fire points. The 10 geniuses listened attentively, completing tasks and earning fire points. All right, I have told you everything you need to know. As for the rest, you will have to explore on your own. After saying this, Master Diyue turned and left. Chapter 64, Lectures. What to do? Inside Tianyan Palace, the 10 strongest geniuses from this hunting event gathered together, each with a serious expression. Although Master Qingyang introduced many places in Tianyan Palace, he did not elaborate on them. For example, the Trial Tower and the Star Palace. What exactly are their uses? We have no idea. I think Master Qingyang did it on purpose. Most of these geniuses felt dissatisfied but did not dare to speak out. Did you not see how Su Xian was immediately scolded when he tried to ask? Brother, what should we do? Duan Yunfeng looked over at Su Xian. What can we do? We can only explore slowly ourselves. Su Xian smiled faintly. Let's go to the treasure pavilion first. Yes, let's go to the treasure pavilion. The geniuses all nodded in agreement. Among the places mentioned by Master Qingyang, the treasure pavilion was the easiest to understand. Moreover, everyone was indeed curious about the treasure pavilion, which supposedly gathered over 70% of the resources and treasures of the entire Tianyan dynasty. Soon, the 10 of them arrived inside the giant pavilion. Upon arriving at the treasure pavilion, however, they did not see any treasure. All that was there was a thick list of treasures. This list contained all kinds of treasures, each with a simple introduction, and there were many categories, including pills, weapons, manuals, and aids. Su Xian checked the category of swordsmanship manuals and found that there were over 1,000 different types of sword techniques listed densely. These sword techniques were all of high rank, and each one was remarkable. Many of the sword techniques that Su Xian had practiced in the Su family were already considered top-notch in the Su family's treasury. but they did not qualify to be placed in the treasure pavilion of Tianyin Palace. With over 1,000 sword techniques covering various fields, Su Xin was momentarily dazzled. However, although these sword techniques were extremely powerful, the prices for exchange were also very high. Su Xin casually glanced at several swordsmanship techniques, all of which required thousands of fire points to exchange for complete manuals. Those that were slightly less effective also required 500 to 600 fire points. It's so expensive. For us, who ranked 6th to 10th in the hunt, we only received a total of 1,000 fire points as initial resources, yet in the treasure pavilion. Just one technique requires hundreds or even thousands of fire points to exchange. The prices for pills and auxiliary treasures are somewhat better, but the fire points we have can't exchange for many treasures at all. These talented individuals looked at the list of treasures, each requiring hundreds or even thousands of fire points to exchange, with bitter expressions. Brother, I really envy you right now. You took first place in the hunt and started with 10,000 fire points in initial resources, much wealthier than us, Duan Yunfeng said with a bitter expression. Su Xian smiled. Indeed, compared to Duan Yunfeng and the others who only received 1,000 fire points, he is indeed relatively wealthy. However, even so, he did not plan to immediately use his fire points to exchange for treasures in the pavilion. Even though he had already seen several treasures that would be quite useful to him, the fire points I have are indeed the most among the other talents. But since I just arrived at the Tianyin Palace and am still in the exploration stage, not understanding much, it's better not to use them recklessly. I'll wait until I thoroughly explore all the opportunities in the Tianyin Palace before slowly planning how to use my fire points, Su Xian thought to himself. He did not stay long in the treasure pavilion, but quickly went to the dojo with Duan Yunfeng. The dojo of the Tianyin Palace is an incredibly vast training ground. When Su Xian and the others arrived at the dojo, many disciples of the Tianyin Palace had already gathered there in small groups. Upon seeing Su Xian and the others, these disciples' eyes lit up. Oh, are these newcomers? They should be the 10 newcomers selected from this hunting event in the Imperial City. They must have quite a few fire points as initial resources. Who is the first in this hunt? He should have 10,000 fire points, right? The older disciples of the Tianyin Palace gathered around. The Tianyin Palace not only selects 10 talents from the Imperial City Hunt, held every 5 years, but also pays attention to some truly formidable talents from the Tianyin dynasty, granting them special admission slots in advance, allowing these disciples to cultivate in the Tianyin Palace for 30 years. Therefore, the number of disciples in each era of the Tianyin Palace is quite significant, including Su Xian and the other 10. There are already close to 100 disciples in the Tianyin Palace. This senior brother, Duan Yunfeng, with the thickest skin, had already started chatting with a few of the older disciples, asking about various things. Since they are all disciples of the Tianyin Palace, the older disciples did not put on airs and answered many of Su Xian and the others' questions. For example, regarding the dojo, they learned from these elders that the 8 masters in the dojo are indeed the top Nirvana realm powerhouses. In fact, in terms of strength, these 8 masters are much stronger than the 3 palace masters. This left Su Xian and the others astonished, because as palace masters of the Tianyin Palace, they should logically be the strongest, but in reality, the strongest are the 8 masters, who do not have to follow the orders of the 3 palace masters. They merely act as instructors in the Tianyin Palace, and the palace has no restrictions on them. The 8 masters can do whatever they wish, and they usually do not stay in the Tianyin Palace, only appearing during monthly lectures. Each of the 8 masters specializes in a different type of weapon. For instance, one master excels with the sword, while another is skilled with the spear. Among these 8 masters, there is one who excels at using the sword, the Jiuqin master. And in 2 days, this Jiuqin master will come to the dojo to give a lecture? Su Xian's eyes sparkled. The 8 masters are skilled in 8 different weapons, and all these weapons are quite common. As for the content of the lectures, it naturally pertains to techniques. Su Xian is filled with anticipation for the lecture by this Jiuqin master. After gaining a certain understanding of the dojo and the special places in the Tianyin Palace from those elders, Su Xian prepared to return to his quarters. But just as he was about to leave, a strangely dressed man in purple approached him. This purple-clad man was one of the top 10 talents from the previous Imperial hunting event. He had been cultivating in the Tianyin Palace for a full 5 years, and his cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm. I heard you were the first in this hunt, junior brother Su Xian, and you, along with that Xiao Meng, are considered the 2 most dazzling talents of the Tianyin dynasty in nearly 50 years. I wonder if you could spar with me? The purple-clad man smiled, appearing quite sincere. Spar? Just a pure spar? Su Xian looked at the purple-clad man before him. Since it's a spar, it should have some stakes to make it interesting. Not too much. How about 2,000 fire points? The purple-clad man smiled at Su Xian, hearing the purple-clad man's words. Su Xian turned around and left without hesitation. If it were truly just a pure spar, he wouldn't refuse. but adding stakes means it's a betting match. He, a newcomer who just joined the Tianyin Palace and hasn't even had the chance to improve his strength using the palace's resources, would go gamble against someone who has been cultivating in the Tianyin Palace for 5 whole years? What a joke. Su Xian is not a fool. Seeing Su Xian turn and leave, the purple-clad man became anxious. Junior brother Su Xian, don't leave in a hurry. How about we lower the stakes? How about 1,000 fire points? Or 500 fire points? Or you can just say a number. The purple-clad man kept calling out. But Su Xian had already lost interest in him. Soon, 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Su Xian and the other 9 newcomers remained low-key, slowly exploring. Even in the dojo, when older disciples frequently came to challenge or provoke them, most of them ignored it. No one is foolish enough to easily accept challenges from older disciples without understanding their strengths, especially since they have a limited number of fire points. Only Xiao Meng, perhaps due to his confidence in his own strength or the pride of being a peerless talent, agreed to a bet with an elder. However, the stakes were very small. Only 200 fire points, which was nothing for Xiao Meng. Su Xian and the other newcomers went to watch this battle. Although it was merely a contest of techniques, and the elder suppressed his cultivation, the result was undeniable. Xiao Meng lost. He lost terribly, although he was the second most talented in this hunt after Su Xian. Compared to those elders who had been cultivating in the Tianyin Palace for several years, there was a significant gap. After this battle, the newcomers became even more cautious about agreeing to bets with those elders. The vast dojo has several podiums for lectures. Around one podium, more than 10 disciples of the Tianyin Palace gathered, with Su Xian standing at the back. There were quite a few people. Su Xian thought to himself. Today is the day the Jiuquan master gives a lecture, and as the master of sword techniques, the content of this lecture naturally pertains to swordsmanship. Among nearly 100 disciples in the Tianyin Palace, more than 10 disciples skilled in swordsmanship came to listen to the lecture. While waiting among these disciples, not long after, a middle-aged man dressed in loose robes with long hair walked slowly to the podium. We greet the master. The disciples of the Tianyin Palace immediately bowed, and Su Xian was among them. The Jiuquan master first sat down on the mat at the podium, then waved his hand to the crowd, indicating for them to sit. The disciples all took their seats. To comprehend swordsmanship, one must first understand the essence of sword intent. The essence of sword intent is incredibly complex. If one were to comprehend each aspect individually, it would take too much time. The Jiuquan master did not waste any words and directly began the lecture. The disciples listened attentively, and Su Xian was fully focused, not wanting to miss a single word. However, as he listened, his expression became strange. The essence of sword intent. Su Xian furrowed his brows. The Lord of Jiuquan had been talking about the essence of sword intent in great detail from the very beginning, including how to better comprehend it, the connections between different types of sword intent, and how to exert greater strength relying on the essence of sword intent. The elderly members of Tianyin Palace around him were completely engrossed. But Su Xian felt lost. Essence of sword intent? What is that? He couldn't understand it at all. He didn't even know what this so-called essence of sword intent was. Chapter 65. Lord of Jiuquan soon. Half an hour passed, and the Lord of Jiuquan stopped teaching. Next, if you have any questions, feel free to ask, he said. The disciples immediately began to inquire, and the Lord of Jiuquan answered each question one by one. After a moment, seeing that no one else had questions, the Lord of Jiuquan turned his gaze towards Su Xian. Newcomer, don't you have anything you want to ask? He smiled. Su Xian frowned, paused for a moment, and finally spoke. I completely did not understand what the Lord just taught. I don't even know what the essence of sword intent is. Su Xian was not lying. He was simply speaking the truth. He understood very well that lying in front of the Lord of Jiuquan and pretending to understand when he did not was a foolish act. His words left the disciples of Tianyin Palace momentarily stunned, and then they all burst into laughter. Haha, he really is a newcomer. Another rookie who knows nothing about the sword path. Don't laugh. We were all like him when we first came to Tianyin Palace, completely clueless. Although the disciples of Tianyin Palace laughed, there was no hint of mockery in their expressions. Most of them had experienced the same situation as Su Xian before. What is your name? The Lord of Jiuquan asked, looking at Su Xian. I am Su Xian, he replied. You are Su Xian? The Lord of Jiuquan raised an eyebrow. Just yesterday, a friend of mine found me and mentioned you. The friend of the Lord? Su Xian's expression changed. With the strength of the Lord of Jiuquan, his friend should also be a powerful figure in the Nirvana realm, right? All right, you can all disperse. The Lord of Jiuquan waved his hand, and the disciples of Tianyin Palace stood up to leave. Su Xian, come with me, the Lord of Jiuquan said as he stood up. Su Xian obediently followed behind the Lord of Jiuquan, not saying a word along the way. The Lord of Jiuquan led Su Xian to the only tower of Tianyin Palace. This tower, as mentioned by the master of Qingyang, was the trial tower used by the disciples of Tianyin Palace to test their own strength. Upon entering the tower, Su Xian and the Lord of Jochen arrived at an empty trial space. Su Xian, there are only the two of us here now. The Lord of Jochen smiled at Su Xian. I've heard from my friend that you are the most dazzling genius in this hunting session of the Tianyan dynasty, and your swordsmanship is quite impressive. Why don't we compare our sword skills in this trial tower? Compare swordsmanship? Against you, Lord? Su Xian was taken aback. The Lord of Jochen was one of the top figures in the Nirvana realm and specialized in the sword path, responsible for teaching swordsmanship in Tianyan Palace. How strong could his sword skills be? What? You don't want to? The Lord of Jochen asked. Of course I do, Su Xian nodded repeatedly. It would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to compete in swordsmanship with a top expert like the Lord. How could I not want to? All right, draw your sword and go all out. The Lord of Jochen smiled, placing his hands behind his back, looking casual. However, Su Xian would not underestimate him because of this casual demeanor. He held his sword with one hand and, in the next moment, shot out with a burst of speed. Since it was just a comparison of sword skills, Su Xian did not unleash too much power, not even activating his bloodline power, but his swordsmanship reached its peak. With a whoosh, the violent and rapid sword shadows surged forth, accompanied by rising sword intent. Thunderfire slash? The Lord of Jochen remained smiling. Just as the overwhelming sword shadows reached half a foot in front of him, he slightly moved his steps. With that casual step to the side, he effortlessly dodged the sword shadows. Su Xian continued to attack, each sword strike carrying endless thunderfire momentum. Yet, facing these sword shadows, the Lord of Jochen still stood with his hands behind his back, as if he were on a leisurely stroll, dodging all the sword shadows. Each time, Su Xian felt as though he was close to hitting the Lord, but in reality, he always missed by just a hair's breadth. Thunderfire's secret technique. Heavenly thunder descends. Sword path Qilin. Su Xian shouted fiercely, directly using his ultimate move. As the long sword swung out, the sword intent surged, carrying the violent momentum of Thunderfire, pressing toward the Lord of Jochen from all directions. This pressure could significantly affect the opponent's speed. Weaker opponents would even find it hard to move under such pressure. However, faced with the Lord of Jochen, who comprehended the sword intent at an incomparably higher level than Su Xian, this pressure had no effect on him at all. He simply took a casual step, letting Su Xian's sword strike the air. Lord, I have one more sword. Su Xian's gaze was fiery as he looked at the Lord of Jochen. Come on, the Lord of Jochen beckoned with a finger. Su Xian immediately unleashed his strongest ultimate move, 1,000 miles in a straight line. The silent sword light swept out and instantly crossed the void, appearing right in front of the Lord of Jochen as if it had teleported. 1,000 miles in a straight line? The Lord of Jochen chuckled lightly, then pointed forward. Clang. The Lord of Jochen used the same power as Su Xian without employing any other protective techniques. With just a single finger, carrying a hint of sword intent, he directly blocked Su Xian's strongest ultimate move. Su Xian felt a bit dazed. That's enough for now, the Lord of Jochen said as he withdrew his hand, smiling. Your comprehension of the realm is clearly not that high yet, but you were able to execute the third move of the shadow roll, which is indeed astonishing talent in swordsmanship. No wonder my friend praised you so highly. Lord, may I ask who your friend is? Su Xian inquired. His name is Gai Meng, the Lord of Jochen replied. Su Xian's expression showed confusion. You don't know him? The Lord of Jochen looked over. My friend is from the Red Dragon Tower. He told me that over 2 months ago, before the Royal City Hunt even took place, he had already noticed your talent and recommended you to Tianyan Palace. However, for some unknown reason, Tianyan Palace did not grant you a special recruitment spot. Upon hearing this, Su Xian immediately realized who Gai Meng was. He is the senior from the Red Dragon Tower who has helped me. Su Xian's heart raced with excitement. When he first attempted the dragon-seeking tower, that senior who guarded the entrance recognized his talent and personally came to recommend him to Tianyan Palace. Although, in the end, for some reason, Tianyan Palace did not grant him a special recruitment spot, Su Xian had always remembered this kindness. Until now, he had never known the senior's true name. But now he did. That senior was named Gai Meng and was a friend of the Lord of Jochen. It seems you do know him. The Lord of Jochen noted Su Xian's expression. My friend's strength is not much weaker than mine, but he has quite an aloof personality and rarely takes notice of others. Yet, he holds you in high regard and even specifically sought me out to praise you. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, I naturally understood his intention, which was for me to take care of you more within the Tianyan Palace. Furthermore, he even hinted at wanting me to take you as my disciple. Senior Gomeng, does the Dao Master want to take me as a disciple? Su Xian was taken aback. Unfortunately, ever since my direct disciple was killed right before my eyes 40 years ago, I have sworn that I will never take a second disciple in this lifetime. The Dao Master of Jochen spoke with a heavy voice. Therefore, there's no need to think about taking on a disciple. All I can do is provide you with some guidance, as much as I can, regarding the sword path. Su Xian was immediately delighted. He never expected to become the disciple of the Tao master of Jiu Chun. But even just the guidance on the sword path was extremely important for him at this moment. After all, he had always been exploring the sword path and the comprehension of its intent by himself, with no one to assist him. The only one in the Su family who could guide him was his father, Su Baichun, but his father was not skilled with the sword. Relying solely on his own exploration could never compare to having complete guidance on the sword path. The Tao master of Jiu Chun began to explain. The sword path, at the beginning, is about integrating the intent into one's own swordsmanship to form sword intent. Understanding sword intent means that the higher the comprehension of sword intent, the stronger the swordsmanship naturally becomes. And the comprehension of sword intent starts from the essence of sword intent. The so-called essence of sword intent is taking the complete sword intent and breaking it down layer by layer into something easier for people to understand and comprehend. It's like when a person eats a steamed bun. They can't swallow the whole bun in one bite, but if they break it into pieces and chew it slowly, it becomes easy to swallow. The essence of sword intent is equivalent to the chewed-up sword intent. Su Xian listened carefully. In fact, initially, when martial artists comprehend intent, there is no concept of intent essence. It wasn't until 10,000 years ago that several top-tier strong individuals in the world came together to analyze the various intents from different fields, simplifying them from complexity to simplicity, and eventually forming various essences of intent. As the saying goes, the previous generation plants trees, and the later generation enjoys the shade, which is why we can now more easily comprehend intent through its essence. For example, sword intent has been analyzed into 3 levels, totaling 381 types of sword intent essence. Su Xian was shocked internally. Breaking down complete intent into simpler forms is an extraordinary method. Su Xian, you ranked first in this hunt. You must have quite a few fire points in hand. The Tao master of Jiu Chun looked over. I have 10,000 fire points. Su Xian replied. 10,000 fire points is quite a lot. The Tao master chuckled lightly. However, according to the usual style of those 3 palace masters, many things in Tianyan Palace will not be explicitly stated to you. You will need to explore them yourself. Yes, Su Xian nodded, feeling somewhat helpless. I've already been in Tianyan Palace for 2 days, but I still haven't figured things out and don't dare to use my fire points carelessly. Fire points are indeed very important. It's wise of you not to use them recklessly. The Tao master of Jiu Chun nodded, then smiled and said, Su Xian, I can offer some advice on how to use these fire points. Would you like to hear it? Of course, I want to hear it. Su Xian was overjoyed. He was worried about how to use these fire points. The Tao master of Jiu Chun, a peak powerhouse in the Nirvana realm, and also the master of the sword path, had a high perspective. If he offered to give advice, Su Xian would be thrilled. Chapter 66. Essence of Sword Intent. Inside the trial tower, Su Xian stood with the Tao master of Jiu Chun. Your talent in the sword path is exceptionally high, but you haven't received any guidance before and didn't even know about the essence of sword intent. So the first thing you need to do is go to the treasure pavilion and exchange for the detailed explanation of sword intent essence. Of course, just exchanging for the first part will suffice. You can exchange for the middle and later parts when you have enough fire points in the future, the Tao master stated. Detailed explanation of sword intent essence? Su Xian mentally noted it down. After you understand the essence of sword intent and know how to comprehend it, I suggest you spend 5,000 fire points to visit the Star Hall, the Tao master of Jiu Chun said. The Star Hall? Su Xian's heart stirred. The Star Hall will greatly aid you in comprehending sword intent, especially the first time you enter. The help will be the greatest. Generally, disciples of Tianyan Palace experience a significant boost in their comprehension of intent after their first visit to the Star Hall, and with your high talent, your improvement will surely be even greater. However, the comprehension methods inside the Star Hall are very unique. Although they are very helpful for you, you must not rely on them too much. If you become overly dependent, your training speed will be fast in the short term, but in the long run, it will become a hindrance to your progress. So I suggest that even if you have sufficient fire points, you should at least wait 3 months before entering again. Su Xian listened attentively. The Tao master of Jiu Chun warned him not to overly rely on the Star Hall, and he would certainly remember this. After comprehending in the Star Hall once, you can come to this trial tower, the Tao master of Jiu Chun said. Tao master, what is the purpose of this trial tower for us? Su Xian asked. The purpose is significant, the Tao master smiled. When you pay the fire points and enter the trial tower, you will be able to control an independent trial space within it. In this trial space, you can set the opponents you wish to encounter according to your requirements. Set myself? Su Xian was taken aback. Yes, for example, if your comprehension of sword intent just reaches the first level and you are practicing the Northern Song sword technique, you can set an opponent in the trial space who matches you in cultivation, comprehension of intent, and even swordsmanship, or someone slightly stronger than you to battle against for training. If you feel one opponent is not enough, you can set multiple opponents. The Dao Master of Jiuquan explained. Su Xian was shocked within. To set opponents according to my requirements? This is simply unbelievable. A martial artist needs to constantly engage in battles with various strong opponents to improve their skills, but where can you find these strong opponents? Like this hunting event. Many geniuses from various states and counties have already reached the pinnacle in their respective states and counties at the same level. It's incredibly difficult to find a balanced opponent in daily life, only encountering many during this hunt. But in this trial tower, you can set your own opponents and continuously battle with them. Since you are the one setting them, you can choose which aspects you want the opponents to excel in. Whether you want one opponent or two, this trial tower is truly monstrous. Su Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement. Monstrous? It's actually not that impressive. The Dao Master of Jiuquan smiled faintly at Su Xian. The trial tower in Tianyan Palace is merely the most basic type. Not only in the Tianyan dynasty, but in most dynasties in the Eastern Wilderness, including many sects, there are similar levels of trial towers. This type of basic trial tower is actually not comprehensive. For example, the opponents you can set can only reach a maximum comprehension of intent at the second level and are limited to some relatively common martial techniques. Moreover, the opponents you set do not have thoughts of their own. They are essentially just puppets. However, in high-level trial towers, you can set opponents of almost any level. And any martial techniques or secret arts available in the Eastern Wilderness can be used. Those opponents can even possess their own thoughts, fighting you just like a normal person, which would be truly comprehensive. After a pause, the Dao Master of Jiuquan continued, of course. The level of trial tower you have now is sufficient for your current strength. This trial tower only requires 20 fire points for a day of use. You can pay for a month or two at once, and then you can stay in this trial tower for a long time, even living here if you wish. Su Xian nodded heavily. 20 fire points a day, only 600 points for a month. I can definitely stay in the trial tower for a long time. Aside from what was just mentioned, I also suggest that you go to the treasure pavilion to select another sword technique. The Lord of the Nine, Chen suddenly said. Select a sword technique? Su Xian was taken aback. I just saw you perform the Northern Song sword technique, which is recognized as the #1 sword technique of the Tianyan dynasty. The Northern Song sword technique is very strong and comprehensive, whether in offense, defense, or relying on speed for lethal attacks. However, this sword technique improves as your understanding of sword intent deepens. In other words, this is a sword technique with great potential that can continue to grow, but it is not one that can perfectly showcase your current strength to the fullest. You can definitely choose another sword technique to practice, making your swordsmanship more comprehensive and able to unleash stronger combat power at this stage. Su Xian nodded secretly upon hearing this. Yes, his Northern Song sword technique has the Thunderfire scroll for offense, the Mountain Sea scroll for defense, and the Phantom scroll for lethal attacks, which is quite comprehensive. However, these three sword techniques require a high level of comprehension of sword intent, and the ultimate moves contained within, such as the third-level secret technique of the Thunderfire scroll and the 4th to 5th forms of the Phantom scroll. Su Xian cannot execute at all right now. It would be fine if he encountered ordinary opponents, but if he faced a foe like the Lord of the Nine Chens, whose understanding of the realm far surpasses his, this sword technique would seem insufficiently comprehensive. In the sword technique manuals at the Treasure Pavilion, there is a sword technique called Flying Blood. You can take a look. The Lord of the Nine Chens smiled. The Flying Blood sword technique? Su Xian nodded slightly. All right, that's all the advice I have for you for now. Next, you should focus on your cultivation and come to listen to classes more often. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me then, said the Lord of the Nine Chens. Thank you, Lord. Su Xian quickly expressed his gratitude, feeling immensely thankful. The Lord of the Nine Chens waved his hand dismissively. The reason he called Su Xian here to give him some advice and guidance was certainly because of his friend Gemeng, but more importantly, it was because Su Xian was indeed a rare swordsmanship genius. The Lord of the Nine Chens soon left. Su Xian then hurried to the Treasure Pavilion and, following the advice of the Lord of the Nine Chens, found the essence of swordsmanship detailed explanation and the Flying Blood sword technique. The first part of the essence of swordsmanship detailed explanation costs 1,000 fire points. Just 1,000? Su Xian raised his brow. Duan Yunfeng and the other geniuses who ranked 6th to 10th in the hunt initially received only 1,000 fire points as initial resources, and they would also need to exchange for similar essence explanations, which probably just barely suffices. The Flying Blood sword technique, on the other hand, requires 2,400 fire points to exchange. Among the thousands of sword technique manuals in the Treasure Pavilion, the exchange price for the Flying Blood sword technique is considered quite high. Su Xian did not hesitate and directly exchanged for both the essence of swordsmanship detailed explanation and the Flying Blood sword technique. An hour later, at Su Xian's residence, Su Xian looked at the thick stack of books placed in front of him, somewhat astonished. The Flying Bloodsword technique was fine, as it was contained within a command talisman, and Su Xian only needed to move his mind to obtain the complete information of this sword technique, including the visual representation of its practice. However, the essence of swordsmanship detailed explanation was a meticulous analysis of the essence of swordsmanship, with an overwhelming amount of information that could not be stored in a command talisman and had to be recorded in physical books. Su Xian began by flipping through the introduction of the essence of swordsmanship detailed explanation, and soon he gained a certain understanding of the essence of sword intent. There are 381 types of essence of sword intent, and one only needs to comprehend one type to reach the first level of sword intent understanding. The second level requires comprehending 9 types of sword intent essence. The third level requires comprehending 64 types of sword intent essence. If all 381 types of sword intent essence are comprehended, one reaches the peak of the third level of sword intent, also known as the perfection of sword intent. The first part of the essence of swordsmanship detailed explanation that Su Xian exchanged for is an analysis of the 9 types of sword intent essence from the first to the second level. The brief analysis of the 9 types of sword intent essence is recorded in 9 thick, sewn books, and it took Su Xian most of the day to finish reading all 9 books. This is so detailed. It starts from the most basic stage, teaching us how to gradually comprehend the essence of sword intent and how to utilize it to unleash stronger sword techniques. When I previously comprehended sword intent, I was purely focused on one direction and continuously explored, and I had already understood one type of sword intent essence. But I had not delved too much into the other essences. If I had not seen this essence of swordsmanship detailed explanation and continued to blindly explore on my own, I don't know how long it would take to comprehend 9 types of essence and reach the second level of sword intent. Su Xian's eyes sparkled with surprise. This essence of swordsmanship detailed explanation is incredibly useful to him. It has completely outlined the path for his future comprehension of sword intent, and it is the most detailed and complete kind. Just 1,000 fire points is too valuable. Of course, the first part of the essence of swordsmanship detailed explanation only records the 9 most initial types of sword intent essence, and he can at most rely on it to reach the second level of sword intent. As for comprehending more types of sword intent essence in the future, he would still need to exchange for the middle and later parts of the essence of swordsmanship detailed explanation. In terms of price, Su Xian had previously noted that the middle part of the essence of swordsmanship detailed explanation requires 10,000 fire points to exchange. The later part requires a whopping 100,000 fire points. This price is indeed too high for him right now. He can only think of ways to exchange for it slowly in the future. After gaining a certain understanding of the essence of sword intent and comprehending the path for the first 9 types of sword intent essence, Su Xian followed the advice of the Lord of the Nine Shens and went to the Star Hall. The Star Hall is guarded by powerful beings. To enter the Star Hall, one has to pay 5,000 fire points each time. So expensive. Su Xian secretly sighed, having just won first place in the hunt. He only has 10,000 fire points, which is only enough for 2 entries. Besides him, the second place Xia Meng can only enter once. And as for Duan Yunfeng and the others who received only 1,000 fire points, they wouldn't even think about it. The Lord of the Nine Shens said that the comprehension method inside the Star Hall is very unique, and my first time entering will greatly enhance my understanding of sword intent. I wonder what exactly is in the Star Hall. Filled with a sense of anticipation and curiosity, Su Xian stepped into the Star Hall. Chapter 67. Terrifying improvement. The Grand Hall is not very large, and there are almost no decorative items inside. The surroundings are all stone walls. It would be more accurate to say it is a secret room rather than a hall. Su Xian stood in the center of the hall, looking at the stone wall directly in front of him. On that stone wall, there were actually carvings of brilliant stars. The stars were arranged from top to bottom, totaling 9 stars. Stars. Su Xian frowned. Aside from these 9 stars, there was nothing else remarkable or eye-catching in the entire hall. This means that the main focus of the Star Hall is these 9 stars. In the center of the hall, there was a meditation cushion. Su Xian sat down on the cushion, took a deep breath, and then focused his attention on the 9 stars. Each of the 9 stars was exceptionally bright. Under Su Xian's gaze, these 9 stars began to naturally and gradually evolve. As they evolved, the mysteries contained within the stars gradually became clearer. This is, Su Xian's pupils constricted. At this moment, in his eyes, there were no longer any stars on the stone wall. They were clearly the 9 types of sword intent essence that he wanted to comprehend. Each star represents one type of sword intent essence, and these sword intent essences begin to extend step by step as the stars evolve, starting to unravel their meanings. It is just like the analysis of sword intent essence in the essence of swordsmanship detailed explanation. The only difference is that the essence of swordsmanship detailed explanation is recorded in books, while these 9 stars are presented in a visual, evolving form right before Su Xian's eyes. Su Xian had already closed his eyes, but his consciousness had completely merged with the 9 stars on the stone wall. Feeling the transformation of those stars, gradually, without him even noticing, he fell into an incredibly wonderful state. It was a marvelous state, completely immersive. Su Xian felt as if he were asleep, yet his consciousness followed the 9 stars, continuously comprehending the essence of sword intent through their transformation. He didn't know how much time had passed before he finally awakened from this extraordinary state. Was that just a moment of enlightenment? A look of astonishment appeared on Su Xian's face. That mysterious and exquisite state, where he was completely immersed and oblivious to everything, was indeed the legendary enlightenment. However, his enlightenment did not occur naturally. It seemed to happen under the guidance of some force. Is this the unique way of comprehension in the Star Hall? Guiding me into a state resembling enlightenment, merging with these 9 stars, to feel the essence of sword intent contained within the star's transformation? Su Xian was filled with shock. What an incredible method to use special power to guide someone into a near enlightenment state. Now that Su Xian had returned from the state of enlightenment, he looked once again at the 9 stars on the stone wall. The last 4 stars remained profound, but the first 5 stars felt much clearer to him. Especially the first 3 stars, whose essence of sword intent he could see clearly and thoroughly. These 3 stars no longer held any mystery for him. It was as if 3 naked young women stood before him, with no privacy left. I actually comprehended the essence of sword intent contained within these 3 stars. Su Xian found it hard to believe. Not only those 3 stars, but even the 4th and 5th stars, he had a clear understanding of at least half. This meant that he had also grasped more than half of the 4th and 5th essences of sword intent. It should be noted that before entering the Star Hall, he had only just comprehended 1 essence of sword intent. Such significant progress from just 1 session of comprehension? No wonder it costs 5,000 fire points to enter the Star Hall for comprehension. Although the price is high, the help it provides is indeed astonishing. Su Xian clenched his fists, his eyes filled with ecstasy. However, despite his joy, he still firmly remembered what the Lord of 9 Stars had said. The Star Hall can be visited for comprehension occasionally, but one must not rely on it too much. Excessive reliance will greatly limit future growth. Previously, Su Xian did not understand, but now he could comprehend. Directly using external force to push someone into a state of enlightenment can lead to a short-term increase in strength. But if one continuously relies on this method to improve, it would create a kind of inertia that would make future comprehension very sluggish, which would indeed be extremely detrimental. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the joy in his heart, Su Xian rose and left the Star Hall. Soon, he arrived at the trial tower, paid his fire points, and obtained a separate trial space. Setting the opponent. Level 1 comprehension of sword intent, comprehending 1 essence of sword intent, using the Northern Song sword technique, Thunderfire roll, and Mountain Sea roll all at a perfect level, and the illusory shadow roll could utilize the 3rd move, 1,000 miles in a line. Su Xian set up the opponent, which was actually himself from before. Soon, a black silhouette appeared in front of Su Xian, wielding a long sword and attacking directly. Boom. The sword light slashed out, carrying the momentum of thunder and fire. Su Xian could clearly sense the pressure coming from all directions, but under this pressure, his body did not face any obstruction. As he saw the long sword slashing towards him, he simply stepped aside casually, and the long sword swept past. The Thunderfire sword momentum instantly collapsed, and the black silhouette dissipated. Defeated. I just casually swung a sword and defeated him without using my full strength? Su Xian couldn't quite believe it. It should be noted that he had set the opponent based entirely on himself before entering the Star Hall. And the only difference was that the opponent was a created entity without independent thought or battle wisdom. But the strength difference was not significant. Yet, he defeated his former self with just 1 swing. In less than a day's time, after just 1 session of comprehension in the Star Hall, his strength had undergone a tremendous change. Previously, he had only comprehended 1 essence of sword intent, but now he had comprehended 3. The difference was indeed too great. Next, he set the opponent. Level 2 comprehension of sword intent, using the Northern Song sword technique. Once again, a black silhouette appeared in the trial space and quickly unleashed the same Thunderfire roll sword technique against Su Xian. But this time, the endless momentum of thunder and fire pressed down upon him. As the air trembled, Su Xian felt as if his entire body were being scorched and burned. No matter how hard he tried with all his might, he couldn't move an inch. Swish! A sword fell, and Su Xian was directly slain. The black silhouette vanished, and Su Xian stood there unharmed. This is the might of the Thunderfire roll after reaching level 2 comprehension of sword intent? Su Xian marveled. I have only just comprehended 3 essences of sword intent, and I am still far from level 2 of sword intent comprehension. This level of opponent is not something I can contend with. Su Xian began to reset the opponent. This time, He set the opponent as someone who had reached level 1 comprehension of sword intent and had comprehended 4 essences of sword intent. But they would use the blood flight sword technique. Su Xian immersed himself in relentless training in the trial tower. He set various opponents to battle against and fought fiercely. Through this fierce battling, his strength continued to rise. It should be noted that previously, without any guidance, relying purely on his own exploration, he managed to comprehend a thread of sword intent essence in a short period, reaching level 1 comprehension of sword intent and secured first place in the hunt. Now, in Tianyan Palace, he had obtained the detailed explanation of sword intent essence, which provided a clear path for comprehending sword intent essence. And with the comprehension from the Star Hall, he had gained a certain level of understanding of the 4th and 5th essences of sword intent. Relying on the trial tower, he could battle against opponents he could never have encountered before. In such a favorable environment, his strength was increasing at an astonishing rate. The speed of this enhancement could only be described as terrifying. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had gone by. All right, this lesson ends here. You can all disperse. The Lord of 9 Stars waved his hand, and the 10 or so disciples of Tianyan Palace below stood up to bow to him, with Su Xian among them. The Lord of 9 Stars took a special glance at Su Xian, smiling inwardly. Over the past 2 months, he had taught 2 classes at the dojo, and unlike before, Su Xian could now fully understand what he was saying and grasp it. After each class, as per tradition, he would allow the disciples of Tianyan Palace to ask questions. Naturally, Su Xian had asked a few, but during the questioning process, the Lord of 9 Stars could see that Su Xian had made tremendous progress in comprehending sword intent essence. This kid went to the Star Hall once and focused on comprehension for 2 months. He has probably comprehended at least 3 or even 4 essences of sword intent, right? The Lord of 9 Stars smiled. Just like his friend Gaiming, he had high hopes for Su Xian's future growth. In the dojo, Su Xian walked slowly forward, still reflecting on the content the Lord of 9 Stars had just discussed in his mind. As expected of the Lord of 9 Stars, I had many confusions regarding the application of sword intent essence before, but after listening to his class, although I didn't fully understand it, I grasped a significant portion. Su Xian smiled. As his understanding of sword intent improved, he grew increasingly respectful of the 9 Chen's Dao Master. The Dao Master's accomplishments and insights in the sword path were truly profound. After the class, Su Xian prepared to return to the trial tower to continue his cultivation. But at that moment, a hearty laugh rang out from the front of the dojo. Haha, Duan Yunfeng, in just a few days, your strength has improved quite a bit. You can take so many of my moves head on now. Su Xian's expression changed, and he immediately walked forward. In the dojo, 2 figures were engaged in a fierce battle, one of whom was Duan Yunfeng. Over the past 2 months, the 10 geniuses selected from the hunting trials had become quite familiar with the Tianyan Palace. And with the various resources available, they had begun to enhance their strength. In just 2 months, these geniuses had made significant progress. Initially, they were hesitant to compete with the older generation, but as their strength increased, they began to slowly challenge these veterans. Of course, in a pure contest of strength, these newcomers were no match for the older warriors, so the veterans changed the rules for their betting matches. It was no longer about winning outright. As long as one could withstand a certain amount of time against them, it would be considered a victory. In the current battle between Duan Yunfeng and the veteran, the wager was whether Duan Yunfeng could last 30 breaths against him. Now, they had already reached the 25th breath, 26th breath, 27th breath. Duan Yunfeng, hold on. Around the battlefield, several new geniuses, including Xia Meng and Mo Bing, gathered, counting the time while cheering for Duan Yunfeng. On the battlefield, Duan Yunfeng was using his knife techniques to the best of his ability to fend off the attacks of the man in the red robe. The red-robed man, also wielding a knife, was overwhelming Duan Yunfeng with his relentless strikes. However, when the battle reached the 28th breath, a subtle, strange smile appeared at the corner of the red-robed man's mouth, and the speed of his blade suddenly doubled. What? Duan Yunfeng was startled and couldn't react in time. The blade whizzed past him, cutting off several strands of his hair. Duan Yunfeng, you've lost again, the red-robed man said, looking over. Jiang Yan, don't be so pleased with yourself. Next time, I will definitely last more than 30 breaths against you. Duan Yunfeng gritted his teeth, feeling reluctant, but still paid the fire points he lost in the bet. Haha, I'll be waiting, Jiang Yan replied with a smug smile. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, Su Xian secretly shook his head. Duan Yunfeng, Xia Meng, Mo Bing, and the other newcomers didn't realize that Duan Yunfeng had only lasted 28 breaths against Jiang Yan, thinking he was close to victory. But Su Xian knew very well that Jiang Yan hadn't used his full strength at the beginning. While it seemed Jiang Yan was exerting himself to suppress Duan Yunfeng, it was all an act. Only at the 28th breath did he truly make his move, defeating Duan Yunfeng with a single strike. This Jiang Yan had clearly comprehended 4, if not 5, aspects of the essence of intent. While Duan Yunfeng was still a bit far from understanding the second aspect, Su Xian thought to himself. Chapter 68. Betting matches regardless of the weapon used. Reaching the second level of understanding of intent requires comprehending the essence of 9 different intents. The second level is already the level of comprehension for most Nirvana realm experts. Jiang Yan, merely at the mid-stage of void breaking, had already grasped 4 types of the essence of intent, which was quite an impressive feat for a genius. However, among those disciples of the Tianyan Palace who had trained for several years or even longer, he could only be considered at the bottom. Duan Yunfeng. Su Xian said as he approached. Su Xian. Upon seeing Su Xian, Duan Yunfeng's face immediately broke into a smile. Brother, I heard you've been diligently training in the trial tower for the past 2 months, even sleeping there. How's your progress been? Not bad, Su Xian nodded slightly. I just watched your battle with Jiang Yan, and I suggest that if you don't make significant improvements in a short time, it's better not to bet against him. You noticed? Duan Yunfeng glanced at Su Xian and shrugged. Actually, I noticed too. Jiang Yan has been deliberately hiding his strength, trying to trick me into continuing to bet against him. You noticed that and still bet? Su Xian frowned. I couldn't help it, Duan Yunfeng said with a bitter smile. Brother, you know me well, I'm naturally combative. The reason I traveled across the various states of the Tianyan Empire was to challenge strong opponents. Now that I'm in the Tianyan Palace and facing these veterans' provocations, even as they lower the stakes to force me into betting, how could I refuse? Su Xian couldn't help but shake his head. The first time he met Duan Yunfeng in Dongyang City, he saw that he was an incredibly combative madman. Would such a combative madman stay idle in the Tianyan Palace and not respond to provocations? That was impossible. Actually, it's not too bad. Although I agreed to bet with them, the stakes aren't high, just 100 fire points each time. Even after losing 13 times in a row, it's only a total of 1,300 fire points, Duan Yunfeng said nonchalantly. 1,300 fire points? Su Xian was taken aback. Aren't you supposed to have only 1,000 fire points as your initial resource? Where did the rest come from? I used up that initial 1,000 fire points long ago. The fire points I have now are from trading my own items, Duan Yunfeng replied. Trading? Su Xian was puzzled. You can exchange items at the treasure pavilion. They will give you fire points based on the level of the treasures you provide, Duan Yunfeng explained. The treasure pavilion can do that? Su Xian was astonished. He previously only knew that fire points could be used to exchange for treasures at the treasure pavilion. But he didn't realize that one could also use their own treasures to gain fire points. Hey, brother, it's obvious you're the type who doesn't lack fire points. Duan Yunfeng laughed. You won first place in the hunting competition and started with 10,000 fire points as your initial resource. That's enough for a while. But we're different. For us who ranked 6th to 10th in the hunting competition, we only have 1,000 fire points as our starting resource. What can we do with that? Just exchanging for a detailed explanation of an essence of intent would use it all up. If we don't trade our own treasures for some fire points, it would be a waste of a great opportunity. Duan Yunfeng continued. Both Xia Meng and I have exchanged our own treasures for quite a few fire points. The other geniuses who entered the Tianyan Palace with us have also exchanged for some, to varying degrees. But there are those who haven tea, like Mo Bing. She has no background and has always relied on her own cultivation, so she doesn't have any valuable treasures to trade for fire points. In the end, she still came to me and borrowed 2,000 fire points temporarily. Oh, Su Xian raised an eyebrow, curious. You just lent her 2,000 fire points? It seems you have quite a few fire points on hand. Tell me, what treasures did you trade for those fire points? Hehe, it's nothing much. Just a knife technique manual that my cheap master gave me, Duan Yunfeng said with a smile. A knife technique manual? Su Xian was stunned, looking at Duan Yunfeng in surprise. Isn't it the ultimate knife technique you used against Xia Meng in your duel? He still remembered the breathtaking knife technique Duan Yunfeng had displayed in the duel. That technique left a profound impression on him. It was definitely an incredibly formidable knife technique. Duan Yunfeng then winked at Su Xian. Really? Su Xian was even more shocked. Duan Yunfeng, that knife technique must be your master's original creation, right? He passed it on to you, and you gave it to the Tianyan Palace to exchange for fire points? Duan Yunfeng rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward as he said. Actually, it's no big deal. When my cheap master gave me this knife technique manual, he just tossed it to me like it was trash. He himself doesn't care much about this knife technique, let alone I haven't taught it to anyone else. I gave it to the Tianyan Palace. My master won't mind. You really are something. Su Xian was at a loss for words and could only give Duan Yunfeng a thumbs up. Your master really took in a good disciple. As Su Xian and Duan Yunfeng chatted, Jiang Yan had already noticed Su Xian's presence. Su Xian. Jiang Yan walked directly over and asked, I heard you were the first in this hunting event. Would you be interested in battling me? Not interested. Su Xian directly refused and was about to turn away. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Jiang Yan, however, was somewhat persistent at worst. Just like Duan Yunfeng, you only need to last 30 breaths in my hands to win. How about that? Lasting 30 breaths? Su Xian stopped and looked back at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan continued. Duan Yunfeng, didn't he even make it into the top 5 in this hunting event? Yet he dared to accept my challenge. How about you? The genius who ranked first, are you afraid to accept the challenge? You have a point. Su Xian nodded. So how many fire points do you want to wager? How about 1,000 fire points? Jiang Yan proposed a relatively conservative number. He knew that Su Xian and the other 9 newcomers had just entered Tianyan Palace and had self-awareness, aside from Duan Yunfeng, who was a bit reckless. The others rarely accepted their challenges. Su Xian hadn't accepted a single challenge before. Now that he finally saw Su Xian relent, he worried that if he said a larger number, it would scare Su Xian away. 1,000 fire points? All right, I accept. Su Xian agreed immediately. Duan Yunfeng, who was nearby, couldn't help but frown and whispered, Brother, when I bet with him, I only wagered 100 fire points just to make a point. You were directly betting 1,000. That is not a small number. Are you sure? Don't worry. Su Xian smiled confidently. He had just seen Jiang Yan make a move, including defeating Duan Yunfeng with his true strength. Su Xian noticed that Jiang Yan had only comprehended 4 types of essence and still had a gap to the 5th. Meanwhile, he had just come out of the Star Palace, having comprehended 3 types of sword intent essence, and after 2 months of continuous trials in the trial tower, he had also comprehended 4 types of essence and was about to comprehend the 5th. As for his swordsmanship, his talent allowed him to execute sword techniques even without reaching the required level of sword intent comprehension. He was not afraid of Jiang Yan in a direct confrontation, let alone just needing to last 30 breaths in Jiang Yan's hands. Seeing Su Xian accept the challenge, Jiang Yan felt a rush of joy inside. Sure enough, all these newcomers who had just entered Tianyan Palace were very confident. The higher their talent, the more confident they were, making it easier for him to win fire points from them. That 1,000 fire points would be mine, Jiang Yan thought with a strange smile. Jiang Yan wanted to gamble against Su Xian, the top genius of this hunting event. A bet of 1,000 fire points? Su Xian really dared to accept. The newcomers who just entered Tianyan Palace were indeed stubborn. Once they learned a few lessons, they would understand. Many Tianyan Palace disciples had already gathered, some chatting and laughing. Although they knew the rules of the duel, where as long as Su Xian could last 30 breaths against Jiang Yan, he would be considered the winner. None of the older Tianyan Palace disciples were optimistic about Su Xian. After all, everyone who could enter Tianyan Palace was a top genius with exceptional talent. And the environment and resources for cultivation in Tianyan Palace were the best in the Tianyan dynasty. Those who had been cultivating there for years were certainly much stronger than a genius who had just entered Tianyan Palace for 2 months. Why would Su Xian agree to a duel with Jiang Yan, especially for 1,000 fire points? Su Xian was being a bit reckless. Xiao Meng, Mo Bing, and other geniuses who entered during this hunting event also gathered after hearing the news, worried for Su Xian. After 2 months of interaction, they all knew how formidable these older disciples were. Xiao Meng, in terms of strength, was second only to Su Xian in the hunting event. And after having gambled against these older disciples a few times in Tianyan Palace, he never dared to make a move again. Only Duan Yunfeng was a bit stubborn. Su Xian, are you ready? Jiang Yan said with a strange smile, staring at Su Xian. Just go ahead. Su Xian appeared calm, already holding a long sword in his hand. Without much negotiation, Jiang Yan immediately made his move. Whoosh! The blade light shone, and just like his duel with Duan Yunfeng, Jiang Yan initially didn't use his full strength. If he defeated Su Xian right away with full power, he would never be able to gamble with these newcomers again and win fire points from them. Jiang Yan thought to himself, seeing the blade light coming. Su Xian also sneered coldly. Was he still pretending? He could see at a glance that the blade light Jiang Yan was currently using looked like it was from someone who had only comprehended 2 types of essence. Su Xian didn't expose him, but simply waved his long sword, summoning layers of mountain and sea sword intent, directly executing the mountain and sea scroll sword technique. It was Su Xian's defensive sword technique. The sword intent had greatly improved compared to before. Xiao Meng, Duan Yunfeng, Mo Bing, and the other geniuses from this hunting event watched closely. They all knew that Su Xian's defensive sword technique was incredibly formidable. During the previous hunting event, it was recognized as the best defense. Xiao Meng had used all his strength to unleash his ultimate move using the power of 2 dragons. Yet he couldn't break through that defensive sword technique. Now, as Su Xian cast this defensive sword technique again, it was clearly much stronger than before. Jiang Yan swung his battle knife, unleashing waves of blade light. Although he deliberately suppressed his cultivation and only used power equivalent to the threshold of the broken void realm, The blade light he unleashed still caused people to tremble. On the battlefield, it appeared as if Jiang Yin was attacking Su Xian with all his might, while Su Xian relied on his defensive sword technique to withstand the blows. It felt as if both of them were using their full strength. But in reality, both were hiding their true power. This Su Xian truly deserved to rank first in this hunting event. In terms of strength, he was indeed much stronger than Duan Yinfeng. But that was about it. Jiang Yin sneered, calculating the time while attacking furiously. When their battle reached the 29th breath, Jiang Yin thought, it's about time. His inner thoughts moved, and in the next moment, his strength suddenly erupted. Whoosh! The same blade light slashed out, under the same power guidance. But the speed and might instantly surged several times. Finally making a move, Su Xian sneered coldly. His gaze suddenly turned icy, and the sword intent erupted instantly. Get lost.